On the first day of college military training, all the instructors on the field were shockingly beaten up by you alone. This scene directly shocked the entire military high command, and even the military beauty whitening being showed favor toward you, all because you were bound to a super-rich system. Not only were the capital's wealthy families competing to marry their daughters to you, but the world-changing Shield Security Company was also founded by you. At this time, at the entrance of the School of Finance and Economics, there were several times more beautiful women responsible for welcoming new students than in previous years. They all wanted to fish for a rich husband before graduation. Even Li Xia, who was no less attractive than the campus beauty, came to join the excitement. Just then, a Lamborghini appeared before everyone. Seeing the multi-million-dollar luxury car, countless beautiful female receptionists' eyes lit up. At that moment, the car door opened, and a fairly good-looking person stepped out and slowly asked the senior sister at the reception, "Hello, senior sister, is this the registration place for the University of Finance and Economics?" Before she could answer, a woman next to her pushed her aside and said first, "Yes, junior brother." The woman bent down with a smile on her face and began talking to him. This move was very skilled, with a glimpse of whiteness showing from her chest. Seeing this scene, all the women who missed their chance felt extremely regretful. "Senior sister, look at that Lu Hong, thinking she has some assets, she has no shame. Why don't you go up there, senior sister, and get back at her for us?" Hearing this, Li Xia looked at the person and also felt somewhat stirred. Just as Li Xia was about to step forward, a sudden roaring sound came from the sky. "That's right, you didn't guess wrong, it was time for you to show off." A helicopter stopped in the air above the University of Finance and Economics, and then, to everyone's shock, you jumped down from a height of 5 meters with your suitcase in hand. The girls' skirts nearby were blown up by the wind from the helicopter's propellers, and amid the screams, those girls frantically held down their skirts. Before they could come to their senses, they saw you jump directly from the helicopter, causing another wave of screaming at the new student registration area. This was a height of 5 meters. Was this person crazy? Jumping from such a height, wouldn't he get seriously hurt? But the scene everyone imagined didn't happen. You landed very steadily on the ground, with a relaxed smile on your face. Jumping from a height of 5 meters yet not affected at all. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Is this even human? At this moment, campus beauty Li Xia at the new student reception area was also shocked looking at you, with a strange color appearing in her eyes. Let alone what kind of power this new student who arrived by helicopter had, just his physical condition alone would definitely earn him priority in mate selection. And someone who could come to register by helicopter must have good conditions to begin with. You didn't pay attention to the shock around you, but smiled and asked a senior sister not far from you, "Hello, senior sister, is this the registration place for the University of Finance and Economics?" Hearing this, the senior sister at the registration desk quickly nodded, "Yes, junior brother, my name is Li Xia, I'm in charge of the new student reception. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." You looked her up and down with a smile on your face, secretly surprised in your heart, long legs wrapped in black stockings, her whole body radiating an irresistible charm. "Hello, senior sister, my name is Gu Linfeng, I'm a freshman this year." "Hello, junior brother, I'll take you to register first, and then show you around the school and dormitory." "Okay, senior sister." You were seen pulling your luggage, following Li Xia to the distant registration desk. As you walked side by side toward the campus, the crowd behind you exploded. Senior sister Xia is personally guiding a new student, it's over, those rich boys chasing her are going to go crazy. Then under Li Xia's guidance, you completed the new student registration, and Li Xia led you into the school. With your scores, junior brother, it seems you had many 211 universities to choose from. Why did you choose this school? I heard that graduates from this school are all social elites, and there are more opportunities to work in foreign companies. By the way, senior sister, where is your home? My family is from Hangzhou. I'm going to graduate and start my internship in a year. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, soon I'll be entering society and experiencing the harshness of life. Hearing this, you smiled and said, with senior sister's education and ability, even after entering society, you may not necessarily experience the harshness of society. I'll take your words as a good omen then. Soon, as you were talking, you arrived at the new student dormitory. Well, junior brother, this is the boys' dormitory, it's not convenient for me to go up, so I'll see you off here. If you need anything at school in the future, you can find me. Thank you for your trouble, senior sister. Oh, junior brother, I just remembered something, you haven't gotten your documents and campus card yet, right? Let me help you with that. Stand still, I'll take a photo. Saying this, Li Xia took out her phone and pressed the shutter, directly taking a photo of you. Thank you for your trouble, senior sister. After exchanging contact information with Li Xia, you pulled your luggage into dormitory 301. You just realized that you were actually the first one to arrive. At this moment, a voice came, ding, dormitory check-in successful, reward, Bugatti voice of the night. Hearing the system's voice, you were somewhat surprised, then picked up your phone and searched for information about the Bugatti voice of the night. After looking at the details of this car, your heart shook violently. You didn't expect that your first check-in would get such an amazing reward. Just then, the phone in your pocket rang. You took out your folding phone and answered, "Hello, is this Mr. Gu Linfeng?" "Yes, I am Gu Linfeng, who is this?" Hello Mr. Gu, I am the general manager of Bugatti Asia. I just received a message that you ordered a limited edition model from our company. The car has been delivered to Magic City, and our staff will deliver it to you shortly. Please be ready to receive it. Okay, I got it. Just as the two of you hung up, you heard footsteps at the door. Looking over, you saw a well-dressed man walk in. Although this man wasn't as handsome as you, he was still quite good-looking. After walking in, the man paused when he saw you. Wow, bro, how did you get so handsome? You're way too good-looking. The man's first words surprised you. This guy was quite interesting, his way of speaking didn't match his appearance and temperament at all. You rubbed your nose and said, I was just born this way. The man walked into the dorm with his luggage, very casually reached out his hand and said, Hey bro, nice to meet you, I'm Kao Yuan, also a member of this dorm, from now on we are roommates, please take care of me. Lin Feng also reached out his hand and shook hands with Kao Yuan. Lin Feng, nice to meet you. After the two introduced themselves to each other, they started tidying up. After finishing the tidying, the two sat down to chat for a while, then the third roommate arrived. This roommate, in terms of appearance, could not compare to Lin Feng and Gao Yuan at all. His height was about 1.7 meters, he wore thick glasses, and seemed a bit shy. If Lin Feng and Gao Yuan hadn't greeted him first, they would have thought this new roommate wouldn't even say a word to them. A definite severe introvert personality. Even when talking to Lin Feng and Gao Yuan, this new roommate would sometimes blush a little. The two saw this special new roommate and both felt he was very interesting. To better improve the roommate relationship, the two directly helped the new roommate make his bed. The new roommate's name was Ding Xiaola, he was from Zhengzhou. While helping Ding Xiaola organize his luggage, the two took a look. This Ding Xiaola's family probably wasn't very rich, though his clothes weren't cheap, around 1,000 yuan, it was only a bit better than average families, not considered rich yet. At the moment, among the three who arrived at the dorm, the richest one should be Lin Feng. The clothes in his suitcase, each piece was worth over 10,000 yuan. The Armani custom suit he wore was worth hundreds of thousands. Of course, Gao Yuan, also being rich, naturally saw the value of the clothes on Lin Feng, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so warmly when he first saw Lin Feng in the dorm. That's how this society is, even though they are just students, they already understand the truth of respecting the clothes before respecting the person. After arriving at the dorm and seeing Lin Feng's power, Gao Yuan let go of the arrogance of a rich second generation, and built a good relationship with Lin Feng. His own family had money, but seeing someone wear clothes worth hundreds of thousands, he didn't dare offend. Building a good relationship was the main thing. After Ding Xiaola arrived, Gao Yuan saw that even Lin Feng was helping him organize, so he naturally followed along. Through the process of helping out, Ding Xiaola accepted Lin Feng and Gao Yuan. Even though Ding Xiaola was not good with words, after things calmed down, he would now and then say a few words to Lin Feng and Gao Yuan. While the three were chatting, the last roommate also arrived. Chapter 4, Shock at the School Gate. The appearance of the last roommate shocked all three of them. This last roommate was over 1.9 meters tall. His whole body was very strong, standing there like an iron tower, completely blocking the whole doorway, not even a gap was left. The two arms exposed outside were almost as thick as their legs. Gulp! Seeing the iron tower-like strongman, Gao Yuan instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This guy's body was too strong, if a fist the size of a cooking pot hit him, he'd probably faint in one punch? Lin Feng looked at the strong man with surprise. He had gone through body reshaping pill enhancement, not only was his body stronger, even his senses were enhanced. He felt explosive power coming from inside this strong man's body. This strong man definitely had training, he was definitely not a normal person. It seemed his family probably had martial arts background, otherwise it would be impossible to reach this level. Although in this society now, many martial arts families had broken their inheritance. Because strict laws left no use for those who practiced martial arts. But there were still some families that continued to pass down martial arts. I don't expect martial arts to bring honor to the family like it did in ancient times, but it can at least strengthen the body, and most importantly, provide the ability to protect oneself in the face of danger. The iron tower-like man who walked in, seeing the shocked gazes of the three, scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Hello, did I walk into the wrong dorm room? As he spoke, the strong man stepped back and took a look at the room number sign. Lin Feng stood up with a smile and said, You didn't walk into the wrong room, come on in. After the man walked in, Lin Feng introduced the three of them to him. The man quickly introduced himself as well. Hello, my name is Sun Hao, I'm from a rural area in Sichuan province, very happy to meet you all. No need to be so formal. Being in the same dorm, that's fate. Come on, let me help you with your luggage. Saying this, Gao Yuan stepped forward, wanting to help Sun Hao carry his luggage. Sun Hao was a bit embarrassed, no, it's a little heavy. I'll carry it myself. It's fine, we're going to live together for 4 years, helping each other out is normal. Sun Hao, being honest, heard Gao Yuan's words and handed over his luggage. Sun Hao's suitcase was quite large, but Gao Yuan didn't think too much of it. After all, no matter how big a suitcase was, it couldn't be that heavy. But the moment he picked it up, his face changed, as the suitcase was surprisingly heavy. At least with Gao Yuan's strength, he couldn't lift it. Damn, this is so heavy. Gao Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, and the suitcase he was dragging nearly fell to the ground. Be careful. Sun Hao, seeing this, was also startled. The things inside his suitcase weren't afraid of being dropped, but he was worried about Gao Yuan getting hurt. He didn't expect Gao Yuan to be so weak that he couldn't handle his luggage. By the time Sun Hao reacted, it was already too late. Gao Yuan was being dragged towards the ground by the suitcase's momentum. If it hit the ground, Gao Yuan might have been seriously injured. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward, coming to Gao Yuan's side, grabbing the suitcase with one hand and stopping Gao Yuan from falling with the other. The whole thing happened in an instant, and by the time the others reacted, Lin Feng had already acted. When Sun Hao saw this, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. This person's reaction speed was something even he had to admire. Brother, you're really skilled. Your family isn't a martial arts family, right? Lin Feng shook his head. I'm not like you, definitely not from a martial arts family, I've just practiced a little. Sun Hao gave Lin Feng a suspicious look, not fully believing him. This person definitely wasn't simple. Even from such a close distance, he couldn't react, but Lin Feng had noticed from a distance. This kind of reflex speed couldn't just be from simple practice. But since Lin Feng didn't want to talk about it, Sun Hao didn't press the matter either. Gao Yuan, still shaken, stood up and gave Lin Feng a grateful look. Lin Feng, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have probably ended up in the infirmary today. Lin Feng shook his head. It's nothing, didn't you say we're roommates now? If I can help, I should help. Gao Yuan thanked him again, then looked at Sun Hao and said, I say, buddy, what's in your luggage? Why is it so heavy? Sun Hao, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, it's just some stuff I use for training regularly. I didn't expect it almost caused you harm. I'll be more careful next time. Gao Yuan knew that Sun Hao hadn't done it on purpose, so he didn't say anything further. Then Ding Xiaolu also walked over, and the three of them started helping Sun Hao organize his luggage. After opening the suitcase, Ding Xiaolu and Gao Yuan both sucked in a cold breath. Inside Sun Hao's huge suitcase, there was. More than half of it was filled with workout equipment. There were dumbbells, lead blocks, hand grips, and so on. Lin Feng saw the scene and quietly nodded to himself. The things in the suitcase were pretty much what he had guessed. If it weren't for these things, the suitcase wouldn't be so heavy. Very soon, after helping Sun Hao pack his stuff, the four of them started ranking their seniority based on birthday and age. Lin Feng had the earliest birthday, so he was directly made the eldest in the dorm. Then came Sun Hao, ranked third was Gao Yuan, and the youngest was Ding Xiaolu. Gao Yuan patted Ding Xiaolu on the shoulder and said, from now on, call me third brother. This is big brother and second brother, greet them. Gao Yuan had a very outgoing personality and was also the one who kept the dorm lively. Ding Xiaolu didn't hesitate and immediately started calling them big brother and second brother. Seeing everything was done, Lin Feng directly said, today is the first day of school, there's nothing much to do, let's go out and have dinner tonight. Of course, we definitely have to eat this meal. It's like a celebration for all of us coming together from all over the country. Just as everyone was discussing where to eat tonight, Lin Feng received a call from a Bugatti staff member. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Ling, the manager of Glorious Forest store in Modu. The Bugatti Voice of Night you ordered has been delivered. Are you available now for the handover? Lin Feng said, yes, I'm coming over now to find you. Alright Mr. Lin, I'm at the gate of the University of Finance. Okay, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng stood up and said, I'm going out to take care of something, I'll be back soon. Okay big brother, take care. Gao Yuan nodded and said. After leaving the dorm building, Lin Feng walked straight to the school gate. At this time, freshman registration had not yet ended at the school gate. But at this moment, everyone was deeply attracted by a car. Chapter 5, at the parking lot, encounter with campus belle Gu Baiwa. It was a super cool black night sports car being towed on a flatbed truck, with a transparent cover over it, giving people a great visual shock. The flatbed truck was escorted by two Mercedes S450s, one in front and one behind. The front Mercedes S450's door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit and white gloves stepped out. The man held a briefcase in his hand and looked like a very successful person. From the back Mercedes, four men in black suits who looked like security guards also stepped out. Damn, who is this? This is way too fancy. Someone couldn't help shouting. I don't know who that person is, but I think I know what car that is. What car? Someone asked in confusion. I just saw this car online a few days ago. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Bugatti Voice of Night, a limited edition sports car from Bugatti, and it's the only one in the whole world. According to online prices, it should cost around 120 million. Hiss. As the person finished speaking, the whole crowd gasped in shock. How much? 120 million? Are you kidding? What kind of car is this, made of gold? Just as everyone was stunned, Lin Feng walked out from the school gate. The incident of Lin Feng arriving by helicopter hadn't faded away yet. There were still many people in the crowd who had seen it with their own eyes. Seeing Lin Feng walking over, everyone's eyes turned to him. Lin Feng looked calm and walked step by step toward the Bugatti Voice of Night. Before arriving, Zhang Ling had already looked at Lin Feng's information, so he naturally recognized him. Seeing Lin Feng walking over, Zhang Ling quickly carried the briefcase and greeted him. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Ling, the manager of Gloria's 4S store. I've brought your car. These are the car's documents. Please take a look. If there's no problem, you can sign. Lin Feng nodded slightly and took the car documents to check them. He just signed his name. After seeing the signature, Zhang Ling respectfully said, Mr. Lin, our Huiguang 4S store is the agent for Bugatti. If you have any issues with your beloved car in the future, you can contact our 4S store, and we will provide free maintenance and repairs for you. Since you are a VIP customer of Bugatti and have purchased the only limited edition sports car from Bugatti, you are entitled to lifelong free maintenance. This is your VIP membership card, Mr. Lin. With this card, you can enjoy VIP treatment at Bugatti stores around the world in the future. Lin Feng collected all the items into his briefcase and nodded, saying, Alright, thank you, Manager Zhang. You are too polite, Mr. Lin. This is my business card. If you have any car purchasing needs in the future, you can call me. I'm available 24 hours a day to serve you. After everything was settled, Zhang Ling directly left with his team in the car. At this moment, the onlookers finally figured out what had happened. This amazing sports car actually belongs to Lin Feng. This new student is too impressive. On the very first day of school, he caused such a huge stir. He will definitely make it to the financial university's top list. Soon, the news of Lin Feng's actions was posted on the campus forum. As soon as the post about Lin Feng went up, it was instantly pinned to the top, and he jumped straight to the #1 spot on the financial university's top list. If it was just arriving by helicopter, maybe it wouldn't have had this effect. It might have made it onto the top list, but definitely not to the first position. But this 120 million yuan luxury car definitely pushed him to the top spot on the top list. You have to know, this sports car worth over 100 million yuan is not something just anyone can afford. It's not just about having money, you also need to have enough status and background. The world is not lacking in rich people. Maybe an extra 100 million in cash is not too much, but ordinary rich people can't come up with that amount. But those who can come up with such a sum are many, yet those who can afford to buy this car may not necessarily have the qualifications to do so. The process of buying this car is extremely complicated, especially since it is a globally limited edition, and many big shots have their eyes on it. Being able to stand out among those big shots and buy this car means that your own strength must be terrifying. Who exactly is this Lin Feng? Could he be the third generation rich from the capital? Who knows? But let's not talk about it, or we might get ourselves into trouble. People like him are not someone we can discuss. Arriving at the car, Lin Feng directly got in. Ding, Bugatti Black Knight sound car check-in successful, reward, top-level driving skills. With the sound of the system, Lin Feng instantly felt like he had mastered many driving skills. After some skilled operation, the Bugatti Black Knight sound roared to life and drove into the campus. The campus had special parking spaces, and following the security's guidance, Lin Feng drove to the parking lot. At this time, the parking lot was full of luxury cars. As a top-tier 211 university, Financial University of Magic City had many rich people. So, people coming here were driving impressive cars as well. But no matter how impressive those luxury cars were, compared to Lin Feng's 100 million plus luxury car, they all paled in comparison. Many people who hadn't left the parking lot yet, seeing Lin Feng's cool sports car, couldn't help but cast envious glances. At this moment, a girl who had just gotten out of a Panamera, seeing Lin Feng's car, was instantly surprised, quickly taking out her phone and secretly snapping a photo to send to her older sister's chat. Within a few seconds, a message came back from the other side. Where did you see this? The girl replied, in our school's parking lot. Sis, is this the Bugatti Black Knight sound that you've always wanted but couldn't get? The person across said, yes, this car is exactly the one I've always wanted. You go right now, immediately, and get me the owner's contact info. Our club urgently needs this kind of car to save face. Sis, is this really okay? Didn't you say girls should be reserved? If I go up to a guy like this, it feels like I'm going against what you taught me, the girl said shyly. Shut up, stop with the nonsense, hurry up and go ask for the contact info. Alright then. Seeing her big sister really angry, the girl quickly closed her phone and walked toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just gotten out of the car and casually pressed the key to lock it, ready to head back to the dormitory. Just as he turned around, he saw a beautiful girl in white shoes, white socks, and a little white dress standing in front of him. Seeing this girl, Lin Feng's heart was suddenly shaken hard. This girl, she looked exactly like the white moonlight kind of girl from a dream. Maybe this is the kind of white moonlight heroine often described in novels? The girl smiled gently at Lin Feng, two cute dimples appearing on her cheeks, then stretched out her delicate hand and said, "Hi handsome, my name is Gubaiwa, can I get to know you?" Chapter 6, The Top Luxury Mansion in the Magic Capital. At this moment, there were naturally other people in the parking lot. When they saw the girl walking toward Lin Feng, they all stood frozen like they were struck by lightning. Lin Feng might not know who this girl was, but they did. She was Gubaiwa, the Moonlight Goddess, one of the 4 campus belles of the University of Finance and Economics. Gubaiwa was born with a face like white moonlight. Anyone who saw her would, at first glance, take her as their own white moonlight and fall into her charm, unable to escape, becoming her loyal admirer. But Gubaiwa was not just a pretty face, she was also a little witch. She was the little princess of the Gu family, one of the 4 great families in the magic capital. Her family assets were in the hundreds of billions, and it said they were close to breaking the trillion mark, a real top-class rich beauty. Even though many people were crazy about Gubaiwa, no one dared to do anything inappropriate. Because that would be no different from asking for death. As one of the 4 great families of the magic capital, a family with 100 years of history, they were not only rich, but also ruthless. On the surface, the Gu family did serious and legal business, but behind the scenes, they had strong ties in both the legal and underground worlds. There was once a blind man who tried to do something dirty to Gubaiwa, but right after leaving campus, he had his legs broken. Even the family behind him was destroyed by the Gu family, ending up bankrupt and homeless, forced to beg on the streets. Since that incident, no one dared to mess with Gubaiwa again. They could chase her, but no dirty tricks were allowed. Looking at Gubaiwa's outstretched hand, Lin Feng smiled and shook her hand. "Hello, my name is Lin Feng." After they got to know each other, Gubaiwa looked toward the Bugatti La Voiture Noire next to Lin Feng. "Is this your car?" Lin Feng nodded. "If it's not mine, then whose else could it be?" "This is the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, right? The one online people say is worth 1.2 billion? Gubaiwa continued asking. "I guess so," Lin Feng said with a light smile. "Then can I add your contact info? My sister started a luxury car club. Recently, there's a luxury car event in the magic capital where clubs need to show off their cars. My sister cares a lot about face and doesn't want to lose to others, so she wants to borrow your car to help out." Gubaiwa didn't hide her reason and said it directly. "I see, that's fine, but what do I get out of it? You want something in return?" Gubaiwa was stunned for a moment. She had never thought someone would talk terms with her. In the past, everyone who saw her would. They would all agree without hesitation, no one had ever tried to bargain with him. Ding, check in at the University of Finance parking lot successful, reward, Tango Palace No. 1 villa, worth 1 billion. Just as Lin Feng was talking to Gubaiwa, the system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. This reward made him even more excited than when he got the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. He had of course heard about Tango Palace, it was the top mansion area in the Magic City. Places like Thompson Riviera and Gubei No. 1 were nothing compared to Tango Palace. Although Tango Palace wasn't a new development, only powerful people could live there. Even if your environment was better than Tango Palace, or your housing price higher, as long as one of the big shots in Tango Palace said something, your price would immediately drop. This was the gold value of Tango Palace in the Magic City. Yeah, if you don't give me any benefits, why would I bother wasting effort on something that doesn't help me? Your sister's club isn't mine, why should I spend time attending? Gubaiwa thought for a moment. Alright, how about this, let's exchange contacts first, when I go back, I'll talk to my sister and see what kind of benefit we can offer you. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng and Gubaiwa added each other on WeChat, then the two went their separate ways. After leaving, Gubaiwa looked at Lin Feng's back and showed a thoughtful expression. This was the first time she had met a man who didn't care about her looks. If it were anyone else, they would probably die of excitement if she offered her contact information. But Lin Feng was an exception. Interesting. After murmuring softly, Gubaiwa turned and left. On the other side, as soon as Lin Feng returned to the dorm, he saw Gao Yuan and the other two staring straight at him. Lin Feng instinctively wiped his face. After confirming nothing was on it, he asked in confusion, "What are you guys doing? Why are you staring at me like that?" Gao Yuan suddenly jumped up from his chair and walked around Lin Feng in a circle. "Boss, do you know? You've become the number 1 person on our University of Finance's influential rankings. TSK, arriving by helicopter,
buying a 120 million luxury car, that's crazy impressive.
After hearing Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng finally understood why these three roommates were looking at him that way.
Lin Feng sat down in front of his chair and asked in confusion, what influential rankings? Gao Yuan quickly walked over with his phone and opened the internal forum of the University of Finance. Boss, look for yourself. At that moment, the top pinned post had a photo. It was the one of him and Zhang Ling handling the handover for the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. There were already over 1,000 comments below the post. Some were surprised comments from the scene, others were full of suspicion and jealousy. Then Gao Yuan opened another post that recorded the University of Finance's influential rankings. This post recorded all the influential people at the University of Finance. And number 1 was Lin Feng. Second place was someone named Lu He. This Lu He was the president of the student council and drove a Lamborghini Veneno worth over 40 million. It was said that he came from the prestigious Lu family of the Magic City. His girlfriend was Xiao Weiwei, who was on par with Jiang Yan, both being just below the 4 campus beauties. However, Xiao Weiwei and Jiang Yan had different styles. Jiang Yan was the type of woman who was seductive to the bone. Xiao Weiwei was the pure goddess type. Lu He had top background and top girlfriend, so he could be number 1 on the influential rankings. But after Lin Feng appeared, Lu He was pushed to second place. While the 4 roommates were looking at the post, a new one appeared on the forum. Shocking, one of the 4 campus beauties, Gu Baiwe, confessed to Lin Feng? This post was like a bomb thrown into the forum. In an instant, it had over 1,000 comments. The number of comments is still rapidly increasing. At the same time, Lin Feng's phone kept buzzing with message notifications. He opened it and saw the first message was from Jiang Yan. Did Gu Baiwe really confess to you? The second one was from Gu Baiwe. Lin Feng, what's going on with the post on the forum? It wasn't you who posted it, right? I'm telling you, Lin Feng, if it was you, delete the post immediately, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. Chapter 7, The Shock at Tangong. Gu Baiwei and Jiang Yan's WeChat names were very interesting. Jiang Yan's WeChat name was the most beautiful woman in Big Cheese Town. And Gu Baiwei's WeChat name was the Disney Princess on the Run. After reading the messages from Jiang Yan and Gu Baiwei, Lin Feng first replied to Jiang Yan, it's not true, I didn't know Gu Baiwei before. Jiang Yan replied, okay, as long as it's not true. I've finished handling your documents, I'll bring them to you shortly, just come downstairs to pick them up. After finishing talking with Jiang Yan, Lin Feng looked at the message from Gu Baiwei and replied without the same politeness as with Jiang Yan. First of all, I definitely didn't post that message. Forget about whether it's true or not, even if it were, I wouldn't do such a silly thing. Maybe others treat you as a goddess and would try everything to pursue you, but I don't feel anything for you. After replying to this self-important woman, Lin Feng didn't bother to respond further. After turning off his phone, Lin Feng stood up from his chair and said to Gao Yuan and the others, I'm stepping out for a bit, we'll have dinner tonight. After saying that, Lin Feng left the dormitory. Downstairs at the dormitory, Jiang Yan had already been waiting. Although Jiang Yan had always been overshadowed by the 4 most popular campus beauties, to Lin Feng, Jiang Yan's beauty was definitely not any weaker than theirs. Although he hadn't seen all of the 4 beauties, he had seen one of them, Gu Baiwei. In terms of looks, Jiang Yan wasn't any worse. He saw Jiang Yan standing there with a charming smile, holding 2 documents in her hands. One was Lin Feng's student ID, and the other was his campus card. Upon seeing Lin Feng walk out, Jiang Yan smiled and handed the 2 documents to him. Lin Feng, here are your documents. After receiving the documents, Lin Feng said, thank you, senior. No need to be so polite. Helping freshmen is what I should do. Thinking about how Jiang Yan had been helping him since he entered the school, Lin Feng slowly said, senior, do you have time tonight? How about we have dinner together as a way to thank you for all your help? Upon hearing Lin Feng's invitation, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate at all and nodded, saying, sure. Alright, senior, it's settled then, I'll contact you later. Okay, I'll wait for your message, junior. After that, the 2 of them turned around and left. As the vice president of the student union and the person in charge of the freshman reception work, Jiang Yan was still very busy today. So she didn't talk much with Lin Feng. After parting ways with Jiang Yan, Lin Feng went straight to the parking lot. Since he had just checked in at Tangong No. 1 Villa, he needed to go there to take charge. When he arrived at the parking lot, he started the car and drove toward Tangong. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Gu Baiwei looked at the message Lin Feng had sent her, her face turning pale with anger. She never expected Lin Feng would dare to speak to her like that. She had always been the center of attention since she was young, never had anyone dared to speak to her this way. Gritting her teeth, Gu Baiwei muttered, good for you, Lin Feng. You just wait. I won't let this go. Sooner or later, I'll make you regret crossing me. On the other hand, Lin Feng had no idea that Gu Baiwei had already started resenting him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care.
That's just how his personality was. If others treated him well, he is also kind to others, but if someone dares to provoke him, he won't indulge them. Moreover, now that he possesses a system, he doesn't need to care about other people's thoughts.
If you respect me an inch, I'll respect you a mile.
But if you take advantage of me, I'll slap you. At this moment, in the Tangwang Villa Property Company,
a beautiful woman in an office outfit was holding a meeting. The large conference room was filled with the management personnel of Tangwang Property Company. The beautiful woman said, "I called everyone here today because there's something I need to instruct you on. I just received the news that Tangwang Villa number 1 has been sold." When these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room was shocked. You see, since the opening, Tangwang Villa number 1 has never been sold.
It wasn't because no one wanted to buy it, but because no one had the capability. To purchase a Tangwang Villa, passing the asset verification is only the first step. Even if your financial strength is sufficient, it doesn't mean they will sell it to you. The key is that your background must match the status of Tangwang Villa. The minimum verification is based on billions. After all, each villa in Tangwang starts at over 500 million. Especially Villa number 1, the Villa King, which costs as high as 1 billion. Even with a $100 billion fortune, taking out 10 billion at once to buy it would be extremely difficult. Having a $100 billion fortune doesn't mean you can just take out 10 billion in cash.
And now, Villa number 1 has been sold.
Based on the conditions of purchasing a Tangwang Villa, the owner must be extraordinary, definitely a big shot.
Alright, everyone, please calm down.
I didn't call you here to shock you. I need you to take care of the reception work. I'll contact the owner later to find out when they'll arrive so we can prepare for the reception. After the meeting, the property company staff quickly got busy. They also followed Chen Xingya's instructions to prepare the most valuable gifts. Every owner moving into a Tangwang Villa receives a carefully prepared gift from the property company. Sitting in her office, Chen Xingya picked up the phone and dialed the number of Lin Feng, which was recorded in the information sent by Tangwang Real Estate Company. The phone rang for only a short while before someone picked it up. Lin Feng, who was driving, answered the unfamiliar call on his phone.
"Hello, who is this?"
Lin Feng asked after picking up the call.
"Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Feng?" Chen Xingya's pleasant voice came from the phone. "Yes, I am Lin Feng. Who are you?" Lin Feng replied. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Chen Xingya, the general manager of Tangwang Property Company. I just received the news that you have purchased our villa number 1, and I'm calling to ask when you plan to come by."
Lin Feng slowly said, "I'm already on my way to Tangwang, should be there in about half an hour." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll wait for you at the entrance of Tangwang Community."
After their conversation, they both hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived in front of the Tangwang Community entrance in his car.
At this point, Chen Xingya, along with the management staff from the property company, were already waiting there. When they saw Lin Feng's car, all the property company staff straightened up, puffed out their chests, and showed their best appearance.
As soon as the car stopped, Chen Xingya stepped forward.
She looked at the young Lin Feng sitting in the driver's seat. Chen Xingya was slightly surprised in her heart. She didn't expect the owner of Villa number 1 to be so young.
He looked like someone who just started university, right?
To be able to buy Villa number 1 at such a young age, his background must be as big as the sky.
Then Chen Xingya's attitude became even more respectful. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Chen Xingya, the general manager of the property company. I just spoke to you on the phone."
Looking at Chen Xingya in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod slightly.
Chen Xingya looked quite good, definitely scoring a 90 in appearance.
She exuded a mature, charming aura, especially with her OL business suit, which highlighted her older sister vibes to perfection. Lin Feng nodded. "Hello, General Manager Chen."
"Mr. Lin, let me take you inside now. Please follow me."
After speaking, Chen Xingya turned and got into a luxury Alfred business car, heading towards the interior of the Tan Palace. As Lin Feng's car followed into the neighborhood, the property management staff waiting at the entrance all said in unison, "Welcome home, homeowner." After speaking, they each got into their cars and followed behind Lin Feng's vehicle. Soon, under Chen Xingya's guidance, they arrived in front of Villa number 1, which was located in the best spot in Tan Palace.
Tan Palace Villa could no longer be called a villa, it should be called an estate.
Covering a total area of 3,000 square meters, the grounds inside the villa were very large. There were plenty of green lawns, artificial rockeries, ponds, outdoor swimming pools, and more.
There were also pavilions for enjoying the scenery and drinking tea. It could be said that anyone living here would definitely have a very pleasant mood.
After introducing everything inside the villa, Chen Xingya clapped her hands. Soon, several property staff members came over carrying items. First, there were 10 goldfish worth a total of 2 million. Each goldfish was worth 200,000, not more, not less, exactly 10. After receiving Lin Feng's approval, the two property staff members placed the goldfish in the pond. Mr. Lin, if you don't have time to feed these fish, you can inform our property staff, and we will send professionals to take care of them for you. Lin Feng nodded, alright, I'll contact you if needed. Thinking that these fish were the only gifts from the property company, Lin Feng was surprised when Chen Xingya had more gifts delivered. This was a huge potted plant, and according to Chen Xingya's introduction, it was carefully cultivated by a master, worth 3 million. After presenting this gift, Chen Xingya personally placed it in the best position according to the master's feng shui arrangement. The last gift was a keychain worth several 100,000. Compared to the first two gifts, this keychain didn't seem much. But for Lin Feng, it wasn't anything significant. For an ordinary person, though, this keychain worth several 100,000 would definitely be a great gift. After giving these three gifts, Chen Xingya handed over her business card. Mr. Lin, here is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can call me. Our property company's goal is to serve the homeowners well. My phone is available 24/7, so feel free to call me anytime. Okay, thank you, General Manager Chen. Lin Feng smiled as he took the business card. You're too kind, Mr. Lin. This is part of our property company's duty. Please rest, Mr. Lin. We won't disturb you any longer. After sending off Chen Xingya and the others, Lin Feng began to admire his mansion. He had already gotten a good sense of the outside of the villa, so he stepped inside. As soon as he entered the villa, he was stunned by the luxurious decoration inside. The 18 villas in Tan Palace each had their own unique style. The living room, with its 10-meter-high ceiling, was decorated with the world's top brand materials. The furniture, such as sofas and beds, were all custom-made by top-tier brands. For example, a Hermes sofa worth over 10 million. Millions of Bulgari beds. Not to mention the furniture, just the decoration alone would cost at least 200 or 300 million. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 underground. It has a variety of entertainment facilities. There is a private family cinema, private KTV, gym, and so on. The main building of the villa is about over 1,000 square meters. Living here is almost like living in a palace. Just as Lin Feng was admiring his luxurious house, a notification sound rang in his mind from the system. Ding, Tan Palace Villa check-in successful. This time's reward is the Shield Security Company. Ha? Shield Security Company? Lin Feng was shocked. Just hearing the name of the Shield Security Company, it sounded extraordinary, especially the word security made him feel like he had guessed something. He immediately took out his phone and searched for information about the Shield Security Company. After reading the information, Lin Feng confirmed his guess. The Shield Security Company is the largest security company in Asia, and its security personnel are all well-trained elites. Although the fees are high, the security services are indeed worth the price. The Shield Security Company has branches in China, and many large banquet security work is handled by them. However, the Shield Security Company is not listed, so it's hard to say what its exact market value is. But it's normal that the Shield Security Company isn't listed. After all, unlike other companies that need financing, the Shield Security Company's annual income is more than enough to cover staff expenses and other issues, even leaving a large profit, and it doesn't need capital to intervene. Any company that allows capital entry may have its nature changed. After understanding the Shield Security Company, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention anymore, as long as he knew that the company would be his in the future. After taking another tour around the villa, Lin Feng realized there were few daily necessities, so he left the villa, started the car, and prepared to buy some daily items. Just as he arrived at the villa gate, he saw Chen Xingya walking out from the property management office. And Chen Xingya also saw Lin Feng driving towards her. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. Are you going out for something? Lin Feng nodded, yes, I'm going to buy some daily necessities. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was going to buy daily necessities, Chen Xingya thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, let me go with you. I can also recommend some things for you. Sure, then I'll trouble you, Director Chen. Chen Xingya smiled slightly, Director Chen, you're too polite. It was already noon, the time for getting off work, otherwise, they wouldn't have met so coincidentally. Chen Xingya was leaving the company, actually to go home. But after hearing that Lin Feng was going to buy something, with the intention of building a good relationship with him, she directly cancelled her break. Chapter 9 City Supermarket. Mr. Lin, what daily necessities do you need? I can recommend some for you. After getting into the car, Chen Xingya spoke. No need for recommendations, just take me to the best supermarket in Magic City. Lin Feng said while driving. The best supermarket? That should be the City Supermarket. Chen Xingya thought for a moment, then slowly said. Okay, let's go there then. After setting the navigation in the car, Lin Feng drove straight to it. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Xingya didn't say much about the City Supermarket. Although this supermarket has expensive items and only people with $1 million annual salary would shop there. But she knew that with Lin Feng's strength, he could probably empty the entire city supermarket. So, she didn't bother to mention such things. In fact, anything she said could possibly upset Lin Feng. She might give the impression that she thought Lin Feng couldn't afford it. Then Chen Xingya started to observe Lin Feng's car. Earlier, she hadn't really paid attention to this car, but now. But after carefully observing, a hint of shock rose in his heart. Mr. Lin, this car isn't the legendary Bugatti Black Knight, is it? Hearing Chen Xingya's question, Lin Feng calmly nodded his head. Yes, it is the Bugatti Black Knight. Upon hearing Lin Feng's calm answer, Chen Xingya was even more shocked by his strength. This car is the only one in the world, and it costs as much as 120 million. Thinking of this, Chen Xingya felt even more satisfied with her decision to build a good relationship with Lin Feng. Being able to afford such a limited edition car that only exists in the world, Lin Feng's power was now clear to her. Soon, amidst Chen Xingya's shock, the two of them arrived at the city supermarket. After parking the car, the two walked into the supermarket together. City supermarket, although claimed to be the most expensive supermarket in the Magic City, a place ordinary people dare not spend in, still had a fair number of customers. After all, in a place like Magic City, the last thing it lacks is wealthy people. Once they entered the supermarket, the two headed straight for the living area. Lin Feng casually glanced at the items on the shelves and nodded slightly. No wonder this is the most expensive supermarket in Magic City. There was not a single cheap item on the shelves. Even a bottle of vinegar was priced at 4,000. Ordinary people indeed couldn't afford to shop here. But money was nothing to Lin Feng now, it was just a number. Although his bank account now had less than $1 billion, with his system, making money was easy for him. Perhaps in no time, he would become the richest person in the world. Not looking at the prices, as long as it was something he needed, he would just toss it into the shopping cart. When they reached the liquor area, Lin Feng directly called over a stock clerk and asked them to bring 1 bottle of each type of liquor. Hearing this, the stock clerk was startled. Every bottle of liquor in this area was expensive, with the cheapest ones priced above 5 figures. Buying all these 100 or so bottles would start at tens of millions. Sir, do you really want to buy a bottle of every type of liquor? The stock clerk, fearing he might have misheard, asked again in disbelief. Lin Feng nodded, yes, that's right. After receiving Lin Feng's confirmation, the stock clerk quickly said, okay, sir, I'll get your order ready right now. After speaking, the stock clerk hurriedly ran to inform the manager. Upon hearing that a big customer had come, the manager didn't dare to be careless and began preparing things. After buying everything he needed, Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart and brought Chen Xingya to the checkout counter. At this moment, the manager was already waiting at the checkout. Seeing Lin Feng, the stock clerk who had first received him quickly said, Manager, this is the gentleman who purchased the liquor. The manager straightened his outfit and quickly walked up. Good day, sir. I am the manager of City Supermarket. I heard you purchased our liquor, and I have already prepared everything for you. Would you like to take it with you, or should we send it to you? Lin Feng said, send it to me, my car can't fit so many things. Alright, sir, please provide me with the delivery address, and I will have someone send it to you. After giving the manager the address of his Tangong No. 1 villa, the manager immediately dismissed all his doubts. He was really worried that Lin Feng was a fraud, because nowadays, scams were everywhere and hard to defend against. But now that he heard Lin Feng was the owner of the Tangong No. 1 villa, the manager no longer had any doubts. Everyone in Magic City knew the prestige of Tangong No. 1 villa. People with some power in Magic City would all know the value of this place. Such a big shot would definitely not be a fraud. Although the payment here was upfront before delivery, the manager had no doubts at all. It was absolutely impossible for a scammer to fool him. But he was afraid this person might be here to launder money. What if he paid the bill here, and then the police froze the money over there, then he would be crying with no tears left. These bottles of wine were worth tens of millions, if something happened, he couldn't afford the loss. Very soon, Lin Feng finished settling the bill. He spent a total of 13,250,000. After leaving the supermarket, Lin Feng placed the items in the front trunk. Luckily, there weren't too many things, or else the front trunk of his sports car really wouldn't have fit them. The front trunk of a sports car was very small, even a slightly larger suitcase couldn't go in. After getting in the car, Lin Feng asked, President Chen, where are you going now? I've troubled you all afternoon, how about I treat you to a meal? Chen Xingya thought for a moment and said, then thank you, Mr. Lin. My lunch break is almost over, and I still have to go to work in the afternoon. Let's just grab a quick bite. If it were someone else, Chen Xingya wouldn't have given this kind of face, and as a reserved woman, she wouldn't have agreed so easily. But Lin Feng was different. She wanted to build a good relationship with him. Since Lin Feng had offered to treat her to a meal, how could she miss this chance to grow closer? It hadn't been easy for her to reach this point.
She didn't come from a good background.
Even though she had become the general manager of Tangong Property Company, she didn't want to stop here. If she had the chance, she still wanted to climb higher.
People move upward, water flows downward. Especially a strong woman like Chen Xingya, still young, how could she be satisfied with the present?
Although being the general manager of Tangong's property company already made her an upper-class figure in all of Modu. If she didn't make good use of this quality resource called Tangong, she would never have made it to where she was now. Then Chen Xingya thought for a bit and said, "How about this, Mr. Lin? Eating out might not be healthy, why don't I show you a bit of my cooking skills?"
You know how to cook?
Lin Feng asked in surprise.
Chen Xingya nodded, a little.
In the early years when I first came to Modu, I used to cook all my meals myself.
Alright, sounds great. I actually prefer eating at home. Chapter 10, The Gentle and Capable Chen Xingya.
Very soon, the two of them drove back to the villa.
Just after returning, Chen Xingya took off her coat, put on an apron, and went to the kitchen.
First, she carefully cleaned her hands, then began to prepare the ingredients.
Standing at the kitchen door, Lin Feng watched Chen Xingya's knife skills and couldn't help but secretly nod his head.
It looked like this woman really could cook just by her knife skills alone. She was above ordinary people. But what drew Lin Feng's attention the most was Chen Xingya's perfect figure. A professional outfit, long straight legs wrapped in stockings. The white shirt on her upper body was pushed up high by her proud chest. After watching for a while, Lin Feng quickly turned and walked away. He was afraid that if he kept watching, he might lose control and do something irrational. Chen Xingya was definitely an outstanding woman, whether in looks or figure, she was flawless. Though in terms of beauty she might not surpass Jian Yan or Gu Baiwa, the mature charm that radiated from her body wasn't something those two young girls could compare to. Before long, a delicious aroma came from the kitchen that made people's appetites rise. In less than an hour, 8 dishes were laid out on the table. Seeing the rich meal, Lin Feng said, "President Chen's cooking is really something, just looking at it makes me feel so hungry. If I could eat this every day, how amazing would that be?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Xingya smiled slightly. "If Mr. Lin wants, I can come cook for you every day after work."
"That would be too much trouble for you, President Chen, I'd feel bad,"
Lin Feng said, feeling a little embarrassed.
"It's no trouble. I cook for myself every day anyway. If I cook for Mr. Lin, I could even save some living expenses." Chen Xingya spoke while untying her apron. "Since President Chen said that, I won't hold back.
If I ever want to taste your cooking again, I'll just give you a call," Lin Feng said half-jokingly.
"Always welcome." Chen Xingya also smiled gently and said, "Alright, President Chen, let's not just stare. Let's eat. Want some wine?"
After they sat down, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask.
Chen Xingya nodded, "I'm fine.
I just need to go to the office this afternoon, no need to go out."
"Mr. Lin, are you free this afternoon? If I have something to do, I won't be able to drive after drinking." "No problem. If I do have something, I just won't drive."
Then the two opened a bottle of mutai, poured a glass each, and started eating. During the meal, Lin Feng and Chen Xingya started chatting casually. It could be said that Lin Feng got to know Chen Xingya a bit more. Chen Xingya came from an ordinary family and had a younger brother who was in college.
Her family was from a rural area in Gansu province.
Her family valued boys over girls. When she was in school, Chen Xingya had excellent grades, but because of her poor family background, and needing to support her brother's education, she dropped out early and came alone to Shanghai to try her luck. As for Chen Xingya herself, she was a person with great ability. At the beginning, she sold alcohol. Relying on her natural talent, she carved out a wide road just by drinking. In less than a year, she became the top salesperson of the liquor company. After earning her first pot of gold, she quit the company and started her own business with the money she earned. First she became an alcohol distributor, and as her business grew, she started to touch some people's interests. After all, the high-profit alcohol industry wasn't something someone with no background could handle. After being warned by the big players who monopolized the alcohol market, Chen Xingya transferred her distribution rights. Then she joined a property management company as a clerk. After gradually understanding the property business, she jumped in fully, first contracting small property firms, then step by step rose to her current position, becoming the general manager of Tangong Property Company.
Chen Xingya's story could be called legendary.
A woman, with no one to rely on, reached her current height through her own efforts, many men couldn't compare. Of course, on her road to success, she did have help from important people.
And her biggest benefactor was the current owner of Tangong Property Company.
It's said that this owner controls 70% of Shanghai's property market.
Many high-end neighborhoods' property managements were contracted by Chen Xingya's boss. Really impressive. I admire you.
After hearing Chen Xingye talk about her past, Lin Feng showed his admiration.
Chen Xingye shook her head. My little achievements can't compare with you, Mr. Lin. What I have now isn't even 1/10 of the value of your house, Mr. Lin. Ha, President Chen, don't belittle yourself. I didn't get this house on my own.
If we switched places, I believe I wouldn't reach where you are today. Lin Feng laughed and shook his head as he spoke. At this moment, Chen Xingye became even more certain about her guess about Lin Feng.
This Lin Feng definitely had an extraordinary background.
He admitted himself that he didn't buy the Tangong No. 1 villa with his own ability.
That meant his family helped him.
You have to know, the other owners here all had assets over tens of billions or held great power, and they were all middle-aged or older. But Lin Feng was only 18. Just entered college, and his family already bought him this mansion. His background definitely surpassed the other owners.
Over 10 billion? Or the peak of power? Chen Xingye couldn't be sure of these two, but anyway, Lin Feng's family was surely top tier.
She felt even more convinced that her decision to befriend Lin Feng was a wise one. If she could get his help in the future, perhaps her status could rise a level. After several rounds of drinks and tasting all the dishes, neither of them knew how much they had consumed. Anyway, Chen Xingye, who was usually immune to alcohol, had already drunk too much, and even her speech was starting to slur. On the other hand, Lin Feng seemed unaffected. It wasn't that he could drink more, but rather the abilities his enhanced body granted him. If it were before, he would have been knocked out by less than 2 bottles of alcohol. But now, with his enhanced body, drinking alcohol was almost like drinking water. His ability to metabolize alcohol had reached a superhuman level. To put it simply, even if he kept drinking until he died, it might not be enough to get him drunk. This was the benefit of body enhancement. It not only increased his strength and perception but also greatly boosted his resistance. Sometimes, he even wondered if he could drink a bottle of poison to see if it could kill him. Of course, this thought was just for his own amusement. He would never actually drink it. Even an old man who drank arsenic would die, so he didn't feel his life was that long. Now that he had the system, he wanted to enjoy life more.
Mr. Lin, I think I've drunk too much.
In her last moments of clarity, Chen Xingye managed to speak these words. After speaking, she collapsed onto the table, unconscious.
Chapter 11, Chen Xingye's family call. Miss Chen, are you alright?
Seeing Chen Xingye suddenly collapse on the table, motionless, Lin Feng was afraid he might have overdone it with the alcohol and quickly asked. He reached out and gently pushed her. Chen Xingye subconsciously shook her head and made an indistinct sound.
Seeing that Chen Xingye still had some reaction, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
If something were to happen to her, he would really feel guilty. He then stood up, carefully picked her up in a princess carry, and walked towards the bedroom. He wasn't planning to do anything, he just wanted her to rest properly.
As for going to work in the afternoon, forget it. With her in this condition, who would go to work?
After placing her on the bed, Lin Feng turned and left, gently closing the door behind her. As soon as he sat down on the couch in the living room, he heard a phone ringing. He took out his phone, saw it wasn't his, and followed the sound to the dining table.
It was Chen Xingye's phone ringing.
When he saw that the caller ID displayed her father's name, Lin Feng worried that something might have happened at her home and picked up the call.
Hello?
As soon as the call was connected, Lin Feng's voice came through, and the person on the other end was clearly taken aback.
Hello, did I dial the wrong number? Isn't this Xingye's phone?
A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone.
Lin Feng replied,
No, you didn't dial wrong.
This is Ms. Chen's phone.
She's drunk, and I was worried she might have something important, so I answered the call for her.
Oh, who are you? The middle-aged man asked again. I'm the owner of Ms. Chen's business. Uncle, if there's something you need, just tell me.
When Ms. Chen wakes up, I'll pass the message on to her. Lin Feng said while holding the phone.
Oh, well, it's nothing serious.
It's just that her brother started school today, but the tuition fees aren't enough. I was wondering if Xingye has some money to pay for her brother's tuition.
Is this something urgent?
Lin Feng casually asked.
A bit urgent.
The tuition has to be paid today.
If it's delayed, I'm afraid it will affect her brother's education, the middle-aged man said, sounding somewhat embarrassed. All right, how much tuition are you short?
50,000.
50,000? All right, I'll transfer it to you right away. Please send me your bank account number.
Lin Feng said. After the call was hung up, Chen's father directly sent over the card number. Luckily, Chen Xingye's information was not set to private, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unlock it and see the card number. He picked up his phone, and according to the card number sent by Chen Xingye's father, he directly transferred 50,000 over. On the other side, in a building in a small county town in Gan province, a middle-aged man over 50, seeing the 50,000 received in his bank account, couldn't help but smile with joy.
Wife, the money has arrived.
Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the woman sitting beside him exclaimed in surprise, "Why is Chen Xingya so straightforward this time?" In the past, it was quite difficult to ask her for money, but this time it was pretty quick.
The middle-aged man responded, "This money might not necessarily be transferred by Chen Xingya. When I called before, a man answered, saying he was Chen Xingya's owner. He said Chen Xingya was drunk, and then I told him about Yaowen's tuition.
The card number was just sent over, and they transferred it right away.
It's likely that the owner sent it to us."
Wife, I suspect our daughter has hooked up with a rich guy. Just think about it, in a place like Magic City, our daughter is working as a property manager in a high-end community, coming into contact with wealthy owners. If our daughter found a rich person, wouldn't we also have a good life?
Hearing Chen's father's words, Chen's mother's eyes lit up.
Husband, you are right, this is indeed very possible. This dead girl actually found a rich person. If they get married, if they don't give us 500,000 in bride price, I absolutely will not agree.
Chen's father sighed upon hearing this.
He was really fed up with this wife of his.
Initially, Chen Xingya dropped out of school because of his wife's preference for sons over daughters.
For so many years, whenever there was a financial issue at home, his wife would always ask him to get money from their daughter. But to maintain the family, he could only grit his teeth and comply.
Alright, let's set those matters aside for now.
Our daughter has finally found a boyfriend, let's let them take their time and not worry about it.
What's there to worry about?
I care about those matters.
Anyway, if she wants to get married, she must provide us with the bride price.
On the other side. After Lin Feng transferred the money to Chen Xingya's father, he sat there playing on his phone. To him, the 50,000 transferred to Chen Xingya's father was nothing at all. It was just a reward for Chen Xingya making him that meal. After playing on his phone for a while, Lin Feng received another call.
The caller was still from Chen Xingya's phone.
The screen showed a note saying boss. Lin Feng didn't care who it was and directly answered casually. Before Lin Feng could say anything, a cool woman's voice came from the other side.
Have the reception work for the owner of Villa Tangong No. 1 been done?
As soon as the call connected, the person on the other side spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng casually replied, "It's all set."
Whom?
The person on the other end was clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's voice, and soon the cool woman's voice rang out again.
Who are you? Where is Chen Xingya?
I am the owner of Villa Tangong No. 1 that you mentioned.
You are Chen's boss, right?
I am very satisfied with your company's reception work.
As for Chen, she drank too much and is resting now.
After listening to Lin Feng's words, the woman on the other side was silent for a while. After a moment, her voice finally came through.
Okay, then I would trouble Mr. Lin to take care of Chen.
When she wakes up, please have her return my call. After saying this, the call was hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Feng casually tossed it aside.
That afternoon, Lin Feng didn't know how many calls he helped Chen Xingya answer.
Basically, they were all calls from the property company, contacting Chen Xingya to report on work matters.
Soon, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Feng glanced at the time and stood up, heading to Chen Xingya's bedroom. As soon as he walked in, he was met with a sight that made him want to nosebleed. He saw that Chen Xingya had somehow already unbuttoned her shirt completely, revealing her underwear inside. Her whole body was in a very unseemly sleeping position. Suppressing his inner impulse, Lin Feng placed his phone on the bedside table next to Chen Xingya's bed, then took a good long look before reluctantly leaving the bedroom. He had promised Jiang Yan and his dorm roommates to have dinner together later, and it was time to head to school.
Chapter 12, The Shock of the Roommates.
After leaving the villa's entrance, Lin Feng still had the tantalizing scene in his mind.
Damn, am I less than a beast? Should I go back and do something?
Otherwise, if word gets out, I'll lose face.
Of course, this thought was just a passing idea, he wouldn't actually go back to do anything.
Although Chen Xingya was beautiful, he wasn't that much of a beast. In front of the gate outside the manor, people from the property management company were already waiting in a car. Before leaving the villa, Lin Feng had asked the property management company to send him to school. The car prepared for Lin Feng by the property management was a Toyota Alphard business vehicle, which was also known as the land's first-class cabin, perfect for reception.
Hello, Mr. Lin.
Now Lin Feng was registered with the property management company. Within the entire Tangong property company, no one did not know Lin Feng, the owner of Villa No. 1 in Tangong. The property company dared not forget him. The electric car door slowly opened, and Lin Feng got into the car. After Lin Feng said the destination, the property staff drove off promptly. At the school gate, Gao Yuan and others were already waiting there. Of course, the beautiful Jiang Yan was also among them.
Seeing that Jiang Yan would also be at dinner tonight, Gao Yuan and the others couldn't help but feel excited. Damn, the boss is amazing.
Just stirred up rumors with Gu Baiwei and now he's linked to the beautiful senior Jiang Yan.
My admiration for the boss is like the endless flow of rivers, Gao Yuan said, filled with envy.
Ding Xiaolo pushed up the large eyeglass frame on his nose without saying a word.
Instead, Sun Hao nodded in agreement, feeling the same way.
Third brother is right, the boss really is strong at chasing girls, just arriving at school and ambiguous with two beautiful women, making us admirers bow down in respect. Seeing the muscular Sun Hao even flattering others, Ding Xiaolo rubbed his forehead in disbelief, even shifting a bit to the side to hide that they knew each other.
While Gao Yuan and the others were chatting, a Toyota Alphard sedan stopped in front of them.
The car door opened, and Lin Feng's figure appeared before the four.
Sorry to keep you waiting, get in the car, we are heading to the restaurant now. Upon seeing Lin Feng in the Toyota Alphard, Gao Yuan and the others quickly got in. Of course, the three of them very sensibly gave the second row seat to Jiang Yan.
Sun Hao took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. Ding Xiaolo and Gao Yuan sat in the last row.
Boss, is this the car from your home? Gao Yuan, sitting in the car, asked curiously.
Lin Feng shook his head, no, it's the property management's car.
I had some drinks today and can't drive, so I asked the property management to take me.
But it's just right, my car can't fit all of us.
This business vehicle is perfect. The property's car?
Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gao Yuan was shocked. His family conditions were also good, living in a high-end community, but he had never heard of property management offering services to send owners anywhere.
Boss, what kind of community do you live in? Which community's property management offers this kind of service? Gao Yuan raised the question that was on everyone's mind.
Before Lin Feng could answer, the property staff member driving the car spoke up. Mr. Lin is the owner of Villa No. 1 in Tangong.
Our Tangong will definitely provide him with the highest standard of service. What? The owner of Villa No. 1 in Tangong?
The property staff's words left Gao Yuan and the others stunned in place.
They naturally knew what Tangong was. Even if they hadn't been there, they had learned something about it online.
This was a place where even the developers didn't have the right to live. Inside were 18 villas, with each representing a certain level of status. The villas ranked lower had owners with less prestigious identities.
If Lin Feng could live in Villa No. 1 in Tangong, didn't that mean that his status had reached the top?
They only knew that Lin Feng was very wealthy. After all, he could drive a car worth a small target. But they had never imagined that Lin Feng was so extravagant, living in Villa No. 1 in Tangong, a top luxury property symbolizing money and status. As for Gao Yuan and the others knowing his identity, Lin Feng didn't mind at all. Ever since he gained the system, he had never thought of being low-key. Except for the system, which he wouldn't expose, everything else could be revealed. Life is meant to be enjoyed to the fullest, hiding and keeping secrets has no meaning. Now that he had become a wealthy figure, why pretend to be low-key? As Lin Feng and his party were heading to the hotel. On the other side, in the general manager's office at the Shield Security Branch in Magic City. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and narrow eyes was reading the new boss's profile sent from headquarters.
After finishing the profile, the middle-aged man couldn't help but gasp. Especially about Lin Feng's age marked on the profile. The man was left speechless. Only 18 years old, and he had directly taken over the Shield Security Company completely. When he received the news, he also got orders from headquarters. The order was simple, to send someone to protect this new boss. The middle-aged man was named Zhang Jianjun, a top figure in the entire Magic City. As the general manager of the Shield Security Branch, he had dealt with countless wealthy individuals. With the reputation of the Shield Security Company, many rich people would show him great respect upon meeting him. Zhang Jian picked up the internal landline and directly called for his assistant. General Manager, you called for me. The assistant entered, speaking respectfully. Bring the 5 Elements team to me right away, Zhang Jian ordered. Yes, General Manager. The assistant did not hesitate for a second, responding immediately and hurriedly running out to carry out the order. Soon, a group of 5 people arrived in the office. The 5 were dressed differently, 4 men and 1 woman. The leading man was the captain of this security team, named Jin Bian. He was a retired warrior from a special forces unit in China. Since he had lived in the military and had no other means of earning a living, he joined Shield Security Company. The vice captain was a woman named Shui Rou. She was an intelligence expert, both in computer skills and reconnaissance, a top-tier existence. The other 3 included a young man called Mutu, a somewhat carefree person with yellow hair and earrings, who looked a bit effeminate. He was the team's knife expert. Another was named Huiyan, who reportedly had been a mercenary abroad and was highly capable. The last one was named Tu Shi, a muscular man who practiced the ancient martial art Bajiquan, making him the strongest fighter among the 5. After the 5 entered, General Manager Zhang Jian directly handed them a bank card. This card contains your funds, a total of 5 million. Your mission is to protect our company's boss. Remember, there must be no mistakes. If there's any mistake from the boss, I will hold you all accountable. Your salary is 1 million a year, and if you need to, you can get an advance from me. If everything is fine, your salary will be paid into your card at the end of the year. After finishing his words, Zhang Jian looked at the 5 from Jinbai. Do you have any questions? If not, you can go attend to your business. With such generous treatment, the 5 from Jinbai naturally had no issues. Only someone with a troubled mind would refuse this task. High salary, good treatment, and with so much funding, if we perform well, we might even gain the boss's favor. This task is simply full of benefits. Jinbai spoke up, Boss Shang, we have no problems. Zhang Jian nodded, good, if there are no issues, let's start. I will send the boss's information to your phones, and you can arrange the protection work for the boss yourself. After the 5 left Zhang Jian's office, Lin Feng's information had already arrived on their phones. After reading Lin Feng's information, the most lively among the 5 said, wow, the boss is only 18. At this age, TSK, he can be the boss of the Shield Security Company, his background must be incredible. The other 4 from Jinbai nodded in agreement, thinking that at such a young age to be the boss of a top security company, his background must indeed be extraordinary. Alright, what kind of person the boss is not something we can discuss. Let's focus on our job. Since we have taken the task, we must ensure the boss's safety. Then, the 5 quickly drafted a simple security plan and left the company to find Lin Feng. On the other side, Lin Feng brought Jiang Yan and a few others to the Peace Hotel. The name Peace Hotel is undoubtedly thunderous and famous. After all, a movie was made with the name Peace Hotel, which helped to enhance its reputation. Before that movie, only a few elites knew about the Peace Hotel, most of whom were locals of Modu. But after the film came out, many more people across Huashan knew about the Peace Hotel and recognized the high standards it held. The average consumption at the Peace Hotel is over 5 figures. According to those who have visited, a bowl of noodles there costs hundreds. The highest-end package even reached 880,000. People who come here to dine never spend less than 5 figures when checking out. As the group got out of the car and saw the Peace Hotel, they were all stunned. Boss, is it a bit too extravagant for us to eat here? We could find a random place and fill our stomachs. Lin Feng smiled lightly, of course we should eat the best. Come on, I'm taking you all for a feast. Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent attitude, Gao Yuan and others knew that with Lin Feng's financial capacity, he certainly wasn't bothered by this little amount of money, so they followed him in without further worry. As soon as they entered the Peace Hotel, a beautiful waitress with good looks and figure greeted them. Good afternoon, sir and ladies, do you have a reservation? Lin Feng nodded, yes, we have a reservation for VIP 8888. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had reserved VIP room 8888, the waitress became even more respectful. Okay, sir, please follow me. On their way to the private room, a system notification sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, check-in at Peace Hotel successful, obtained ownership of Peace Hotel. Hearing the system notification, a slight smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This system is truly amazing, it surprises him every now and then. What kind of place is the Peace Hotel? It's a place that embodies both fame and strength. Even foreign high-ranking officials are arranged to eat here. The Peace Hotel has a legacy of nearly 100 years. And it is located in the best section of the Bund, just the value of this building alone is unimaginable. Of course, this is not the main point, the most important thing is that the Peace Hotel records too much history, and its historical value is extremely high. Many historical figures have visited the Peace Hotel, and there's no need to recount their identities and names one by one. In short, each famous person who has come here has left a significant mark in history. A beautiful hostess led several people to the elevator, and after calling the elevator, smiled respectfully and said, Sir, madam, the VIP room is on the 8th floor. When you go up, a dedicated staff member will greet you. After stepping into the elevator, Lin Feng and the others rode it all the way to the 8th floor. As the elevator doors opened, a staff member in a professional suit was waiting there. Sir, madam, you are the guests of VIP room 8888, right? Lin Feng nodded, yes. Alright, please this way, sir, madam. After walking through the magnificent corridor, they arrived at the door of a private room. The staff opened the door for them, revealing a bright, spacious room decorated luxuriously. Sir, madam, please come in. Once they walked in, the staff first inquired about everyone's preferences. If there were no special requests, they would serve the dishes as usual. After confirming that there were no special taste requests, the staff member turned and left. Soon, bottles of Maotai liquor were brought in. The women were all wearing slit kipaos, giving a sense of old Shanghai. Not only was there Maotai, but also various famous red wines, including Lafite and Romanée, world-renowned brands. Each bottle of wine was worth over 5 figures. Just the total value of these drinks was over 6 figures. Seeing the neatly arranged drinks on the table, Gao Yuan and the others swallowed hard. Boss, can we finish so much alcohol?
Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Drink as much as you can, today is mainly about enjoying ourselves."
If you can't drink, you can go to the kids' table. Ha ha.
Lin Feng's words made everyone laugh.
Alright, then today I will sacrifice myself to accompany the boss. I don't want to end up at the kids' table, that would be a disgrace to our dorm.
At Lin Feng's gesture, the staff opened a bottle of Mao Tai for each of them.
Jiang Yan, unable to drink white liquor, opened a bottle of Lafite red wine.
Everyone poured themselves a glass, and of course, Jiang Yan poured half a glass from the decanter, since it was red wine. After picking up the wine glasses, Gao Yuan voluntarily stood up to say a few words, and everyone quickly finished their drinks in one go.
Chapter 14, The Luxurious Package Worth 880,000. After downing a glass, everyone became more familiar and started chatting about anything and everything. Soon, the 880,000 package meal was served by the staff. The dishes filled the entire table. There were also 5 servings of caviar. This caviar is the kind that is well known to the public. Each serving is worth its weight in gold. This type of caviar is made from sturgeons, which take 20 years to spawn. It is sold by the spoonful. If it were sold like in Liu Tianwan's movies, in bowls, many wealthy people might not even be able to afford it. Eating caviar alone might not have any special taste. But the magic of caviar is that when paired with dishes, it can elevate the dish's flavor to perfection. Is this the caviar that wealthy people often talk about, costing hundreds of thousands per kilogram? Seeing the small serving of caviar placed in front of them by the staff, Gao Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This must be true. How could a place like the Peace Hotel serve us fake food? Sun Hao said in a low voice, then picked up his chopsticks, took some, and spread it on the dish in front of him, then sent it to his mouth. After spreading the caviar, he took another bite of the dish, and the taste was significantly different from before. At least in terms of flavor, it was twice as good as before. Everyone didn't have time to chat and began to study how to eat caviar. This meal, costing 880,000, made everyone very satisfied. Not wanting to waste such a luxurious dinner, even Jiang Yan, who always maintained her figure, couldn't help but eat until she was full. As for the wine on the table, everyone drank quite a bit. Gao Yuan and Ding Xiaolu both felt their tongues get a bit numb. Although Sun Hao had a good physique, he also couldn't handle the alcohol well. Only Lin Feng showed no significant reaction in the group. Jiang Yan's face turned rosy from drinking, making her already stunning beauty even more captivating with the blush. After taking a glance at Jiang Yan, Gao Yuan and the others dared not look again. This Jiang Yan was probably the woman chosen by the boss, and they shouldn't have any improper thoughts. Looking at her would only make them feel worse, so it was better not to look. It wasn't until after 11 at night that everyone finished the meal. Sun Hao was still somewhat aware. His tall stature allowed him to easily support Gao Yuan and Ding Xiaolu out of the private room. As for Jiang Yan, she was naturally assisted by Lin Feng. During the process of supporting Jiang Yan, her body fragrance wafted towards Lin Feng's nose, stirring up his hormones. The group took the elevator down, and Lin Feng asked Sun Hao and the others to wait for him in the resting area while he went to pay the bill. Although the Peace Hotel was already his, he still needed to pay the bill. After all, the money was just changing hands. Otherwise, he would have to reveal his identity or call the manager to sign the bill, which would be troublesome. While Lin Feng was at the front desk paying the bill, a group of people walked out of the elevator. There were both men and women among them, all young. They all wore branded clothing, clearly the wealthy second-generation rich kids. The first person to step out of the elevator had a handsome face, around 23 or 24 years old. From the group's positioning, this person clearly held the highest status among them. At that moment, one of the young men stepped out of the elevator and, upon seeing Jiang Yan in the resting area, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Wu Hui, what's wrong?" A friend beside him noticed Wu Hui's unusual reaction and asked curiously. "Zhang Yu, take a look, isn't that Jiang Yan from our school?" Hearing Wu Hui's words, Zhang Yu looked in the direction he pointed and, after observing for a moment, nodded and said, "Wu Hui, you did not see wrong, it really is Jiang Yan. Interesting, this woman, who has a high opinion of herself, actually came here for a meal. Jiang Yan probably doesn't have the ability to dine at the Peace Hotel, it seems she came with someone else. This woman, I pursued her for 3 years, and she didn't even give me a good look. Last time I approached her, she said my money was dirty. Damn it, today I finally see her out, and I must teach her a lesson. Wu Hui, don't go too far, it won't be good if things escalate." Hearing Wu Hui's words, Zhang Yu advised him. "It's fine, what's there to be afraid of? I've already investigated Jiang Yan, her family doesn't have any power, she is just an ordinary person, and she's not even from our Shanghai. Even if something happens, a little money can easily handle it." Seeing Wu Hui so determined, Zhang Yu stopped persuading him. Moreover, what Wu Hui said made some sense, although they weren't the top wealthy second-generation kids in Shanghai. Dealing with someone like Jiang Yan, who has no background, is still very easy. Once he thought of it, he acted on it.
After Wu Hui finished speaking, he directly stepped towards Jiang Yan's direction.
Hey, isn't that the beautiful Jiang Yan? What's going on? This is a rich guy on the list, came here to eat with her?
Let me take a look, let's see what kind of rich guy can invite our beautiful Jiang Yan out. Somewhat tipsy, Jiang Yan, in a daze, heard Wu Hui's words and couldn't help but lift her head to look over. Upon seeing Wu Hui, the alcohol in her system immediately dissipated by half.
Wu Hui, what are you doing here?
Jiang Yan frowned and said.
She recognized this Wu Hui.
Since her freshman year in school, Wu Hui had pursued her relentlessly.
At first, Wu Hui was somewhat polite, and with his family's good conditions, he gained Jiang Yan's favor.
But later, by chance, Jiang Yan accidentally discovered some of Wu Hui's dirty actions in private, and she directly passed him up. However, Wu Hui did not let her go, even after Jiang Yan clearly stated she would not agree, he still clung to her. He even secretly played tricks, but luckily, Jiang Yan was smart and avoided all of them.
Unexpectedly, today she ran into Wu Hui here. Knowing Wu Hui's personality, Jiang Yan understood he wouldn't let her off easily.
Ha, why am I here?
Jiang Yan, are you looking down on me?
So, just because you can come to the Peace Hotel, I, Wu Hui, have no right to come?
You must be drunk, huh?
That's fine, I love drunk chicken, just right, today I'm out with friends.
Why don't you join me?
Don't worry, I'll definitely make you very happy tonight. After speaking, Wu Hui could not help but laugh heartily. At this moment, Sun Hao, still somewhat sober, suddenly stood up from the sofa, angrily saying, "What are you doing, kid?" Seeing Sun Hao, who was tall and more than 20 centimeters taller than himself, Wu Hui was momentarily frightened by his strong aura. But thinking that this was his territory, he quickly regained his confidence.
Damn, who the hell are you yelling at? What are you? Do you believe I can make people kill you? Jiang Yan knew Wu Hui's personality, such a person really spoke and acted without hesitation.
She did not want Sun Hao to be dragged into her issues. Earlier, during dinner, she had understood Sun Hao's family background, although it could be considered middle class, it was definitely not a family with powerful connections.
Jiang Yan loudly said, "Wu Hui, don't act like a mad dog, biting anyone you see. Don't involve others in our issues." Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Wu Hui became even prouder, even his mouth curling up high. That proud look was no different from a small-minded person who had just succeeded. He disdainfully glanced at Sun Hao, that look of contempt fully evident, and only then redirected his gaze back to Jiang Yan. "Alright, I won't cause trouble for him as long as you agree to my previous condition, come out with me, and keep my friends company, today's grievances will be forgotten." Jiang Yan's face turned pale with anger, she still did not know Wu Hui's little tricks. If she went out with him, what good outcome could there be? Wu Hui was definitely not a good person, rumors had circulated at school that he had gotten a girl pregnant and irresponsibly abandoned her. Even when that girl made a scene with the school authorities, Wu Hui used his family connections to suppress the matter, forcing the girl to drop out. What kind of place was Magic City Financial University? That was a top-tier 211 university, that girl had struggled to get into the school, and dropping out ruined her life entirely. Just as Wu Hui was speaking to Jiang Yan, the friends who came out of the elevator with Wu Hui also walked over. "Wu Hui, what's going on? Are you still going to the royal garden?" Among the crowd, the one closest to Wu Hui, Zhang Yu, urged him. Wu Hui saw the approaching crowd, especially the man at the front, and quickly said, "Young Master Qin, I'll be ready soon and won't waste your time." The young Master Qin Wu Hui spoke of was the highest ranking among this group of rich kids. His real name was Qin Xiaojie, a member of the four big families in Magic City, the Qin family. He was on par with the Gu family, known for Gu Baiyue. However, Qin Xiaojie's status in his family was not as high as Gu Baiyue's. The Gu family was not very prosperous in this generation, having only Gu Baiyue and her sister. Therefore, Gu Baiyue held a higher standing in the family than Qin Xiaojie. The Qin family had many male heirs, and Qin Xiaojie was not even among the top 5 in the family. Nonetheless, Qin Xiaojie was someone many needed to curry favor with outside. Wu Hui was thrilled to have the chance to befriend Qin Xiaojie for quite some time. If he could build a good relationship with Qin Xiaojie, it would bring endless benefits to his own family through connections with the Qin family. Each of the four big families in Magic City had assets exceeding 10 billion. With industries in various fields, cooperating with the Qin family would definitely lead to profit. Qin Xiaojie wore a calm expression, but as he got closer and saw Jiang Yan, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This woman was truly beautiful, at least among the women he had seen, Jiang Yan could rank in the top 10. However, women who looked similar to Jiang Yan often had significant backgrounds, and even if he had ideas, he wouldn't dare act. Yet this woman, even Wu Hui dared to provoke her, definitely had an unimpressive background. If he could get this woman into bed, it would feel great to be with her like the others he desired but could not have. And with such a beautiful woman, at least he could enjoy her for a long time. "Wu Hui, what's going on? Is this your friend?" Why not introduce us?
Hearing Qin Shaojie's words, Wu Hui's heart sank. He realized that Qin Shaojie was interested in Jiang Yan. It seemed he had no chance. Although a bit reluctant, he thought that if he could help Qin Shaojie get Jiang Yan, he might receive a favor from him. In the future, with this favor, his family would have a great chance to cooperate with the Qin family. Although he would lose out on the gorgeous Jiang Yan, gaining Qin Shaojie's favor would still be quite worthwhile.
When his family became richer, wouldn't he have no trouble finding beauties like Jiang Yan? Young Master Qin, this is Jiang Yan, the vice president of our school's student council. After introducing Jiang Yan to Qin Shaojie, Wu Hui turned to Jiang Yan and said, Jiang Yan, this is young Master Qin, why don't you greet him? Hearing Wu Hui's commanding tone, Jiang Yan felt even more disgusted. What did Wu Hui think? Did he consider her his woman? You tell me to greet him, and I just greet him? Jiang Yan glared at Wu Hui, not even looking at Qin Shaojie. Seeing Jiang Yan disrespecting him like this, Wu Hui was almost furious. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? I told you to greet young Master Qin. Wu Hui growled fiercely, his eyes filled with a dangerous look. Qin Shaojie noticed Jiang Yan's strong character but didn't mind. Instead, he waved and said, Wu Xiao, don't be so lacking in grace when facing a beauty. After speaking, Qin Shaojie approached Jiang Yan, smiled, and politely extended his hand, saying, Jiang Yan, hello, I'm Qin Shaojie, a member of the 4 big families in Magic City. It's a pleasure to meet you. Can we be friends? Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shaojie's outstretched hand. There was no action, but he said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, I don't want to get to know you. If you keep bothering me here, I will have to call the police. Ha, call the police? At this moment, Wu Hui laughed arrogantly again. Do you know what Qin Xiao's sister does? She is the captain of the criminal police team in our Magic City. If you call the police, do you believe everyone on the phone will be under our Qin Xiao? Jiang Yan, let me tell you, don't be rude, it is an honor for you that Qin Xiao wants to know you. Many women wish to know Qin Xiao but don't have this qualification. Indeed, you ordinary people may not even know what the 4 major families of Magic City are. They are the existence that can crush you with money without using any connections. I advise you to obediently listen to what Qin Xiao says, it will be good for you. As a woman, if you lived a bit more insightfully, you could definitely live very well. If you serve Qin Xiao well, luxury cars and mansions will not be a problem. Those luxury brands that you women love aren't even enough for Qin Xiao's pocket money for one day. Think about it carefully, Jiang Yan. Hearing Wu Hui's flattery, although Qin Shaojie felt very pleased inside, he still put on a gentlemanly appearance. Wu Xiao, what are you talking about? I just want to be ordinary friends with Miss Jiang Yan, not to do anything. As for the mansions and luxury cars you mentioned, if Miss Jiang Yan likes them, I can give them to her as a meeting gift. Chapter 16 The 4 Major Families of Magic City. Jiang Yan was not a naive little girl, new to the world. She wouldn't naively think that Qin Shaojie would generously give her a mansion and luxury car upon just meeting. To obtain these things surely came with a price. Moreover, this Qin Xiao who could become friends with a person like Wu Hui must have questionable character. If she followed him, probably she would not have a good ending. I'm sorry, I don't like making friends, you should look for someone else. Jiang Yan directly and decisively refused. Seeing this scene, the gentleness on Qin Shaojie's face disappeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Yan disrespected him too much, in front of so many people, she actually made him lose face. This woman must be dealt with properly. The 3 of Sun Hao, who had witnessed everything happen, also sensed the dangerous atmosphere. Especially Gao Yuan, who had just been awakened by Sun Hao, felt worried for Jiang Yan after learning about Qin Shaojie's identity. Although his family was in Hangcheng, they had some understanding of the 4 major families of Magic City. The 4 major families of Magic City have each been passed down for hundreds of years. The 4 major families are the Du family, the Qin family, the Gu family, and the Wang family. The number 1 of the 4 major families is the Du family, a family that descended from a big boss in the past of Magic City. The Du family moved to Hong Kong Island because of that big boss. Later, after the liberation, the Du family returned from Hong Kong Island to the mainland. They just caught the national development trend, allowing the Du family to make a fortune. The other 3 major families also rose up at that time. However, the Du family had the legacy of the big boss, and although the person was gone, the connections remained. Some powerful figures who were acquaintances back then continued to be part of the leadership of Magic City. Relying on these connections, many good projects were contracted by the Du family. The rankings of the remaining 3 families also had their order, but the difference was not very big. The Gu family ranked 2nd. The Qin family came 3rd. The Wang family was 4th. The assets publicly declared by the 4 major families are all above 100 billion. But in reality, their assets definitely reached the trillion level. It's just that some of the assets are connected to shady or even illegal dealings, so they can't be shown to outsiders.
These families that got rich at the beginning of the nation's founding definitely didn't make their money cleanly.
After all, how could legal business ever make money faster than illegal ones?
After 100 years of growth, the four great families have not only achieved big things in business, but they've also raised people who now work in the government. Take the Qin family for example. Qin Shaojie's older sister became the captain of the police force in the Magic City. She was still young, but with the powerful backing of the Qin family, she directly became the police captain. The Du family, Wang family, and Gu family also have people in high positions within the government. Ding Xiola was the most observant. He noticed the heavy expression on Gao Yuan's face and secretly tugged on his sleeve, whispering, "Third brother, what's wrong? Why do you look so serious?"
Gao Yuan sighed and quietly said, "Jiang Yan is in trouble now. That Qin Shaojie is from the Qin family. It's obvious he's interested in her. The four great families in Magic City, those kinds of families are not good people.
Especially for a woman like Jiang Yan who doesn't have strong connections. Once they target her, she's in big trouble."
That bad?
Ding Xiola was startled by what Gao Yuan said, and then he suddenly thought of something.
Maybe it'll be fine. Maybe in the past, Jiang Yan would have had trouble, but now we have our boss, don't we? We all know the relationship between Jiang Yan and the boss. The boss wouldn't just sit and watch, would he? And the boss isn't a normal person either.
Maybe he's not afraid of that Qin Shaojie.
Gao Yuan shook his head and gave a bitter smile. I think it's going to be tough. Even if the boss is strong, it's not easy to fight the four great families in Magic City.
After all, a dragon from outside can't suppress a snake that rules the land. When something like this happens, we don't have the power to handle it.
Let's wait for the boss to come back and see what's going on.
Miss Chang, I advise you to think it over before you turn me down.
I really like you. If you agree, there'll be countless benefits for you.
But if you reject me, not only will there be no benefits, you might also face huge trouble.
Young Master Wu is right. It's no big deal for a woman to be a little more realistic. If you become friends with me, you might never take a wrong turn in your life again.
You could reach the very top. Hearing Qin Shaojie's threats and offers, Jiang Yan was just about to open her mouth to refuse again, when a voice came through.
Top of life? Interesting.
I want to see just how top my woman can get with you. The one who said this was Lin Feng. Just now, after paying the bill, he came back and saw that Jiang Yan and the others were surrounded by a group of people. Even though the hall of the Peace Hotel was noisy, his enhanced hearing wasn't just for show. He heard every word Qin Shaojie used to threaten Jiang Yan. So when he walked over, that's why he said what he did. From a distance, Lin Feng walked forward. When he got closer, he reached out and pushed Wu Hui and the others to the side.
Wu Hui and the others weren't planning to make way.
In fact, they wanted to block Lin Feng and teach him a lesson, putting all their strength into it. Earlier, Lin Feng had claimed he was Jiang Yan's man. If they could block him outside and not let him even get in, he'd be humiliated for sure.
But somehow, Lin Feng's strength was unbelievable.
With just a light wave of his hand, they almost got pushed to the ground. After pushing Wu Hui and the others aside, Lin Feng walked to Jiang Yan's side with a smile on his face, and glanced at Qin Shaojie with a look that was half smiling, half not. Even though his eyes didn't show any clear contempt or disdain, that smiling look made Qin Shaojie feel deeply insulted and looked down upon.
Who are you?
Qin Shaojie frowned and said. Qin Shaojie was not a brainless rich kid. Before clashing with Lin Feng, he would calmly investigate his background. If Lin Feng had a complicated background, he could swallow his anger. If Lin Feng had no background, he wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson, making him know the consequences of offending him.
Me?
You don't need to know who I am, you just need to tell me how to help my woman reach her peak. Honey, tell me what kind of peak life you want, let's see if young Master Qin can fulfill your dream. Called by Lin Feng in such an ambiguous way, Jiang Yan couldn't help but blush. Originally stunningly beautiful, Jiang Yan looked even more breathtaking with her blush. This beautiful scene almost left Qin Shaojie and the others staring in disbelief. At the same time, it intensified Qin Shaojie's desire to have Jiang Yan even more.
Chapter 17, Am I saying something wrong? As Lin Feng's words fell, Jiang Yan actually fell into deep thought.
Her expression resembled someone trying hard to figure out what kind of peak life she wanted. Jiang Yan was a very smart woman. Lin Feng was clearly teasing Qin Shaojie. If she wanted to cooperate with Lin Feng, she couldn't let him lose face.
She had to mention something that Qin Shaojie couldn't fulfill.
Otherwise, if Qin Shaojie really brought it to her, it would truly become a joke. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yan was unsure what condition to mention that Qin Shaojie couldn't meet. But after glancing at the Peace Hotel's floor, she got an idea. What I want is this Peace Hotel. After having a meal here today, I fell in love with this place, and I want to eat and stay here every day in the future. If someone can fulfill this wish for me, I would definitely marry him without hesitation. No matter how he treats me, I would follow him wholeheartedly. After speaking, Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shaojie with a cold smile. Qin Shao, this is the peak life I dream of. I wonder if you can buy this place for me. If you can, how about I go with you? Jiang Yan seemed to be giving Qin Shaojie an opportunity, but in reality, she was mocking him. Not only did Qin Shaojie see through it, but everyone here realized it too. What a joke, buying the Peace Hotel. It's not just about having money to buy the Peace Hotel. Even if the Qin family could afford it, they would need the qualifications to buy it. The Peace Hotel, as a century-old establishment, is not just about its long history. The status it represents is not something that ordinary people can reach. The Qin family, while being one of the 4 major families, enjoys a prestigious status in Magic City but doesn't dare to easily provoke the owner of the Peace Hotel. The connections of the Peace Hotel with dignitaries are not limited to Magic City, they span the globe. It's even reached the imperial capital. The 4 major families only have strong influence in Magic City, with the greatest impact mostly in the Yangtze River Delta. Once they step outside the Yangtze River Delta, not many will give the 4 major families face. Despite controlling this major economic city in China, the large figures outside the Yangtze River Delta are also incredibly powerful. Pearl River Delta, Chaoshan Chamber of Commerce. Various provincial business associations are not something the 4 major families can easily stir up. There are also some hidden big shots, who are the true big shots. Even the 4 major families in Magic City might not compare. Just think about the once exposed big shot who embezzled 900 billion. Imagine how deep the water in this world must be. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Qin Shaojie's face darkened completely. Heh, what do you think you are, daring to come and ask me for the Peace Hotel? I can see you are just trying to have fun at my expense. Do you know the consequences of offending me? If I don't make you kneel and apologize today, I won't be named Qin. After saying this, Qin Shaojie's anger was evident. He turned his head and said, go call Manager Chen for me. The Manager Chen that Qin Shaojie mentioned is the lobby manager of the Peace Hotel. Although the 4 great families wouldn't dare to easily offend the Peace Hotel, they could maintain a good relationship with it. After all, both sides were of similar status and naturally had relationships. Qin Shaojie was also familiar with the lobby manager here. Hearing Qin Shaojie's words, Wu Hui and the others were all taken aback, looking at Lin Feng and the others with sneers. It seemed that young Master Qin was really angry. It was bad news for those 2 dogs. To offend young Master Qin in Magic City, without help from someone from the 4 great families, they probably wouldn't survive. Lin Feng and Jiang Yan were students from the Finance University, and now it seemed their only option was to drop out and go home. If they dropped out, their lives would be half ruined. Thinking of this, Wu Hui felt extremely pleased. Let you, Jiang Yan, not choose to be with me earlier. If you had been with me, would you have this today? Jiang Yan saw that Qin Shaojie knew the manager here, and an unexpected flurry rose in her heart. But before she could show it, she felt her hand being firmly grasped by a strong hand. A sense of peace rose from her heart, making her flurry disappear instantly. Turning her head, seeing Lin Feng's confident eyes, Jiang Yan actually felt very at ease. Boss, are you okay? At this moment, Dao Yuan and the others approached, asking with concern. Lin Feng shook his head, smiled, and said, it's fine, what could happen? Do they dare to kill? Hearing Lin Feng's half-joking and half-serious words, Dao Yuan and the others also felt relieved. Thinking about how fearless the boss was even knowing Qin Shaojie's background, it was clear he was very confident. Otherwise, facing someone like Qin Shaojie, even pretending to be calm would be impossible. Knowing that continuing to pretend would mean Qin Shaojie would eventually expose him, he wouldn't keep up the act, he would find a way to escape. Soon, the rich second generation who was sent to call someone returned. Behind him was a middle-aged man dressed in a suit. Young Master Qin, what's going on? Why did you call me here in such a hurry? Seeing the middle-aged man, Qin Shaojie politely said, Manager Chen, it's nothing, just someone said they wanted to buy your Peace Hotel, and I wanted you to take a look. Buy our Peace Hotel? Manager Chen was first stunned, then his gaze turned unfriendly as he looked at Lin Feng and the others. Who said they wanted to buy our Peace Hotel? Facing Manager Chen's gaze, Jiang Yan and the others felt a bit guilty. She had just been carelessly boasting and didn't expect Qin Shaojie to take it this seriously. Though it was just idle talk, if the Peace Hotel's people took it seriously, they would likely have trouble. However, Lin Feng calmly smiled and said, it was me, what's the problem? Manager Chen looked carefully at Lin Feng and disdainfully said, who is this young fool? Didn't your family teach you to talk less? Be careful to avoid trouble. Buying my Peace Hotel, let alone you, there aren't many in the whole of Huaxia who can do it. Although I know you're just talking nonsense, but if this gets out, it will affect our Peace Hotel's reputation. As punishment, you need to compensate us for the damage to our hotel's reputation. You paid, so don't come to my Peace Hotel again. Under normal circumstances, Manager Chen wouldn't care if someone wanted to buy the Peace Hotel. But he was a smart man, Being the lobby manager of the Peace Hotel meant he had a keen mind and was quite adept at handling situations. Qin Shaojie called him over and specifically mentioned this matter. It was clear that he wanted him to deal with Lin Feng and his group. If Qin Shaojie wasn't afraid of them, then they certainly weren't a match for him. So there was no need for him to hold back. Besides, helping Qin Shaojie was a good thing. Chapter 18, I give you a chance to make amends. Hearing the lobby manager's words and seeing his arrogant demeanor, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Okay, how much do I need to pay? As soon as Lin Feng spoke, Qin Shaojie and the others burst into laughter. Haha, has this kid surrendered? He's not impressive at all. I thought he was something special, but Qin Shaojie is really impressive, just calling someone over to handle it easily. Wu Hui and the others did not realize Lin Feng was mocking them. Instead, they thought Lin Feng had given up. The lobby manager glanced at Lin Feng and slowly said, just pay 10 million, as compensation for the damage to our Peace Hotel's reputation. I'll tell you, kid, don't think about not paying. If you don't pay, don't blame me for being rude. As the lobby manager's attitude grew more arrogant, Lin Feng's smile gradually faded, replaced by a coldness. Ha, what a big name for the Peace Hotel. Is this how your general manager manages the hotel? Is this how he teaches you subordinates? It seems that the Peace Hotel has indeed been blinded by its 100-year history, thinking it can bully people at will. You, as the lobby manager of the Peace Hotel, come here without asking right from wrong, just wanting to help those you think are right. You're really doing a great job as a manager. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Shaojie and the others couldn't help but laugh again. Kid, you still don't understand the situation? How have you lived this long? Don't you know? Not everyone in this world is equal. Can you compare with Qin Shaojie's status? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson so you can open your eyes in the future. Don't offend just anyone. Also, if you obediently give Jiang Yan to Qin Shaojie, maybe today, this 10 million will earn you some good words from him and spare you from punishment. The rich kids began to mock Lin Feng one after another. At this moment, they felt an immense sense of satisfaction, that feeling of being high and mighty, casually trampling on others' dignity. Lin Feng scanned the group of rich kids, finally focusing on the lobby manager of the Peace Hotel, and slowly said, "You're sure you want to do this, right?" The lobby manager gave Lin Feng a dismissive glance. Even though he didn't show it, the hint of disdain in his eyes was noticed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. All right, since that's the case, this is all your own doing. After saying that, he took out his phone and found a number to call. The owner of the phone number he dialed was the general manager of the Peace Hotel. After receiving rewards from the system, the contact numbers for each reward's responsible person had been automatically saved in his phone. So when he wanted to find someone, he could simply locate them in his contacts. As soon as the call started ringing, it was answered on the other end. At this moment, in an office on the top floor of the Peace Hotel, there was a nameplate that read General Manager. A middle-aged man with a square face was startled when he saw the incoming call number on his phone. This number was not unfamiliar to him, it was his new boss's phone number. He hurriedly picked up the phone and answered. Hello, boss, how are you? He heard Lin Feng's cold voice come from the phone. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't make it to the lobby on the first floor, you won't need to come to work anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the line, the middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. Without daring to hesitate for a moment, he rushed out of the office and took the elevator down to the lobby quickly. On the other side, in the lobby of the Peace Hotel, Qin Shaojie and the others saw Lin Feng finish his call, all of them sneering with disdain. Oh, looks like he's looking for someone. Let's see what kind of person he can find. It'll be fun to watch you despair. Wu Hui said jokingly. Gao Yuan and Jiang Yan were also very worried. Lin Feng's opponent was not an ordinary person. One was from the 4 great families of the Magic City, the Qin family, and the other was the Peace Hotel. Both of these forces were at the top tier in the Magic City. No one knew if the person Lin Feng found could handle the situation. But thinking about Lin Feng being able to drive a luxury car worth over 100 million, his background wouldn't be simple. Perhaps he could find someone not afraid of the Qin family and the Peace Hotel. Not long after, the sound of the elevator doors opening rang out. The general manager of the Peace Hotel walked out of the elevator, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He glanced around and, upon seeing Lin Feng in the distance, hurried over without hesitating. At this moment, everyone saw the figure of the general manager of the Peace Hotel. Even many spectators who had gathered to watch the drama turned to greet the general manager when they saw him. But the general manager of the Peace Hotel had no time to pay them any mind. He reached Lin Feng and respectfully said, "Boss, I apologize for the wait." His words instantly silenced the entire crowd. Boss? Is Lin Feng the boss of the Peace Hotel? Everyone's heads felt like they had exploded. They never expected Lin Feng to actually be the boss of the Peace Hotel. This news was too shocking, ordinary people simply couldn't bear it. Who would have thought that this young man would be the legendary boss of the Peace Hotel? The Peace Hotel was a century-old establishment with a long history.
It had been a gathering place for big shots from both home and abroad even before the founding of the country. How could it possibly be owned by a young person now?
Looking at this young man's age, he was only about 20, how could this be?
Everyone was somewhat in disbelief. Looking at the general manager standing respectfully in front of him, Lin Feng said lightly, "So you are the general manager here?"
The manager quickly replied, "Yes, boss, I am indeed the general manager.
My name is Li Feng. If I had known you were coming, I would have prepared to welcome you."
Lin Feng smirked coldly, "Good thing I didn't notify you.
Otherwise, how would I know the Peace Hotel could be managed like this? I am giving you a chance to make up for this. You'd better give me a satisfactory answer regarding the matters here. If you can't satisfy me, you won't need to come to work tomorrow, pack your things and leave, understand?" Lin Feng's powerful aura made the general manager of the Peace Hotel's legs feel weak. "Boss, I understand clearly. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. If I can't satisfy you, you don't even need to say anything. I will leave myself,"
Li Feng said with a trembling voice. Lin Feng nodded slightly, "All right, I will wait for your news.
I drank quite a bit with my friends today and I'm a bit tired.
Please arrange a few rooms for us, we won't be going back tonight.
Once you finish your matters, come find me upstairs."
"Okay, boss.
I will arrange it for you right now."
After speaking, Li Feng quickly called over a staff member to arrange everything for Lin Feng and the others. After Lin Feng left, the cautious look on Li Feng's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a chilling coldness.
"Who can tell me what is going on here?"
Li Feng's gaze fixed directly on the lobby manager, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that left no room for doubt.
The lobby manager was dumbfounded.
He never expected that just trying to do someone a favor today could lead to troubling his own boss. If he had offended someone else, even from the four major families, he wouldn't be this scared. After all, there were people above him backing him up, and the Peace Hotel would never allow outsiders to bully him. Even if he made a mistake, they would support him to the end. But now he had offended his own boss. He knew that no matter how glorious his words were, he wouldn't escape this disaster. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaojie and the others had already begun to retreat. Lin Feng was the owner of the Peace Hotel, his status had already reached a level where he could stand toe-to-toe with the head of their Qin family.
He was absolutely not someone they could provoke. If they could sneak away now, that would be best.
Just as Qin Xiaojie and the others were planning to make a move, they saw more than 10 security guards walking over from a distance, all looking unfriendly while staring at them, giving no chance for escape. Li Feng glanced at Qin Xiaojie and the others. "Once I clean him up, I will come find you to settle the score." After saying this, Li Feng abruptly raised his hand and slapped the lobby manager hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap reverberated through the entire lobby of the Peace Hotel.
"Speak, what exactly is going on?" On the surface, Li Feng was the general manager of the Peace Hotel, but in secret, he was also once a well-known gang leader in the city. However, after cleaning up his act, he relied on his ability to reach the position of the Peace Hotel's general manager. He earned this position not just because of his capabilities, but also because he had followed a great brother. Due to his fighting spirit, he caught the eye of the former owner of the Peace Hotel, and right before the country cleaned up criminal activities, he was pulled ashore. Now that brother had sold the Peace Hotel, and the change of ownership was not something that could simply be bought with money. It was clear that Lin Feng was the type of guy from a rich family, the kind of top young master who could have anything he desired made available by family. How could someone like him be easily offended? Even though he had cleared his identity, it was merely someone helping him keep things down. If someone from above wanted to investigate him, his past crimes could probably fill a stack of papers. He did not wish to lose all that he had gained today so easily, he had to give Lin Feng a satisfactory answer to protect himself. At this moment, he even had the urge to kill. How could these people be so blind as to offend Lin Feng? And it was in the Peace Hotel, no less. If it were somewhere else, Lin Feng would definitely not fault him for it. But to cause trouble in his own territory? He wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. The lobby manager, holding his face, came back to his senses. Faced with Li Feng's murderous gaze, he couldn't help but feel his legs go weak and, with a thud, knelt on the ground. "Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I really didn't know he was the boss. If I had known. Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I still wouldn't dare." "Nonsense, if you don't keep your eyes open, can you blame the boss?" Li Feng was so angry that he couldn't help but start cursing, ignoring his image. Does the boss have to wear a sign saying he's the owner of the Peace Hotel? If you don't keep your eyes open, who can you blame? You, Ma Shan, pack your things and get out. I will also inform all the hotel industry in the Magic City that no one is allowed to hire you. If you want to survive, just leave the Magic City. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to survive here. This is my advice, thinking of the years you have been with me.
Leaving the Magic City is for your own good. I don't want to see you in the Huangpu River in the future. Li Feng's words were very polite, but the meaning was very clear. Not wanting to see him in the Huangpu River meant that staying in the Magic City could pose a life-threatening danger. The lobby manager understood that Li Feng's words were not a threat, but a fact. With Lin Feng's identity as the owner of the Peace Hotel, dealing with him would be incredibly easy. Brother Feng, thank you for taking care of me all these years. If there is a chance in the future, I would still like to follow you. After speaking, the lobby manager knelt on the ground and bowed to Li Feng, then stood up and hurriedly left. Actually, many people in the Peace Hotel were once Li Feng's subordinates. For example, the security manager was Li Feng's top thug who later cleaned himself up and took on a legitimate job. This lobby manager was also one of his more capable subordinates in the past. But this person was a bit too eager for quick success. After becoming the lobby manager, he thought only of climbing higher. When he encountered Qin Xiaojie today, he thought he could gain favor from the Qin family to pave his way in the future. But he didn't expect to kick a steel plate, which turned most of his hard work into nothing. Leaving the Magic City with family meant he not only had to deal with his properties but also moved to a strange city to live. His mood and habits would not be good at all. After dealing with the lobby manager, Li Feng's gaze turned to Qin Xiaojie and the others. This time his expression grew even colder. You go back and tell your family that everyone in your family has been blacklisted by the Peace Hotel. In the future, no one from your family is allowed to step into the Peace Hotel. Li Feng's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Qin Xiaojie's mind. This matter was huge. In fact, it didn't matter whether they came here to eat or not. But the Peace Hotel is the leading enterprise in the Magic City's restaurant industry. They could choose not to come, but if friends invited them to the Peace Hotel, they wouldn't be able to enter, which would be incredibly embarrassing. It could even make their status plummet. Knowing they had offended the Peace Hotel, those former friends would likely distance themselves from them. After all, among everyone, besides the Qin family, no one could afford to offend the Peace Hotel. At that time, whether it was friends or business partners, once they knew they had offended the Peace Hotel, they would gradually distance themselves from them. This kind of loss wasn't just about not being able to eat, it could very well lead to them not having food to eat in the future. Chapter 20, The Proactive Beautiful Senior Sister. Mr. Li, please. We really know we were wrong. Please don't blacklist us. We are willing to apologize to your boss in person. We even want to offer compensation, just hoping you won't blacklist us. Hearing the pleas of the crowd, Li Feng sneered, where were you earlier? Why wait until the boss makes you behave before admitting your mistakes? I don't know if the boss wants your apology, but I can help you tell him. Thank you, CEO Li, thank you, CEO Li. Having hope is better than having no hope at all. Although the hope is not very big, there is still a chance to recover, right? Li Feng picked up his phone and walked aside to call Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was already sitting on the sofa in the presidential suite. Seeing Li Feng's call, Lin Feng casually answered it. Hello. Boss, I have handled everything. That lobby manager has been fired by me, and you will never see him in Magic City again. Those rich second-generation kids have all recognized their mistakes and said they want to apologize to you in person and gain your forgiveness. Hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, slightly curled his lips. Li Feng's handling of things was quite satisfying to him. Okay, things are handled well. As for their apologies, forget it, let them go. All right, boss. After receiving Lin Feng's order, Li Feng returned to the group in front of him. The boss doesn't want to see you anymore, you can leave. As for blocking you, our hotel can let it go for now. Thank you, CEO Li, thank you, CEO Li, we'll leave right now. A group of rich second-generation kids was already scared out of their minds. They never imagined they would get into such big trouble. If they couldn't correct their mistake today, they would surely be punished back home. A group of rich kids, who had just been arrogant, now looked extremely embarrassed as they fled the Peace Hotel one by one. After leaving the Peace Hotel, everyone was still trembling with fear. Looking back at the grand entrance of the Peace Hotel felt like staring into the mouth of a deep abyss, ready to swallow them whole. This scare would be enough to haunt them for a long time. Then, everyone had no desire to play anywhere else and, after saying their goodbyes, went home. Lin Feng, sitting on the sofa in the presidential suite, glanced at the time. It was already past 11 at night, and he started to feel sleepy, so he prepared to get up and rest. Just then, a message came through on his phone. Looking at the phone, it was a message from Jiang Yan. Lin Feng, are you asleep? Lin Feng casually replied, not yet. I can't sleep either. Can I come over now to talk? I seem to be insomniac. Lin Feng said, then come over. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng opened the door and saw the stunning Jiang Yan standing at the entrance. Senior, come in. Lin Feng had opened a total of 5 presidential suites. He didn't arrange for Gao Yuan and the others to stay in other rooms. These 5 presidential suites cost over hundreds of thousands a night.
Each presidential suite was priced at 88,000.
If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have the strength to spend like this, but for Lin Feng, it was nothing. After closing the door, Lin Feng took 2 bottles of water from the fridge and handed 1 bottle to Jiang Yan.
Senior, do you have something on your mind? Why can't you sleep?
Sitting there, Jiang Yan held the mineral water and smiled wryly. I have insomnia. If nothing else were happening, I might be able to sleep, but too much happened today, and I can't seem to sleep.
Lin Feng nodded. It's okay, if you have anything to say, just tell me. I can give you some advice, maybe it will help you feel better. Jiang Yan nodded. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. By the way, do you have red wine here? I would like to have a glass.
Lin Feng said, of course.
But senior, can you still drink?
You already had so much earlier, don't hurt your body. Jiang Yan shook her head. No worries, I didn't drink much earlier.
My body is my own, I know my own condition. All right.
After speaking, Lin Feng stood up to get 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red wine, pouring a small glass for himself and Jiang Yan.
The two chatted casually while drinking wine.
Not knowing how much time had passed, after finishing a bottle of red wine, Jiang Yan surprisingly began to feel a bit drunk. Even her figure sitting on the sofa started to sway a little.
Senior, are you okay?
Lin Feng asked with concern.
I'm fine, I can still drink.
Lin Feng, let's have another bottle. Seeing Jiang Yan like this, Lin Feng shook his head. Alright, senior, I'll take you back to rest.
You've had too much to drink today.
As he spoke, Lin Feng stood up and gently helped Jiang Yan to her feet.
But Jiang Yan was overwhelmed by intoxication, insisting on drinking no matter what Lin Feng said.
In the end, with no other choice, Lin Feng could only agree to her request.
After finishing another bottle of red wine, Jiang Yan was completely out cold.
Lin Feng looked speechless as he picked her up and headed towards a bedroom.
With Jiang Yan in this state, she definitely couldn't go back.
Fortunately, the presidential suite had more than one room, enough for the 2 of them to sleep.
As soon as Lin Feng laid Jiang Yan down on the bed, she tangled herself around him like an octopus.
I don't want to sleep alone, I'm afraid of the dark.
Please don't leave me, okay? In her dazed state, Jiang Yan murmured. With a beauty like Jiang Yan making such a request, how many men could resist such temptation? Moreover, after obtaining the system, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before.
Let alone Jiang Yan, even a woman from one of the 4 great families, like Gu Baiwei, if she dared to tempt him like this, he would not indulge her. A night passed without a word, and the next morning, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that Jiang Yan was no longer there, he didn't think much and got out of bed to go outside the room. There stood Jiang Yan in a nightgown by the window, gazing at the distant Huangpu River. She didn't even notice Lin Feng approaching her from behind, lost in her thoughts. Lin Feng reached out and hugged Jiang Yan from behind.
What are you thinking about?
Feeling Lin Feng's embrace, Jiang Yan trembled slightly, and upon realizing it was him, she relaxed.
Jiang Yan slowly said, will you always love me in the future?
Lin Feng smiled lightly. Of course, I will not only love you forever but also make you the happiest woman in the world.
Just in time, I have a gift for you, a compensation for last night. Hearing Lin Feng mention last night, a blush appeared on Jiang Yan's face. Chapter 21, A Big Gift for Jiang Yan. Just as Lin Feng was saying sweet words to Jiang Yan, there came a knock on the door from outside the room. Be good, go open the door.
Lin Feng gently patted Jiang Yan's shapely rear and smiled as he said. After speaking, he turned to go to the bedroom to get dressed. Jiang Yan approached the door and opened it, only to see Li Feng, the manager of the Peace Hotel, standing outside. Seeing Jiang Yan in the boss Lin Feng's room, and dressed in a nightgown, he immediately understood what was going on.
Hello, miss. This is something the boss asked me to deliver. Please hand it over to him.
Jiang Yan took the gift box and nodded. Alright, Li manager.
Then, Miss Jiang, you and the boss go on. I won't disturb you.
After saying that, Li Feng turned and left.
After closing the door, Lin Feng walked out of the room, dressed in a set of pajamas. Did Li Feng come?
Lin Feng asked with a smile as he stepped out of the bedroom.
Jiang Yan nodded, walking over with the gift box. Yes, Manager Li asked me to give you this.
Lin Feng smiled as he sat on the sofa, motioning for Jiang Yan to look at the gift box in her hands.
The thing inside is my gift for you. Open it and take a look. This is a gift for me?
Jiang Yan curiously opened the gift box, and upon seeing what was inside, she was so shocked that her mouth dropped open.
Lin Feng, is this really for me?
Looking at the sapphire necklace and bank card in the gift box. With an excited expression, he said.
Yes, now you are my woman, I should reward you.
Inside the gift box was nothing less than a limited edition sapphire necklace worth 50 million and a bank card with 100 million. Seeing these two items, Jiang Yan felt touched, her eyes turning red with rich love that could not be contained.
Lin Feng, you are so good, Jiang Yan said emotionally while holding the gift box.
Although she had established a relationship with Lin Feng, she never thought he would care so much. These two items were something she would never earn in her lifetime.
Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Jiang Yan understood and sat beside him. Lin Feng gently said, since it's for you, just accept it.
This is my heartfelt gesture. From now on, you are my woman. I would never mistreat my woman.
If you don't accept it, would that mean you don't want to be my woman? Don't you want to be my woman?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly said, no, I do want to.
By the end, Jiang Yan's voice became softer.
If it weren't for Lin Feng's good hearing, he wouldn't have caught her last words at all.
Seeing the mischievous smile on Lin Feng's face, Jiang Yan couldn't help but blush and playfully complained, you are really bad, you did it on purpose.
Although it was early morning and they had spent an intense night together, looking at the enchanting Jiang Yan, Lin Feng couldn't resist the impulse and leaned down to kiss her. Almost 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Jiang Yan finally dressed and walked out of the room.
At that moment, Jiang Yan appeared even more beautiful, her face still holding the spring passion that doubled her charm.
If Jiang Yan was a goddess before, now she was a captivating beauty that could bring nations to ruin.
She absolutely matched the top beauties of the finance university.
Outside the room, professional service staff had been waiting for them. Upon seeing the two walk out, a staff member respectfully said, Boss, Mr. Li has prepared meals for you.
Please follow me. Lin Feng took Jiang Yan to a private dining room. A lavish meal was served by the staff one by one.
Although it was just a simple lunch, the abundance reached the level of a grand feast. However, the two didn't eat much because they would be going back to school soon. After a few bites, they left the Peace Hotel. As for Yao Yuan and the others, they had returned to school earlier in the morning. Today marked the official start of school, and they needed to prepare for their studies. Outside, vehicles prepared by the Peace Hotel were waiting for them. The two got into a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, and the driver drove them back to school. While Lin Feng and Jiang Yan were riding back to school, two Mercedes-Benz S450 cars in the distance quickly started their engines and followed. The people inside those two cars were the 5 from Jinbian. After receiving the task to protect Lin Feng yesterday, they had been waiting outside the Peace Hotel. Today, upon seeing Lin Feng come out, they did not dare delay and quickly followed. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the finance university. The driver got out and personally opened the door for Lin Feng and Jiang Yan. After Lin Feng and Jiang Yan got out, the driver respectfully said, Boss, take care. Lin Feng led Jiang Yan straight towards the school gate. Because they had missed the school start time, there weren't many people at the entrance, only the security guard on duty. Lin Feng, I'll go to class first.
See you later,
Jiang Yan said with some reluctance.
Lin Feng nodded, alright, you go to class. I'll head to the dorm.
Lin Feng arrived at his dorm and immediately saw Gao Yuan and the others having an intense discussion in the room. As soon as Lin Feng pushed open the door and walked in, the noise in the dorm instantly disappeared.
Damn, boss, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back now, it would have been a real problem. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng asked in confusion, what's going on?
Boss, you wouldn't have forgotten that today is the official start of the school year, right? We just went to report to the counselor, and when they called the roll, you were the only one missing. We said you had something urgent and would be here soon, so the counselor didn't press it. If we hadn't made up an excuse for you, you'd probably fail your first class on the first day. After hearing Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed and said, well, thank you. I really forgot today was the official start of school.
Gao Yuan grinned mischievously, boss, I don't think you forgot. I think you just couldn't get up from the warm embrace. Come on, tell us, were you with Sister Jiang Yan last night? You're awesome, boss.
Jiang Yan is the top beauty among the 4 school flowers of our School of Finance. You just got her so easily. Why don't you teach us how to do it? Teach us how to chase after beauties like your big sister. Lin Feng nodded seriously, the experience is simple. If you look like me, tall, handsome, and rich, you too could easily win over beauties like Jiang Yan. No, actually, you probably wouldn't even need to chase. They'd probably come right into your arms.
Put.
Ding Xiaoluo and Sun Hao, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard Lin Feng's words.
Especially when they saw Gao Yuan's dismal expression, they laughed even harder. Chapter 22, First Day of Military Training. Boss, don't beat me down like this. People like you, boss, with such abilities, how many are there in all of China? You're just completely crushing my confidence. Looks like I'll have to go for some more ordinary beauties.
I don't have any hope for beauties like your big sister,
Gao Yuan said dejectedly. After joking for a while, Lin Feng noticed the camouflage uniform on the table and asked in confusion, is this for military training? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Ding Xiaola nodded. Boss, this is the one we got for you. Try it on and see if it fits. If not, we can exchange it.
Lin Feng picked up the clothes and held them against his body, then nodded and said, shouldn't be a problem.
When does the military training start? Gao Yuan said, it should start this afternoon.
Thinking about the month-long military training, both Gao Yuan and Ding Xiaola felt that the tough days were coming. But for Lin Feng, who had a strengthened body, and Sun Hao, who had undergone various high-intensity training since childhood, the military training didn't seem difficult. For them, it was just a small challenge. However, Gao Yuan, who was used to a life of luxury, and the slender Ding Xiaola were a little scared of military training. After talking about the important matters, Gao Yuan seemed to remember something and suddenly said mysteriously, oh, by the way, boss, there's something you might not know. Seeing the look on Gao Yuan's face, Lin Feng asked in confusion, stop teasing, just tell me what's going on? Gao Yuan's eyes sparkled as he said, boss, our counselor is a big beauty. She's a top-level beauty, not any worse than your big sister. After we reported to the counselor, I specifically went to ask about it. Boss, guess what? Seeing Lin Feng's eyebrows slowly raise, Gao Yuan couldn't keep the suspense anymore and quickly added, our counselor is famous as the Ice Queen on campus, the most beautiful among all the female teachers. And the counselor used to be a senior at our school, and back in the day, she was one of the campus beauties.
Lin Feng blinked his eyes and calmly said, and then? And then there's nothing more.
Gao Yuan was taken aback and said, he did not expect Lin Feng to have no reaction at all. That was a beautiful instructor, the kind of person that many other students envied. How could his boss show no response at all? Boring. When Lin Feng heard it was just a beautiful instructor, he couldn't help but curl his lips and say, boss, can you show a little emotion? I put in so much effort to perform, you have to let me feel some presence, right? In dormitory 301, Gao Yuan's mournful voice echoed. Before long, the afternoon came. As 1 o'clock arrived, everyone dressed neatly and headed to the playground. On the playground, many freshmen had already gathered, waiting for the instructor to arrive. These freshmen had a majority of faces filled with reluctance about the upcoming month. Nowadays, people's physical fitness isn't very good. After all, they've lived in conditions that don't require much exercise. Even if the month-long military training isn't very intense, they may not be able to stick it out. The instructor for Lin Feng and the others was a man with dark skin and a strong build. When that instructor arrived, he scanned everyone with sharp eyes and shouted loudly, everyone stand on the numbers under your feet. Everyone didn't dare to delay and quickly stood on the numbers beneath them. Soon, everyone lined up neatly, standing on the playground under the scorching sun. I am Shin Tong, your instructor. For the next month, I will be training you. I hope we can get along as friends. If anyone breaks the rules, don't blame me for being rude. Did everyone hear that? Facing the instructor's severity, everyone shouted in unison, not daring to hesitate, heard. All right, let's start. Everyone turn left and run 2 kilometers around the playground. Everyone turned left and started running after the person in front of them. After Lin Feng and the others began running, the instructor was about to follow the team when he was called to stop. Instructor Shin, wait a moment. Shin Tong turned around and saw it was the director of the finance school. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, hello, Director Wang. Is there something you need? Director Wang Xiao said, Instructor Shin, it's like this, someone asked me to have you do a small favor. As a top 211 university, the principal is certainly an important figure. Even the director here isn't an ordinary person. Although Shin Tong came from a military background, he understood the ways of the world. This director personally asking him for help was something he absolutely wouldn't refuse. Making a good relationship with a director from a top 211 university could be useful in the future. Shin Tong nodded, Director Wang, please go ahead. If I can help, I definitely won't refuse. Wang Xiao smiled and said, Instructor Shin, the favor I need is not a big deal. I just want you to ramp up the training intensity for a student a bit. It's a small task for you. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, Shin Tong's expression shifted, already guessing something. Director Wang, I understand your meaning. Which student are you talking about? Lin Feng. Wang Xiao calmly said a name. Shin Tong nodded, all right. I understand, Director Wang. But I must make it clear beforehand, I can only make that student taste a bit of hardship. I cannot do anything excessive. If any trouble occurs, we'll both be in big trouble. Wang Xiao smiled, don't worry, Instructor Shin. I won't cause you any trouble. You just need to let that student experience a bit of hardship. I don't need anything extreme. After Shin Tong agreed, he said no more and turned to leave. After Shin Tong left, Wang Xiao looked at the direction of Lin Feng's class, who were running around the playground. A cold smile appeared on his face. Then Wang Xiao turned and left, meeting up with a young man under a tree in the distance. The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Although he was not as handsome as Lin Feng, he was still quite attractive.
Young Master Wang, I have conveyed your message.
I believe that during this month of military training, Lin Feng won't have a good time. The one called young Master Wang nodded slightly. Lin Feng is a bit unclear about his position.
Doesn't he know that Gu Baiyue has always been my pursuit? How dare he be ambiguous with Gu Baiyue?
This is just a small lesson for him. If he still doesn't understand, it won't be so simple next time.
Chapter 23, Are you targeting me on purpose?
Wang Xiao looked at young Master Wang with a face full of awe.
This young Master Wang is not simple. Young Master Wang is not from Magic City, he is from the imperial capital. The Wang family in the imperial capital, though not a top family, is still a first-rate prominent existence.
A senior in his family is a leader at the ministerial level.
Moreover, the Wang family's influence happens to be in the education department, with substantial real power. Otherwise, Wang Xiao wouldn't be so fearful. Since Wang Haiyang came to the finance university, he had his eyes set on Gu Baiyue right away. His pursuits of Gu Baiyue have been numerous. Unfortunately, Gu Baiyue has always rejected him. Although this made Wang Haiyang very angry, the Gu family is not an ordinary family, so he could only pursue Gu Baiyue through normal means.
Unexpectedly, he wasn't at school yesterday, and upon returning, he saw the rumors about Lin Feng and Gu Baiyue on the campus forum. Later investigations revealed that Lin Feng indeed didn't have much of a relationship with Gu Baiyue, but that was not something he could tolerate. Any man who has even the slightest contact with Gu Baiyue needs to be warned, to make him know who Gu Baiyue belongs to. On the other side, after Wang Zhao's reminder, Shen Tong began to intentionally target Lin Feng. That student, your running posture is incorrect, add another kilometer. Everyone else, rest in place. After seeing the others finish their 2 kilometers, Shen Tong couldn't help but loudly call out to Lin Feng in the crowd. Hearing Shen Tong call him out for another kilometer made Lin Feng furrow his brow. Although running another kilometer was not a problem for his physical fitness, Lin Feng felt that the instructor seemed to be targeting him. After all, his running posture, though slightly different from the military's, was still very proper among all the freshmen. His physical fitness has reached human limits, and even without formal training, his coordination ability is not something ordinary people can compare to. But this Shen Tong actually said his running posture was incorrect. It was hard to tell if it was really targeting him. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything. Adding another kilometer was not a big deal for him, so he continued running. As Lin Feng ran around the playground, Jiang Yan returned from class, holding a bottle of water and walked to the side of the playground. Seeing that Lin Feng was the only one running on the entire playground, a look of heartache appeared on her face. What's going on? Everyone else is resting, why is Lin Feng the only one training? Though she had some doubts in her heart, Jiang Yan still quietly stood by the playground, waiting for Lin Feng to finish running. Just as Lin Feng finished 1 kilometer, Shen Tong suddenly shouted loudly, "No, your running posture is still incorrect, run again, another kilometer." At that moment, everyone realized something was wrong. This instructor was definitely targeting Lin Feng on purpose. Everyone secretly guessed what feud Lin Feng had with this instructor, why he was being targeted so harshly. Lin Feng finally could not suppress the anger in his heart. Without continuing to run, he came before Shen Tong, his expression icy as he said, "What do you mean? Are you targeting me on purpose?" In the past, Lin Feng had a bad temper, and now with the system at his side, he would let no one off easy. Seeing Lin Feng's unfriendly expression, Shen Tong scoffed and said, "This classmate, please pay attention to your attitude when speaking to the instructor. You are currently undergoing military management. Publicly contradicting the instructor in the army is disobeying orders, and that will lead to punishment." Lin Feng coldly stared at Shen Tong. "Is that so? Then today, I want to experience what your army's punishment looks like. Who do you think you are to order me around? Since you want to follow military rules, let's do it the military way. Isn't ability what the military relies on? Show me your ability. Kid, do you know what you are saying? I advise you to obey my commands, otherwise, don't blame me for the consequences." At first, Shen Tong just wanted to make Lin Feng suffer a little. But later, he found that after running 3 kilometers, Lin Feng didn't seem affected at all, realizing Lin Feng's physical fitness was definitely far beyond ordinary people. He had promised Wang Xiao to give Lin Feng a hard time, so he couldn't let him off so easily. "Since your physical fitness is good, I'll make you run a few more laps until you can't take it anymore." But unexpectedly, Lin Feng started fighting back after only running 1 kilometer. He was definitely not going to let himself be spoiled. This was a perfect opportunity to deal with Lin Feng and give Wang Xiao a satisfactory answer. He could also establish his authority, showing these pampered students his power, so that in the future, there wouldn't be another Lin Feng to confront him. Lin Feng looked at Shen Tong with a contemptuous gaze. Shen Tong was a little over 1.7 meters tall, and with his muscular build from years of training, he still had a strong presence standing there. However, Lin Feng was more than 10 centimeters taller than Shen Tong, though his body wasn't as muscular, his physique was the most perfect form after system enhancement. His muscles were filled with explosive power, who knows how many times stronger than Shintong, how could he be afraid of him?
Not to mention Shintong, a common officer in the army.
Even if a special forces king were here, if they fought barehanded, Lin Feng could easily crush him. He might not know any fighting skills, but his reflexes and strength were dozens of times greater than an ordinary person. Even a cat's movements appeared slow to him, let alone a human.
Blame you? Ha, I won't blame you, I'm afraid you'd blame me later. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing Lin Feng's disdain, Shintong began to lose composure. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I see you really want to seek death.
Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold, looking at Shintong with utter disdain. Alright, this is self-inflicted, if I don't make you suffer today, I am not surnamed Shin. As soon as he finished speaking, Shintong suddenly swung his fist towards Lin Feng's face. Seeing Shintong suddenly strike, the students erupted in shock.
The entire playground instantly became chaotic.
Wang Xiao, Wang Haiyang, and Zhang Yan, who had been paying attention to Lin Feng's side, all had different expressions upon witnessing the sudden conflict between Lin Feng and Shintong. Wang Haiyang and Wang Xiao were gleeful about the situation. But Zhang Yan was extremely anxious, her heart racing to her throat. However, although Shintong's attack was fast, in Lin Feng's eyes, it was no different from slow motion.
Bang!
Everyone didn't see clearly, they just noticed that the first to act, Shintong, was kicked away by Lin Feng with immense force.
Chapter 24, Just a Few Waste.
Shintong, weighing around 150 to 160 pounds, was kicked over 10 meters away by Lin Feng with one blow. This kick almost cost Shintong half of his life. Lying on the ground, Shintong felt his stomach churning violently, nearly throwing up his meal from the night before. Then came the intense pain in his organs, making him feel dizzy and lightheaded. Some army instructors who had noticed the situation here, originally waiting to enjoy the show, were shocked that things unfolded differently than they had expected.
Although Shintong didn't reach the level of a special forces soldier, he was still considered outstanding among ordinary soldiers. His combat ability was decent, and 3 to 5 ordinary people couldn't match him. Yet, he didn't get to land a single blow against Lin Feng and was knocked down without being able to get back up. Those instructors feared Shintong might suffer more harm from Lin Feng. They hurriedly ran over. One of the instructors shouted loudly at Lin Feng, "What are you doing? Which class are you from? How dare you hit an instructor? Do you know you're in big trouble?" Lin Feng sneered, "How was I to know this instructor was so useless? He was the one who came to me saying he wanted to spar, but I didn't expect he couldn't even take one kick. That's just pathetic." Hearing Lin Feng's insulting words, all the instructors felt uncomfortable. The instructor who had scolded Lin Feng was especially furious. "Kid, are you insulting our soldiers?" Lin Feng replied indifferently, "Don't put words in my mouth. I have never said anything wrong about soldiers, I only said this instructor is worthless. I have great respect for soldiers because they are the guardians who protect our homes and country. But even in sacred places, there are pests, like this instructor. You should ask him why he is targeting me. I don't believe he just dislikes me for no reason." The instructor naturally could not let the blame fall on them. After all, they were all from the same group of instructors here for military training, just one team. When one is honored, all are honored, when one suffers, all suffer. If someone among them made a mistake, their overall honor would be affected. Then the instructor said, "Stop talking nonsense, how could we possibly target just one student? I see that it's you who isn't listening to management, which provoked Shintong to target you. And now you've hurt Shintong, we will definitely hold you accountable." Facing the instructor's unreasonable accusation, Lin Feng scoffed, "Do whatever you want, I've let off my steam. You can handle it however you wish, but I'll tell you this, when the truth comes out, you'll be the ones embarrassed. Don't listen to this little brat's nonsense, arrest him first and wait for the commander to come and deal with it." Now all the officers felt a bit guilty. They didn't want other departments to take over, so it was best to let their own military personnel handle it directly. Even if they were at fault, they could take care of things promptly. Hearing the instructor's words, the rest of the instructors understood his intentions. And they had all overheard Lin Feng's earlier insults towards Shintong and were already disapproving of Lin Feng. As they spoke, several instructors surrounded Lin Feng. But Lin Feng showed no fear, instead, he smiled and warned, "I advise you to give up this idea, otherwise, the consequences might be the same as his. Kid, you're too arrogant." With that, the instructor who had spoken to Lin Feng first lunged at him. The story begins with a surprise attack in a military setting. Lin Feng didn't even look, he threw a punch directly. Before the instructor's hand could touch Lin Feng, he was sent flying by a single punch. In midair, 2 of his front teeth also flew out of his mouth. Seeing Lin Feng's brutal and effortless display stunned everyone into silence. What kind of strength does it take to knock someone's teeth out with a punch? The other instructors were shocked by Lin Feng's power, but they had no thoughts of retreating now. They were all ready to stop holding back.
But no matter how strong they were, no one could withstand a single move from Lin Feng. Within a few breaths, all 9 instructors fell to the ground, screaming in pain. In an instant, the entire playground was silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them.
Was this really a human? 1 against 9. Maybe someone could do it. But 1 against 9 trained soldiers? They hadn't heard of that before.
After taking care of the 9 instructors, Lin Feng shrugged and looked into the distance.
He gestured towards Jiang Yan, who was still in shock. Are you here to bring me water? Just in time, I'm a bit thirsty. Hand it over.
It was only when Lin Feng spoke that Jiang Yan snapped back to reality.
She hurried over and handed the water to Lin Feng, then asked with concern, Lin Feng, are you okay?
Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. They're just a bunch of useless people.
What could happen to me dealing with them?
After saying that, he twisted the bottle cap and gulped down half a bottle of water. With half a bottle down, Lin Feng felt a wave of refreshment wash over him.
Lin Feng, is this going to be a problem? You hit so many soldiers, will you get in trouble? Jiang Yan asked with worry. Lin Feng patted Jiang Yan's head and laughed confidently, it's fine.
They're in the wrong from the start, and you know who I am.
Even the military can't do anything to me.
At worst, I'll just sue them. In the end, they'll have to apologize. Lin Feng wasn't worried at all about what the military would do to him. If it were an ordinary person, they might be at the mercy of others in such a situation.
After all, how could an ordinary person go against the official authorities?
But he is not an ordinary person. With all the rewards from the system, as long as he pulls those connections, the military has to follow the rules. They couldn't just use their power to oppress him. Not long after, a captain arrived on the playground with a group of soldiers. This captain was the overall responsible officer for military training at this finance university. As soon as he arrived, he saw his 9 subordinates lying on the ground, groaning in pain.
What happened?
The captain asked with a dark expression. A school official who witnessed the whole thing rushed forward to explain what had happened.
Good.
This is just great. Your school really deserves to be a top university, you have such talent.
How dare anyone openly beat up instructors? I'm definitely reporting this, let's see how your school handles it.
Seeing the lieutenant's furious expression, all the teachers and students felt that their school might be in trouble this time. Although the principal of a top 211 university is an influential figure, generally, no one dares to provoke them. But if the high-ranking officials of the military wanted to cause trouble, even the principal would feel great pressure. In the end, Lin Feng might be pushed out to take the blame, and the matter could be minimized, bringing peace to both sides.
Once they realized this, everyone looked at Lin Feng with a touch of pity.
In fact, after Lin Feng became the rising star of the school, he had already attracted everyone's attention. Many girls, upon seeing Lin Feng's handsome face, were completely captivated by him, many even wanted to confess their feelings to Lin Feng. How could they not love such a young man who was both rich and good-looking? However, what happened today could very likely ruin Lin Feng's future, and those girls who wanted to confess were all having second thoughts. Even though they were enchanted by Lin Feng's looks, they still held some rationality. No matter how handsome Lin Feng was, if he didn't have the ability to earn money in the future, they wouldn't be able to follow him. Lin Feng naturally couldn't guess everyone's thoughts, as he didn't care about their opinions. If it were before, he might have hesitated to cause such a big scene. But now, he was naturally fearless. Youth without ambition is a waste of youth. It was clear that Xintong was deliberately targeting him. If Lin Feng had no reaction, it would be too pathetic for him to live that way. At that point, even the system might look down on him. At that moment, Wang Xiao, who had been standing in the distance with Wang Xiao watching the show, finally spoke up when the situation had escalated enough, coughing lightly and saying, Wang Xiao, it's about time, I should go over now.
Wang Haiyang nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face, then I will trouble Director Wang.
Once this matter is over, I will definitely mention this to my family and give Director Wang an opportunity to excel. Hearing Wang Haiyang's words, Director Wang was filled with excitement and hurriedly said, Thank you for your support, Wang Xiao.
If you ever need anything, I will do my utmost to assist you.
After speaking, Wang Xiao adjusted his clothes and stepped into the center of the scene. Once in the center, Wang Xiao said solemnly, Calm down, officer. It is our school that has failed to teach properly, we did not expect such a student to emerge.
Our school will certainly provide you with an explanation. The lieutenant also knew Wang Xiao.
After all, Wang Xiao was the person in charge of military training for the school, and they had crossed paths before.
So it's Director Wang.
Since Director Wang said so, I will trust you this once. This student assaulted our instructor, this situation is extremely serious and must be severely punished.
If your school cannot give us a satisfactory explanation, we certainly won't let it slide.
This time, Lin Feng took on 9 instructors alone, easily defeating them, crushing them single-handedly.
The damage to the military's reputation was severe. If he couldn't regain that honor, he would face serious consequences.
After finishing his conversation with the lieutenant, Wang Xiao turned his gaze with sharp eyes toward Lin Feng.
This student, what's going on with you? Do you know where this place is? Is this a place you can recklessly act out?
This military training is specifically organized by our school to help students exercise. You have openly violated the school's rules, which is truly bold and reckless. I will definitely report this matter to the principal, so that the principal can expel you from the school and notify all universities to never accept you again. Upon hearing Wang Xiao's words, Zhang Yan, standing next to Lin Feng, turned pale with fright. Although she knew Lin Feng came from a wealthy family and whether he went to school or not didn't matter, he could lie flat for a lifetime. But if he were expelled from the school, it would still have some impact on Lin Feng's future. Especially for a young master like Lin Feng, it was also a very shameful thing. It could greatly affect his future handling of the family business. However, Lin Feng didn't care at all upon hearing Wang Xiao's words. First, he really didn't care about the so-called academic status. Not going to school was fine for him. Second, he wasn't worried about being expelled from school. He was determined to fight these people to the end. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Ha, you want to expel me from school? Let's see if you have that ability. Actually, I am very curious, who is secretly targeting me today? Don't make me find out, otherwise, I will definitely let him know the means of Lin Feng." After saying this, Lin Feng directly grabbed Zhang Yan's hand and left elegantly, even too lazy to say another word to Wang Xiao. Hearing Lin Feng's words and seeing his disdainful back as he turned to leave, Wang Xiao's face instantly darkened. Lin Feng actually had no intention of begging for mercy at all. He had initially thought that after he said he would expel Lin Feng would be so scared that his legs would weaken and beg for mercy. At that moment, he would take the opportunity to humiliate Lin Feng fiercely and perform well in front of Wang Haiyang. If he could successfully cling to the Wang family's thigh, that would be great. The Wang family was a top power in the education sector, with a voice that could change many strategies and policies in education. Once he held on to such a top power in education, his future career would definitely soar smoothly and reach great heights. But Lin Feng did not give him any chance at all, and even before leaving, he verbally threatened him. Wang Xiao now only felt resentment that Lin Feng did not beg for mercy from him. He did not worry at all about Lin Feng's threatening words when leaving. Soon, the news of Lin Feng challenging 9 instructors on the playground spread throughout the school. Everyone who heard this news was shocked by Lin Feng's strength. A freshman, on the first day of military training, single-handedly took down 9 instructors? A freshman unharmed defeating 9 military instructors. On the school forum, eye-catching titles directly dominated the entire school's forum leaderboard. As long as you opened the school forum website, you could see these eye-catching titles. Wow, who is this freshman's subordinate? How could he be so brave? This boy is so cool, I really like him. If this time he is okay, I will definitely confess to him. In each post, many students were discussing passionately. Hee, this freshman is finished. Fighting military instructors sent by the military is a light punishment. A heavier punishment could even lead to sentencing. Those who felt jealous deliberately showed off their wisdom. Such people were not few. Many admired Lin Feng. But more people were gloating over his misfortune. Chapter 26, What are these fierce words? Lin Feng, what should we do now? The matter has gotten so big, the military and the school will definitely not let you go. I know your background is significant, but you can't afford to offend the military. I'm really worried for you. Zhang Yan, who was beside Lin Feng, had a worried look on her face. Seeing Zhang Yan's worried expression, Lin Feng pinched her little hand and confidently said, "Senior sister, you are so cute, I'm head over heels for you now. Come give me a kiss." Oh no, what time is it, and you are still being so frivolous? I'm worried sick for you. If you can be okay this time, I will definitely let you kiss me as much as you want. Zhang Yan was anxiously stomping her feet, truly speechless. What time was it, and Lin Feng was still thinking about this kind of thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile mischievously and said, "Senior sister, you said this, don't go back on your word. You said to let me kiss you as much as I want, so when the time comes, I want to kiss wherever I want. You can't refuse." Zhang Yan instinctively agreed, but then seemed to remember something, her face uncon. In today's society, women like Zhang Yan, only seen in kindergartens, have become incredibly rare. That's why Lin Feng cherishes Zhang Yan so much. He even gave her shares of the Peace Hotel. He truly sees her as his own woman. Whether the two can marry in the future is uncertain, but one thing he is sure of is that Zhang Yan will have a life of luxury by his side. After joking, Lin Feng said seriously, "It's okay, don't worry, since I dare to do this, I must have my own strength. Right now, my main goal is to find out who is behind the scenes targeting me. People who operate in the shadows are too dangerous. If I can't find them out soon, who knows what trouble they might cause me in the future." Lin Feng, are you really sure someone is scheming behind your back? When it came to serious matters, Jiang Yan's expression also became serious, and she couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded. I am very sure that someone is deliberately causing trouble for me through Shintong.
Today is my first day of military training, and it's also my first time meeting Shintong.
Besides, I have no past grievances with the military. I can't believe it's just a coincidence. A military instructor like Shintong wouldn't come to make trouble for me without a reason.
So I need to find out the mastermind behind this and completely eliminate any future threats.
Alright, I can't help you much with my abilities, just be careful.
If you need me, let me know.
I might not be able to assist with big matters, but perhaps I can help with smaller ones.
Jiang Yan said firmly.
Lin Feng smiled and patted Jiang Yan's head. Okay, don't worry, I'm fine. You go back first. After I resolve these issues, I'll come find you. After they parted, Lin Feng walked toward the dorm. However, as soon as he returned to the dormitory building, he saw two police officers waiting there. When they saw Lin Feng, the two stepped forward.
Are you Lin Feng? One of the police officers asked.
The two officers were a regular and an auxiliary, following normal deployment rules.
The one asking was a full-time officer. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I am Lin Feng.
Alright, then come with us. We just received a complaint that you had a fight at school. Now we need to take you back for questioning, the officer said to Lin Feng in a flat tone. In fact, before coming here, the two officers already understood the situation. They knew who Lin Feng had fought with. They were quite impressed with Lin Feng's courage, but they also knew that he was very skilled. However, they weren't afraid at all that Lin Feng would act against them. Because if Lin Feng did, it would be charged with both assault and resisting arrest. Just these two charges would be enough for him to be in serious trouble. Of course, if Lin Feng didn't resist, he wouldn't gain any benefits. This time, he had offended someone from the military, and once he entered the police station, everything could be manipulated. It's unlikely he could get out easily. No matter how skilled he was, if the authorities wanted to deal with him, it would just take a word. So they weren't afraid of Lin Feng at all. While speaking, they showed no signs of fear. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He had seen through the two officers' thoughts and naturally wouldn't do anything reckless. He then nodded and said, okay, I'll go back with you to cooperate with the investigation. Seeing Lin Feng agree so readily, the two officers were taken aback.
Did Lin Feng really just comply without hesitation?
But they didn't think too much. As long as they could take him back, they would have completed their task. Soon, Lin Feng got into the police car with the two officers and left. And this scene was witnessed by many people. The school forum was once again buzzing with discussions about Lin Feng being taken away by the police car. The 5 protectors who had always shielded Lin Feng also saw him being taken away by the police car. The 5 of them did not dare to hesitate. Jin Bian quickly took out his phone and called General Manager Zhang Jianjun. At that moment, in the office of Zhang Jianjun, the general manager of the Shield Security Branch in Magic City. Upon receiving Jin Bian's call, his expression turned serious. After hanging up, without a moment's hesitation, he quickly picked up his phone and dialed out again. On an island in Southeast Asia. The location of this island is very secret, regular people cannot find it, and even many small Southeast Asian countries cannot detect it using technology. This island is the headquarters of SHIELD Security and also a secret base for training SHIELD security personnel. At this moment, in a training camp on the island, in a room, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a strong presence received a call from Zhang Jianjun. Hello, Chief Instructor, this is Zhang Jianjun, General Manager of the Magic City branch of Huaxia.
Hearing Zhang Jianjun's voice, the sharp-eyed man replied lightly, what's the matter?
Zhang Jianjun cautiously said, reporting to the Chief Instructor, my subordinate just informed me that the boss has been arrested by the police.
For what reason?
The sharp-eyed man didn't show much change in expression upon hearing Zhang Jianjun's words, but his sharp eyes slightly narrowed. It was clear that the news of Lin Feng's arrest stirred some unrest in his heart. According to my subordinate's report, the boss hit a military instructor during military training. Now the military and the school are applying pressure together, and the authorities have intervened.
The boss might be in big trouble this time.
Chapter 27, The Yi family of the Imperial Capital. Daring to cause trouble for the boss.
I want to see who dares. Do they really think our SHIELD security company is a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze? Let me handle this.
You keep an eye on the boss's situation, and also use your connections to make sure the boss has a comfortable time inside. I'll contact the people above in Huaxia right now. After hanging up the phone, there was a flash of coldness in the sharp-eyed man's eyes. He recalled how he had left Huaxia in embarrassment back in the day. He was once the king of soldiers in Huaxia's strongest special forces. In all of Huaxia, apart from the man known as the Dragon God, no one in the military could match him. At that time, he was young, full of vigor and at his peak. According to his own estimates, it wouldn't take long for him to challenge the Dragon God and truly become the #1 in Huaxia's military. But during a mission, for some unknown reason, his team's plan was leaked, and they were ambushed by foreign military forces. Out of the 5-member team, only he managed to escape. Moreover, at that time, to bring back the bodies of his teammates, he disobeyed many orders. When he returned to the country, he was charged with many crimes.
His defiance ultimately angered the military big shots.
If it weren't for his immense strength and the secret help from the Yi family, he wouldn't have survived to escape from Huaxia. To this day, thinking back to that incident, he grits his teeth in hatred. That mission was definitely a trap set specifically for him. And the one who set the trap was someone he had always protected. Later, after escaping from Huaxia, he wandered about until a noble took him in, investing a lot of money to establish the Shield security company for him, giving him a place to stand and live.
As for this new boss,
he secretly inquired about the news, having a very deep relationship with the benefactor who once made it difficult to help him, and it could even be that benefactor's descendant. So he wanted to repay this kindness, wholeheartedly supporting this new boss. Now that the new boss was in trouble, he had to do his best to help. Thinking of this, the sharp-eyed man opened a drawer that had been sealed for a long time. Inside was only a very old mobile phone.
The phone's contact list had only one phone number.
As the phone number was dialed out, far away in the imperial capital of Huaxia, inside a huge mansion, an elderly man with graying hair and a spirited demeanor answered the call excitedly.
"Hello, you finally decided to call me, kid."
This elderly man was the pillar of the top family in the imperial capital, the Yi family, Yi Zhenggui. Yi Zhenggui was one of the few remaining players in Huaxia who created an account during the launch of the game. The Yi family was also the top family in the imperial capital, with no one able to compare to them. The families in the imperial capital were divided into 1 peak, for top-notch, 10 first-rate, and many second- and third-rate families. The Yi family was undoubtedly the first among all families in Huaxia. There was no family stronger than the Yi family in Huaxia. Members of the Yi family were spread throughout all major power departments in Huaxia, all holding positions of high authority. Hearing Yi Zhenggui's words, the sharp-eyed man choked up slightly. "Old Ji, I'm sorry for not contacting you all these years."
"Haha, little Yong, how old are you now, still getting sentimental like this?"
"Back then, you were such a strong man, facing a chorus of woes without shedding a single tear."
"Old Ji, thank you.
If you hadn't been secretly helping me all those years ago, I believe I would have had no chance of escaping," Qi Zhiyong said gratefully.
"Little Yong, I watched you grow up. How could I not trust you?
Moreover, your father was once my old subordinate. He sacrificed himself on the battlefield to save me.
I have never forgotten this kindness. You got into trouble, how could I just stand by?"
"It's just a pity, although I could use my influence to protect you, I would have to make enemies. Behind me is the Yi family, and I also have to consider the big picture, so I had no choice but to remain silent and help you in secret.
Fortunately, the outcome was good, and nothing happened to you.
Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face your father after I go down."
"Alright, old Ji, those things are all in the past. I'm fine now. This time I called you, actually just to ask for a favor,"
Qi Zhiyong said seriously. Hearing Qi Zhiyong's tone, Yi Zhenggui slowly said, "Speak up, little Yong. Now that you are looking for this old man, I certainly won't just stand by.
I couldn't help you back then, but now I can solve anything for you."
"Old Ji, it's not a big deal, just that my boss got into some trouble in the Magic City, offended the military, and is now being arrested by the police. Please help me get my boss out."
Qi Zhiyong spoke. "Your boss?" Hearing these words, Yi Zhenggui raised his eyebrows. "Is it the boss of the Shield security company?"
"Yes, it's him."
"Old Ji, I haven't asked you for anything in all these years. I hope you can help me this time.
This boss has a very deep relationship with the benefactor who saved me back then. I must repay this kindness."
"Alright, I understand. I will have someone investigate immediately to see what's going on."
"Don't worry, even if your boss made a big mistake, I won't let anything happen to him."
After chatting for a while longer, they ended the call.
Yi Zhenggui immediately called in his personal security officer to inquire about Lin Feng from the Magic City Finance University. It's unclear how long it passed, but in Yi Zhenggui's study, the computer screen was playing footage of Lin Feng fighting with 9 military instructors. Standing beside Yi Zhenggui, the guard's expression turned serious after watching the video on the computer screen.
"A Chang, what do you think about this young man, Lin Feng?"
The guard, called a Chang, replied gravely, "Old chief, this young man is not simple. From the video, it seems he defeated those 9 instructors without even using 1/10 of his strength.
As for his true strength, I am afraid I wouldn't even be his match." "You wouldn't be his match?" Yi Zhenggui was taken aback. The guard next to him was ranked among the top 10 in hand-to-hand combat in China. How could he say he was not a match for that young man? What level of strength did that young man possess? "Are you sure you are not his match?" Yi Zhenggui asked again in disbelief.
"Old chief, I am very sure.
I am not this young man's opponent. Even if he wanted to defeat me, he wouldn't need many moves. Chapter 28, The Actions of the Yi Family.
After hearing such high praise from his guard for Lin Feng, Yi Zhanghua felt very shocked. He was already curious about this young man who could be Qi Ziyang's boss, and now, after hearing his guard's comments, his curiosity about Lin Feng grew even more.
Just then, footsteps sounded outside the study.
Then a knock on the door was heard.
Come in. Yi Zhanghua spoke.
As the sound fell, the study door opened, and a remarkably beautiful woman in military uniform appeared at the door.
Grandpa, you called me back in such a hurry. Is there something wrong?
The woman spoke with her red lips slightly parted. Seeing the woman, Yi Zhanghua's face showed a hint of affection. This young woman was Yi Zhanghua's granddaughter, the only woman in this generation of the Yi family. Yi Zhanghua had 7 sons, but among them, they only gave birth to 1 granddaughter.
This sole granddaughter was Yi Xian.
However, despite being a woman, Yi Xian's accomplishments were no less than those of her male relatives in the Yi family. Yi Xian enlisted at the age of 18, and now, 7 years later, she had become the captain of the Blood Red Special Forces team, holding the rank of colonel. If nothing unexpected happened, in less than 2 years, along with the Yi family's connections, she would soon become the youngest general in Chinese history.
But no one was dissatisfied with Yi Xian's current status.
This was because everything Yi Xian had achieved was truly deserved. In her 7 years in the army, no one knew how many merits she had earned for the country, and her personal strength was one of the best in the entire Chinese military. Therefore, at the age of 25, holding the rank of colonel, no one had raised any objections. However, rising past colonel to become a general was not easy. Even with the huge background of the Yi family, it could not be easily accomplished. If Yi Xian were a bit older, it might have been easier, but at her current age, despite her numerous military achievements, she would still face many obstacles in becoming a general.
Xianer is back. Just in time. Grandpa has something to show you.
Hearing Yi Zhanghua's call, Yi Xian walked over with a look of confusion. Yi Zhanghua replayed the video of Lin Feng challenging 9 military instructors alone on the playground. Yi Xian stood there with a serious expression, watching the entire video, her face filled with shock.
Grandpa, where did you get this video? Are you sure this really happened? It's not a movie, right?
Yi Zhanghua shook his head. Of course it's real. I called you back from the army this time to have you handle this matter.
In your opinion, how strong is this young man?
Yi Xian carefully glanced at the video of Lin Feng challenging the 9 military instructors again. He slowly said, very strong, extremely strong.
If this video is real, this person's strength should be above mine.
Although Song Xian was proud, she was not blindly arrogant, she was just proud in front of those weaker than herself. But when she encountered someone stronger, she still showed great respect. For example, seeing Lin Feng in the video made Song Xian display her respect. Hearing his granddaughter's evaluation of Lin Feng, Yi Zhanghua smiled with satisfaction. It seemed his education had been successful, not raising people in the family to be blindly arrogant.
Alright, now that the video is over, you should go to Magic City.
This young man's conflict with those instructors, I have already understood the situation. The fault is not with this young man. Now both the military and the school are looking for trouble with him, you will help him resolve this trouble. By the way, please deliver 2 items to him for me. After finishing his words, the guard beside him, a Chang, took out a box and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Curious, Yi Xian opened the box and was astonished when she saw the items inside.
Grandpa, do we really have to give this to him? Inside the box were items from the National Security Bureau.
These documents from the National Security Bureau held immense power, capable of temporarily taking over local command when necessary. No matter if it was the first or second in charge of the provincial committee, they had to unconditionally obey once these documents came out. So far, only one person in Huaxia had ever possessed this document. That person was the man known as the Dragon God by all strong individuals in Huaxia. Yi Xian never expected that the young man in the video had the qualifications to receive such supreme honor.
Grandpa, why?
Yi Xian didn't understand why her grandfather valued this young man so much, and couldn't help but voice her confusion. Yi Zhanghua did not hide anything from Yi Xian and revealed Lin Feng's identity.
He is the behind-the-scenes boss of Shield Security Company. What? He is the behind-the-scenes boss of Shield Security Company?
Upon hearing this news, Yi Xian was greatly shocked. Although Shield Security Company was just a security firm, its strength was terrifying. Others might not know the true strength of Shield Security Company, but she knew deeply. If Shield Security Company mobilized all its power, it could easily topple any small country's regime. Even against a powerful nation like Huaxia, it could still cause significant impact if it put in its full effort. The reason why Shield Security Company had never been controlled by those superpowers was precisely because it had strength that made them fear. The security personnel of Shield Security Company were everywhere around political bigwigs in every country. If SHIELD Security Company wanted to, a single command could lead those security personnel to assassinate political leaders, potentially shaking the entire blue planet if successful. This was the hidden power of SHIELD Security Company, terrifying beyond imagination.
Taking a deep breath, Yixian said solemnly, "Grandpa, I understand now. I will go to Magic City right away."
After speaking, Yixian took out her phone and made a call, then changed into casual clothes and left the Yi family mansion. Inside a secret military base, Yixian piloted a helicopter alone from the capital to Magic City. On the other side, as Lin Feng entered the police station, the police chief's phone rang continuously. First, someone called to greet him, implying that he should give Lin Feng a good interrogation, essentially suggesting he should handle Lin Feng roughly. But the following calls took a different turn, all from notable figures urging him to take good care of Lin Feng.
Don't let Lin Feng have even a slight mishap. If anything happens to Lin Feng, he will be held accountable.
So many calls have come in, making the station chief's forehead drenched in cold sweat.
Now he didn't know what to do anymore.
Some people want to harm Lin Feng, while others want to protect him. He simply doesn't know whom to listen to. He cannot offend those who want to deal with Lin Feng, and he certainly cannot offend those who want to protect him.
Chapter 29, This young man is not to be provoked.
Just when the station chief was in a dilemma, a phone call came in that directly scared him into slumping in his chair. This call was from the military district in the imperial capital. The caller was a guard from a leader in the military district. And this guard was, of course, a Chang, who was beside Yijingwa. A Chang didn't say much on the phone, just said, "If anything happens to Lin Feng, I will kill you." This statement was very blunt, without any subtlety, clear and straightforward, yet filled with murderous intent. How could a small station chief bear the pressure brought by someone of such a high level? Immediately, unable to sit still, the station chief hurried out of his office, running towards the detention room where Lin Feng was held. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting calmly in the detention room chair. The small officer watching Lin Feng saw the station chief arrive and quickly stood up respectfully, saying, "Chief, you're here." The station chief didn't have time to chat with the small officer and directly said, "Open the door for me."
Seeing the station chief's urgent expression, the small officer didn't dare hesitate and quickly opened the door to the detention room.
After the chief quickly walked into the detention room, he extended his hand towards Lin Feng and said, "Ah, little brother, you've suffered, I'm just following the rules. If I've offended you in any way, please don't hold it against me." Seeing the chief's attitude, Lin Feng already guessed a bit. He smiled and said, "Chief, you're joking, as long as you can act fairly, I certainly won't say anything." Seeing Lin Feng so nonchalant, the chief was even more certain of his thoughts. This young man's identity is definitely someone he cannot offend. It's normal, how could an ordinary person have such boldness to publicly beat a military instructor, and he did it alone against 9? Not to mention this level of strength, just having those 9 instructors standing there for others to hit takes courage that not many possess. Thinking about the call from the military district in the imperial capital, the station chief still felt cold sweat trickling down his back. No matter whether it was those wanting to trouble Lin Feng or those wanting to protect him, in the face of that big shot in the imperial capital, they were all like ants. If those people knew that behind Lin Feng stood that big shot from the imperial capital, they would probably be terrified to death. "Little brother, you go wait in the conference room for a while, once I finish handling everything here, you can leave.
It shouldn't take up too much of your time."
Lin Feng nodded, "Okay." Lin Feng did not make things difficult for this small station chief. Everything from the dispatch to arrest him until now had indeed been done according to procedures. Someone reported a case, and he dispatched personnel, that's all part of the normal process. Before the station chief could finish processing Lin Feng's paperwork. On the other side, Yi Xian had already arrived in the Magic City in a military helicopter. At the military base in the Magic City, several military leaders stood solemnly in front of the helipad. As the helicopter from the imperial capital landed, respect appeared in their eyes. After parking the helicopter, Yi Xian's graceful figure stepped off the aircraft. Seeing the military leaders from the Magic City come to greet her, Yi Xian calmly approached them and said, "I am just here for a personal matter." "You don't have to be so serious, I'm not here with a task. You are also of my uncle's generation, I can't afford such treatment." Several leaders of the military stationed in Magic City showed respect not aimed at Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was young and already held the rank of colonel, with a bright future ahead of her, it was still unnecessary for them to be so ceremonious. What they truly feared was the Yi family, the power behind Yi Xian. The Yi family had always firmly controlled the military's power of speech. Even the current national leader, after several attempts, could not snatch even a bit of military power from the Yi family, showing just how much control the Yi family had over the military. As military personnel, they had to show enough respect to the Yi family. If they offended them, they would no longer be able to make it in the military. "Colonel Yi, hello, welcome to Magic City. Is there any instruction?" A lieutenant colonel asked respectfully. Yi Xian slowly said, I heard that a college student had a conflict with a military instructor during military training. This matter caught my grandfather's attention, and he has thoroughly investigated the situation. I just want to know how the Magic City military trains its people. Why does someone dare to act lawlessly, bullying others for a little profit? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of several military leaders in Magic City all changed. The previously speaking Lieutenant Colonel frowned and said, Colonel Yi, is there some misunderstanding? Our information is that the college student provoked first, disobeying the instructor's orders, which led to a verbal conflict and then the eventual clash. Yi Xian snickered coldly, oh, so you only heard it from others and didn't thoroughly investigate the events. At that time, there were so many people in the schoolyard, if you had truly wanted to look into it, you could have easily discovered what happened. But it seems you didn't want to investigate at all. Didn't you just think that the college student slapped your Magic City military's face and didn't care about right or wrong, only wanting to regain that face? As for whether the college student lives or dies, it's no longer important to you, right? As Yi Xian's voice fell, the faces of those military leaders instantly turned ugly. Their change in color was not due to Yi Xian's scolding, but because she had spoken the truth. Yi Xian snickered coldly, this matter has already alarmed my grandfather. If it was that young person's fault, naturally you can handle it as you see fit. But if it was not that young person's fault, no one shall slander him. My grandfather's investigation concluded that Instructor Shintong deliberately targeted that college student. If you have different results from your investigation, feel free to confront me anytime. After speaking, Yi Xian didn't say any more nonsense. She directly took a military vehicle key from a soldier and drove away, heading towards the police station where Lin Feng was detained. After Yi Xian left, the several military leaders in Magic City exchanged glances and saw the gravity in each other's eyes. They did not expect that a mere conflict between an ordinary college student and an instructor would attract the attention of the Yi family. It seemed that the young man had a deep connection with the Yi family. Since that young man had such a close relationship with the Yi family, they could cancel their previous plans and honestly deal with the situation based on the truth. The power they relied on had no effect on that young man. In fact, if they continued to insist on their previous actions, the authority held by that young man could easily wipe them all out. Chapter 30, You don't want to treat me to spicy skewers, do you? On the other side, Yi Xian, after warning a few military leaders from the Magic City, drove to the police station where Lin Feng was detained. As the military vehicle entered the police station yard, it caught the attention of many people. Although those young officers did not know Yi Xian's identity, seeing the military vehicle she drove, they knew she was not someone to mess with. One young officer cautiously approached and asked, Hello, may I ask what brings you here? As soon as the young officer finished speaking, an officer's ID appeared in front of him. Looking at the rank and information on the officer's ID, the young officer's legs softened in fear. This was the presence of a division commander. Indeed, Yi Xian's officer ID not only had the rank of colonel but also designated her as a division commander. Such a rank, even if transferred locally, would be equivalent to the mayor of a city. How could a small officer like him dare to provoke her? Hello, officer. The young officer quickly raised his hand to salute. Yi Xian waved her hand, Call your station chief out. I'm here to pick up my friend Lin Feng. The young officer did not dare to be slow and quickly ran into the police station after confirming. Before long, the station chief who spoke to Lin Feng earlier hurriedly walked over. Seeing Yi Xian standing at the entrance of the police station, he was stunned for a moment, shocked by her youthful appearance, and then hurried closer. He had just received a report from the young officer that a leader with the rank of colonel and the level of division commander had arrived, so he quickly left his office. He never expected that the division commander who came would be so young. Hello, I am Zhang Hua, the station chief of this police station. May I ask who you are, officer? Yi Xian replied lightly, Yi Xian, Colonel, Division Commander of the 5th Division of the Central Military District, here to pick up my friend Lin Feng. I have already investigated the matter thoroughly. I can guarantee and name that Lin Feng absolutely has no fault. You all can release him quickly. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the station chief secretly clicked his tongue. The series of positions held by Yi Xian was enough to scare him to death. Division commanders are not terrifying, what's terrifying is that she is a division commander from the Central Military District. Among the 5 major military districts of Huaxia, the Central Military District is the most important. The other 4 military districts must obey the commands of the Central Military District. Even though the ranks are the same, officers from the capital are half a level higher than those from the other 4 military districts. Military power is greater than local authority. Even the mayor of the Magic City would have to give some face to her, let alone this small station chief. Although he knew that releasing Lin Feng was somewhat against the rules, he could not afford to offend her. Officer, please wait a moment. I will process Lin Feng's paperwork right now. He will be out shortly. Seeing the station chief so cooperative, Yi Xian said no more and turned back to the car to wait quietly. While waiting, Yi Xian's gaze swept across the street opposite the police station, where two Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars were parked. With her intuition, she knew that the people in the cars were not ordinary, at least they had strong power. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian took out her satellite phone and made a call directly. At a certain Special Forces training base in the capital. A Special Forces soldier took out a computer, connected to the satellite, and locked onto the area of the police station where Yi Xian was located, quickly finding the two Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars she wanted him to investigate. The information on the 5 people from the enhanced security unit appeared on the computer at the same time. After pulling up the information on the 5 individuals, the Special Forces soldier transmitted the data to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the information on her phone and understood the identities of the 5 people. These 5 people should be the bodyguards sent by the Shenzhen Security Company to protect Lin Feng. After knowing the identities of the 5 people, Yi Xian didn't interfere anymore. As long as they were not dangerous people, it was fine. Sitting in the car, the Vice Captain Shui Rou slightly frowned. "Captain, that female officer seems to have discovered us." Jean Bian nodded seriously. I saw it. That female officer should not be simple. Just now I saw that police station chief was very respectful to her. Her rank should not be low." "Shui Rou, can you find out this female officer's information?" Shui Rou nodded. "I will try." Very soon, Shui Rou began operating on the computer she carried with her. But when the computer finally showed Yi Xian's identity information on the screen, it shocked all 5 of them. "Captain, this Yi Xian is from the Yi family of the imperial capital, and she is also a 25-year-old senior colonel, currently the commander of a division in the central military region of the imperial capital. As for the detailed information, I can't find out. Her identity is encrypted, my authority is not enough. And trying to break this Yi Xian's encrypted file might alert Huaxia's intelligence system. I'm not sure I can avoid being tracked." Jean Bian nodded. This information is already enough. Someone from the Yi family in the imperial capital actually came. I don't know if she came to help our boss or to target our boss." Shui Rou thought for a moment. "I feel this person from the Yi family doesn't look like she came to target the boss. With the Yi family's power, if they really wanted to target the boss, there's no need to make it so complicated. Just one phone call, maybe even the mayor of the Magic City would have to come personally. And looking at Yi Xian now, I guess she came to help the boss." When Jean Bian and the other 3 heard that their boss actually had such a good relationship with the Yi family from the imperial capital, they all felt a bit excited in their hearts. The Yi family of the imperial capital, anyone who knows about them knows they are the #1 family in Huaxia. With such a family backing, in the whole of Huaxia, there are very few people who can afford to mess with their boss. Very soon, Lin Feng's figure walked out from the police station, and it was even that chief who personally escorted him out. "Chief Wu, you don't need to send me off, I can walk by myself." Lin Feng stood at the police station entrance with Chief Wu, smiling as he spoke. Chief Wu hurriedly said, "All right, little brother, if anything happens in the future, you can call me. As long as it's within my authority, I definitely won't refuse." Lin Feng nodded, waved goodbye to Chief Wu, and walked away. Just as he passed by the military vehicle, Yi Xian opened her mouth and said, "Mr. Lin, you're just leaving like this? Not going to thank the person who helped you?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Feng looked at her with surprise, but then spoke calmly. "Didn't expect the person who helped me a lot is actually a beauty. Of course I have to thank properly." After speaking, Lin Feng opened the co-pilot door and sat inside without hesitation. "To thank the beautiful lady's help, let me treat you to a meal." Looking at Lin Feng's unbeatable face, even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. "You're not going to treat me to spicy hot pot, right? If that's the case, then you better go back, I can't accept this kind of thanks." Yi Xian's humor made Lin Feng laugh out loud. "Don't worry, I'm never that stingy. Since it's thanks, of course I'll treat you to a big meal." Chapter 31, A Commercial Street. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Xian's lips couldn't help but slightly curl up. This time her grandfather asked her to personally handle Lin Feng's matter. She already guessed some hidden meanings behind it. Lin Feng is the boss of Shenzhen Security Company, his status internationally is very high. If Lin Feng announces that he is the real boss behind Shenzhen Security Company, who knows how many rich and powerful people will rush to visit him. Since the Yi family has taken this opportunity, they naturally have to seize it well. Moreover, Lin Feng's own strength is extremely powerful. If he can befriend such a person, it would be greatly beneficial for the Yi family. The Yi family seems glorious, being the #1 family in China, but there are also many enemies coveting their status. Having one more strong friend is like adding more foundation. If the Yi family encounters difficulties in the future, Lin Feng, owing them a favor, will also lend a helping hand. As the vehicle left the police station and passed by the car of Jin Bian and his group of 5, Lin Feng asked Yi Xian to stop beside their car and waved to indicate that the people inside should roll down the windows. The 5 people in the car looked at each other, then slowly rolled down the windows. Seeing Lin Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the military vehicle, he smiled and said, "You've been following me day and night, it must be hard for you. In the future, besides school, you don't have to secretly follow me. You can follow me openly. Just right, I'm going out to eat with Miss Yi, you can come along too. I have arranged a place for you with the restaurant manager." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the five from Jinbian felt a bit awkward, not expecting that their secret plan to protect Lin Feng had been discovered long ago. After speaking, Lin Feng nodded to Yi Xian. The military vehicle slowly started, and the five from Jinbian quickly followed in their car. Soon, the group arrived at the Peace Hotel located on Nanjing Road. Upon arriving, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. She had naturally heard of the famous Peace Hotel. As the seven of them just got out of the car, they saw Li Feng, who had been waiting at the entrance, come over eagerly. When he reached Lin Feng, Li Feng carefully said, "Boss, you're here." Lin Feng slightly nodded. Everything arranged?" Li Feng quickly replied, "Boss, as per your instruction, everything has been arranged. It's still that supreme private room." Lin Feng nodded, "Okay, then take us there." Soon, under Li Feng's leadership, everyone took the exclusive elevator to the floor where the supreme private room was located. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, seeing such an extravagant private room still left him slightly shocked. And for the five from Jinbian, it was their first time in such a high-end place, and they looked at everything in the private room with undisguised astonishment. "Boss, please sit for a while. The dishes will be served shortly," Li Feng said respectfully from the side. Lin Feng smiled slightly and directly asked, "Let's go, Miss Yi. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Yi Xian nodded, It's not bad." Among the group, only Yi Xian had seen the world. As the daughter of the #1 family in China, she had been to too many high-end places. Although the Peace Hotel is a top place in the industry, there are plenty of comparable options in places like the capital. For instance, she had been to the Daohutai State Guesthouse, which hosts national guests, no less than 5 times. The standards of the Daohutai State Guesthouse are even higher than that of the Peace Hotel. Once everyone was seated, the five from Jinbian remained in a reserved state. Lin Feng noticed this and didn't say much. In time, they would naturally get used to being around him. Soon, the 880,000 yuan supreme set menu was brought in under Li Feng's direction. Looking at the exquisite dishes that could only be seen on television, the five from Jinbian instinctively swallowed hard. Lin Feng smiled and said, "All right, everyone eat. There are no outsiders here today." Then Lin Feng and Yi Xian started to eat with their chopsticks. "Miss Yi, how long do you plan to stay in the Magic City this time?" Yi Xian replied, "Just a day or two, I have a lot of things to do, having these 2 days off is really precious." Lin Feng nodded, "All right, then I must show some proper hospitality to these two. After we finish eating, I'll take Miss Yi to have a good stroll around the Magic City." Although Lin Feng was not a local of the Magic City, he wasn't exactly a true landlord either, but since his businesses were all in the Magic City, he could barely be considered half a local. Ding, Peace Hotel check-in successful. This time's reward is Nanjing Commercial Street in the Magic City. Nanjing Commercial Street? The system's reward startled Lin Feng. What kind of place is Nanjing Commercial Street? That area even includes the Bund. Its value is simply immeasurable. The GDP created by Nanjing Commercial Street accounts for at least 1/5 of the Magic City every year. This time the system's reward was truly powerful, and if the system keeps rewarding like this, the entire Magic City would end up being his. Thinking about this made Lin Feng feel extremely excited. Noticing Lin Feng's unusual reaction, Yi Xian, who was sitting next to him, furrowed her brows and asked, "Mr. Lin, what's wrong?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Feng came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's nothing, just thought of something and got lost in thought." After Yi Xian heard Lin Feng's explanation, she didn't ask further. She had never been a talkative woman, especially since her relationship with Lin Feng had not reached that level, so she wouldn't pry any further. No one was drinking. Although the dishes were abundant, everyone still abstained from alcohol. Strictly speaking, the 5 men from Jinbian were considered Lin Feng's subordinates. Lin Feng and Yi Xian had just met, and being a man and a woman, it was impossible to drink in broad daylight. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng's Bugatti Black Knight had already been picked up by someone sent by Li Feng. Originally, the area in front of the Peace Hotel was a no-parking zone. Even if a well-known big shot from the Magic City came, they wouldn't dare to park there. But Lin Feng's car was an exception. It was parked there without any hesitation. Strangely enough, the Peace Hotel had no complaints at all. People passing by were stunned to see Lin Feng's luxury car. Regardless of the car's value, just the fact that it dared to park in front of the Peace Hotel and wasn't chased away was something only a remarkable person could achieve. Since Lin Feng got this car, he hadn't bothered to get a license plate yet. As Lin Feng walked out of the hotel and saw the car without a license plate, he thought he should get one when he had the time. Chapter 32, The Collective Mobilization of the Yi Family. Lin Feng turned to Yi Xian and said, "Miss Yi, don't drive your car for now. Just leave it here.
This afternoon, I will take you to have a nice tour around the Magic City, so let's use my car. Yi Xian nodded and didn't refuse.
When she looked at Lin Feng's sports car, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Although she didn't know much about cars, she could tell that Lin Feng's car was definitely expensive. Holding her phone, she casually took a picture and sent it to the family group. As soon as the photo was sent, there was a reaction in the family group. First, a person with a cartoon avatar began to speak. "Wow, sis, where did you take this picture of the car? This car is so awesome. Second brother, tell us in detail, what's so amazing about this car?" Another guy with his own photo as an avatar said. "Ha, third brother, you want to know how amazing this car is, right? Then today, second brother will give you a detailed science lesson. This car is called Bugatti Black Knight, a limited edition model from Bugatti." The cartoon avatar guy started to tell the story of the car. "HMPF, I thought it was something great, it's just a limited edition sports car." "I remember, second brother, you have no idea how many limited edition sports cars are in your garage." "What's so surprising about this?" The third young man of the Yi family said disdainfully. "Hey, can you let your second brother finish speaking? Why do you always interrupt me? I can't stand people like you who always cut me off." The second young man of the Yi family expressed his dissatisfaction in the group. All right, second brother, you go ahead. I want to see if this car is really as amazing as you say." After typing a line, the third young man fell silent. This car, although it's a limited edition, is different from other limited edition sports cars. Other cars may be limited, but there can still be a few of them. However, this car is incredible because there is only one. There is only one in the whole world, and do you know how much this car is worth in the market? 120 million. Really that incredible? A car costs 120 million. Now I finally understand what you meant by this car being amazing, second brother. Globally limited to one unit, priced at 120 million, it really is something. Then the third young man seemed to remember something. "By the way, I heard that our older sister took leave from the army today and went to the Magic City."
"Do you think our older sister might be going on a blind date in the Magic City? Could the owner of this car be the person our older sister is meeting for a blind date? Is our older sister finally getting married?"
After speaking, the third young man added a tearful emoji at the end of his comment. As soon as he finished saying this, the entire family group fell silent. Meanwhile, in an office in the imperial capital, a young man holding a phone suddenly felt a chill run down his spine after sending that message in the group. Thinking of the last sentence he had just posted, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead.
"Oh no, this is bad. I forgot this is a family group. My older sister will definitely see it. When she comes back, I'm going to be in trouble."
Sure enough, after he said that, Yi Xian replied in the group.
"Yi Lao-san, I see you're getting a little too bold. When I come back, I must have a good talk with you."
Instantly, a bunch of voices in the group erupted in glee and mischief.
"Sister, spare me. I didn't mean to."
Yi Lao-san still tried to save himself. But Yi Laodi did not give him a chance.
"Third brother, if you didn't do it on purpose, that means you did it intentionally.
Older sister, you must not let him off the hook.
You have to give him an unforgettable lesson. Second brother, why are you adding fuel to the fire? Your beloved third brother is about to get beaten up, and you don't care at all? Care about what? Can I afford to offend our big sister? It's just right to punish you, to stop you from always running your mouth. We will be happy when big sister helps you behave." Just as the Yi family group was lively, another person spoke up. The speaker was the eldest of the Yi family, also the leader of this generation of Yi family. "All right, stop chit-chatting. I have a question."
Saying this, the eldest of the Yi family tagged Yi Xian.
"Sister, is what the second and third brothers said true? Are you really going to the Magic City for a blind date? Are you really getting married?" "Put."
The eldest of the Yi family's serious tone made the second and third young men burst into laughter. The two were laughing nonstop in front of their phone screens. Although their elder brother spoke solemnly, they all understood what he meant. This serious tone was actually just gossiping. He probably wanted to hurry up and marry off this female demon from the Yi family and let her wreak havoc on others, stopping her mischief toward them. Although Yi Xian was a goddess of ice in front of outsiders, at home, she was definitely a female devil. In the military training her subordinates wasn't too late, but during holidays and gatherings, she would call her brothers together for friendly battles. Having friendly battles was fine, but she would prettily call it promoting sibling friendship. Although they were born into the Yi family, a military family, they all learned some martial arts in elementary school, but how could they compare to Yi Xian? After Yi Xian grew up, she lived in the army, and every day was filled with training and missions. Her martial arts skills were miles ahead of theirs. Even if her brothers combined their strengths, they were no match for Yi Xian. Every time, they were thoroughly beaten by Yi Xian.
If someone could marry Yi Xian, it would be like saving their lives.
Yi Xian looked at the angry expression her elder brother had when he sent a message in the family group chat.
For a moment, laughter flooded the Yi family group chat.
At this time, finally, an elder spoke up.
Big niece, tell your second uncle, what exactly did you go to Magic City for?
Yi Xian replied, you should ask Grandpa about this. I came to Magic City as per Grandpa's instructions, but explaining it is too complicated. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, with some driving back to find the old master of the Yi family for a face-to-face inquiry. Some picked up their phones to call the old master of the Yi family to satisfy their curiosity. At this moment in the Yi family, besides Yi Jinggu and Yi Xian, only the eldest of the second generation, Yi Xian's father, knew the specifics.
Yi Xian's father was the leader of the second generation of the Yi family.
He is currently the commander of the Central Theater Command of China, bearing the banner of the Yi family. After the elder of the Yi family passes away, it is highly likely that this second-generation leader will manage the Yi family. Several younger members, fueled by gossip, rushed back home from their respective workplaces. Yi Jinggu also knew these young ones wouldn't give up their curiosity, so he was already sitting in the living room waiting. Seeing the young ones return and gathering together, along with some direct descendants of the second generation of the Yi family, a smile of happiness appeared on Yi Jinggu's face.
Chapter 33, what do you think of this young man? Usually, it required festivals for these people to gather together like this. Unexpectedly, today they were brought together by curiosity. Looking at his sons and grandsons, Yi Jinggu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dad, don't do that, your laughter might harm your health. If anything happens to you, it would be our fault. Yi Jinggu's second son Yi Yuantuan said with concern. Yes, Grandpa, second uncle is right, this is harmful to your health.
The third of the younger generation of the Yi family echoed.
Yi Jinggu waved his hand, indicating that he was fine.
Then he calmed his mind and slowly spoke, I know why you all came back. There is nothing to hide, I sent Yi Xian to Magic City, and it is actually quite similar to what you guessed, although it's not a blind date, it's also to try and match her with that Lin Feng. What everyone was saying in the group chat was just a joke, but unexpectedly, this joke turned out to be true.
Hearing this, everyone showed curious looks on their faces. Though they claimed to be eager to marry Yi Xian off.
The Yi family is not a feudal family, they don't force marriages.
In all of China, how many families have the qualifications to align with the Yi family through marriage?
So the Yi family members had free choice in love, regardless of their partner's status. As long as they truly loved each other, the family would not interfere. They wanted Yi Xian to marry early, but that didn't mean they would push her into a fire pit.
If that man had a bad character, neither the brothers nor the elders would agree.
Yi Jinggu understood what everyone meant.
He then said slowly, don't worry, how could I harm my own granddaughter?
Furthermore, Xianer is my precious gem, I would never do such a thing.
It's a long story. First, let me show you a video, and then I will explain this person's situation. I'm sure you will understand.
Chang, the personal bodyguard of Yi Jinggu, brought out the computer from the study and played the video of Lin Feng challenging 9 military instructors by himself at school.
Everyone watched the video intently, and they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Grandpa, is this real? This guy's skills, even the best warriors in the army couldn't match them, right?
Those 9 instructors aren't anything special, but they have undergone systematic training. These 9 could easily handle 20 or 30 street thugs, yet that guy defeated them without breaking a sweat.
At least, I've never seen someone this powerful.
The second young man of the Yi family exclaimed in shock.
The usually calm first young man of the Yi family also looked serious after watching the video.
He was the carefully cultivated successor of the Yi family head.
Both in ability and temperament, he was top-notch.
Yet seeing Lin Feng take on 9 military instructors stirred his heart.
Yi Jinggu smiled slightly. Now that everyone has seen the video, let me ask, what do you think of this young man?
The Yi family members nodded without hesitation, saying, strong, very strong, truly incredible. Yi Jinggu nodded gently, this person is named Lin Feng. On the surface, he is an ordinary college student, but behind the scenes, he is the mastermind of the Shield Security Company.
Wow! Hearing Lin Feng's identity, the Yi family members were all shocked.
They had certainly heard of Shield Security Company and knew its power. This was an international force, the Yi family was only strong and highly regarded in Huaxia. But on the international stage, the Yi family was not considered top-notch.
However, Shield Security Company was definitely a top presence internationally.
On the surface, Shield Security Company was a security firm, but behind the scenes, it had its own mercenaries and armed organizations. Usually, they were responsible for security work, but if anyone dared to offend them, they could turn defense into attack. Every employee of Shield Security Company had strong individual combat abilities. Before joining Shield Security Company, they were already well trained. After going through specialized training in the company, once they picked up firearms, they became killing machines on the battlefield. Furthermore, Shield Security Company had powerful intelligence capabilities. Many countries trying to send spies to secretly investigate Shield Security Company would easily be detected. If they came from a country with no major hostility, those spies might return safely. If they had malicious intentions and plotted against them too greatly, those spies would end up thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Years ago, the most sensational incident was when 3 spies from the beautiful country had their heads cut off by Shield's people and were thrown right at. Everyone is very compatible with Shienner. If the two of them can develop something, it would be a great boost for our Yi family. Hearing Yi Jingguo's words, all the members of the Yi family nodded in agreement. This Lin Feng is indeed very suitable for Yi Xian. A woman like Yi Xian can only be tamed by someone like Lin Feng.
Alright, there's one more thing I want to tell you. The former owner of the Shindun Security Company is actually Lin Changhe. Lin Changhe? Upon hearing this name, everyone fell into deep recollection. Who is Lin Changhe?
He is definitely a legend, even more powerful in military command than Yi Jingguo.
Back then, Lin Changhe was known as the god of war in the army. Such a title is not something just anyone can claim.
However, after defeating strong enemies, Lin Changhe lost in political struggles. It can't be said he lost, he was just too kind to his own people, which was exploited by those with ulterior motives, leading to his downfall. If Lin Changhe had not fallen in political struggles, the Lin family would certainly be on equal footing with the Yi family now.
Chapter 34 Shopping with Yi Xian. Grandpa, are you serious? The Shindun Security Company was really founded by Lin Changhe?
After hearing Yi Jingguo's revelation, everyone in the Yi family was shocked, especially the second young generation member, whose face was filled with disbelief.
Yi Jingguo nodded solemnly. Absolutely true.
This information was something I secretly investigated during the Qi Zhiyong incident. I just didn't know how to contact Lin Changhe, so I had no action. Now that a descendant of the Lin family has appeared, I believe it's not a coincidence, so I need to plan ahead and try to establish a good relationship with the Lin family. With the appearance of the Lin family members, I believe there will be some who will lose sleep over this. After finishing his speech, a cold smirk appeared at the corners of Yi Jingguo's mouth. Upon hearing Yi Jingguo's words, the members of the Yi family all showed expressions of glee. The person Yi Jingguo was referring to was of course the Lu family. As the top family among the 4 major families of the capital, the Lu family's strength is only slightly weaker than the Yi family's. However, over the years, the Lu family's power has gradually caught up with the Yi family, and their rapid development has made the Yi family feel threatened. Now, with the Lin family's appearance, it is highly likely to resolve the grievances between the two families, and there will definitely be a spectacle to watch. Thinking of Yi Jingguo's plans, all the members of the Yi family nodded in agreement.
Although the Lin family has been silent for many years, the power of Lin Changhe back then is still fresh in their minds. Suddenly reappearing after so many years is definitely not simple. Making friends with them will definitely not be a mistake. Father, I support your decision.
Regardless of what the Lin family was like in the past, just based on the Shindun Security Company they control now, they are qualified to ally with our Yi family.
Since no one has any objections, let's settle this matter.
Let the young ones build their own relationship, we are merely creating an opportunity for them, whether it works out depends on them. At this moment, while the Yi family was in discussion, on the other side, on the bustling shopping street in Nanjing, Lin Feng drove Yi Xian here, and after parking the car, the two walked into the pedestrian street. Looking at the prosperity of the pedestrian street, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Since coming of age, she had joined the army, living a military life, where every day was either training or carrying out missions. Although there were occasional moments of relaxation, she never knew what to do. Even when attending social events, she participated under the name of the Yi family, it was all merely a formality, and she couldn't do as she pleased. But today, coming here with Lin Feng, she felt oddly at ease.
Come on, let's go buy some things. What are you standing here for?
Seeing Yi Xian a bit dazed, Lin Feng called out. Coming back to her senses, Yi Xian didn't say anything, but silently followed Lin Feng forward.
Nanjing Commercial Street in Magic City is the most prosperous commercial street in Magic City. All the world's brands are settled here, and the entire street is lined with shops. Anything you want, they have it all. The two first came to a Hermes specialty store. As a top brand in the world, the decoration of the Hermes store is very luxurious. Moreover, the service attitude is also very good. There is absolutely no situation of looking down on people. As Lin Feng and Yi Xian walked into the store, a beautiful female greeter at the entrance sweetly smiled and said, "Welcome to the Hermes store." Lin Feng slightly nodded, "Show us around." The female greeter replied, "Okay, sir, this way please." While speaking, the beautiful greeter secretly stole glances at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's looks can be said to be the best among Eastern men, unmatched in male attractiveness. Since entering the shopping street, countless women have stared at Lin Feng with mesmerized eyes.
Of course, as a top beauty, Yi Xian also received no less attention than Lin Feng. Many men would also stare at her, and some were so focused they got punched by their girlfriends.
But those gazes did not bother either Lin Feng or Yi Xian.
Walking together, they were a perfect match, a couple made in heaven, and they were used to it, feeling completely comfortable. Under the guidance of the beautiful greeter, Yi Xian looked at the dazzling array of products on the shelves with curiosity in her eyes. Although Yi Xian came from the prestigious Yi family, she rarely shopped and knew nothing about brands. She had taken off her military uniform and her usual clothes were all custom-made by the Yi family, she didn't even know the prices. This time out shopping with Lin Feng, she didn't recognize these so-called luxury brands at all. Lin Feng led Yi Xian to a counter selling bags and stopped.
"Sir, are you looking to buy a bag?"
Seeing Lin Feng stop, the beautiful greeter couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng slightly nodded. "Yes, please take down the top 2 bags for me to take a look."
Upon hearing Lin Feng wanted the top 2 bags, the greeter's eyes lit up.
The top 2 bags were the latest limited editions, and they were the most expensive 2 bags in this Hermes store.
"Okay, sir, I will get them for you right now."
After saying that, the beautiful greeter showcased her perfect figure and tiptoed to take down the top 2 bags from the counter. During the process of the greeter retrieving the bags, Lin Feng and Yi Xian both noticed the price tags. One of the bags was a larger shoulder bag priced at 998,000. The other was a smaller handbag, but it was not cheap at all, with a price reaching 1,230,000. Seeing the prices of these 2 bags, Yi Xian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She didn't expect that just 2 inconspicuous women's bags could cost over $1 million.
Is this what luxury goods are?
Although Yi Xian didn't recognize luxury brand names, she had heard of the term luxury goods. After the beautiful greeter took down the 2 bags, she carefully placed them on the counter and began to introduce them with a smile. Lin Feng didn't listen much to the greeter's chatter, but turned to Yi Xian and asked, "Do you like these 2 bags?" Yi Xian frowned and said, "I don't really like these things, I feel they don't serve me much purpose." Lin Feng understood Yi Xian's situation. This woman had spent years living in the military, seldom visiting other places, so things viewed as treasures by women, like luxury bags.
For Yi Xian, it didn't hold much attraction.
But Lin Feng wasn't planning to let it go. Yi Xian didn't want it, but he had to buy it. He slowly said, "I know what you mean, it's not that you don't like this bag, but you feel it won't be much use to you. However, sooner or later, there will be times when you need it, so it's better to take it home and have it ready, saving you from buying it again later." After speaking, Lin Feng turned to the beautiful saleswoman and said, "Please wrap these 2 bags up."
Chapter 35, Ingyue Media Company.
Seeing Lin Feng so decisive, the beautiful saleswoman's eyes lit up. She knew she had encountered a big client today. These 2 bags were the most expensive in the Hermes store, and together they exceeded 2 million. This was definitely a significant achievement for her. With Lin Feng's confirmation, the beautiful saleswoman didn't hesitate at all and quickly wrapped up the 2 bags. After that, the 2 took another round, buying Yi Xian several sets of clothes, and then they walked out of the Hermes store. Just in the Hermes store, Lin Feng spent over 3 million for Yi Xian. Although neither of them was short on money, seeing Lin Feng spend so freely made Yi Xian feel a bit guilty. When she saw a Patek Philippe watch store in a round dome, Yi Xian said, "Let's go check that out." Without waiting for Lin Feng to agree, Yi Xian walked over with her long legs. Seeing Yi Xian's manner, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This woman has quite a personality. But thinking about Yi Xian's identity, he felt relieved. As a member of the top family in the capital, the Yi family, it's normal for her to have such a personality. Inside the Patek Philippe store, there were not as many customers as in the Hermes store. At the top watch brand in the world, those who came here were basically people with actual purchasing power, those without it wouldn't even step inside. In the spacious lounge, 3 walls were lined with neatly arranged counters, displaying all sorts of Patek Philippe watches. In the distant lounge area, a beautiful woman sat on a sofa. Though her looks were slightly weaker than Yi Xian's, her noble aura attracted considerable attention. As Lin Feng and Yi Xian walked in, their first glance fell on the woman sitting there. They didn't pay much attention to the woman's looks, instead, her aura caught their eyes. Ding, successful check-in at Nanjing Pedestrian Street. This check-in rewards 70% equity in Ingyue Media Company. Ingyue Media Company? The system's sudden notification pulled Lin Feng's attention back to the noble-looking woman. Calculating, it had been a while since he last received a system reward. He didn't expect to successfully check in here today. Lin Feng had heard some things about Ingyue Media Company. Ingyue Media Company ranks among the top 3 media companies in China. Its main business focus is on the entertainment industry. The company has signed many big-name stars and internet celebrities with millions of followers. Whatever relates to entertainment, Ingyue Media Company is involved. Ingyue Media Company is definitely one of the biggest capitals in the entertainment industry. The company went public successfully a year ago, and in just over a year, its market value has surpassed 100 billion. It can be considered a giant among media companies. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought because of the system reward, a female sales associate approached them. This female sales associate might not be as pretty as the welcoming beauty they encountered in the Hermes store. But in terms of aura, she was much more impressive than that saleswoman. Patek Philippe, being a top brand of world-famous watches. The training for employees is very strict. When it comes to employee training, the first thing is temperament. Paired with Patek Philippe's exclusive OL uniform, it brings a unique kind of beauty. Sir, madam, would you like to see some watches? Upon hearing this, Yixian nodded and said, yes, I want to see watches. After speaking, Yixian glanced around and slowly said, are these the only watches you have at Patek Philippe? The female clerk replied with a smile, this is basically all of our watches for sale at Patek Philippe, but if you, madam, are not satisfied with these, we also have collectibles, all of which are rare limited editions globally, though they might be a bit pricey. Yixian slowly said, money is not a problem. Please take out those collectibles for me to see. If I am satisfied, I will pay any price. Hearing Yixian's words, the female clerk quickly said, all right, madam. I will go apply for you right now. As Yixian spoke, there was a strong aura of authority about her. If someone else had said this to the female clerk, perhaps she would not have been so respectful. Working in a Patek Philippe store, the female clerk must have seen countless wealthy people. But even though Yixian was young, the aura of authority she carried was the strongest among all the wealthy people she had seen. The female clerk was no fool, how could she not have seen the world in a place like this? Being so young yet possessing such a strong aura of authority clearly indicated that this person was not simple. Her family background must be very deep, such a person as someone a small clerk like her cannot offend. Moreover, the person was not here to rob, she had already said money was not an issue, so naturally, she had to serve well. Soon, the female clerk came out with a middle-aged man dressed in a suit. The middle-aged man wore a name tag on his chest, he was the manager of the Patek Philippe store. The manager approached Lin Feng and Yixian, respectfully saying, sir, madam, please wait a moment. We have a business meeting today at Patek Philippe, which may take a little of your time, but it won't be long. Once we finish, we will attend to you right away. Seeing how polite the manager was, Lin Feng and Yixian did not say much. Under the manager's arrangement, they sat down on the sofa in the break area. Then the manager walked towards the noble-looking woman. When he approached, the manager said, Miss Lin Yar, your agent has already spoken with us, you just need to go inside and sign the contract. Lin Yar nodded slightly, stood up, and followed the manager to the office inside. Lin Yar? Lin Feng felt this name was somewhat familiar. He searched his memory carefully in his mind and finally recalled who this Lin Yar was. This Lin Yar was precisely the young star who became famous right after her debut. Within a year of her debut, her works dominated the film and television rankings. It is said that she just graduated from the Beijing Film Academy a year ago. With her incredibly high looks and superb acting skills, she was born for acting. Lin Yar's beauty suited many female protagonists in novels, so the dramas she produced were memorable. For this reason, it was no surprise that Lin Yar, who had just debuted for a year, was so famous. However, such a popular Lin Yar should have endless resources, and she must be busy. Why did she suddenly come to Patek Philippe? Is she also here to buy a watch? But the conversation between the manager and Lin Yar seemed to suggest otherwise. Then Lin Feng thought of a possibility, perhaps Lin Yar was here to sign a collaboration contract as a spokesperson. Lin Yar is quite impressive, she just became famous and already secured a partnership with Patek Philippe. Just this endorsement fee must make her earn a huge fortune, right? Chapter 36, Arrogant Rich Second Generation. As Lin Feng sat there wondering why Lin Yar was at Patek Philippe, a young man walked in with 3 bodyguards. Are you sure Lin Yar is here? The young man had a rebellious look on his face, although somewhat handsome, his arrogance made him very uncomfortable to be around. A bodyguard behind him nodded and said, Young master, Miss Lin Yar is indeed here. After hearing the bodyguard's clear reply, the young man's haughty gaze began to scan the surroundings. When he saw Lin Feng and Yixian in the lounge area, his eyes stopped on Yixian. He then instinctively said, What a beautiful woman. As he spoke, his eyes revealed a greedy glimmer. However, realizing he was here to find Lin Yar, he decided not to get distracted. But it would be a shame to miss out on such a beautiful woman. Once he dealt with Lin Yar, he'd find a chance to ask for her contact information. As for Lin Feng, he was completely ignored by the young man, especially after seeing Lin Feng's even more handsome face. Jealousy rose in his heart. Nevertheless, the young man had no time to deal with Lin Feng. Despite his displeasure, he headed toward the counter with his bodyguards. The counter staff noticed the young man approaching and respectfully asked, Hello, sir, are you here to buy a watch? The young man frowned and waved his hand dismissively. I ask you, is Lin Yar here? His tone was very unfriendly, and the female staff member recognized that this young man had ill intentions. Sir, may I ask why you are looking for Miss Lin Yar? Damn. Just answer my questions, stop wasting my time.
Is Lin Yoer here or not?
The young man snapped impatiently at the female staff member. As he spoke, the three bodyguards behind him glared menacingly at the female staff member. Although the female staff member had received professional training from Patek Philippe, it was only in service aspects. In this situation, it was completely out of the service range, and she had never encountered a clearly hostile attitude before. The frightened female staff member nodded slightly. Lin Yoer is here. Upon hearing the female staff member's reply, the young man's expression finally improved a bit. He then snorted coldly, "This is much better, just answer my questions without the unnecessary chatter."
Alright, tell me, where is Lin Yoer? Is she inside?
The young man also saw the office area behind the counter and pointed inside as he asked.
The female staff member instinctively nodded.
But after she nodded, she realized she shouldn't do that and quickly said, "Sir, please wait. If you are here to find Lin Yoer, I will go inform her now. She is here to discuss the endorsement contract with our manager and is currently signing it inside."
You cannot interrupt. Ha! Just a small endorsement contract, I thought it was a big deal. If Lin Yoer wanted, I could easily get her 100 endorsements, what's the big deal with just one?
After saying this, the young man led his three bodyguards toward the inner room.
Sir, you cannot go inside.
As she spoke, the female staff member tried to step forward to block him,
but was pushed aside by the young man.
"Little girl, you'd better stand aside. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, the young man strode inside. Lin Feng and Yi Xian witnessed everything from beginning to end. Seeing this scene, the two did not say anything. After all, this young man's behavior is common across various places in China, where wealthy second-generation kids act recklessly, relying on their family's power.
Ordinary people do not encounter them often, so they see less. Once capable individuals step into higher circles, they can easily see scenes they've never encountered before.
The young man, accompanied by three bodyguards, arrived at the manager's office door. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and walked in. At this moment, there were two women and one man sitting in the office. The man was the Patek Philippe store manager who had just spoken to Lin Feng.
One of the two women was Lin Yoer, and the other was Lin Yoer's manager.
The three were studying the details of an endorsement contract when they looked up in confusion as the office door was pushed open. But upon seeing the young man who walked in, Lin Yoer and her manager both changed their expressions. The two naturally recognized this young man. This young man was named Lu Qi, the son of the boss of one of the two major entertainment companies in China.
The two major entertainment companies in China are Huai Entertainment and Ingyue Media. Lin Yoer met Lu Qi at a party.
That party was hosted by Huai, and as the only son of the Huai Entertainment boss, Lu Qi naturally attended.
For many years, Lu Qi's reputation in the entertainment industry hasn't been very good. Many female stars have suffered from Lu Qi's unspoken rules.
Some female stars disagreed and were banned and shelved, while others had to silently endure for their careers.
And Lin Yoer, of course, couldn't escape Lu Qi's harassment.
Lin Yoer naturally refused to yield and had never agreed to Lu Qi. But Lu Qi was like a ghost that wouldn't disappear. At the party, there were many people, so Lu Qi couldn't act too audaciously. However, after the party ended, Lu Qi even went to Lin Yoer's home to confront her. If her manager hadn't come to the rescue in the end, she might have found herself in an unimaginable situation. Fortunately, Lin Yoer hadn't signed with Huai yet, which was an unexpected blessing. If she had signed with Huai, she would have become a fish on Lu Qi's chopping board, at his mercy. If she disagreed, she would face his ban. If she agreed, she would probably find it hard to turn back for the rest of her life. Once she crossed this line with Lu Qi, she would probably be treated like merchandise, traded back and forth.
Lin Yoer, though young, understood the dark side of the entertainment industry.
She just wanted to quietly act in films and fulfill her dreams, never wanting to become like that.
Lu Qi, what are you doing here?
Seeing Lu Qi, Lin Yoer asked with an ugly expression.
The Patek Philippe manager was very displeased that someone entered without knocking. Who are you? How can you be so rude? Did you not know to knock before coming in?
The female clerk who followed Lu Qi quickly explained to the manager.
Manager, I said you and Miss Lin Yoer were discussing work inside. He insisted on barging in, and I couldn't stop him. Chapter 37, Break his legs for me.
Hearing the clerk's words, the manager nodded and said, "Okay, I understand.
I will handle this matter. You can leave now."
The clerk sighed in relief upon hearing the manager didn't blame her and then turned to leave.
After the clerk left, the Patek Philippe manager frowned and stood up. "Sir. Who are you? Don't you know where this is? Is this a place you can just barge into?" Being the manager of a Patek Philippe boutique is certainly not for an ordinary person. There are only two Patek Philippe boutiques in China, one in the Magic City and one in the Deep City. As the world's top watch brand, Patek Philippe has considerable strength.
The manager knew that such an arrogant person must have an impressive background, but he was not afraid. Moreover, the mistake in this matter was on Lucci's side. Even if it escalated, the headquarters would support him. Lucci narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at the manager, a cold smile appearing on his face. Of course I know where this is. But I advise you not to meddle too much. You can continue your important discussion. After you finish, I will talk to Lin Yao about our matter. Hearing Lucci's words, the manager's face became even uglier. Sir, the matter we are discussing concerns business secrets and cannot have outsiders here. If you have something to discuss with Miss Lin, please wait outside. If you insist on staying and ignoring the advice, I may have to call for someone. The Patek Philippe is located on Nanjing Pedestrian Street. If something happens, it must be representative of Nanjing Pedestrian Street. Nanjing Pedestrian Street is not a place where Lucci can go wild. Even if Huai is one of the largest entertainment companies in China, it would not dare to challenge Nanjing Pedestrian Street. Hearing the manager's words, Lucci laughed in disdain, not taking them to heart at all. Is it just trying to use the person in charge of Nanjing Pedestrian Street to pressure me? Fine, I'll give the person in charge some face. You all hurry up and talk. Once you're done, I still have matters to discuss with this Lin Yao. After saying this, Lucci glanced at Lin Yao, then shook his head and turned to leave. Seeing Lucci leave, Lin Yao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Lucci would continue to cause trouble. Today's endorsement contract was very important to her. If she could secure the Patek Philippe endorsement contract, it would greatly benefit her future development. To know that being able to endorse Patek Philippe would significantly raise her status. In this era, what celebrities need most is traffic. With the publicity of being a Patek Philippe spokesperson, it could give her a lot of fame. When the time comes, there will be even more resources available. After leaving the manager's office, Lucci's expression was very displeased. In fact, he seemed to be giving face on the surface, but in reality, it showed that he was afraid of the manager's threat, losing a lot of face. But he was proud yet not foolish, knowing that places like Nanjing Pedestrian Street were not where he could misbehave. After coming outside, he saw Lin Feng and Yi Xian still sitting in the rest area. Lucci couldn't help but have an idea arise. Earlier, he hadn't paid much attention to Lin Feng and Yi Xian because he wanted to find Lin Yao. Now that Lin Yao wouldn't be finishing anytime soon, he might as well take this time to get to know Yi Xian. Thinking of this, Lucci stepped directly to Lin Feng and Yi Xian's side. Everything Lucci had done earlier was seen by Lin Feng and Yi Xian. Now, seeing Lucci walk straight up to them, Lin Feng and Yi Xian knew exactly what Lucci meant. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the humor in each other's eyes. Lucci approached and boldly sat down in a chair. After sitting down, Lucci didn't glance at Lin Feng but fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. Hello, beautiful, my name is Lucci. Are you interested in getting to know each other? Hearing Lucci's words, Yi Xian gave him a faint glance, then turned her gaze to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, do you think I should get to know him? Lin Feng knew Yi Xian was teasing Lucci. He also went along with the act. Miss Yi, do you know just any stray cat or wild dog? Doesn't that lower your value? Lin Feng and Yi Xian played off each other. Just a few short sentences instantly reduced Lucci to a nobody. Although Yi Xian was a very serious person who rarely smiled, she couldn't help but laugh at Lin Feng's words. Lucci wasn't a fool. Of course, he could tell Lin Feng was insulting him. *CK, kid, are you tired of living? Do you know who I am? You dare talk to me like that? Lin Feng glanced at Lucci lightly and shook his head. No, but I don't care to know either. A small-time figure like you, do you think you deserve my attention? Lin Feng's words were full of disdain. And the contempt in his face was completely obvious. Even a fool wouldn't be able to take that kind of insult. Lucci suddenly stood up from his chair. Because he moved so fast, he even knocked over the chair behind him. Kid, I think you've lived long enough. Do you believe I can have someone throw you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish? As Lucci spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous look rose from deep within them. Facing Lucci's threat, Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He simply shook his head calmly. I don't believe it, because you don't have the power. The predecessor of Huai Entertainment wasn't very honorable. It had risen through shady means. But that was normal. Few big shots in the entertainment circle had clean backgrounds. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all, Lucci was so angry he laughed. Good. Kid, let's see how long you can keep that sharp mouth. Go on, break his legs for me. I want to see if he can still act so tough. Lucci grinned viciously and ordered the 3 bodyguards behind him to attack Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was about to move, but held back. Her mind recalled the video she saw in her grandfather's study, Lin Feng training with 9 military instructors. She knew, even if she didn't help, Lin Feng could easily take care of Lucci's 3 bodyguards.
But Lin Feng didn't even bother to act. Just as Lu Qi's 3 bodyguards were about to move, the 5 from Jinbian walked in from outside. Without saying a word, they charged at Lu Qi's 3 bodyguards. The 5 of them wielded batons and fiercely struck at Lu Qi's bodyguards. The fight didn't last long, just a few minutes.
But when the 5 from Jinbian stopped, their batons were already bent. And Lu Qi's 3 bodyguards were all lying on the ground in pain.
The sight stunned Lu Qi completely. He never imagined his 3 skilled bodyguards could be taken down like children.
Lin Feng sat there, his face full of contempt.
Didn't you say you wanted to break my legs? Then let you taste that feeling first. Jinbian, break his legs for me. Chapter 38, Yi Xian is actually so rich.
Seeing that Lin Feng was serious and really about to break his legs, Lu Qi got scared.
But although he was scared, he didn't back down.
Instead, he started threatening again.
Kid, don't you dare. Do you know who I am? Touch me and see what happens. If you lay a finger on me, my father will never let you go. Hearing Lu Qi's threat, Lin Feng just sneered.
If Lu Qi had knelt and begged for mercy, Lin Feng might have spared him. But now, Lu Qi didn't yield at all and even threatened him.
If Lin Feng let him go now, wouldn't that make him seem weak?
Jinbian saw Lin Feng nod slightly, and without hesitation, stepped up to Lu Qi. Before Lu Qi could react, a kick came flying at him.
With a creak, Lu Qi's left calf was instantly broken by the kick. A scream echoed throughout the entire Patek Philippe store. Some passers-by at the door couldn't help but stop and curiously look inside upon hearing the scream. The female clerk who witnessed the whole event stood behind the counter, unable to cover her mouth. The situation unfolded so suddenly that she didn't even have time to react. She only knew that after Lu Qi walked out of the manager's office, he sat opposite a handsome man and a beautiful woman. For some unknown reason, an argument broke out between them, and then Lu Qi ordered his 3 bodyguards to find trouble with Lin Feng. Just when it seemed Lin Feng would get the worse end, 5 men walked in from outside without saying a word and took down Lu Qi's 3 bodyguards. And finally, Lu Qi's calf was directly broken by someone. Once she came to her senses, the female clerk saw Lu Qi's miserable condition and felt a strange sense of satisfaction in her heart. Lu Qi had been arrogant and overbearing since he arrived here, and now that he found himself in such a predicament, it was truly refreshing. At the moment Lu Qi's leg was broken, Lin Yar and the manager had just stepped out of the office after finishing their contract. Both of them witnessed the scene of Lu Qi's leg being broken. Seeing this, Lin Yar gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her hands, her watery eyes wide open. She never expected that Lu Qi would actually have his leg broken by someone. While others didn't know Lu Qi's identity, she was well aware. Lu Qi was the young master of the 2 biggest entertainment companies in China. Now that his leg was broken, things would definitely escalate to a massive incident. The 3 hurried into the hall, and the manager frowned as he looked at the female clerk, asking about what had happened. The clerk dared not hide anything and told him everything that had transpired. Upon hearing the account of the situation, the manager looked in surprise at Lin Feng and Yi Xian. Lin Yar began to worry about Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng seemed to have a significant background judging from the scene, could he stand against the powerful Chinese entertainment companies? The Chinese entertainment companies controlled half of the entertainment industry in China, with immense resources and connections. Could Lin Feng really take on the Chinese entertainment companies? At that moment, Lin Yar felt a mix of satisfaction seeing Lu Qi's misfortune but also worry for Lin Feng. While everyone was anxious, Lin Feng and Yi Xian seemed completely unfazed. Seeing the Patek Philippe manager walk out, Yi Xian slowly said, "Have you finished your business? Now it's our turn, isn't it?" The manager, coming back to his senses, quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, ma'am, it's your turn now." Yi Xian slightly nodded her head and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Let's go." Lin Feng also nodded, following Yi Xian as they walked forward. The entire time, Lin Feng and Yi Xian didn't spare Lu Qi a single glance, completely ignoring him as if he were invisible. Seeing Lin Feng and Yi Xian about to leave, Lu Qi suppressed the excruciating pain in his leg and shouted angrily, "You wait! I will not let you get away with this." At this moment, Lu Qi felt an overwhelming rage and secretly vowed to make Lin Feng and Yi Xian pay. He had even planned in his mind how to take revenge on Lin Feng and Yi Xian. He wanted to break all of Lin Feng's limbs and throw him into a dog pen to be fed to the dogs. As for Yi Xian, if he didn't torture her in bed for 3 days and nights, he wouldn't be named Lu. Regardless of what Lu Qi was thinking in his heart, Lin Feng and Yi Xian paid him no mind at all. No matter who Lu Qi was or what his identity was, in their eyes, he was just a small person. If Lu Qi stayed honest, it would be fine, but if he dared to trouble them again, the next lesson would not be so light. The manager led Lin Feng and Yi Xian to the office. Upon knowing Yi Xian's intention, without any hesitation, he directly took out a watch box from the safe under the desk. Although they hadn't seen the watch inside the box yet, the box itself was worth quite a lot. The cost was probably in the hundreds of thousands.
This watch box was made of aged nanmu wood, exuding an air of nobility. The manager carefully placed the box on the coffee table and then opened the lock to lift the lid. Inside the box lay 5 watches. Each watch radiated nobility and excellence. They looked extraordinarily high-end. Seeing these 5 watches, Yixian casually picked one up to examine it closely. She didn't know much about watches but recognized the brand Patek Philippe. It wasn't because she had asked around. Once at a family gathering, her younger brother had bought a watch from this brand. After showing it off, Yixian learned what Patek Philippe was. After looking at each watch, Yixian placed them back into the box. Before the manager could ask which one Yixian liked, she said, "I like all 5 watches, just write up the order." Yixian's bold words stunned the manager into silence. This was their Patek Philippe watch king. Even the cheapest watch here cost over 10 million. One of the tourbillon watches even reached over 97 million. This watch had been with him for nearly 2 years, although many people had seen it. After hearing the price, they all gave up. But Yixian didn't even ask about the price, directly wanting to buy all 5 watches. The manager was afraid Yixian didn't know these watches' prices, so he reminded her, "Miss, would you like to hear about the prices of these watches before deciding on the purchase?" Yixian glanced at the time on her phone and shook her head, saying, "I'm in a hurry and don't have much time to waste. I might need to return to the capital before evening." "Don't talk nonsense, just write up the order. Whatever the price, I will transfer it to you without a cent missing." Upon hearing Yixian's words, the manager stopped wasting time and directly quoted the price. "Miss, the total value of these 5 watches is 240 million. Will you transfer or pay by card?" Chapter 39, Future Mother-in-Law's Satisfaction. Yixian nodded and said, "Transfer, just give me your account number, and I'll have someone transfer it to you." After speaking, Yixian directly took a photo with her phone and sent it to her family group chat. "I bought 5 watches for 240 million. I'll send the bank card number in the group shortly. Whoever has money, please pay for me." After Yixian's message, the entire Yi family group exploded. Yi family's second son said, "Wow, sis, are you crazy? Spending over 2 billion just on watches. Our annual pocket money is only a few million. Who can afford this?" Yixian looked at her second brother's message in the group and replied, "Those who can't afford it, shut up, those who can, speak up." After saying this, Yixian directly tagged a female avatar in the group. "Mom, please transfer the money to me." Yixian's mother was the head of the Yi family's business empire. The Yi Group was a giant company valued at trillions. The Yi Group's industries spanned the entire land of China. As a top family in China, the Yi family naturally had its own businesses. Although the Yi family is not very prosperous, the needs for food, clothing, and shelter all require financial support. Since they did not want to make mistakes, they naturally needed commercial support. Yixian's mother was not an ordinary person, but a member of a prominent family in the Chaoshan Chamber of Commerce. After Yixian's mother married into the Yi family, the Chaoshan Chamber of Commerce fully supported her. The industries of the Chaoshan Chamber of Commerce spread across the globe. With immense power, the union with the Yi family can be said to be a strong alliance. Moreover, the Chaoshan Chamber of Commerce excelled at making money. With the full support of the Chaoshan Chamber of Commerce, Yixian's mother developed very well in the business world. In the capital city. Inside the Yi Group's headquarters building, in the chairman's office, a noblewoman with her head down handling documents, heard the vibration of her phone and casually picked it up to check. When she saw Yixian's words in the group chat, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then she checked the history of the group chat and frowned slightly. She replied to Yixian in the group, asking her to wait a moment, then found Yi Zhengguo's phone number and called it. 1 minute later, the noblewoman slowly lowered her phone, a strange expression appearing on her face. A beautiful secretary walked into the office holding documents. Seeing the strange expression on the chairman's face, she curiously asked, "Chairman, what's wrong?" The noblewoman shook her head, "It's nothing, just heard my daughter is in love, and it feels a bit interesting." "Miss is in love?" The beautiful secretary naturally knew who the noblewoman's daughter was. She was the precious daughter of the top-notch Yi family in the capital. She was also very familiar with Yi Xian's situation. Considering Yi Xian's character, she couldn't figure out what kind of person could catch this young lady's eye, nor did she know who could tame this precious daughter of the Yi family. Seeing Yi Xian's message in the group about the Patek Philippe company account, the noblewoman slowly said, "Xiao Yun, transfer 24 million to this account." "Okay, Chairman, I'll notify the finance department now." After the beautiful secretary named Xiao Yun left, the noblewoman stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling capital city, and finally murmured, "Lin Feng, a very interesting young man. It seems I must find time to meet my future son-in-law." On the other side, Lin Feng noticed that the manager had not received the transfer from the big spender. Fearing it would make Yi Xian uncomfortable, he said, "I'll pay." Saying this, Lin Feng was about to take out his phone to transfer money to the company account provided by the Patek Philippe manager.
But just then, the Patek Philippe manager's phone chimed with a bank notification that the money had arrived. "Sir, the transfer has come through, you don't need to pay now." After the money arrived in the account, the Patek Philippe manager let out a breath of relief. It was not easy to encounter such a big client, he really feared something might go wrong. You see, selling these 5 watches meant he could earn a nice profit. When next year's headquarters performance review came around, he could also receive the company's commendation, and his position as manager would be more secure. "Alright, since the money is in, let's go." Yi Xian stood up and said. The Patek Philippe manager quickly stood up and politely said, "Sir, madam, please take care." As he spoke, the Patek Philippe manager escorted the two to the store entrance. At this moment outside, Lu Qi had already been taken to the hospital by 3 bodyguards. And Lin Yar and her manager had also left. After leaving the Patek Philippe store, Yi Xian handed the watch box in her hand to Lin Feng. "Alright, this is a gift for you, please accept it. I have to return to the capital soon, and we can gather again when we have time next." Lin Feng knew Yi Xian's identity, he knew her daily schedule was busy and did not insist on staying. Instead, he said, "Let's exchange contact information, if something comes up in the future. We can also notify each other." Yi Xian felt very good about Lin Feng, so she did not refuse to add contact information. "How are you going? By plane or by car?" After adding contact information, Lin Feng asked. Yi Xian slowly said, "Please take me to the military post in Magic City. I flew here, and if I want to get back quickly, I still need to fly back. By the way, this is a document my grandfather asked me to give you. As long as you don't betray the country, this document should ensure that you have no troubles in Huaxia." Receiving the document box handed over by Yi Xian, Lin Feng curiously opened it to take a look. When he saw the big words "National Security" on the cover of the document, his heart shook slightly. Then, he looked carefully at the document's content, and when he saw that his level had directly reached a department level, Lin Feng's breathing became heavy for a moment. This document has great power. Although it is only at the department level, ordinary leaders at the ministerial level usually need to follow your instructions. However, this document can only command ministerial leaders at necessary moments, and normally it can only be used as a department level. But the National Security Department gives you an upper hand when dealing with local officials, so it holds great power. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Feng nodded and put the document away. Then the two of them went to the parking lot and drove toward the military post in Magic City. Before entering the military post, Yi Xian looked at Lin Feng with a hint of reluctance in her gaze. Upon entering the military post, she didn't forget to turn back and wave goodbye to Lin Feng. For a woman like Yi Xian, Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary woman like Jiang Yan. Even if he had thoughts in his heart, he didn't dare to act too boldly. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future for his dreams to come true naturally. Chapter 40, Rude People Should Not Be Spoiled. After sending Yi Xian off, Lin Feng just sat back in the car when he saw a strange phone call coming in. Puzzled, he answered, and a cold woman's voice with a respectful tone came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?" Hearing this voice, Lin Feng felt a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was right away. "Yes, I am Lin Feng. Who are you?" Once she confirmed that she had the right person, the woman on the phone spoke with a hint of respect in her voice. "Hello, Chairman, I am Yang Mi, the General Manager of NUM Media Company. Do you have time? If you are free, please come to the company to handle some paperwork." Upon hearing the woman introduce herself, Lin Feng finally recalled who she was. Wasn't this the famous Yang boss who was popular all over Huaxia? He didn't expect that Yang boss was actually the general manager of NUM Media Company. Thinking of Yang boss's charm, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. Yang boss certainly had a significant attraction to young men. That mature woman charm was something few young men could resist. Lin Feng then replied, "I have nothing going on right now, I will come over shortly." After agreeing on a time, they hung up the phone. At the top floor of the NUM Media Company building in Magic City, in the general manager's office. After finishing the call with Lin Feng, Yang boss quietly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the bustling streets of Magic City below. Behind her, a female secretary stood quietly. "Yang, I heard this new chairman is very young. I'm not sure if taking over the company will affect its operation." Yang Mi shook her head, "I don't know either, but once he comes over and we meet, we should find out. Our NUM Media Company has too many capital investors, making the company a bit chaotic. We urgently need someone to bring order and put the company back on track. I hope this new chairman won't disappoint me. If this new chairman is the same as those directors, then I am helpless." As Yang Mi quietly waited for Lin Feng's arrival at the company, Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of NUM Media Company in his Bugatti Chiron. After parking the car, Lin Feng walked into the company. A sweet-looking receptionist politely asked as she saw Lin Feng walk in, "Hello sir, may I ask who you are?"
Lin Feng smiled and said, I am looking for Manager Yang.
Sir, do you have an appointment?
The sweet receptionist asked. Lin Feng nodded, I just had an appointment with Manager Yang.
Alright, sir, I will make a call to confirm.
After saying this, the sweet receptionist picked up the internal phone and dialed out. On the other end, Yang Mi's secretary answered. Upon hearing Lin Feng had arrived, she quickly instructed the receptionist to let him through. After hanging up the phone, the sweet receptionist respectfully said, Sir, you may go up, Manager Yang is waiting for you in the office on the top floor.
Lin Feng nodded slightly and walked towards the elevator in the distance.
At this moment, many people were already waiting in front of the elevator. They were all here for work. Now that the lunch break had just ended, it was time to start work. As one of the two major entertainment companies in China, Yingyue Media had a lot of staff. These staff members included both men and women.
The men wore suits, while the women wore OL outfits, all very neatly dressed.
Some of the female employees even had good looks, proving that it was indeed a media company. The employees' attractiveness did not tarnish Yingyue Media's reputation.
Soon, the elevator arrived on the first floor.
After the people inside the elevator got out, everyone hurriedly walked towards the elevator. Lin Feng did not rush to enter the elevator, instead, he waited for everyone to step in before he walked in himself. Just as Lin Feng was about to enter the elevator, a figure suddenly dashed in from the side, pushing ahead to enter the elevator first. Seeing the person who suddenly squeezed in, everyone in the elevator displayed a hint of disgust on their faces. The man who squeezed into the elevator was named Yang Jiaxu, the nephew of a director at Yingyue Media.
Yang Jiaxu had just joined Yingyue Media 6 months ago.
But in this half year, he had been very arrogant in the company, frequently harassing female employees or female stars. Relying on the fact that his uncle was a director, many people who were displeased dared not speak out.
Even when Yang Mi stepped forward, Yang Jiaxu showed no respect.
Especially since his uncle, the director, was also a spokesperson for Storm Capital, Yang Mi could do nothing about them. Storm Capital was among the top 20 venture capital firms in China and had very strong financial resources. After Yingyue Media went public, Storm Capital was the first investor to come in. In Yingyue Media, Storm Capital was part of the old guard. Storm Capital held 15% of Yingyue Media's shares and ranked among the top directors. With this identity as a backing, Yang Jiaxu dared to act so recklessly in the company, and no one had the courage to deal with him. After Yang Jiaxu squeezed into the elevator, there were no more available spots inside, it was at full capacity. If Lin Feng insisted on entering, it might cause the elevator to overload and thus become inoperable. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Despite Lin Feng showing his displeasure, Yang Jiaxu, who was watching everything, didn't care at all. He even had a smug expression on his face as he stood in the elevator. As the elevator door slowly closed, Yang Jiaxu began to search for targets to flirt with inside the elevator. If there were any pretty faces, he might just squeeze in to take advantage. After all, with his uncle around, no one could do anything to him. In the Yingsong Media Company, a place filled with beautiful women, was it not his hunting garden? But just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand reached in and stopped the closing door. Ding! The elevator door reopened, and everyone's gaze turned to the outside. There stood Lin Feng, his face calm, stepping forward as the door opened, directly grabbing Yang Jiaxu by the collar and pulling him out of the elevator. With a slight effort, he tossed Yang Jiaxu out of the elevator. After Yang Jiaxu left the elevator, Lin Feng stepped into the empty spot he had just vacated. Yang Jiaxu, momentarily dazed, felt utterly humiliated, and immediately yelled at Lin Feng, "Are you crazy? How dare you pull me?" Upon hearing Yang Jiaxu's curses, Lin Feng's expression turned cold, and he calmly said to the people in the elevator, "Wait for me a moment." After speaking, Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator and, without saying a word, kicked Yang Jiaxu away. However, Lin Feng did not use too much force. With his current physical condition, if he unleashed his full strength, this kick could have potentially killed Yang Jiaxu. Even though his kick was light, it was still more than Yang Jiaxu could bear. With a thud, Yang Jiaxu slid along the ground for 3 or 4 meters. Finally, he crashed into the distant wall, and only then did his body stop moving. Yet Yang Jiaxu's face turned pale instantly, his stomach churning uncontrollably as he couldn't help but vomit. Chapter 41, I hope Mr. Yang won't disappoint me. After the kick, Lin Feng didn't look at Yang Jiaxu again, directly turning around to return to the elevator. Standing in the elevator, facing the shocked gazes of everyone, Lin Feng showed no signs of change and calmly adjusted his clothes. With the elevator doors closing, it began to ascend slowly. At this moment, although the elevator was packed with people, apart from some breathing sounds, there wasn't a single other noise. Everyone was still trying to digest what had just happened with Lin Feng kicking Yang Jiaxu. Some female employees even looked at Lin Feng with admiration, their eyes sparkling with stars. Lin Feng's appearance was, of course, flawless. Not to mention his courageous performance today, even on the street, they would be mesmerized by him.
Moreover, Lin Feng's previous brave act added many points in their hearts.
However, once they came back to their senses, everyone began to worry for Lin Feng.
Yang Xiaoshu had an uncle on the board, and it was said that this uncle was quite powerful. Lin Feng hitting Yang Xiaoshu today could likely lead to retaliation.
Yet, they didn't know how to remind Lin Feng, fearing it would alert Yang Xiaoshu and bring trouble to themselves. But Lin Feng was not worried at all about Yang Xiaoshu's revenge. Although he did not know who Yang Xiaoshu was, anyone who could behave so arrogantly in Ingsong Media must be one of its people. He held 70% of the shares in Ingsong Media, being the largest shareholder and the chairman. How could he fear a mere Yang Xiaoshu?
No matter how powerful Yang Xiaoshu was, could he outrank Lin Feng? And even if Yang Xiaoshu had some power outside, Lin Feng could easily handle it. Soon, everyone in the elevator got off.
In the elevator heading to the top floor, only Lin Feng remained. When the elevator arrived at the top floor and stopped, as soon as the door opened, that beautiful secretary of Yang Mi stood there respectfully.
Upon seeing Lin Feng, her eyes brightened uncontrollably.
She had never seen such a handsome man in her life. This handsome face, even the younger stars in the company could not compare with it.
This new chairman is even more handsome than in the photos.
Hello Chairman, I am Secretary Mu Xiaohua of General Manager Yang, welcome to Ingyue Media Company. Lin Feng gently nodded and stepped out of the elevator. Where is General Manager Yang? Mu Xiaohua quickly said, General Manager Yang is waiting for you in the office, all the handover documents have been prepared for you, Chairman.
Alright, take me there. Soon, Mu Xiaohua brought Lin Feng to outside Yang Mi's office.
She knocked on the door and walked in with Lin Feng. As soon as they entered the office, a tall and beautiful woman in her 30s stood up from the back of the office and walked towards Lin Feng.
Hello Chairman, I am Yang Mi, welcome to the company for inspection.
Seeing Yang Mi's delicate hand reaching out, Lin Feng smiled and shook her hand.
Hello General Manager Yang, I didn't expect the General Manager of Ingyue Media Company to be you.
I have great confidence in General Manager Yang's abilities. With you here, I believe Ingyue Media will develop very well.
Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Mi felt very happy. This new chairman seems quite approachable, at least not as she had imagined, young and arrogant, with an air of superiority. Chairman, you flatter me, I just want to do my job well. Since I am in this position, I must have the abilities to match it.
After some small talk, Yang Mi invited Lin Feng to sit on the sofa. Then Yang Mi brought over the sorted handover documents.
Chairman, these are the handover documents.
Please take a look, and if there are no issues, after you sign, the handover will be complete. Lin Feng casually glanced at the documents and without further inspection, he boldly signed his name in the designated place. After signing, he casually tossed the documents aside, not even planning to look at them again. Yang Mi, who had been quietly observing Lin Feng, could not help but feel shocked at his demeanor. This new chairman is indeed not an ordinary person as she had imagined. These documents represent 70% of Ingyue Media's shares. The company's market value exceeds 500 billion.
Lin Feng's 70% shares are worth more than 350 billion. How could an ordinary person act so carelessly?
If there were any issues with the contract, it's possible these riches could end up in someone else's hands. Lin Feng's demeanor could either show a complete lack of awareness or absolute confidence that no one could take his things.
Yang Mi strongly believed in the second option.
If Lin Feng truly had the deep and terrifying background she thought, anyone who dared to scheme against him would certainly end up in a miserable situation. Having spent years in the entertainment industry, Yang Mi knew how much darkness there was. Don't be fooled by how glamorous stars appear in front of ordinary people. In reality, they are just tools for capital to make money, useful when valuable, and discarded when not. Some fallen starlets ended up faring even worse. After losing their value, they often became companions for hire, making slightly more than those at the bottom, yet suffering much more than ordinary companions. They became playthings for the wealthy, living miserable lives. Even some top female stars, despite having many resources, secretly became toys for powerful men. Yang Mi had experienced those darkness. Fortunately, her status was relatively high, giving her some power to resist. Now, as the general manager of Ingyue Media, she had temporarily escaped the shadows of the entertainment industry. But this is only temporary. If one day a real big boss takes a liking to her, she is not confident she can resist. Alright, the paperwork is all signed. Tell me about the company situation. Yang Mi thought for a moment, bit her lip, and prepared to tell Lin Feng everything she thought. Chairman, the company's profits are all right for now, increasing every year, but it's only temporary. If the company doesn't reform, there may be a risk of decline. Hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, how so? Chairman, I won't hide it from you. Although our company is one of the top 2 entertainment companies in China, it is seriously corrupt inside. Those investors only care about making money and do not care about the company's survival. If this continues, once they've made enough money, the company will likely face bankruptcy. And as the top person in the company, if it goes bankrupt, you may also face some trouble.
After hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Yang, if you want to do something, just do it. I can support you unconditionally. As for the resistance in the company, I can clear it for you. But I want results. If you disappoint me, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 42, Lucky Lin Yar. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang quickly nodded seriously. Chairman, don't worry. As long as you can support me unconditionally, I will make Inla Company develop better and better. Seeing Yang Mi's firm answer, Lin Feng's tone changed, and his previously serious expression instantly turned into a smile. He nodded and said, all right, with your word, I'm relieved. Just as the two were talking, Secretary Mu Xiaohua walked in. Yang, Miss Lin Yar, who we agreed on signing yesterday, has arrived. Lin Yar is here? Yang Mi's eyes lit up. This Lin Yar is definitely a huge potential stock. Since she noticed Lin Yar, she saw her past self in her. As long as Lin Yar doesn't make a big mistake, her future achievements will definitely not be lower than her own. In terms of looks, Lin Yar is even more advantageous than her. Lin Yar is born with a face like the heroine in a novel. If she has a wider range of roles and more resources, plus strong support behind her, Lin Yar definitely has the potential to become an international superstar. Hearing Mu Xiaohua's words, Lin Feng also showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Lin Yar would sign with his company. He thought Lin Yar had already signed with another company. After hearing the secretary's report, Yang Mi said to Lin Feng, Chairman, there is a very promising artist who wants to sign with us. I need to go see her. Your office is on this floor, I'll have Xiaohua take you over. Lin Feng shook his head, no need, I'll go next time. I know this signing artist you mentioned, let's go together. Chairman, you know Lin Yar too? Hearing that Lin Feng also knew Lin Yar, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel joy in her heart. It seems this Lin Yar is much luckier than her. She actually got to know a big boss like Lin Feng in the entertainment industry. If Lin Yar can build a good relationship with Lin Feng, her future development in the entertainment industry will definitely be smoother. Seeing the surprise flashing across Yang Mi's face, Lin Feng smiled and said, we're not too familiar, but I had a brief encounter with her at the Patek Philippe store before. This Lin Yar is pretty good, she is a trainable person. She also signed a partnership with Patek Philippe as a spokesperson. Once the advertisement is out, Lin Yar's popularity should rise even higher. Now that we've signed her. That's a very wise decision. Just Lin Yar alone can help us make a lot of money in the future. Lin Feng's evaluation of Lin Yar was something Yang Mi completely agreed with. It was very reasonable, as Lin Yar indeed had this capability. Especially considering the endorsement contract Lin Yar signed with Patek Philippe, which she didn't even know about beforehand. Now that Lin Feng mentioned it, she felt that signing Lin Yar was even more suitable. Alright, Chairman, let's go together. After speaking, Lin Feng and Yang Mi both stood up and walked toward the office door. As they stepped out of the office, they saw a young man with a pale face following a middle-aged man, fiercely heading this way. The two groups bumped into each other perfectly. When Lin Feng saw Yang Xiaoshu also spotted Lin Feng. Enemies meet, and their eyes are particularly red. That was the true depiction of Yang Xiaoshu at that moment. Uncle, this kid hit me, you absolutely can't let him go today. While saying this, Yang Xiaoshu pointed at Lin Feng with his finger and said to the middle-aged man beside him. Seeing that Yang Xiaoshu was actually looking for trouble with Lin Feng, Yang Mi first showed a look of surprise, then looked at him as if he were a fool. Of course, she knew this Yang Xiaoshu. After all, he was known as the company's #1 tumor. Relying on having an uncle as a director, he did whatever he wanted in the company, from the hottest female celebrities to millionaire internet influencers. Any woman in the company who looked good had been harassed by him. Even Yang Xiaoshu had brazenly harassed her before. She had reported this to the board, but in the end, it was all suppressed by Yang Xiaoshu's uncle, Yang Wenba. There was no way out. Storm Capital was very powerful in the country, with plenty of money and a reportedly very strong background. The boss of Storm Capital had even been called the King of Cash during his time in the Magic City. The boss behind Storm Capital had strong connections in both the underworld and legitimate business, which ordinary enterprises simply couldn't provoke. Storm Capital often meddled in profitable businesses. If the people doing those businesses agreed, it was fine, but if they disagreed, they would be forced to comply by various means of the boss of Storm Capital. There was once a 100 billion enterprise in the Magic City that refused the entry of Storm Capital and ended up bankrupted by the boss's means. From this, one could see how terrifying the power of the boss behind Storm Capital was. Hearing Yang Xiaoshu's words, Yang Wenba squinted his eyes, casting a sinister gaze toward Lin Feng. Yang Wenba was much more stable than Yang Xiaoshu. He didn't rush to find trouble with Lin Feng but first looked him up and down for a while. In the end, he didn't notice anything special and relaxed. Although this Lin Feng was walking beside Yang Mi, who was probably just someone with a bit of power, he had been in the Magic City for many years and had some understanding of certain big families. Lin Feng wasn't included. Kid, you hit someone without even a word of explanation. You really don't understand the rules. Oh? What kind of explanation do you want? Lin Feng asked, half smiling.
Simple, kneel down and apologize to Jiaxu, then let my people break that leg you kicked Jiaxu with. How about we just let this go?
Yang Wenba said indifferently.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Sorry, if you want me to apologize, maybe I can let it go like that. As for me giving you an apology, I think it's better to forget it. I'm afraid you can't handle it.
Yang Wenba frowned, a dangerous look filling his eyes. Kid, do you know who I am?
Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. No, I don't. But I don't need to know who you are. No matter who you are nothing in my eyes. Just now, I heard General Manager Yang say that your nephew has done many bad things in the company. I feel he is not suitable to stay in the company any longer. As for you, as his uncle, not only do you not discipline him, but you even protect him. Even if you are a member of the board, you cannot harm the interests of the whole company, so you should step down from the board and make way for capable people.
Chapter 43, The Unlucky Uncle and Nephew. What did you say? Yang Wenba couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Feng's words.
Beside him, Yang Jiaxu looked as if he had heard the biggest joke, looking at Lin Feng as if he were a fool.
Yang Jiaxu disdainfully gazed at Lin Feng and slowly said, Kid, I didn't hear wrong, did I?
Knowing that my uncle is a director at Ingla, you still dare to say such groundless words.
I have reason to suspect you are a fool. Ask your general manager Yang next to you, who has the right to make my uncle step down from the board. What a big mouth, just like a toad yawning.
Just after Yang Jiaxu finished speaking, Yang Mi beside Lin Feng slowly said, Who says Mr. Lin doesn't have that qualification? I feel Mr. Lin is qualified to make your uncle step down from the board. The uncle and nephew, who had been laughing, were suddenly stunned when they heard Yang Mi's words.
Yang Jiaxu pointed at Yang Mi and said, General Manager Yang, you wouldn't also be infected by him, would you? Why are you doing foolish things with him? My uncle is the representative of Storm Capital in Ingla Company. Can you just say he can be fired?
Okay, enough with the jokes. I don't have the heart to waste time talking nonsense with you. I'm afraid that if I stay with you too long, I'll be infected and become a fool too. Uncle, stop talking nonsense with him, quickly break his legs and throw him out of the company.
Yang Wenba, standing aside, slightly nodded, Yes, let's get down to business. Yang Wenba turned to the two bodyguards behind him and said, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take action. Do you want me to do it myself? Hearing Yang Wenba's words, the two bodyguards slowly stepped forward, cracking their knuckles with a series of sounds.
Seeing this scene, Yang Mi frowned and shouted, Yang Wenba, you dare.
Do you know Mr. Lin is?
Lin Feng beside her waved to interrupt Yang Mi and said slowly, It's okay. After speaking, Lin Feng suddenly threw a punch, hitting the first charging.
Seeing Lin Feng's terrifying skills, both Yang Wenba and his nephew were a bit panicked.
When Yang Wenba saw Lin Feng walking toward him, he even spoke threatening words.
Kid, what are you trying to do? If you dare to touch me, do you believe that there will be no place for you in the whole Magic City?
The boss of my Storm Capital is a member of the Du family. Hearing Yang Wenba mention Storm Capital, Yang Mi began to worry for Lin Feng. Especially since Yang Wenba said the boss behind Storm Capital was from the Du family, which made Yang Mi feel even more uncertain. The four great families of Magic City carried significant weight. Each of the four great families has a history stretching over a century. Among them, the Du family, the leader of the four great families, is a dominant presence. The Du family is deeply rooted in Magic City. In early years, money paved the way, granting them immense networks in both the legal and illegal realms. Now, the Du family has arranged for many members of their family to enter government positions, making them the strongest representative force locally in Magic City. Many high-ranking officials sent from outside show the Du family great respect. Although Yang Mi knew Lin Feng's background was not simple, could he be stronger than the Du family, the local tyrant? Just as Yang Mi worried whether Lin Feng could stand against the Du family, Lin Feng, without hesitation, walked up to Yang Wenba and his nephew and slapped him directly. The loud sound of the slap echoed throughout the office area. After the slap, a cold shade appeared on Lin Feng's calm face. Do you really think that relying on Storm Capital means no one dares to touch you? The Du family is simply laughable. Why not call them over and see if I, Lin Feng, will give them face? Let me tell you, from now on, no one in the entire Ingwe company is allowed to do anything that harms the company's interests. Anyone who dares to harm the company's interests and cause losses, I will break their legs. It is just right to let you two set an example. As his words fell, Lin Feng directly kicked Yang Jiaosu's calf, leaving him dumbfounded. This kick was extremely ruthless. Kicking the calf is considered a forbidden technique even in fighting. Because once this move is executed, that person's leg is basically ruined, and there is no hope for recovery, leaving a lifelong disability. Ah! Yang Jiaosu felt a piercing pain in his calf. Chapter 44, No matter how the Du family appears. A group of executives at Ingwe felt a wave of relief after witnessing Yang Wenba and his nephew flee in disgrace. Yang Wenba and his nephew had often bullied others at the company. Both of them acted the same way. The younger one couldn't resist stopping women, while the older one was a complete lecher.
It is unknown how many artists and beautiful internet celebrities had been exploited by this pair. Not only were they unsatisfied with their shady deals, but they also engaged in pimping, introducing attractive artists and influencers to wealthy men. Some were coerced into submission with money, while others were threatened until they complied. Of course, they dared not push too hard on the top stars and million followers influencers, because if they crossed the line, they feared the backlash. But the second and third tier actresses and smaller influencers could hardly escape their clutches, as rejecting them often meant giving up their careers in the entertainment industry. Now, this uncle-nephew duo finally kicked the iron plate. Even Yang Jiaxu's leg was broken, which brought great satisfaction to everyone. Chairman, Yang Wenba is a trusted confidant of the boss of Storm Capital. Won't you face trouble for insulting them like this? Looking at the departing backs of Yang Wenba and his nephew, Yang Mi asked worriedly. Lin Feng smiled calmly, no worries. Even if it's a member of the Du family in person, I wouldn't necessarily take them seriously. Your responsibility is to manage the company well. If anyone dares to harm its development, just call me, and I will clear away all obstacles. Hearing Lin Feng's confident words, Yang Mi relaxed her worries. Alright, let's go find Lin Yar. After saying this, Lin Feng continued. Yang Mi nodded, okay, boss. At this moment, in a conference room, Lin Yar and her agent were sitting quietly. Sister Wang, we only have this opportunity with Ingyue left. If we can't successfully sign with Ingyue, I may have to say goodbye to the entertainment industry. Lin Yar, seated there, said with a bitter smile. The person called Sister Wang was Lin Yar's agent. Upon hearing Lin Yar's words, Sister Wang felt a pang of heartache. Since Lin Yar debuted, she had always been by her side. Although Lin Yar hadn't been in the industry for long, her journey was filled with hardships. What outsiders saw was Lin Yar's immediate rise, but no one knew the sacrifices she made behind the dazzling facade. The saying 1 minute on stage equals 10 years of hard work is not just a saying. To reach today, Lin Yar had no idea how much she had sacrificed. Lin Yar's background was not great. When she was young, her father suffered from illness, and her mother worked hard to support the family alone. Not only did she have to pay for Lin Yar's education, but also maintain the household. Lin Yar understood adult responsibilities earlier than her peers. When in school, she worked extremely hard, and once admitted to the Beijing Film Academy, she never dared to slack off. In terms of looks, she did have some advantages, but it wasn't enough to overshadow others in her group. Just coincidentally, her appearance fit the role of the female lead in that drama. Even after being selected for the lead role, she didn't relax. After filming, she would spend her free time reading scripts, analyzing every scene and character's dialogue in detail. All of this was to prevent her from losing this hard-won opportunity. If she didn't shine in this drama, she might never get another chance to be a leading lady again. Fortunately, her efforts were rewarded, and she became famous overnight across the land, even securing a contract as the ambassador for Patek Philippe. Just when she thought she could make a lot of money and change her family's living environment. She was precisely targeted by Lu Qi. Lu Qi was the prince of a Chinese entertainment company. In the process of pursuing Lin Yar, Lu Qi once told her, if you agree, I can support you a lot in the future. If you don't agree, then I will blacklist you. Originally, Lin Yar wanted to sign with the Chinese entertainment company. After all, the company controlled half of the entertainment industry, with abundant resources and great benefits for artists. But after the matter with Lu Qi appeared, she didn't dare to sign with them at all. She was a smart person, she knew exactly who Lu Qi was. Even if she submitted to Lu Qi, she knew she wouldn't be valued for long. Once Lu Qi got bored, he might just toss her aside, and the company could still choose to promote another newcomer or Lu Qi's new love. So Lin Yar didn't want to close off her own path. She wanted to give Ingyue a try, believing they definitely had the strength to support her as well. Although Lin Yar came from a poor background, she had great confidence in herself. Whether in looks or abilities, she excelled very much. As long as she could meet her destined mentor, she believed she would never let that mentor down. Sister Wang saw the bitterness on Lin Yar's face and couldn't help but sigh. You are a good artist. I believe the heavens will favor you and will not let you just cut off your dreams. Just as the two were talking, the door to the meeting room was pushed open, and Lin Feng and Yang Mi appeared at the door. Behind them were staff responsible for signing Lin Yar. At the first sight of Yang Mi, Lin Yar and Sister Wang quickly stood up. Lin Yar respected Yang Mi, a senior in the entertainment industry, very much. She always regarded Yang Mi as her idol. No matter how many people criticized Boss Yang outside, she always admired her in her heart. Those who slandered Boss Yang were merely jealous. In fact, Boss Yang's indomitable spirit was truly worth learning from. A woman wanting to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry knew how difficult it was. After all, those in this dark circle could understand some of its hardships. Women without innate advantages had to toil day and night to rise. They filmed during the day and had to accompany those big shots at night. If they didn't please those big shots, where would they find resources? Hello, President Yang. Lin Yao quickly stepped forward, extending her hand politely. Though she had achieved some success, she was still very respectful when facing Yang Mi. Yang Mi shook hands with Lin Yao, smiling. You are Lin Yao, right? I think highly of you. I heard you proactively contacted us at Inghua, wanting to sign a contract with us, so I came to see you. I've seen your drama, and I'm very satisfied with your acting skills. If we can successfully sign today, I believe your future will have greater development. Hearing Yang Mi's praise, Lin Yao couldn't help but get excited. To get Yang Mi's affirmation meant she wasn't just relying on luck to reach today. Yang Mi was known in the entertainment industry for speaking her mind and being straightforward. Since she said Lin Yao's acting was good, it meant she really was good. Thank you, President Yang, for your praise. With your words, I feel much more at ease. Seeing Lin Yao's excitement, Yang Mi smiled slightly and didn't say much more. Once upon a time, when she was as young as Lin Yao, there were times when she felt happy for half a day just from a compliment from a senior. Unexpectedly, as time passed, she also reached the day of being a senior. Looking at the energetic Lin Yao, Yang Mi seemed to see her own shadow, and she developed a love for talent, wanting to nurture Lin Yao well. Alright, let's get down to business first. Shall we give a copy of the contract to Miss Lin Yao, let her take a look. If there are no problems, we can proceed to sign. Secretary Mu Xiaohe heard Yang Mi's words and stepped forward to hand the contract to Lin Yao. Lin Yao took the contract and began to read it with her agent, Sister Wang. While looking at the contract, Lin Yao would occasionally steal glances at Lin Feng. Of course, she recognized Lin Feng. After all, he had left a deep impression on her earlier at the Patek Philippe store. Moreover, she felt a sense of gratitude in her heart. Although Lin Feng's actions against Lu Qi were not meant to specifically help her, it could be considered as indirect help. If Lin Feng hadn't driven Lu Qi away, she might still be entangled with him now, and given Lu Qi's personality, he might have even forced her. She might even have missed the signing with Inghua today. Yang Mi noticed Lin Yao's small actions and couldn't help but ask, Miss Lin Yao, do you know our chairman? Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Yao was first stunned, then she looked surprised and said, Ms. Yang, this gentleman is your company's chairman? Yang Mi nodded, yes, don't you know Mr. Lin's identity? Mr. Lin is the new chairman of our Inghua media company, so you will also be working for the chairman in the future. Lin Yao hurriedly said politely, hello, Chairman Lin, I didn't expect you to be the chairman of Inghua Media. Thank you for what happened at noon today. If it weren't for you, I might not have had the chance to sign the contract. Lin Feng understood the meaning behind Lin Yao's words and smiled, no need to be polite. I did that for you, it's just that the person was too arrogant, and I couldn't stand it. I see Ms. Yang praising you so much. Since I entered, Ms. Yang has been praising you, you must perform well in the future and not let Ms. Yang's good intentions down. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Lin Yao finally realized. Yang Mi's praise was not only for her but more so for the chairman to hear. After all, in such a large Inghua media company with many artists, it was very difficult for her to stand out among the established stars. Now Yang Mi was openly praising her, but secretly recommending her. She wanted Lin Feng to pay attention to her so that she could gain more resources in the company in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yao couldn't help but give Yang Mi a grateful look. Chairman, you can rest assured, I am not just in the entertainment industry for money. I also see it as a profession. I really like this career and am passionate about it. I will not let you and Ms. Yang down. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, alright, then it depends on your performance. As long as you can bring benefits to the company's resources will definitely not be scarce for you. But I also want to say this first, if you cannot create benefits for the company will not support you forever. Chairman, rest assured, I will work hard. While they were talking, Lin Feng's phone in his pocket rang, and seeing that it was a call from Gao Yuan, he nodded to Yang Mi and Lin Yao and walked out of the conference room with his phone. As soon as the call was connected, Gao Yuan's concerned voice came through. Boss, are you alright? Where are you now? Hearing the genuine concern in Gao Yuan's words, Lin Feng. It's fine, everything has been resolved. Damn, boss is amazing. We were worried about what might happen to you, after all, you were facing military people. By the way, boss, I didn't just call to check on you, there's something I need to tell you. Gao Yuan's personality was very lively, sometimes, even when discussing serious matters, he would suddenly shout in a strange voice. Although the four of them hadn't known each other for long, they all understood each other's personalities a bit. Lin Feng was not surprised by Gao Yuan's sudden change in topic. What is it? Just say it. Boss, after your incident, the second and fourth brothers and I went back to investigate. There's definitely someone secretly messing with you, otherwise, that instructor Shinton wouldn't have targeted you for no reason. Guess who we found out was secretly plotting against you? When Lin Feng heard that someone was indeed scheming against him, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he said, alright, stop the suspense. Who is it? Gao Yuan did not keep it a secret any longer and slowly said, it's that bastard Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang?
Lin Feng looked puzzled, trying to recall if he had any grievances with someone named Wang Haiyang.
Boss, we three brothers investigated everything clearly for you. This Wang Haiyang is one of the 7 young masters in our school.
His family apparently develops in the capital, and I've heard they have considerable power. As for why Wang Haiyang wants to bother you, it should be related to Gu Baiwe.
After listening to Gao Yuan, Lin Feng frowned and said, how does it relate to Gu Baiwe again? A beauty brings disaster. Isn't there a gossip post on our school forum about you and Gu Baiwe? Wang Haiyang has been pursuing Gu Baiwe.
He even said at school that except for himself, no one else is allowed to have feelings for Gu Baiwe. If anyone dares to have any thoughts, he will make trouble for them. Wang Haiyang's identity is public in school, everyone knows he's not to be messed with since his family is a big family in the capital.
So nobody dares to pursue Gu Baiwe.
But after you came, rumors about you and Gu Baiwe started, probably making Wang Haiyang lose face, which is why he had someone trouble you.
After Gao Yuan's explanation, Lin Feng sneered, let this Wang Haiyang wait for me. I will definitely settle this score with him.
If it wasn't for my own strength, anyone else would probably be ruined for life by him. Such a despicable person, if I don't teach him a lesson, he likely won't behave.
I knew you wouldn't let it go, boss. When are you coming back?
The 3 of us have been waiting to cheer for you.
Gao Yuan said with a hearty laugh.
Lin Feng slowly replied, I have some things to take care of here.
Once I'm done, I'll head back. Then we can all have a good drink. Alright, we'll wait for your triumphant return, boss.
After talking with Gao Yuan for a while, Lin Feng hung up the phone and turned to walk towards the conference room. After learning that Wang Haiyang was the one secretly stirring trouble, Lin Feng had no intention of letting him off the hook. That's just how he is, if no one offends me, I won't offend anyone, but if someone does offend me, they will surely pay double. What Wang Haiyang did was actually more infuriating than what people like Lu Qi and Yang Jiashu did. He had the power to resolve the issue.
If it were an ordinary person, being messed with like this by Wang Haiyang could ruin their whole life.
Not only would their studies be destroyed, but they might also end up with a criminal record or even go to jail. It wasn't that Lin Feng thought too much, it was just that this situation was too likely to happen.
With Wang Haiyang's venomous nature, anyone who falls into his hands would definitely be crushed to death.
After all, to ruin someone's life over a rumor shows that his heart is absolutely corrupt. Since that's the case, he has nothing to be merciful about. Once he finishes his business and returns to school, he must make Wang Haiyang pay a price. While Lin Feng stepped outside to take a call, Yang Mi and Lin Yara started chatting. However, what seemed like casual conversation was actually Yang Mi subtly hinting to Lin Yara not to miss the opportunity and to maintain a good relationship with Lin Feng. If possible, it wouldn't hurt to make their bond even closer. Lin Yara was inexperienced, but that didn't mean she was foolish. With just a few simple words from Yang Mi, she understood her intention. Once someone steps into the entertainment industry, no one can stay completely clean and pure. If the water is too clear, there are no fish living in murky water, it's impossible to remain innocent forever. But with Lin Yara's conditions, even if she wanted to be tainted, she must make a good choice. Lin Feng gave Lin Yara a good impression, at least he wasn't like Lu Qi, a twisted second-generation rich kid who would start and abandon relationships. If she could really get closer to Lin Feng and gain his strong support, at least her peak period could be greatly extended, avoiding a few years of youth before running out of roles to play.
I understand what you mean, President Yang. I know what to do.
Seeing that Lin Yara was a smart person, Yang Mi had an even better impression of her. Such smart talents are good to nurture, stubborn people are less suited for the entertainment industry. Just as they were speaking, Lin Feng pushed open the conference room door and walked in.
Seeing Yang Mi and Lin Yara chatting, he couldn't help but smile and said, it looks like you two get along quite well. From now on, Miss Lin Yara will be under your guidance, President Yang.
I have high hopes for Miss Lin, she might just become the pillar of our Anghue. Lin Feng's words were subtle, with the other meaning of pillar being the most profitable person for Anghue.
Both Lin Yara and Yang Mi understood the hidden meaning in Lin Feng's words, but Lin Yara felt no resentment.
This was a fair trade. Anghue would nurture her and provide resources, while she would earn money for Anghue. It was mutually beneficial.
If Lin Feng had no intention of making money, that would make Lin Yara uneasy.
After all, if a boss isn't thinking about profits, the company won't have a long-term future. Don't worry, Chairman, I will not let you down. Lin Yara quickly replied. Soon, both parties finished the signing process. As the general manager of Anghue, Yang Mi had many matters to handle every day. After signing the contract with Lin Yara, she left. Chairman Lin, let me treat you to a meal, it's a way to thank you for your earlier help. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I told you, that matter was nothing, you don't need to be so polite. That won't do. Whether you helped me intentionally or not, you've resolved my difficulties, I must repay this favor. Lin Yara insisted firmly. Seeing Lin Yara's determined gaze, Lin Feng knew that continuing to decline would seem somewhat pretentious. Besides, he was very happy to have such a beautiful companion for dinner. After they made arrangements, the two walked out of the conference room together.
Sister Wang, you go back first.
I'll have dinner with Chairman Lin, and after that, I'll return on my own, Lin Yara turned and said to her manager, Sister Wang. Manager Wang nodded and said, okay, then I will head back first.
Just call me when you get home. After the three exited the elevator, Manager Wang quickly left.
Did not disturb Lin Feng and Lin Yara at all. After arriving outside the company, Lin Yara suddenly remembered she hadn't driven there, feeling embarrassed as she said, Mr. Lin, I didn't drive today, so I might need to take your car.
Lin Feng smiled and replied, it's nothing, let's go. As they chatted, the two walked towards the parking lot.
When Lin Feng's super luxury car worth over 100 million appeared in the parking lot, Lin Yara was completely shocked.
What kind of car is this? It's so beautiful. Lin Feng didn't say much, just simply stated, Bugatti Divo.
Once they sat inside the car, with the roar of the engine starting, they slowly left the parking lot.
What do you want to eat? As the vehicle drove on the road, Lin Feng held the steering wheel with one hand and gently asked. Mr. Lin, you decide. I don't know what to eat, you see what you like, and we will go for that.
Hearing Lin Yara's words, Lin Feng spoke, in the future, when we're alone, don't be so polite with me, always saying you makes me uncomfortable.
I'm not that formal. Okay, Mr. Lin.
Seeing Lin Feng being so approachable, Lin Yara felt even fonder of him.
A person like Lin Feng, who is young and accomplished, is rare to possess such a character.
Usually, those who achieve fame early have their own pride, but Lin Feng showed not a hint of that. Instead, the gentle quality that exuded from Lin Feng made people naturally like him more.
You decide, I don't really want anything.
Noticing Lin Feng truly had no cravings, Lin Yara thought for a moment and then said, Mr. Lin, let's go eat seafood. I've heard that the seafood at the Marriott Hotel is excellent, we can give it a try.
Okay, let's go to the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott Hotel is located near the Bund in Lujiazui.
Lin Feng drove Lin Yara straight to the Marriott Hotel's parking lot. After parking the car, the two walked towards the hotel. On the way, Lin Yara took a mask out of her bag and put it on her face. Although her recognition by fans wasn't very high now, it was still better to be safe than sorry. In case someone really recognizes her, it would be troublesome, especially in such a public place.
Chapter 47, The Beautiful Journey Home.
When Lin Feng and Lin Yara arrived at the Marriott Hotel, the sky had already turned to evening. As the sky darkened, the lights of the magical city began to light up, and people's nightlife slowly started. As they just entered the lobby, a good-looking female greeter approached them.
Hello, sir and madam, how many for dining? Lin Feng replied, 2.
Okay, sir, please follow me. After speaking, the female greeter took Lin Feng and Lin Yara to the elevator and pressed the restaurant floor number for them.
Sir, madam, please.
When you arrive at the restaurant, there will be professional staff to assist you. The Marriott Hotel is a 5-star hotel, known for its top quality in both service and decoration in the magical city.
The two entered the elevator and soon arrived at the restaurant on the 19th floor. As the elevator opened, a waiter was waiting there.
Hello, sir and madam, please this way. The waiter showed Lin Feng and Lin Yara to the best dining spot. Not only was the environment elegant and quiet, but through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, they could also see the scenery of the Huangpu River and the Bund. After sitting down, the waiter handed them the menu.
Sir, madam, what would you like to eat?
Lin Feng pushed the menu to Lin Yara. Miss Lin, you order. Lin Yara replied, Mr. Lin, let's order together. As she spoke, Lin Yara slowly took off her mask, revealing her stunning beauty to the air.
The waiter, who was taking their order, was stunned upon seeing Lin Yara's captivating appearance.
He was left stunned there. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a beautiful woman. Although the Marriott Hotel was a 5-star restaurant, the guests who came here were either rich or noble, and their female companions were mostly good-looking. None of those women could compare to Lin Yara. Lin Yara had a natural leading lady face, and just one glance could evoke feelings of love. Lin Yara glanced at the menu and directly ordered a few seafood dishes, then handed the menu to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I've ordered enough, now it's your turn. Lin Feng was no longer polite and ordered some dishes that looked good before returning the menu to the waiter.
Let's order these for now.
Seeing that no one responded to the menu he handed over, he couldn't help but look up in confusion. When he saw the mesmerized waiter, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile.
He wasn't angry about the waiter's reaction.
He could understand the waiter's response. It was normal to be distracted upon seeing Lin Yara. Lin Yara also noticed the waiter's situation and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. The waiter, pulled back to reality by the laughter, showed a hint of embarrassment and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I got a little lost in thought just now. Please don't hold it against me, sir and madam.
Lin Feng shook his head. It's okay, did you remember the dishes we ordered?
The waiter hurriedly replied, I'll take care of your order, sir. As he spoke, the waiter asked Lin Feng again for the names of the dishes they ordered and then turned to leave quickly. The Marriott Hotel served food quite quickly, and the two didn't wait long before a table full of lavish seafood was served along with a bottle of Lafite red wine. Although this bottle of Lafite was not the legendary 1982 vintage, it was still priced in the tens of thousands. The red wine was poured into a decanter, and after the waiter poured a small glass for both Lin Feng and Lin Yar, he stood a short distance away.
"Mr. Lin, can you drink a little?" Before drinking, Lin Yar cautiously asked.
Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "I can drink a little."
"If you can drink, then I can relax."
After saying this, Lin Yar picked up her wine glass and said, "Mr. Lin, I toast you, please take care of me in the future." Lin Feng also raised his glass and gently clinked it with Lin Yar. "Caring is unnecessary, I am a person who values profit. As long as you are capable and can earn money for me, it is my duty to take care of you." After finishing their words, they both took a sip of red wine. Then, while eating, they began to chat.
During their conversation, Lin Feng learned some basic details about Lin Yar.
Lin Yar came from an ordinary background. Even though she became popular because of a drama, she hadn't earned much money. After all, she had just debuted, and her acting fee wasn't very high. It was said that in the previous hit drama, she earned only 20,000 yuan per episode. The hit drama that Lin Yar starred in at least earned over 100 million, but her total earnings were only a few hundred thousand. For stars with high expenses, that was hardly anything at all. Despite this, Lin Yar sent half of her earnings back home. Hearing about Lin Yar's background, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Lin Yar just had that sort of quality that made people feel pity, and combined with her poor background, even Lin Feng felt moved. It was hard to tell if Lin Yar truly had a good capacity for alcohol or was just putting on a brave face. In any case, the two ended the meal after drinking nearly 3 bottles of red wine. As they left the hotel, Lin Yar was already unsteady on her feet, having drunk too much.
Lin Feng supported Lin Yar's arm, walking alongside her while asking with concern, "Miss Lin Yar, are you okay?"
In her drunken state, Lin Yar shook her head in a daze. "I'm fine, I can still drink." Looking at Lin Yar's condition, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It seems that she really drank too much.
"Miss Lin Yar, where do you live? Let me take you home." Because of the alcohol, Lin Feng couldn't drive and had to call a chauffeur.
However, the sports car only had 2 seats, so there wasn't enough room for 3 people, and Lin Feng had to let Lin Yar squeeze onto the passenger seat with him. Lin Feng was more than 6 feet tall. Although he wasn't bulky, he was very fit. After sitting in the passenger seat, he could only let Lin Yar sit on his lap. Once Lin Yar was on his lap, Lin Feng started to feel strange. Lin Yar's figure was truly impressive. Even though they were separated by a layer of clothing, he couldn't resist the overwhelming temptation. Fortunately, the chauffeur arrived quickly, sparing Lin Feng too much torment. He was genuinely afraid that if the chauffeur arrived a little later, he might do something he couldn't control. But when the chauffeur saw Lin Feng's car, he seemed to hesitate. Those who can be chauffeurs usually know a thing or two about cars. Although he didn't recognize what model Lin Feng's Bugatti was, he could tell that this car was definitely expensive. "Sir, this car is too valuable, I might not be able to drive it." Lin Feng said calmly, "I'll triple your fare. If you break it, you won't be responsible." He didn't want to change drivers again. He was holding a beauty in his arms, and the longer he waited, the more he feared he might act like a beast. Chapter 48, Lu Xiaohui is not something everyone can do. Fortunately, since Lin Feng offered more, the chauffeur finally agreed to take the job. However, even with Lin Feng's assurance, the chauffeur was still cautious while driving them home. Through chatting, the chauffeur finally learned the value of Lin Feng's car. At the moment he heard the price, the chauffeur nearly had a heart attack.
A car worth 120 million? He might not earn that much even in 10 lifetimes.
The world of the rich is indeed beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Usually, when ordinary people see a Rolls-Royce priced in the millions on the street, they think that's the peak of luxury cars.
Who would have thought that one day he would see a car worth more than 100 million?
Today, he not only saw it but actually drove it. Since Lin Yar was too drunk to tell her address, Lin Feng had to take her back to the villa in Tang Palace. Because the license plate was registered, even the chauffeur could enter the Tang Palace. They drove to the front of Lin Feng's villa number 1, and the chauffeur slowly brought the car to a stop. After paying the fare, Lin Feng gave the chauffeur some extra money, and the chauffeur left happily. With Lin Yar cradled in his arms, Lin Feng walked into the villa. The villa hadn't changed much since he left 2 days ago. It just felt a bit cold because it was so big. As for the restaurant where he had dinner with Chen Xingya last time, it had already been cleaned up very neatly. It must have been Chen Xingya who did the cleaning after she woke up. Carrying Lin Yar, he went upstairs and placed her on the bed in a bedroom. Although Lin Yar was very tempting when drunk, Lin Feng had no inappropriate thoughts. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, Lin Yar, who had just been placed on the bed, suddenly started to gag, and vomit came out of her mouth.
Lin.
He casually took off the custom-made clothes worth millions on his body, revealing his strong and muscular figure to the air. Then Lin Feng picked up Lin Yao again and walked straight toward the bathroom. He needed to deal with the vomit on both of them. After picking up Lin Yao again, Lin Feng also threw the dirty bedsheet onto the floor. After arriving at the bathroom, Lin Feng took a tissue, dipped it in clean water, and wiped the vomit on Lin Yuer's clothes little by little. Then he returned to the room, changed into new bedsheets and quilt, and finally placed Lin Yuer back on the bed. After finishing everything, Lin Feng turned around and went to the bathroom to clean himself. As the shower was turned on, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Just a few minutes into the shower, a figure stumbled in from outside the bathroom and headed straight for the toilet. Lin Yao hugged the toilet and began vomiting wildly again. But Lin Feng, standing naked in the shower, was completely stunned. Because in the whole villa, only the drunk Lin Yao was there, and Lin Feng hadn't closed the bathroom door while showering. But he never expected Lin Yao would come in like this. The toilet was not far from the shower, because this bathroom was just the one attached to Lin Yao's guest bedroom, so the space was very small. Lin Feng just stood there, naked, not daring to move a bit. Lin Yao, hugging the toilet, didn't notice Lin Feng's presence at all, only focused on vomiting and releasing the discomfort in her stomach. Water flowed down Lin Feng's sharply defined muscles. The whole bathroom was filled with a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere. No one knew how long it passed, but Lin Yao finally finished throwing up and actually fell asleep hugging the toilet. Although the whole process from her entering to finishing didn't take long, for Lin Feng, it was pure torment. He was a young man full of hormones, and facing such a stunning beauty like Lin Yao, how could he not be affected? He sighed. Stepped out of the bathroom and looked around for a towel, but finding none, Lin Feng didn't bother to go get one. He simply bent down and picked up Lin Yao again, walking toward the bed outside. This time the contact between their skins was even more real, and Lin Feng faced an even greater challenge. At the moment when he placed Lin Yao back on the bed, Lin Feng didn't bother to suppress the thoughts in his heart anymore. The night passed without any words. The next morning, when Lin Feng opened his eyes, Lin Yao was still sound asleep beside him. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the morning. There was nothing much to do today, it was time to go to school. Turning his head to look at the girl beside him, Lin Feng smiled slightly, then got up and stepped down from the bed. At the moment when Lin Feng left the bedroom, Lin Yao, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes. Actually, she had been awake for a while, but she didn't know how to face Lin Feng, so she pretended to be asleep the whole time. She picked up the phone on the bedside table and saw dozens of missed calls. Lin Yao hurriedly called back. All those missed calls were from her agent, Sister Wang. If Sister Wang called so many times, it must be something important. As soon as the call connected, Sister Wang's anxious voice came through the phone. Xiao Ye. I couldn't answer your call. Please tell Director Jean that I didn't mean to be late. I'm on my way now. Sister Wang sighed, alright, I'll try. I hope Director Jean won't be angry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yao hurriedly got out of bed to look for her clothes. Looking at the clothes scattered all over the floor and the dress she had worn yesterday torn to pieces, Lin Yao felt like crying without tears. This dress could no longer be worn. This wasn't her home, so there was no change of clothes available. How could she go out like this? Left with no choice, Lin Yao could only find a bath towel in the closet to wrap herself up and then walked out of the room with a flushed face. Now, Lin Feng was the only one in the entire villa. She could only seek his help. She hoped Lin Feng could find a way to get her some clothes so she could go out. Chapter 49, Having a strong support is great. Walking out of the room, Lin Yao felt a bit dazed. It was not for any other reason, but because this villa was too big. Standing in the corridor outside her room, the huge space made her unsure of which direction to go. In the end, with no choice, Lin Yao went to the railing and looked down at the living room on the first floor. In the gigantic 10-meter-high living room, Lin Yao didn't see anyone. Director Lin, are you there? She remembered that Lin Feng had just gone out, so he probably hadn't left yet. Left with no choice, she shyly called out louder. In the master bedroom, Lin Feng was choosing clothes in the walk-in closet. Hearing Lin Yao's call, he put on the trousers he had just found and walked out of the closet. When he came out, he saw Lin Yao on the second floor, wrapped in a bath towel, standing there with a slightly flushed face. Lin Feng smiled warmly, "Oh, you're awake." Seeing Lin Feng, Lin Yao felt even more shy, but she still held back her embarrassment and said, just woke up. Director Lin, can you get me a set of clothes? My clothes. Lin Yao found it hard to speak. She felt embarrassed to say that her clothes got ruined because of Lin Feng. But Lin Feng understood her meaning and smiled as he said, "Okay, wait a moment." Then, Lin Feng went back to the closet and found a set of his clothes to give to Lin Yao. "You can wear this for now. I'll take you shopping to buy some clothes as compensation." Upon hearing the word compensation, Lin Yao became even more shy. In fact, she had been conscious since last night and thought about their craziness. She wanted to burrow herself into a corner. Although what happened last night was her first time in life, she had no regrets. When Yang Mi was guiding her, she had already thought about what to do. The entertainment industry is a big dive at. To fully devote herself to her acting career without distractions, she needed someone like Lin Feng to support her. At the very least, it would ensure she wouldn't be disturbed by ill-intentioned people and could act wholeheartedly. Thinking about how she still needed to audition for a new show and was already late, if she didn't hurry, she would get into real trouble. Lin Yara shook her head. Director Lin, maybe next time. I have an audition for a new drama today and I'm already late. If I don't hurry, the director might be upset. Hearing Lin Yara had a new drama so soon, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. You already have a new drama? That's really congratulations. But it's okay, you can't go to the crew like this. You should dress properly, buying some clothes won't take long. Forget it, I'll give a call to notify them. If I don't, you might not feel at ease. After saying this, Lin Feng directly picked up his phone and called Yang Mi. Hello, Director Lin. As soon as the call connected, Yang Mi picked up on the other end. Yang, I heard Lin Yara has a new drama? Lin Feng asked. In the building of Inoue Company, Yang Mi immediately replied without hesitation, well, it was decided last night. Director Jean is our company's big director, and every drama he makes is excellent. I recommended Lin Yara to him. Hearing Yang Mi's words, Lin Feng slowly said, okay, I understand. You tell Director Jean that Lin Yara has something going on. If she needs to audition, it might be a bit late. Please don't make it difficult for Lin Yara. Yang Mi is a very smart person. Although Lin Feng did not explain much, she guessed what had happened between the two. Alright, Chairman Lin, I will tell Director Jean right away. On the other side, in a crew in the Bund of Modu, Lin Yar's manager, Sister Wang, was smiling next to a middle-aged man. Director Jean, Yar had a little incident today and got delayed. Please don't be angry. She will be there soon. Director Jean frowned and said, she just started to get a little fame, and now she is already breaking promises. What time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock. If she delays any longer, it will be 10, wasting a whole morning. Are we supposed to make the entire crew wait for her all morning because of one person? Manager Wang looked awkward. She dared not speak as Director Jean scolded her. This Director Jean is a well-known director at Inoue Company, who has made many stars famous. Many of those stars he launched are now top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. If he really gets angry, Lin Yar's role in this drama may be cancelled. Director Jean, please rest assured. Yar will definitely come over soon and won't waste too much of your and everyone's time. Director Jean snorted coldly, alright, I think we should replace her. How much can we expect from someone who has no sense of time? Director Jean, I'm really sorry. I promise this is the last time for Yar. There will absolutely not be such a situation again. Manager Wang became anxious. She didn't want Lin Yar to lose this opportunity. As her manager, the better Lin Yar does, the more money she earns, which brings more benefits to her. Seeing that Lin Yar was about to lose this rare opportunity, how could she feel at ease? But Director Jean is not an ordinary person. Since he decided to replace Lin Yar, she had no good way to stop it. She could only keep apologizing, hoping that Director Jean would show some mercy and forgive them. Just then, Director Jin's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered. Manager Yang. Director Jean walked to the side with his phone and spoke with Yang Mi. On the phone, Yang Mi's cold voice slowly came through. Lin Yar is with the chairman. She has something delayed and might come to the crew a bit late. You all can shoot other scenes first. When Lin Yar arrives, then shoot her scenes. Hearing that Lin Yar was with the chairman of Inoue Company, Director Jean instantly lost his temper. The chairman of Inoue Company is definitely a big shot, rich and powerful. Although he is a famous director, he does not dare to offend such a person, especially since this person is his boss. Director Jean quickly said, alright, Manager Yang, I will make arrangements right away. After hanging up the phone and walking back, Director Jean looked a little better and said to Sister Wang, alright, Lin Yar is late. Let's shoot other scenes first. When Lin Yar arrives, we will shoot hers. Seeing Director Jin's sudden 180-degree turn, Manager Wang, who was very perceptive, also guessed something. After thanking Director Jean, Wang's sister sent a message to Lin Yar on her phone. Where are you now? Soon, Lin Yar replied. I'm with Chairman Lin. What's up, Sister Wang? Seeing that Lin Yar was indeed with the chairman, just as she had guessed, Sister Wang couldn't help but smile. It's okay, just accompany Director Lin well. I've already finished the communication with the crew. Director Jean isn't in a hurry for you to come over, just come after you finish your work. Chapter 50, Sign-in Consumption Rebate. After finishing the conversation with Sister Wang, Lin Yor had also changed into her clothes. Although Lin Feng's clothes were a bit large and needed to be rolled up, Lin Yor's stunning beauty gave her a unique charm in Lin Feng's loose clothes. Glancing at herself in the mirror, Lin Yor was very satisfied with her appearance and then walked towards the outside of the villa. At this moment, outside the villa, Lin Feng was already waiting in the car. While waiting, the system in his mind suddenly rang.
Ding! Sign-in successful at the parking lot of Tangon Villa Estate.
The sign-in reward is a permanent tenfold cash back on consumption.
What?
While quietly waiting for Lin Yor, Lin Feng was almost shocked enough to jump out of the car when he heard the system's sign-in reward.
This system is just too amazing.
Not only does it reward material things, but it even grants him tenfold cash back on consumption. The assets he currently owns and the money he has earned are already enough for a lifetime. Now, he's being given tenfold cash back, making it clear that he's meant to become a wealthy magnate quickly.
Just as Lin Feng was in shock, Lin Yor's figure walked out of the villa.
Calming his mind, Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yor emerging from the villa.
The Lin Yor now was quite different from yesterday.
While her looks might be the same, there was a different charm about her now. Lin Feng knew the reason for this change. Before yesterday, Lin Yor was still a budding flower, but her experiences from the previous night had transformed her from a pure girl into a mature and charming woman, full of allure. This change elevated Lin Yor's beauty to a whole new level. Seeing Lin Feng sitting in the car, smiling and looking at her, their eyes met, and Lin Yor's face flushed with a hint of red as she lowered her head. Even sitting in the car, Lin Yor felt a bit shy and hesitant to look up. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled gently and said softly, "Let's go." With a shy face, Lin Yor whispered a soft mm. As the roaring sound of the sports car engine started, the Bugatti with the voice of night slowly drove out of the villa. The two had agreed to go shopping earlier, and now with the permanent tenfold cashback reward, Lin Feng was even more eager to spend. Before Lin Yor came out, he had already thought of where to go. Without any hesitation, he drove straight to the Guojin Center. When they arrived at the parking lot of the Guojin Center, Lin Feng parked the car and took Lin Yor into the mall. As the largest luxury consumption place in Magic Capital, the Guojin Center truly did not disappoint. As soon as they entered the mall, the air was filled with the fragrance of luxury. Gorgeous decorations and numerous luxury brand boutiques appeared in front of them.
This was also Lin Yor's first time in a place like the Guojin Center. Although she had gained some fame in the entertainment circle, she still couldn't compare financially to those well-established figures. The drama that made her famous didn't bring in much profit. She could only wait for the new drama to start filming, which might earn her a little more. As for a place like Guojin Center, she wasn't financially capable of shopping there currently. Is this the Guojin Center? Lin Yor looked at the grand scene in front of her and couldn't help but murmur.
Lin Feng smiled slightly, directly taking Lin Yor's small hand as he walked forward.
Feeling his hand holding hers, Lin Yor's heart surged with sweetness.
This was her first time experiencing the feeling of being in love and being cared for. Since childhood, due to her family's situation, she has been working hard at studying and has never had time for romance. Although many boys pursued her during school, she had no thoughts about them, her mind filled only with the desire to succeed and improve her family's life. Now, with the ability to change her family's living conditions, she encounters someone like Lu Qi, which completely extinguishes any spark of thought, closing her heart off. But after meeting Lin Feng and feeling his gentleness, she finally opens her heart. For Lin Feng, she is incredibly satisfied. Not only is he handsome and rich, but he also possesses great strength. With Lin Feng's protection, she can not only date freely but also fully devote herself to her career, without worrying about the troubles brought by those with ulterior motives. As Lin Yor was lost in thought, Lin Feng had already taken her to the Hermès boutique. As a top international luxury brand, Hermès stores do not need to set up stalls like mid-range brands such as Givenchy and Saint Laurent. They have their own exclusive shops.
As soon as they stepped into the Hermès store, a saleswoman in an exclusive Hermès professional outfit approached them. After they entered, the saleswoman even pulled up the barrier behind them, ensuring that no one would disturb her guests. This is the service of top international luxury goods, everything done to make the customers feel comfortable. Sir, madam, welcome to the Hermès boutique at Guojin Center. May I help you with something?
Lin Feng scanned the store, then smiled and said, let's take a look at everything. Okay, sir. I am your dedicated sales assistant, number 003. Please let me know if you need anything. I will introduce the products to you right now. Soon, the saleswoman introduced all the products in the store to Lin Feng and Lin Yor. Lin Feng pointed directly at the two most expensive ladies' bags on the shelf and said, I'll take both limited editions, please bring them out for my girlfriend to see. Since arriving here, Lin Yor had not spoken a word, appearing very obedient. Lin Yor was not intentionally putting on an act, her nature was simply like this. Her personality is very gentle, and after confirming her relationship with Lin Feng, her soft affection flows from her very being. If it were her on her own, she would appear very strong, but in front of her support, she becomes extremely gentle. These two limited edition Hermes bags cost 2.8 million and 2.1 million respectively.
Such prices are considered very expensive among luxury goods. But for Lin Feng, this amount is nothing at all. Even without the 10 times cashback he was currently receiving, he would not have blinked an eye at spending this money before. Try it on. Receiving the 2 bags from the saleswoman, Lin Feng turned and smiled at Lin Yor.
Seeing something so expensive for the first time made Lin Yor slightly reserved, but under Lin Feng's encouraging gaze, she took one bag, put it on her shoulder, and tried it in front of the mirror. Seeing Lin Yor standing in front of the mirror with the bag, Lin Feng slightly nodded. Not bad, very beautiful.
Let's buy them all. Chapter 51, Lin Feng's big purchase stunned the passers-by.
Spending 4.9 million directly, Lin Feng's wealthy behavior made the saleswoman's eyes light up. Lin Feng's looks are absolutely top tier for males, he even belongs to an entirely different level. Those young celebrities in the entertainment industry are simply on a different tier compared to Lin Feng. However, it is somewhat regrettable that this handsome guy's girlfriend is always wearing a mask, making it impossible to see her true face. One wonders if she can match up to this handsome man. If this handsome guy were her boyfriend, she would gladly trade 10 years of her life for that chance. Lin Feng's looks absolutely reached the peak of humanity, and the charm he exuded made women feel more and more attracted to him the more they looked.
Until Lin Feng and Lin Yor left, the female receptionist who had served them was still in a daze.
Seeing Lin Feng blinking not once as he spent nearly 5 million, Lin Yar's love for him deepened. She had never thought she would find a boyfriend like Lin Feng in the future. Handsome, wealthy, and so gentle with her, he was simply perfect to the extreme. For a moment, Lin Yar was completely immersed in happiness. She even had the thought of giving up everything and always staying by Lin Feng's side. However, just as this thought arose, she quickly suppressed it. Such an outstanding Lin Feng, she naturally couldn't become a mere vase for him to look at. She needed to have her own career, no matter how big or small, and even if it couldn't compare to Lin Feng, she had to work hard for it. Although she had no dating experience, she was a smart woman. A man like Lin Feng, she absolutely couldn't cling to him. She needed to show her charm and ability in his eyes to avoid boring him. Soon, Lin Feng took Lin Yar to many luxury stores. Louis Vuitton, Bulgari, Cartier, and so on. Cosmetics, jewelry, backpacks, clothes, Lin Feng bought many things for Lin Yar. After this round, they spent directly over 10 million. Their last stop was the Vacheron Constantin watch brand store. Upon arriving at the Vacheron Constantin store, before the clerk could finish speaking, Lin Feng directly said, "Take out your best women's watch for me to look at." The female clerk had never seen such a straightforward customer, and she quickly nodded and went to the counter to introduce the best women's watches in the store to Lin Feng. Watches were different from those luxury brands. The price ceiling could be said to be very high. Ordinary watches cost over 10,000, while the top-tier watches reached tens of millions. A total of 3 women's watches, with a total value of over 70 million. Lin Feng unhesitatingly bought them all. "Alright, just these 3 watches, you go and make the bill." After speaking, Lin Feng picked up one exquisite watch with a diamond face and put it on Lin Yar. "Now you can be considered a star, you might attend many events in the future. If you look too shabby in front of a big crowd, people will look down on you. Don't be too stingy with yourself, wear the things I bought for you in daily life. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yar nodded. "Okay, Director Lin."
"Still calling me Director Lin?"
Lin Feng said with a mischievous smile.
Lin Yar instantly turned beet red. "Brother Lin?"
Lin Feng shook his head, indicating he was still not satisfied.
"Lin Feng?"
Lin Yar thought of another title. Lin Feng leaned close to Lin Yar's ear and whispered 2 words.
"Ah."
Upon hearing the 2 words Lin Feng said, Lin Yar felt it was hard to say, but still suppressed her shyness and spoke 2 words. "Husband." Only then did Lin Feng feel satisfied, and then directly paid 74 million. Ding! The cash back for the purchase arrived at 740 million. Seeing the transfer information on his mobile bank, Lin Feng closed his phone with a smile. Walking out of Vacheron Constantin, Lin Feng thought about it. A top mall like the Guojin Center should also have custom tailoring shops. Immediately, Lin Feng called over the mall staff and inquired about the information for the custom tailoring shop. The staff respectfully said, "Sir, we do have that kind of tailoring shop in Guojin Center. It seems to be on the 3rd floor. After you go to the 3rd floor, you can ask the staff there." Lin Feng nodded slightly and took Lin Yar to the 3rd floor. After arriving on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng found a staff member to ask about the tailor shop. The staff member led the two to the front of a very high-end store. "Sir, this is the best high-end custom tailor shop in our National Golden Center." Lin Feng nodded and walked in with Lin Yair. There weren't many customers in the tailor shop, only 3 customers. The 3 customers, 2 men and 1 woman, all exuded an air of nobility. Clearly they were either rich or powerful. As Lin Feng entered, a staff member came forward and said, "Hello, sir, are you looking to customize clothes?" Lin Feng slightly nodded. I may be customizing clothes with you for a long time, please tell me your custom pricing.
Sir, are you customizing for yourself? The staff member continued politely.
Lin Feng shook his head, not just for myself, but for my girlfriend and me. Alright, sir, our custom clothing has 3 price tiers. One is low-end customization starting at 100,000, the mid-range starting at 500,000, and finally, high-end customization starting at 1 million. Which tier would you like to choose, sir? The staff member patiently introduced the 3 custom tiers to Lin Feng. Without hesitation, Lin Feng said, let's go with the highest tier. I need a minimum of 10 sets of clothes for my girlfriend and me each month, you can do that, right?
10 sets a month?
Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the staff member was startled. And Lin Feng's words were not quiet. In the spacious and empty store, others could easily hear the conversation. The 3 customers also clearly heard what Lin Feng said and looked over with astonishment. Lin Feng had already caught their attention when he mentioned the highest tier customization. But since the 3 were here to customize clothes, they too were wealthy people.
Wearing one set of clothing worth $1 million is nothing out of the ordinary.
But now Lin Feng was demanding a minimum of 10 sets of high-end customization a month for 2 people, meaning at least 20 sets of high-end custom clothing each month. And all were high-end million-dollar custom clothes, indicating that the 2 would spend a total of 20 million on clothing each month. Realizing this, the 3 customers gasped in astonishment.
Spending 20 million without doing anything for a month, what kind of wealth must one possess to afford that?
Even with several billion, one might not dare to be so extravagant. At least one would need a starting wealth of tens of billions to bear such luxury spending.
Chapter 52 Wang Family, Wang Luoyun.
Lin Feng's extravagance not only shocked the 3 customers and the tailor shop staff, but even Lin Yair was startled and covered her mouth, looking at Lin Feng in shock. Facing the odd and shocked gazes of everyone, Lin Feng remained unbothered and looked at the staff member. Yes, my girlfriend and I want 10 sets each month, is there a problem? The staff member, coming back to his senses, quickly shook his head, and no problem, sir.
Please wait a moment, I will inform the boss.
After saying that, the staff member hurriedly ran towards the back room. Inside the tailor shop's reception area, a middle-aged woman with a measuring tape around her neck and a notebook in hand was measuring the figure of a beautiful woman. The middle-aged woman wearing the measuring tape was the owner of this tailor shop and the top tailor master in Magic City. 70% of high-end customization in Magic City came from her hands.
The woman being measured was the young lady of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City.
Among the 4 great families, only the Wang family was led by a woman.
Wang Luoyun is the successor cultivated by the Wang family of this generation, and she has now taken over 70% of the family's business.
Although she hasn't really held power in the Wang family yet, to outsiders, Wang Luoyun taking charge of the Wang family is a settled matter. Wang Luoyun is 25 years old, not only beautiful, but also a very talented woman. Studying abroad for 3 years, she obtained dual master's degrees and won many financial awards overseas. The financial papers she wrote have been recognized by many foreign finance professors. Although the Wang family ranks the lowest among the 4 prominent families in the Magic City, the other 3 families do not dare to provoke them easily. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Wang family is led by women. Every woman who has held power in the Wang family has been a master in their own right. Not to say that they can definitely make the family business flourish, but their ability to defend what they have is very strong. Since the establishment of the 4 prominent families, although the Wang family has not developed much, they have maintained a very stable position among the 4.
Miss Wang, your figure is truly wonderful. I will definitely make you satisfied with this custom dress. Hearing the words of the master tailor, Wang Luoyun slightly nodded. Thank you, Sister Luo. This year's financial gala is very important to me. My Wang family has been in this state for so many years, this is not a solution. To others, my Wang family seems glamorous, but in reality, the business world is like a battlefield. I don't know how many people are coveting my Wang family's wealth and status. If the Wang family continues to adopt a defensive strategy, it will sooner or later be swallowed up. So I want to take this opportunity at the financial gala to find a way for my Wang family to grow stronger. Wang Luoyun and Sister Luo are not only in a boss-client relationship but are also quite good friends privately. That is why Wang Luoyun would share her thoughts with her. The tailor shop owner, Sister Luo, nodded. Luoyun, I believe in your ability. Among all the female clients I have dealt with, you are definitely the top one. I believe that with your leadership, the Wang family will surely reach new heights. With Sister Luo's kind words, I will definitely expand the family business. Wang Luoyun has a cold and beautiful face, and her figure is mature and charming. Her proud aura makes men feel an irresistible desire to conquer at first sight. Not only that, but Wang Luoyun also wears a pair of rimless glasses, and that contrast can easily spark the most primal urges in men. While the two were talking, an employee arrived outside the room. A knock sounded on the door, and Sister Luo frowned as she said, "What's the matter? Didn't I say not to disturb me during work?" If a client is anxious, let them go to another store. I can only serve customers in order here. The employee outside the door knew the boss's rules, but this time Lin Feng had offered too much, and he didn't know what to do, so he had to risk being scolded to report. Boss, a big client has arrived. They want to customize 20 million worth of clothes with us every month. After the employee finished speaking, both Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun couldn't help but show a look of shock. 20 million worth of clothes every month is indeed a huge sum. Even though Sister Luo has seen many wealthy tycoons in the Magic City, she had never seen anyone so extravagant. Before her, Wang Luoyun, as a member of a big family in the Magic City, has family assets worth trillions and has never been this luxurious. Creak. The door opened, and Sister Luo's figure appeared at the doorway. Where is that client? The employee quickly replied, Boss, that client is in the waiting area outside. Alright, bring them to the VIP room. Sister Luo said. Okay, boss. The employee respectfully answered and turned to leave. Soon, Lin Feng and Lin Yar, who were waiting outside, were called in by the employee. 3 guests waiting outside saw this scene and felt no dissatisfaction. This tailor shop offers VIP treatment, and they knew about this situation. Lin Feng customizes 2 million worth of clothing each month, giving him the right to enjoy VIP privileges and cut in line. They could only blame their own lack of strength for not qualifying for VIP treatment. Soon, Lin Feng and Lin Yar followed the staff into the back room. Sir, madam, please wait here, the boss will come over shortly. On the other side, while the staff settled Lin Feng and his companion, Sister Luo was talking to Wang Luoyun. Luoyun, I'll take care of your dress. I've noted all the basic information. You just need to send someone to pick it up later, and I'll go greet that big client. Wang Luoyun slowly said, I have nothing to do today, and I'm quite curious about who has such financial power to customize 2 million worth of clothing every month. It's perfect to meet with you, Sister Luo. Sister Luo didn't object. Considering Wang Luoyun's connections and status, she had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Wang Luoyun was not a person without manners, nothing would go wrong accompanying her. Soon, the two arrived at the VIP room. As soon as the door opened, Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun saw Lin Feng and Lin Yar sitting on the sofa. Because Lin Yar was wearing a mask, they couldn't see her true appearance, but from her exposed eyes and facial outline, it was clear that she was beautiful. Finally, their gazes fell on Lin Feng, and the moment they saw his face, both Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun's hearts skipped a beat. This man was truly handsome. Even though Sister Luo was over 40, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotions upon seeing Lin Feng for the first time. And although Wang Luoyun had great composure, she also felt a moment of heartbeat when she looked at Lin Feng. If not for her upbringing, which gave her strong control, she might have lost her composure upon meeting Lin Feng. This man is so strikingly handsome. Wang Luoyun snapped back to her senses and couldn't help but murmur inwardly. While commenting on Lin Feng, she began searching in her mind for information related to him. A person like Lin Feng, who can spend 2 million a month on tailored clothing, definitely has a background that is not simple. However, no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't come up with any clues about Lin Feng. While Wang Luoyun speculated about Lin Feng's identity, Sister Luo smiled and approached, saying, Sir, madam, may I ask who will be customizing the clothes? Lin Feng looked at the charming Sister Luo and then glanced at the glasses-wearing Wang Luoyun behind her, lightly pointing to himself and Lin Yar with a smile. My friend and I both want to customize. I'd like to ask, we each want to customize at least 10 sets of clothing per month. Can you handle that? Sister Luo smiled slightly, rest assured, sir. We don't just have one master tailor in our shop, if it were just me, I certainly couldn't keep up. If the orders are numerous, all of my master tailors will work together. You can rest assured, for any quality issue with the customized clothing, we will compensate 10 times. Hearing Sister Luo's words, Lin Feng nodded slightly, alright, as long as your shop's reputation is reliable, I'm at ease. If your products are as you said, I will customize more clothing here in the future. Money is not the issue, as long as you satisfy me, having just me as a client will be enough for you to earn. Sister Luo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but beam with joy, okay, sir, you can rest assured. Since you chose my shop, I won't let you down. Sir, may I measure your body now? Only with specific measurements can I create the most fitting clothes for you. Lin Feng nodded, of course. After receiving Lin Feng's permission, Sister Luo stepped forward with a measuring tape and began measuring Lin Feng and Lin Yar. Both Lin Feng and Lin Yar had the most perfect figures among their respective genders. Especially Lin Feng, when Sister Luo measured his dimensions, he couldn't help but be very shocked. On the surface, Lin Feng's physique could only be described as standard, it didn't seem remarkable. But once measured, the height and physique matched so perfectly. Every inch of his muscles was very well proportioned, wide shoulders, narrow waist, and an inverted triangle shape, simply perfect to the extreme. Sir, your physique is really impressive. I've never seen anyone with a physique like yours. While measuring Lin Feng, Sister Luo couldn't help but praise him.
Lin Feng smiled slightly. It's just some casual exercise, I don't know how I ended up with this body. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Sister Luo smiled. Then you really are gifted, just casual exercise can give you such a perfect body.
It's really enviable.
It didn't take long, and Sister Luo completed the measurements for Lin Feng and Lin Yor. During this time, Wang Luoyun pretended to be Sister Luo's assistant and busied herself for a while. Sir, please leave your contact information. Once the clothes are made, I will send someone to deliver them, or you can have someone pick them up. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Just send my clothes to Villa number 1 in Tang Palace.
As for my friend's clothes, you can just ask her. Villa number 1 in Tang Palace?
Sister Luo, holding a notebook to record information, paused when she heard Lin Feng mention the delivery address. Wang Luoyun, standing beside her, also raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng's family address, her face showing surprise. Both of them were well-informed people and naturally knew the value of Villa number 1 in Tang Palace. Moreover, Lin Feng lived in Villa number 1, that was not a place just anyone could reside in. Those living in Tang Palace were all influential figures, and to live in Villa number 1, one must have suppressed the power of other big players, otherwise, Tang Palace wouldn't sell Villa number 1 to you.
What's wrong? Seeing Sister Luo and Wang Luoyan's unusual reactions, Lin Feng asked in confusion.
Snapping back to reality, Sister Luo quickly shook her head. It's nothing, I'm just surprised that you live in the Tang Palace villa.
Alright, sir, I have recorded all your information. Once the clothes are made, I will send someone to deliver them. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now.
Once everything was done, Lin Feng didn't plan to stay longer and walked out with Lin Yor.
While Lin Feng and Lin Yor were shopping at the country financial center, a police car arrived at the country financial center.
The arrival of this police car drew the attention of many people at the country financial center. After all, the police car was flashing lights, indicating they were here to arrest someone.
But how could there be criminals in a place like the country financial center? Why would the police come here to catch someone?
The police car stopped, and 4 policemen got out, 2 regular officers and 2 auxiliary officers. Generally, there is 1 regular and 1 auxiliary on a mission, but this time there were 2 regular and 2 auxiliary officers, clearly indicating that this was an important capture mission.
The target of these 4 policemen was Lin Feng.
They came to capture Lin Feng because Lu Qi and Yang Jiaxu, who had their legs broken by Lin Feng, reported to the police.
After having their legs broken by Lin Feng, both ended up in the hospital. The hospital issued diagnosis certificates indicating shattering fractures, and even if they healed, they would have serious aftereffects. The 2, thinking about becoming crippled in the future. Hatred surged wildly. Yang Jiaxu's uncle, Yang Wenba, and Lu Qi's father, Lu Yong, directly called the police, even privately using connections, planning to let Lin Feng suffer in prison for several more years once he was arrested. In the hospital of the Magic City, Lu Qi lay there on the bed, his face full of gloom, hardly glancing at his father and mother who rushed over to visit him. Lu Qi's mother, with a fierce look on her face, seeing her son in such a state, shouted to her husband Lu Yong beside her, "Look, our son has been beaten like this, what are you still doing sitting here? Hurry up and find someone to take revenge for our son. I will make the person who hurt our son pay a painful price, and not only that, but I want his whole family to suffer too." Hearing his wife's shouts, Lu Yong felt dissatisfied but didn't dare to say much. Although Lu Yong held a high position now, he was very afraid of his wife. He hadn't always had everything he had today, he was a self-made man. He only started to succeed after meeting this wife. At first, Lu Yong was just a laborer carrying bricks on a construction site, but after his boss delayed his wages, he lost his temper and beat up his boss. However, the construction boss had some background, and after being beaten, he sought out people for revenge against Lu Yong. Lu Yong was also a ruthless person. That night he fought against 7 thugs sent by the construction boss all by himself with just a knife. In the end, the lone Lu Yong surprisingly won. But Lu Yong was seriously injured, and when passers-by took him to the hospital, he was already unconscious. Because of this incident, he met his wife by chance. Chapter 54, This family is too chaotic. Don't worry, wife, I've already made arrangements. As soon as Lin Feng is arrested, someone will notify me immediately. When Lin Feng goes in, it will be up to us how to deal with him. Lu Yong comforted. Humph, as long as it's done, I can't let my son suffer for nothing. Xiao Qi has never experienced such suffering from childhood to now. I can't even bear to hit him, yet someone dared to beat him like this. The doctor told me our son's leg might have lasting. But Yang Jiaxu was very disdainful of his incompetent father. Yang Wenqing could say 3 sentences, but he could only reply to 1. However, when he heard his mother's question, Yang Jiaxu responded very quickly, squeezing out a smile and said, "Mom, I'm fine. It's just that my leg is broken. The doctor said if I take good care of it, I can recover very well in the future." Hearing her son's words, Yang's mother showed a look of pain on her face, then turned to Yang Wenqing and said, "What are you still doing sitting here?
Our son has become like this, and as a father, you only know how to sit here. Yang Wenqing hurriedly said, Dear, let's call the police and catch the person who hurt our son. If someone has done this to him, the law will surely not let him go. At this moment, Yang Wenba spoke up, Eldest brother, I have already called the police. Also, right at the first moment, I notified my boss. He said he will take care of this matter. When that person who hurt Xiao Su is caught, someone will take care of him inside. Hearing Yang Wenba say that the police had already been called and that he even looked for help, Yang Jiaxu's mother's expression softened a bit, then she turned to Yang Wenqing and said unhappily. Look at Wenba, then look at you. You're really useless. If it weren't for Wenba, I don't know what help you could provide after our son was hurt. Good for nothing. Scolded by his wife, Yang Wenqing didn't dare to say anything, only sitting there silently. For a moment, in the entire hospital room, Yang Wenqing felt like an outsider, while Yang Wenba and the others felt like a family. Alright, don't blame the eldest brother. He's just an ordinary person and can't do much in such situations. By the way, the doctor told me there are some things to explain, and I haven't gone yet. Since you all are here, Xiaowen, come with me to see the doctor. Yang Jiaxu's mother, named Su Qianwen, hearing Yang Wenba's words, nodded and said, Okay, let's go over there. After speaking, Su Qianwen said to Yang Wenqing, You take care of our son here, I'll go with the second uncle to see the doctor. Yang Wenqing nodded, Alright, you go ahead. I will take care of our son here. After Yang Wenqing finished speaking, Su Qianwen and Yang Wenba walked out of the hospital room one after the other. Just outside the hospital room, Yang Wenba could no longer. Directly transferred 200,000 to Su Qianwen. Is this enough money? Seeing the transfer notification, Su Qianwen instantly smiled widely and even kissed Yang Wenba on the cheek. Darling, I really love you to death. Actually, when Su Qianwen was dating Yang Wenqing, the two became intimate. At that time, Su Qianwen expressed her desire to break up with Yang Wenqing and be with Yang Wenba, but she was rejected by Yang Wenba. Yang Wenba said he liked this feeling, so Su Qianwen agreed to marry Yang Wenqing. Yang Jiaxu is now also in his 20s, the two have secretly been together for over 20 years, never cutting off contact. Su Qianwen even secretly became pregnant with Yang Wenba's child. Fortunately, since Yang Wenqing and Yang Wenba are brothers, Yang Jiaxu's appearance did not raise any suspicions from Yang Wenqing. Even during paternity testing, Yang Wenba would arrange everything in advance, ensuring that Yang Wenqing had no suspicions at all. Chapter 55, The Scared Little Police Officer. Just as the Lu family and Yang family considered how to deal with Lin Feng. Inside the Guojin Center, Lin Feng and Lin Yar just walked out of the reception room when 4 police officers entered the tailor shop. The appearance of the 4 police officers surprised everyone in the tailor shop, unsure of what these uniformed uncles wanted to do. When Sister Luo and Wang Luoyun brought Lin Feng and his companion to the hall, they also saw the 4 police officers. One of the police officers scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. Excuse me, are you Lin Feng? Upon hearing the officer's question, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Yes, I am Lin Feng. What do you need? The police officer continued, Someone reported that you are suspected of causing serious harm to another person. We need to take you back for questioning. Please come with us. Seeing Lin Feng being taken away by the police, Lin Yar's expression became anxious. Lin Dong. Lin Feng smiled slightly, giving her a reassuring look. After calming Lin Yar, Lin Feng turned to say, I still have things to do. I'll come to find you all when I have time. Ha! Lin Feng's words left everyone a bit stunned. The police come to arrest you, and you still want them to wait until you have time to go to them? Is police work really this humanized now? They even need to make an appointment to apprehend a suspect? The police were also taken aback by Lin Feng's words. One of the officers was the first to react, sternly scolding, Do you know what you are saying? What do you mean you have things to do? We are joking with you? You committed a crime and instead of cooperating with our investigation, you dare to insult our police officers. I think you deserve a heavier punishment. Facing the officer's reprimand, Lin Feng was completely unfazed. I didn't insult you. You indeed have to wait until I have time to go. After saying this, Lin Feng simply took out the credentials that Yi Xian had given him from his pocket, then directly held it up to the faces of the 4 police officers. I said I will come to find you when I have time. Is there a problem? Upon seeing Lin Feng's credentials, all 4 police officers widened their eyes. 2 of the auxiliary officers might not know the value of this credential, but the 2 formal officers recognized it. One of the formal officers swallowed hard, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This credential is not an ordinary State Security Bureau credential, it belongs to the State Security General Administration and represents a departmental head rank. Not to mention them, even the top bosses in their public security system would treat this credential with respect upon seeing it. The State Security Bureau is not a joke, they deal with matters related to the state. The people inside are basically accustomed to dealing with high-ranking officials. When the four police officers saw his credentials clearly, Lin Feng directly took back the document. He then glanced at the four officers and calmly said, "May I ask if you still need me to cooperate with your investigation?" The two official police officers were sweating profusely, and they hurriedly said, "Sorry, boss. Someone might have made a false report. We'll go back and investigate it again and surely punish the one who made the false report. You can continue with your business, we'll leave now." Lin Feng nodded, "All right, since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. I won't hold it against you." Hearing that Lin Feng did not want to pursue the matter, the four felt as if a great weight had been lifted and quickly turned to leave. But Lin Feng's series of actions left everyone stunned. What kind of identity does this young man have? What kind of document did he take out to scare the four police officers like that? They had never seen police so flustered before. It was clear that it wasn't just a misunderstanding, they were obviously frightened. Especially the red document Lin Feng showed, they speculated that it might be a credential from some powerful secret department of the country, otherwise, it would be impossible to scare the police like this. Their speculations were not wrong. Lin Feng's National Security Agency credential was definitely from the top level of the public security system. The National Security Agency is a vertical department in China. Although it is part of the public security system, it is not subject to local control and can even investigate anyone, including sitting leaders. While the disciplinary committee may need evidence for internal investigations, if the National Security Agency wants to investigate anyone, it can do so with just a word. As long as there is suspicion of collusion or treason, they can take someone away, and whether there's a problem is entirely up to the National Security Agency's discretion. No one dares to offend the people of the National Security Agency. If these four police officers had insisted on taking Lin Feng back, their superior would have had to personally come and respectfully escort Lin Feng away upon learning of the situation. After dealing with the four police officers, Lin Feng smiled at Lin Yar and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to buy something else." At that moment, Lin Yar had not yet recovered from the shock. When she heard Lin Feng say he would take her to shop again, she didn't say anything and just followed him. It wasn't until Lin Feng and Lin Yar left for quite a while that the people in the tailor shop regained their senses. "Luo Yun, you've seen a lot. Can you tell what kind of document that Lin Feng just took out was?" Sister Luo whispered to Wang Luo Yun. Wang Luo Yun shook her head, "I couldn't see clearly. He had his back to me. I know it's a credential, but what kind it is remains unknown. But even though I didn't see it, I can guess that document must be extraordinary. I'm afraid that even the public security system can't provoke it. Otherwise, if it were just an ordinary department's credential, those four police officers wouldn't be so compliant." Wang Luo Yun was not wrong. The public security system is an independent department with much greater power than other administrative organizations. Yet, the fact that Lin Feng's credentials could scare away the public security system's personnel indicates that Lin Feng's document had to hold greater power. After speaking, a gleam appeared in Wang Luoyun's eyes. This encounter with Lin Feng gave her a notion. Originally, Lin Feng's wealth had only sparked a slight interest in her, allowing her to stay calm, planning to make a decision after the investigation on Lin Feng. But what she had just witnessed solidified her resolve. If there was a chance, she would definitely strive to win Lin Feng over. She was not someone who was content with the status quo, she was a very ambitious woman. If it were someone else, reaching the level of the four famous families in the Magic City, she may only think about how to protect her family's business, but she wants to make the family even stronger. To reach her family's level, advancing further requires more than just ability. No matter how capable you are, if you offend the interests of certain powerful figures, a single word from them can bring you back to your original state. So she needs to find a strong backing, someone who can stand up for her and bear all the pressure when the time comes. Chapter 56, Brilliant Auto Shop. Wang Luoyun's thoughts were unknown to Lin Feng, who had already left the National Gold Center with Lin Yar. It was only after getting into the car that Lin Yar finally came to her senses. Coming from an ordinary background, Lin Yar had never seen such a scene. In her mind, if the police came to you, you just complied, and if you didn't, it was defying the law and the state. Very few people dared to look down on the police like Lin Feng did. But today, Lin Feng shattered her perception. From her perspective, the four police officers must have had enough evidence, or they wouldn't have come to find him directly. Yet Lin Feng casually dismissed those four police officers, and it even seemed like they were a bit flustered when they left. Lin Feng shocked her greatly today. Not only was he young and wealthy, but his status seemed incredibly high as well. Thinking of this, Lin Yar couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart. Wasn't this just the perfect boyfriend? She didn't expect to be so lucky to meet him. "Mr. Lin, where are we going?" After figuring it out, Lin Yar turned her gaze towards Lin Feng in the driver's seat and asked. Hearing Lin Yar's words, Lin Feng, who was starting the car, saw even more deep affection in her eyes. This discovery made Lin Feng smirk. He had already guessed why Lin Yar had such a big change. "You can drive, right?" Lin Yar nodded. "Yes, I can." Lin Feng said, let's go, I'll take you to buy a car, so it will be more convenient for you to travel in the future. Okay, sure. Hearing that Lin Feng was going to buy her a car, Lin Yar suddenly felt filled with happiness. With such a capable boyfriend, she felt she had been blessed by heaven. She never thought she could find a boyfriend like Lin Feng. Perhaps she would have married a rich older man for money. It was also possible that she would marry a playboy rich second generation or a celebrity, or maybe become the pet of a powerful figure. But unexpectedly, none of those imagined scenarios happened. Instead, she found such a perfect man in Lin Feng. While driving, Lin Feng took out his phone and dialed the number of Zhang Ling, the manager of Brilliant Auto Shop, who had previously delivered the Bugatti Chiron Noir to him. The call was picked up quickly, making Lin Feng momentarily think that the other party had been waiting by the phone. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Ling's respectful voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? After delivering a car to Lin Feng last time, Zhang Ling had saved his phone number. In reality, saving Lin Feng's number was just a fantasy for Zhang Ling. He imagined that one day he would have a connection with a big shot like Lin Feng. A person who could afford a Bugatti Chiron Noir, worth over 100 million, must definitely be a big deal. Everyone doesn't just want to stay in their current situation, they have a heart that wants to strive upward. Especially someone like Zhang Ling, who could become the manager of the largest auto shop in Modu. His desire to climb higher is stronger than that of ordinary people, as he has seen too much of the lives of the powerful, which he greatly envies. Although he currently holds a respectable position, his annual salary had reached over $1 million, but compared to those big figures, it was nothing, a world apart. The big figures casually attend a drinking party, and their consumption can reach tens of millions. A single meal could be their entire year's income. How could he not feel envious? So Zhang Ling secretly swore to himself that if given the chance, he would definitely climb higher. This thought was not just Zhang Ling daydreaming, he truly had a chance to encounter such an opportunity. He was the manager of the largest car dealership in the Magic City, and 70% of the cars sold were luxury cars worth over $1 million. The clients he dealt with were naturally all wealthy people, and who knows, one day he might meet a noble person who could give him the chance to climb higher. And this Lin Feng was the person Zhang Ling most wanted to curry favor with. However, apart from their brief interaction when he delivered a car last time, they had no further contact, and Zhang Ling hadn't had the opportunity to build a relationship with Lin Feng. He thought that Lin Feng, someone of such stature, was going to slip through his fingers, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng called him. As soon as Zhang Ling saw the incoming call, without a second thought, he immediately picked up the phone. Zhang Ling, Manager Zhang, right? Lin Feng spoke, holding the steering wheel with one hand while speaking into the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling quickly responded respectfully. Hearing Zhang Ling's polite voice, Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm bringing a friend to look at cars soon. Do you have time, Manager Zhang? Yes, Mr. Lin. Whatever car you'd like to see, I will arrange it right away. You'll be able to see the car as soon as you arrive. Lin Feng slowly said, I haven't decided on what car I want yet. I'll let you know once I arrive with my friend. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ling couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. Finally, he had another opportunity to interact with Mr. Lin. This time, he had to perform well. Perhaps he would earn Mr. Lin's admiration and one day receive a promotion. After thinking this through, Zhang Ling quickly left his office to make preparations. First, he found several saleswomen who were all very attractive, then he listed all the luxury car invoices in the store for easy reference when introducing to Lin Feng. Having worked at this car dealership for 7 or 8 years, Zhang Ling knew exactly which cars could be sourced and which couldn't. As long as Lin Feng wanted a car that the store could procure, Zhang Ling would make sure to deliver it to him as quickly as possible. Then, Zhang Ling thought through the details of Lin Feng's visit. He needed to make sure that every aspect of the reception was perfect, leaving no room for any dissatisfaction from Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng arrived in his car, bringing Lin Youer with him to the glorious car dealership. Zhang Ling, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly greeted them as soon as he saw Lin Feng's car approaching. Zhang Ling even personally directed Lin Feng to park in the best spot in the parking lot, ensuring there was no risk of anyone scratching Lin Feng's luxury car. Once the car was parked, Zhang Ling quickly walked up and personally opened the door for Lin Feng. On the other side, one of Zhang Ling's prepared saleswomen ran over to open the car door for Lin Youer. Mr. Lin, you're here. As Lin Feng stepped out of the car, Zhang Ling respectfully stood by, smiling as he spoke. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, There's nothing much today. I just brought a friend to look at cars. If we find the right one, we'll buy it. Okay, Mr. Lin. Our dealership is the largest in the Magic City, with the widest selection of models. If you can't find a car you like here, then it's unlikely anyone else in the Magic City will have it. Zhang Ling respectfully said. Lin Feng nodded slightly. I heard, let's go in and take a look. Immediately, Lin Feng took Lin Youer and stepped into the Huiguang car dealership. Zhang Ling, along with the female salesperson, hurriedly followed behind, and Zhang Ling intentionally fell back a step to show his respect. Being the largest car dealership in the Magic City, it was naturally very grand, with a huge showroom capable of showcasing hundreds of cars at once. Each car brand had its own exhibition area, and there were dozens of salespeople available to welcome guests, ensuring that no guest was neglected due to the crowd. As soon as Lin Feng and Lin Yer walked into the showroom, they saw 2 rows of female salespeople at the entrance, all wearing white shirts, black skirts, and black stockings, looking quite attractive.
Welcome Mr. Lin to Huiguang Car Dealership. After Lin Feng and Lin Yar entered, the female salespeople spoke in unison. This grand display caught the attention of many onlookers. The customers looking at cars in the showroom all looked surprised towards the entrance, wondering what big shot had arrived. Who is this? Is he a leader from your company? A customer curiously asked the nearby female salesperson.
The female salesperson shook her head. Sir, I'm not quite sure, but since our manager is treating him so grandly, he must be a big deal. As everyone secretly guessed Lin Feng's identity, Lin Feng had already taken Lin Yer into the showroom.
Zhang Ling personally accompanied 3 female salespeople to serve Lin Feng.
After more than half an hour, after touring the entire exhibition area and looking at all the luxury brands, Lin Feng took Lin Yer to the VIP lounge to sit down.
Mr. Lin, is there a car you like? I can introduce it to you. Lin Feng nodded. Do you have a list of car models? Please bring it to me.
Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Ling quickly took out the car model list he had already prepared and couldn't help but feel satisfied with his foresight. If he hadn't prepared in advance and thought ahead, when Lin Feng asked for the list, he would have to go back and prepare it, leaving Lin Feng waiting here. To climb higher, one must have the capability. If one only has ambition without ability, even if opportunities arise, they may not be seized. While Zhang Ling was attending to Lin Feng, in the office of a vice general manager in the administrative area, a middle-aged man was listening to his subordinate's report.
You said Zhang Ling is engaging in privilege? The subordinate nodded. Yes, Mr. Huang, I just saw Zhang Ling calling many people to welcome that customer. It was very grand. Haven't you always been unhappy with Zhang Ling? This is definitely an opportunity.
Listening to his subordinate's words, Mr. Huang narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a vice general manager at the car dealership, holding a position half a step above Zhang Ling. Though his position was higher than Zhang Ling's, Zhang Ling posed a significant threat to him. In the past year, Zhang Ling's performance had been outstanding and had caught the attention of the dealership's owner. If his performance didn't match Zhang Ling's by the end of the year, he risked losing his position to Zhang Ling. Thus, he was constantly thinking of ways to find Zhang Ling's shortcomings. If he could drive him out of the company, that would be the best outcome, eliminating the threat and avoiding the sight of this annoying person. However, Zhang Ling was a long-time employee of the dealership, having climbed up step by step from the bottom, and his capabilities were well recognized. It wouldn't be easy to kick him out. The higher-ups were not fools. They wouldn't just take his words at face value and dismiss Zhang Ling. After all, Zhang Ling can bring considerable performance to the company every year. A person who can make money, any smart boss would not offend. Zhang Ling holds many client resources. Many wealthy people who want to change or buy a car will contact Zhang Ling. This is also Zhang Ling's trump card to stand firm in the car dealership. However, Zhang Ling is now engaging in special treatment and using company resources, which is indeed a good excuse. The last thing leaders want to see is employees taking special treatment, as it would make them feel that the employee is disobedient. Thinking of this, Huang Chang could not help but slightly curve his lips. After sending off his subordinate, he stood up and headed to the general manager's office. It is said that this general manager is the lover of the dealership's owner and loves to enforce rules. Whenever someone makes a mistake, she will handle it severely. Huang Chang knows the general manager's personality, so he is confident that this time he can certainly bring Zhang Ling down. Upon arriving at the general manager's office, Huang Chang carefully knocked on the door, and a cool female voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the office door open and stepped inside. Inside the office sits a woman in her 40s. Although she has reached her 40s, she is very well preserved. She is quite attractive with good looks, about 80 points in appearance, and is considered fairly beautiful among women. Moreover, the mature and charming aura she exudes is indeed very alluring. Seeing this, Huang Chang understands why someone as powerful as the boss would be so infatuated with this woman. This woman truly has charm. He doesn't know how many nights he has fantasized about this woman while lying in bed. Sometimes, to satisfy his fantasies, he even specifically sought women who resembled her. Seeing Huang Chang walk in, Wu Peipei asked lightly, "What is it?" As Wu Peipei put down the document in her hand, she leaned back in her chair, one long leg crossed in a sexy manner. The charm nearly made Huang Chang's nose bleed. "General Wu, I just received information that Zhang Ling is taking special treatment and using company resources. I feel that Zhang Ling is a bit out of line and disregarding the rules you set." Upon hearing Huang Chang's report, Wu Peipei could not help but frown. What happened? Then, Huang Chang explained Zhang Ling's actions, adding some embellishments along the way, implying that Zhang Ling did not take Wu Peipei seriously.
There is actually such a thing? Did I not say before? The company does not allow special treatment.
It is simply ridiculous for so many people to attend to just one client.
If everyone acted like him, wouldn't the company be chaotic, like a vegetable market, in the future? Where is Zhang Ling now? Huang Chang quickly revealed that Zhang Ling and Lin Feng were in the VIP lounge.
Let's go, let's see what kind of important client Zhang Ling is receiving, daring to disrupt the rules like this.
Chapter 58, Young man, don't be so arrogant.
As Wu Peipei and Huang Chang headed down to the first floor showroom lounge area, Lin Feng was discussing with Lin Yor which car to buy.
What's wrong? Having trouble deciding?
Lin Feng looked at Lin Yor, who was indecisive, and smiled. Lin Yor's face flushed red. Lin Feng guessed her thoughts accurately. She indeed felt a bit of choice paralysis. Back in school, she envied her classmates who drove luxury cars. She had even fantasized about one day driving a luxury car and becoming the object of envy for others. Now that the day has finally arrived, she doesn't know which model to choose. Every model Lin Feng showed her was one she liked very much, but she couldn't decide.
I don't know which model to buy.
Looking at Lin Yar's cute appearance, Lin Feng smiled slightly.
Since we all like it, let's buy them all. All bought? Hearing this, everyone in the lounge was shocked.
Zhang Ling, standing there, looked at Lin Feng with a stunned expression, and in his heart, he wondered if this was the lavish behavior of the rich. Lin Yar also stared blankly at Lin Feng, and when she came back to her senses, the love in her eyes almost incinerated Lin Feng on the spot.
Yes, all bought.
No problem, we can switch cars. After all, you need to frequently attend public events. Having more cars means more choices.
But the company provides cars, I can't drive so many. And it's such a waste of money.
Although Lin Yar was very touched, she still wanted to save some money for Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng was wealthy, he shouldn't spend like this. His money didn't come from the wind. No matter how rich he was, he shouldn't spend like this. With plenty of affection, Lin Feng rubbed Lin Yar's head. No worries, your husband is left with nothing but money. Don't say these cars, I could buy this entire dealership. Just as these words fell, a burst of cold laughter came from outside the lounge.
He, is this Zhang Ling's client?
What a big tone, no wonder he can spin Zhang Ling around his finger. Buying a car is like planning a leader's outing, needing proper formation. Now I see, if I were Zhang Ling, I'd probably have to serve them well too. Alright, then show me how you plan to buy my dealership. If you truly have that ability, I can even shine your shoes. Wu Peipei, leading Huang Chang, walked in with a cold smile on her face. Seeing Wu Peipei walk in, Zhang Ling's expression changed, and he stood there respectfully calling her manager Wu. Zhang Ling was very familiar with Wu Peipei and Huang Chang. Huang Chang and he never got along. In the past, he had caused quite a bit of trouble for him.
Only because of his outstanding performance could he not be dealt with.
As for Wu Peipei, she rose to her position purely through connections. She had some capabilities but was somewhat limited in vision. Since she became the general manager of this dealership, she has enforced her rules strictly. The rules she set must be followed, and because of these rules, many salespeople lost clients. Originally, the Bright Car dealership was the largest in Magic City and made a lot of money in the car industry, but after Wu Peipei rose to power, the dealership's performance declined every year. Despite this, the owner still had no intention of replacing Wu Peipei, and it was hard to guess what kind of charm Wu Peipei used to enchant the owner so. Seeing how Wu Peipei came here today clearly meant trouble, Zhang Ling thought perhaps it was because he had treated Lin Feng too grandly when he received him, and this woman had found out, deliberately coming to cause trouble. Wu Peipei glanced at Zhang Ling indifferently. You stand nicely over there. After I finish my matters here, I will deal with you.
Humph, it seems you've forgotten the rules I set. You think being a manager means no one can manage you?
Manager Wu, Zhang Ling wanted to explain, but he was directly interrupted by Wu Peipei's wave of her hand, and then she looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile. Sir, when I entered just now, I heard you say you wanted to buy my dealership. Do you know how much my dealership is worth? Saying it out loud could scare you to death. As a young person, you should go out more. Don't think that having some money means you can say anything. In the entire Magic City, no one has ever heard of who could afford my dealership. As she spoke, Wu Peipei sat down on the sofa opposite Lin Feng. Her feigned elegance really made Lin Feng unable to look at her. This woman's beauty is somewhat present, but only somewhat. She cannot compare at all to the woman beside him. Don't mention the fact that Wu Peipei is in her 40s. Even when she was young, she couldn't compare to the women around him. Zhang Yan, Lin Yar, Yi Xian, Chen Xingya, any one of these women could easily outshine Wu Peipei by 3 streets. Especially her pretentious demeanor, which only makes people lose interest even more. Is this car dealership yours? Lin Feng did not get angry at Wu Peipei's mockery. Instead, he asked with a smile on his lips. Wu Peipei replied indifferently, it's not mine, but I can make some decisions. Lin Feng nodded, oh, I see. So can you decide on the dealership's rights to sell? Wu Peipei squinted her eyes, do you really think you can afford this dealership? If you truly can take out the money to buy this dealership, I would consider making a decision. As she said this, a cold smile played on Wu Peipei's lips, while Huang Chang behind her wore a look of disdain, occasionally glancing at Zhang Ling with a look of gloating. Seeing Lin Feng and Wu Peipei in such a situation, Zhang Ling couldn't help but want to speak up about Lin Feng's identity.
President Wu, this is Lin. Shut up. Do you have any right to speak here?
Let me tell you, Zhang Ling, you don't have to work for me anymore. Soon, I will have human resources provide you with a termination letter. You will no longer be part of our dealership.
Hearing Wu Peipei's words, Zhang Ling's face turned pale instantly.
He had worked at this dealership for 7 or 8 years, struggling to reach the manager position, and Wu Peipei just dismissed him with no regard for their past. Huang Chang, seeing Zhang Ling finally getting fired, felt tremendously happy inside, though he put on a pretentious look of sympathy on his face. Old Zhang, look at what you've caused.
I've told you before that you shouldn't always focus on formalities when working. Just buy the car properly.
I estimate President Wu is upset now. Maybe if you sincerely apologize, this matter will pass. Feeling Huang Chang's hand on his shoulder, Zhang Ling shook it off directly.
Huang Chang, stop pretending to be the good guy. If you weren't meddling today, I wouldn't believe this for a second. You have never liked me anyway. With no ability, you always rely on flattery and bootlicking, afraid I would threaten your position. Now that I've been fired, are you finally at ease? Chapter 59, The Frightened Wu Peipei.
Seeing Zhang Ling directly expose his thoughts, Huang Chang felt somewhat embarrassed.
Zhang Ling, you really don't know your good fortune. I offered you kindness, and you treated it like waste.
Since you truly don't want to work, then forget it. After saying this, Huang Chang turned around and no longer paid attention to Zhang Ling. Lin Feng, who had been quietly watching the entire scene, then spoke lightly, Manager Zhang, a golden talent shines no matter where they are. This person may not have good vision, but there will always be someone who recognizes you. I don't have many businesses, but I can arrange a job for Manager Zhang. As long as you have the ability, your future achievements will only get better.
How about trying working under me?
Seeing the olive branch thrown by Lin Feng, Zhang Ling's expression became quite excited.
Could this be a blessing in disguise?
He had always thought about building a good relationship with Lin Feng, trying to buddy up to this big shot to see if he could further his own career. He never expected this day to come so quickly. Quickly, Zhang Ling said, Mr. Lin, thank you. If Mr. Lin could consider me, I will definitely work hard for you with all my life. Lin Feng waved his hand, I don't like listening to empty words, I prefer people who get things done. I have never been stingy as long as you do well. For me, money is just a number. If you do well, mansions and luxury cars are not a problem. Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. After saying that, Zhang Ling smartly walked directly to Lin Feng's side and didn't even glance at Wu Peipei and Huang Chang. Seeing Zhang Ling, who had just been kicked out, quickly found a new home, Huang Chang was very unhappy and immediately mocked, Zhang Ling, there are many scammers in society today, be careful not to be fooled. Zhang Ling calmly said, you don't need to worry about that.
A person who can buy a Bugatti Chiron outright will spend such a price to deceive a nobody like me? What?
Zhang Ling's words directly shocked Wu Peipei and Huang Chang.
What did you say? You mean he is the customer who bought the Bugatti Chiron a few days ago? Wu Peipei exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Ling said calmly, when did I say Mr. Lin wasn't the one who bought the Chiron? Mr. Lin can buy the Bugatti Chiron outright. You probably don't know what that represents, do you? The Bugatti Chiron is limited to only one globally. Buying the Bugatti Chiron not only requires verification of funds but also enough strength. If you don't have the strength, even if you can come up with the money to buy the car, they won't sell it to you. After hearing Zhang Ling's words, Wu Peipei couldn't sit still anymore. Because she recalled something from a couple of days ago when she was in bed with the car dealership owner, he had mentioned this matter. He said that the dealership received a big client, and if they could build a good relationship with this big client, their dealership might have greater development. And this big client was Lin Feng, the one who bought the Chiron. You are Mr. Lin Feng? Wu Peipei asked in shock. Lin Feng replied calmly, yes, my name is Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng admit it, Wu Peipei could hardly contain herself and stood up hastily with a flustered expression, saying, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, I didn't recognize you. Regarding today's disturbance, I am willing to apologize. Please don't be angry, the consumption today, I will give you a 50% discount, how does that sound? Lin Feng looked at Wu Peipei with a faint smile. General Manager Wu, I said I'm not short on money, I don't care for such small favors. I am a person who always does what I say. I am determined to buy your car dealership, but don't think I can pay your dealership's current market value. I will only offer 1 million, and the time is limited to 1 hour. I don't care if it's you who decides or if you find someone who can decide. If you don't agree to my request after an hour, I will close your dealership. If you agree, bring me the contract. 1 million? Wu Peipei looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, it felt like a joke. This is the largest car dealership in the Magic City. Just the land under this showroom alone is worth an unknown amount in this precious place. 1 million to buy her dealership? This is crazy. Wu Peipei knew that continuing to apologize was pointless and said, I can't make that decision, but I can tell you that you dreaming of buying my dealership for 1 million is just that, a daydream. Lin Feng paid no mind to Wu Peipei's unfriendly tone and nodded slightly, saying, my suggestion to you is to not waste time and quickly call the person who can make the decision. Otherwise, if something goes wrong after the hour passes, you may not be able to take responsibility. Facing Lin Feng's arrogance, Wu Peipei couldn't help but suppress her anger and gritted her teeth, saying, fine, You wait for me, and I'll see if you really have that strength. After speaking, Wu Peipei directly took out her phone and walked out of the lounge. Huang Chang, left standing alone, felt somewhat breathless under Lin Feng's presence, and hurriedly followed after Wu Peipei left. Only Lin Feng, Lin Ya, and Zhang Ling remained in the lounge. Zhang Ling could not help but ask, Mr. Lin, is your decision this time a bit impulsive? This car dealership is the largest in the Magic City, so it must have strength. And the automobile industry has large profits, who knows how many big shots are involved. The boss of this car dealership is probably just a figurehead on the surface. In reality, most of the profits go into the pockets of those hidden big shots. Zhang Ling was not wrong, those who run car dealerships usually have some background. The automobile industry is a big cake, with countless big shots eyeing it. Anyone wishing to share a piece of this pie must greet them and conveniently share some profits. If you do not share the benefits, do not expect to survive in the automobile industry. The power those big shots hold can easily ruin you with just a word, leading you to leave empty-handed. Lin Feng naturally understood how deep the water was in the automobile industry. If it were earlier, he might not have had the strength. Even if Wu Peipei apologized, it would be too late. But now, who is he afraid of? Not to mention his relationship with the Yi family in the capital, his own strength means he fears no one in the Magic City. Even if he encounters tough challenges, a simple word to the Yi family would likely cause them to help him without hesitation. After learning about the Yi family's existence, he had inquired about them from Qi Ziyong, the head instructor of the Shield. The Yi family is the strongest family in China, and their patriarch was one of the last remaining original shareholders. The Yi family not only holds great power but also has its own family business. And this family business is what Lin Feng plans to use to provide benefits to the Yi family. While he might not be able to help the Yi family much in terms of power, he can certainly make them rich beyond measure. Chapter 60, Rewarded with a Property. Just as Lin Feng waited quietly in the lounge for a response from the Huiguang car dealership, Wu Peipei hurriedly took out her phone after leaving the lounge. The call was quickly connected, and a middle-aged man's voice came through, tinged with authority. Hello, President Wu, what's the matter? Hearing the man's tone, Wu Peipei knew he was with her boss's wife. Otherwise, during their private conversations, the man's tone was usually very gentle. The first thing he would say would surely be something cheesy like, honey, did you miss me? Wu Peipei's voice was serious as she replied, Boss, there's a troublemaker at the car dealership who wants to buy us out for 1 million. If we don't respond within an hour, he says he'll close us down forever. Wu Peipei did not mention Lin Feng's identity. She knew if she disclosed that, she would inevitably face punishment. She really didn't want Lin Feng to have the power to shut down her dealership. Others might not know the strength of the dealership, but she deeply understood because she had followed the boss and had seen many big personalities. The most impressive person she had seen was the head of the local police department in the Magic City. To be able to be a department head in a place like the Magic City shows just how powerful one must be, definitely comparable to provincial executives. This was the biggest person Wu Peipei had seen while following her boss. And she also knew that the major investor behind the dealership was the Gu family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. Thinking about the background of the car dealership, Wu Peipei became increasingly confident, and the fear she had for Lin Feng gradually dissipated. Although Lin Feng could afford a Bugatti Chiron valued at over 100 million, one of only one in the world, and his strength might not be simple, she didn't believe Lin Feng could do anything to the car dealership. Just the Gu family, one of the 4 major families, and that high-ranking leader at the bureau were not someone Lin Feng could easily provoke. The man on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment after hearing Wu Peipei's words, then coldly said, Fine, I understand. Since this is a troublemaker, I'll have brother Hu handle it. I won't deal with such people. I have other matters to attend to. Let brother Hu come deal with it. Upon hearing this name, Wu Peipei couldn't help but show a delighted expression. This brother Hu was a well-known big brother in the city, rumored to be the leader of the area where their car dealership was located, with over 100 subordinates, definitely a boss-level figure. Brother Hu was also a good brother of her boss. The two had a very close relationship, and many dirty jobs were handled by this brother Hu for him. As the public boss of the largest car dealership in the city, if he didn't have the means to operate in both the light and dark, how could he manage such a big dealership? After hanging up the phone, Wu Peipei wore a proud expression on her face, her mind racing with fantasies about how brother Hu would come and deal with Lin Feng.
Meanwhile, Lin Feng, sitting in the lounge, had set his watch and was just waiting to see if the dealership would recognize the situation when the time came. As for what to do if the dealership did not comply, that would be too easy. With the document in his hand, a single call could initiate a joint inspection by the industry and commerce, taxation, and fire departments, making the dealership suffer, and it would be at least 6 months before they could operate again. No business can withstand an investigation. As long as someone wants to investigate, problems will always arise. He didn't know how strong the dealership's background was, but he knew that no matter how big the background was, it could not compare to the power he held in his hands. He could have used money to crush this dealership, but he didn't want to do that. Letting the dealership gain an advantage would surely make him very unhappy. At this moment, the 5 men from Jinbian received the news and walked in from outside, quietly standing behind Lin Feng in the lounge. The arrival of the 5 men from Jinbian made Zhang Ling breathe a sigh of relief. If it were only Lin Feng here, he would indeed feel a bit uncertain. Since Lin Feng had bodyguards for protection, he felt more at ease. Having worked at this dealership for so many years, he also knew some of its background. The boss of the dealership not only had connections in the legal sphere but also many in the underworld. He was not afraid of the dealership's boss seeking help from above, since both sides would merely be using their backgrounds. However, if the dealership's boss used connections in the underworld, it would be a matter of who was tougher between the two sides. Glancing at the time, it was already afternoon. Lin Feng turned to Lin Yar and said, "Yar, you go to the crew. After you're done, I'll find you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Yar couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Mr. Lin, won't there be any trouble for you here?" Lin Feng smiled slightly, giving Lin Yar a reassuring expression. "It's fine. You can't help with anything here. If something happens, your identity would also be implicated. Be good, listen, and go to the crew." Lin Yar knew Lin Feng was speaking the truth. She had just become famous and was now a public figure. Getting involved in Lin Feng's matters would only draw her into a whirlpool of public opinion and greatly affect her reputation. In fact, she really wanted to face anything with Lin Feng without hesitation. Because her heart was filled with Lin Feng, if he were willing, she would prefer not to be a star anymore, just wanting to stay by Lin Feng's side, always. Willing to be her canary, she could not care about any dreams or future. Lin Feng guessed Lin Yar's thoughts and couldn't help but gently squeeze her hand. "Go ahead, be obedient." Lin Yar nodded. Then I will go to the crew. If there's anything, you must tell me, don't make me worry." Lin Feng nodded, then turned to Shui Rou and said, "Shui Rou, take Miss Yer to the crew. You will stay by her side for these 2 days. After I finish arranging protection for the others, you can come back." Shui Rou nodded, "Okay, boss." After speaking, Shui Rou and Lin Yer left the car dealership. Just after Lin Yar and Shui Rou left, the system in Lin Feng's mind rang with a notification sound again. Ding, glorious car dealership check-in successful. This time the check-in reward is the Green City Huangpu Bay property. Green City Huangpu Bay property? Hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng was surprised inside. Green City Huangpu Bay was the top luxury residence in the Magic City. Even Gubei No. 1 and Tangchenipin had to stand behind it. Starting prices were over 100 million, definitely a top luxury residence, with a very open view, looking directly at Lujiazui and the Bund. When selling, proof of funds was required. The status was very high. Although it was not as good as his own Sandalwood Palace, the people living there were definitely not simple characters. "This community is great. I can arrange for all the women around me to live here in the future. That would feel really good." Chapter 61, So it turns out to be a little punk. As the system reward check-in was completed, time quietly passed, and soon an hour had gone by. Seeing that the car dealership had not replied to him, Lin Feng picked up the phone and made a call. This call was directly made to the Shanghai Municipal Committee office. "Hello, this is the Municipal Committee office. May I ask who you are?" On the other end of the line, the director of the Municipal Committee office answered the call and asked, "My name is Lin Feng. Please connect me to your mayor." Lin Feng? The director of the Municipal Committee office had not heard of this name, but judging by the tone, he seemed to be someone important, so he asked, "Sorry, sir, I haven't heard of this name. Could you please tell me your position and department? That way I can better understand the situation." This director was very good at the language of the officialdom. His inquiry and the way he spoke were polite and seemed to be handling official matters, but in fact, he was also testing Lin Feng's power. If he were just an ordinary person or a small clerk from an ordinary department, he would not bother to continue the conversation. If he were a competent person, he would not offend someone for this. "I am from the National Security Bureau. The identification number is. I have found a national security issue here that may require the cooperation of your local government's relevant departments for investigation." National Security Bureau? The director holding the phone couldn't help but tremble all over. This was an absolutely powerful department. No matter what level Lin Feng was in this department, even if he were just an ordinary department employee, he was still a significant person.
Alright, I will transfer you to the mayor's office right now.
After speaking, the director of the municipal committee office did not immediately connect Lin Feng to the mayor's office but switched to the second line to have the investigation department verify Lin Feng's identity, then decide whether to connect him to the mayor's office. Soon, the investigation department gathered Lin Feng's information. Upon realizing that Lin Feng was a leader of the National Security Bureau in the capital, the director of the municipal committee office turned pale. This high-ranking official had the power to stand equally with their mayor, and he did not dare to hesitate even for a moment, directly transferring the call to the mayor's office. Soon, the mayor's secretary picked up the phone. After hearing the report from the office of the municipal committee director, the mayor's secretary quickly grabbed the phone and rushed to the mayor's office. "Mayor, a call from the leader of the National Security Bureau."
The National Security Bureau?
The mayor did not dare to be careless and quickly picked up the phone.
Hello, this is Mayor Kong Lycan of Modu.
Hello, Mayor Kong, this is Lin Feng from the National Security Bureau. We've encountered a problem here, and I need you to mobilize relevant department personnel to cooperate with us in the investigation.
Okay, Director Lin, which departments do you need me to have cooperate with your investigation? Kong Lycan did not hesitate for a moment and spoke directly. Industry and Commerce, Taxation, and Firefighting Joint Enforcement.
This company not only has serious illegal activities, but it may also involve national security issues. When Lin Feng mentioned that the company under investigation was the largest car dealership in Modu, Kong Lycan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately guessed something.
He couldn't help but silently mourn for the glorious car dealership.
You couldn't have chosen a worse person to provoke, especially someone from such a department. This time, the glorious car dealership is done for.
The owner of the dealership is likely to be peeled like an onion.
This was no ordinary investigation. In the end, the owner of the dealership would definitely be taken away by the National Security Bureau.
Once inside the bureau, even an Iron Man would be squeezed and sent out. Okay, Director Lin, I'll notify these departments immediately. The people from those departments should arrive soon.
Great, thank you for your cooperation, Mayor Kong.
You're too polite, Director Lin. Cooperating with the National Security Bureau is my duty as a Chinese citizen. Kong Lycan's words were beautiful, clearly showing his unwavering patriotism.
Just as Lin Feng was preparing to deal with the glorious car dealership, 3 cars arrived outside the dealership. 2 were business sedans, and 1 was a Range Rover. A fierce-looking man, exuding an intimidating aura, got out of the Range Rover, followed by a group of his underlings. After Hu stepped out of the car, Wu Peipei, who had been waiting at the dealership door, immediately went up to greet him.
Brother Hu, you've finally arrived.
Seeing Wu Peipei, a smile appeared on Hu's fierce face.
His gaze swept over Wu Peipei's voluptuous figure, and a burst of unnamed anger rose within him.
This woman had made him feel an urge to pin her down on the bed the last time they met. But he wasn't in a hurry. This woman must have a connection with Sun Yan. He couldn't just act recklessly, but after this matter was settled, he was sure he'd be able to get this woman. After all, Sun Yan had asked him for help, and he definitely owed him a favor. When the time came, he'd be able to make demands. As for whether Sun Yan agreed or not, that was no longer his problem. If Sun Yan dared to refuse, Hu had plenty of ways to make trouble for him, and no one would say anything about it.
Where are the troublemakers? Hu asked.
Wu Peipei quickly told Hu the location of Lin Feng. A fierce expression flashed across Hu's face, and he waved his hand to signal his underlings to walk into the dealership.
Seeing this scene, Wu Peipei was overjoyed and even imagined the tragic fate of Lin Feng.
As Hu led his group into the dealership, customers who were looking at cars in the showroom sensed that something was about to happen.
After all, Hu and his men didn't look like good people. Who would bring so many underlings just to buy a car?
Hu did not stay in the showroom but walked straight to the lounge. After finding the lounge where Lin Feng was, he pushed the door open and entered.
Who is Lin Feng?
Upon entering the lounge, Hu immediately shouted loudly, and the underlings who followed him revealed their weapons. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged.
He simply lifted his eyes and glanced at Hu. I am Lin Feng. What's the matter? Damn, a young brat, huh? I thought it was some big shot. This Sun Yan really makes a big deal out of nothing. A kid like this, and making such a ruckus. Brother Hu, I thought today I'd get a good stretch and exercise. Alright, since you are Lin Feng, let's handle the serious business first. Hurry up and deal with it, and I can go relax, Brother Hu. Go, break his legs first, then throw him out of the car shop. Hu didn't even regard Lin Feng, thinking of him as nothing more than a rich second generation with a bit of money. The guy didn't know his place. If he got upset and made a scene, a little lesson would probably make him wet his pants. Hu had no interest in him at all. Chapter 62, Your salary will increase to 5 million a year. After speaking, Hu didn't glance at Lin Feng again. Instead, he turned to look at Wu Peipei behind him. Mr. Wu, I wonder if you're free tonight? How about a dinner?
Wu Peipei naturally guessed Ah Hu's intentions. Although her abilities in managing the business weren't impressive, as a woman, she had a strong ability to read men's thoughts. Although she didn't like people like Ah Hu, she didn't dare to offend him. She could only smile and say, if brother Hu invites me to dinner, of course, I'll go. And since you've helped my boss so much, he will definitely come personally to thank you well. Hearing Wu Peipei's words, a trace of displeasure appeared on Ah Hu's face. What he wanted was Wu Peipei. Why would he want the car shop boss to come and be a third wheel? Although a little displeased, Ah Hu didn't say anything more. After all, even if the car shop boss came, he still planned to win over Wu Peipei tonight. Anyone who dared to ruin his plans would regret it. While Ah Hu was talking to Wu Peipei, suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams came from behind. It was then that Mu Tu appeared, holding a short knife, fearlessly rushing into the group of small brothers. The blade flashed, and those small brothers all screamed and fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the tendons in the hands of those who fell had been severed. This skill in knife fighting even made Lin Feng's eyes light up. The entire large lounge was covered in splattered blood, and Zhang Ling was left dumbfounded. In his whole life, he had never seen such a scene. What kind of society is this? This is the 21st century. Such a bloody gang fight only happens in movies. But now, it was happening right in front of him. Nearly 20 of the small brothers didn't last long at all. After a few minutes, none of the small brothers brought by Ah Hu were left standing. Ah Hu, who turned around after hearing the screams, also witnessed the entire process. Now, he was completely frozen in place, scared out of his wits. Wu Peipei, on the other hand, covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Is this even human? One person took down nearly 20 people. Is this a movie? These small brothers weren't unarmed. They all had weapons. Even if you were great at fighting, facing 20 people, you'd probably get beaten to death by a storm of fists, right? But the situation now was completely different from what she imagined. Instead, 20 small brothers were easily taken down by a single person. The events in the lounge were naturally seen by those outside. When they saw the bloody, violent scene, none of them dared to stay long. Everyone left in fear. It was clear that this situation had escalated. If they stayed any longer, they could easily get caught up in it. Seeing Mu Tu's performance, Lin Feng, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but applaud. This skill is indeed impressive. How much is Zhang Jianjun paying you? After the applause had finished, Lin Feng could not help but ask. Standing behind him, Jin Bian spoke up, Boss, Mr. Zhang gives us a salary of 1 million a year. Lin Feng shook his head, that's too little, I'll raise your salary to 5 million a year. 5 million a year? As soon as Lin Feng's words were out, the four of them looked excited and thrilled. They had come to the security company to work as bodyguards because they lacked life skills and only had what they thought were decent fighting abilities, so they chose to work as bodyguards to earn some tough money. Being a bodyguard is also a dangerous profession. Some employers, you don't even know what kind of circle they are in, nor who they might have offended. So you wouldn't know what kind of enemies you might face while protecting this employer. A single mistake could cost you your life. That's why, while being a bodyguard can earn a lot of money, the dangers that come with it are not small. Their annual salary of 1 million isn't actually that much. After all, they are putting their lives on the line, and you never know when disaster might strike. But now, Lin Feng had directly offered them a 5 million annual salary. How could they not be happy and excited? Their family situations were not great, so they just wanted to earn more money to help their families live a better life. Now, with a 5 million salary, a better life had finally arrived. In fact, bodyguards like Jin Bian and his 4 companions, earning 1 million a year, are not very common in the industry. Most bodyguards earn tens of thousands or even just tens of thousands a year. Each person's ability is different, and so their salary is also different. Muto, a skilled fighter who could take down 20 people by himself, is rare in the bodyguard industry. After taking care of those little brothers, Muto flipped his short knife and wiped the blood from one of the little brother's clothes before sheathing it into his sleeve. Muto's short knife wasn't very long, not much bigger than a scalpel, but it was incredibly sharp. After finishing the job, Muto turned around and casually walked back to stand behind Lin Feng. Boss, I did not fail you. Standing still, Muto said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly, you performed well. What reward do you want? Reward? Is there a reward? Muto did not expect that after only doing his duty, he would receive a reward. Then Muto, a little embarrassed, said, Boss, this is what I should do, no need for a reward. Lin Feng shook his head, I admire you. This reward is not just for your action this time, but also for my admiration for you. Then thank you, boss. Muto said respectfully. Alright, we'll talk about the reward after we're done here. After speaking to Muto, Lin Feng's gaze turned to Ah Hu with a faint smile.
Was it you who said you were going to break my legs? But from the looks of it, it seems like you don't have the chance anymore.
Ah Hu's face darkened, and he coldly said, "Kid, don't think just because you have strong bodyguards that I can't deal with you."
Do you know who I am?
Stop, stop, stop. Lin Feng waved his hand to stop him. I don't want to know who you are, nor do I need to know.
Because who you are doesn't matter to me.
Maybe you have a high status, but in my eyes, you're no different from an ordinary person.
I'm actually a very merciful person.
For some, I only give a slight lesson, but someone like you seems to have done a lot of bullying and exploiting the weak. So today, I'm doing society a favor.
Muto, go and snap his tendons.
Yes, boss. At this moment, Muto was completely obedient to Lin Feng's orders. After receiving the command, he showed no hesitation and immediately drew his short knife from his sleeve and walked toward Ah Hu.
You dare?
If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll make sure your whole family dies a miserable death.
Ah Hu's threat had no effect on Muto. He moved with incredible speed, drawing his knife.
The 4 knives fell, and Ah Hu's hands and feet were completely severed. Ah Hu, whose hands and feet had been severed, screamed in agony as he collapsed into a pool of blood, instantly startling Wu Peipei into a loud scream. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Peipei indifferently, sneering coldly. This foolish woman probably only realized her regret now, but it's fine. This might be the last time she regrets in her life. He then raised his arm and looked at the time on his watch, calculating that the people from the departments should be arriving soon. Just as Lin Feng was waiting for the joint law enforcement team to arrive, the first ones to arrive were actually the police from the local precinct, who had received the emergency call. Hearing that there had been a gang fight, the local precinct didn't dare be careless. The precinct chief personally led the team, bringing all the on-duty officers along. There were 2 police cars and more than 10 officers. As soon as they arrived at the car dealership, an employee quickly led the police toward the break room.
Comrades, there's been a murder, please go check it out. The employee leading the way spoke with a trembling voice.
When the incident first occurred, he wasn't there, but after the customers fled in panic, he cautiously went over to take a look. When he saw the thugs lying around in the break room in various positions, he was terrified. Now that the police had arrived, he felt a sense of relief. When the police arrived at the break room and saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but gasp. Many of them were seeing such a scene for the first time. Now wasn't the 90s, and such bloody scenes were incredibly rare. At that moment, the precinct chief, upon seeing Ah Hu lying on the ground at the door, couldn't help but change his expression. Someone like Ah Hu must be on the precinct's radar. As the leader of a local gang, the precinct and the district branch dealt with him the most.
The precinct chief, walking in, furrowed his brow and asked, "What happened?"
"Call an ambulance immediately, and take all the people involved in this incident away." Seeing the police arrive, Wu Peipei, as if seeing a savior, immediately told them everything she had witnessed. After hearing this, the precinct chief looked at Lin Feng, who had been sitting calmly on the sofa, and then glanced at the wooden figure Wu Peipei had pointed to. "Did you injure this person?" the precinct chief asked, furrowing his brow. Lin Feng responded indifferently, "Yes, I did injure him, but I should be considered as ridding the people of a menace. These people are all from the gang, and many of them may have committed crimes. Police comrade, you should investigate thoroughly."
"Stop talking nonsense. Are you instructing us on our work? The person who hurt him was one of your subordinates, right? Then you must be the one giving the orders.
Now come with me and cooperate with the investigation." Lin Feng stood up and straightened his clothes. "Sorry, I'm busy. If you want someone to cooperate with the investigation, go find someone else."
"This woman is an eyewitness, so you can take her back." "I won't go."
Lin Feng's words completely stunned the police who had arrived.
Is this guy a fool? He caused such a big incident, and now he says he won't be arrested? Did you open the precinct? Or is the country yours?
The precinct chief was enraged, his face turning pale.
If it weren't for the public setting, he, as a police officer, wouldn't hold back.
Right now, he wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Feng twice.
"Kid, do you know what you're saying? You're now involved in serious criminal activities, and you think you can just refuse to cooperate with us?"
The precinct chief gritted his teeth and said.
Lin Feng gave a faint smile and stepped beside the precinct chief.
He showed his credentials to the police officer.
"Comrade police, you can't be in league with these people, right? I'm dealing with individuals who may harm the country, are you helping them? Why are you investigating me, a law-abiding citizen, instead of looking into those people?"
"I have reason to suspect you're in cahoots with them." As Lin Feng's words fell, the forehead of the chief was already covered in cold sweat.
"Boss, I truly didn't know you were on a mission. I will take them back for a thorough investigation right away."
Lin Feng gently shook his head and patted the chief's shoulder. "You better hope you are innocent and can withstand the scrutiny of the disciplinary committee." After Lin Feng's hand left his shoulder, the chief's face paled significantly.
He indeed had an intention to help a Hu. How could a Hu have come this far without connections to the local police?
Otherwise, with a Hu's style, fearlessly bringing a gang to attack in broad daylight, he wouldn't have dared to do so without backing him up.
Just as Lin Feng walked out of the lounge, a group of joint law enforcement personnel arrived outside the auto shop.
Without saying a word, they began to investigate, each performing their duties. Especially the firefighters, who were measuring the safety passage inch by inch. Any deviation from their regulations, even by a millimeter, was considered a huge problem. In fact, with the joint law enforcement departments going this far, the Glory Auto Shop was basically finished. Even if the Glory Auto Shop was perfect, faults could still be found. However, places like Glory Auto Shop were surely well sorted out by various departments, preventing anyone from causing them trouble. Now that various departments were ordered to conduct strict investigations, no one could protect the Glory Auto Shop.
Wu Peipei, watching this scene, was completely terrified.
She never expected Lin Feng to actually possess such great power. Not only did he subdue the gang leader, but he could also mobilize so many departments to investigate the auto shop. Seeing the serious attitudes of those who came, even she could guess the outcome.
Zhang Ling, following Lin Feng, was utterly intimidated by Lin Feng's immense strength. Who wouldn't want to follow such a boss? This terrifying background could probably allow him to walk sideways in Magic City without anyone daring to manage him. The government dared to go to Lin Feng's house and say they would investigate whoever he wanted. Just with this kind of method, a casual word from him could draw countless people rushing to send him money. Meanwhile, Wu Peipei was too scared to think further. She quickly called the owner of the auto shop. "Boss, something big has happened. Our auto shop is in serious trouble." Wu Peipei then recounted everything she had seen, and the auto shop owner nearly staggered from shock. "What did you say? You got us into trouble with people we can't afford to offend? You filthy bitch, do you have any idea what the consequences of offending such people are? I'll tell you, if this thing isn't handled well, neither you nor I will be able to survive in Magic City. It could even get serious enough that we end up tossed into the river to feed the fish. I've told you many times, there are too many people in Magic City you can't afford to offend. Just wait, I'm coming over right now." After saying that, the owner hung up the phone and proceeded to make 2 more calls. One was to a chief he knew, hoping the chief could mediate and see if there was any room for easing the situation. The other was to the Gu family, his biggest financial backer, looking for them to communicate with Lin Feng and settle the matter. Chapter 64, Sun Yan's Desperate Situation. After hanging up the phone with Wu Peipei, the boss of the car dealership, Sun Yan, hurriedly pulled out his contact list to search for a phone number. The first call he made was to the director of the Market Supervision Administration. The phone rang only a few times before being answered. A stern middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. This man was Sun Yan's biggest ally in the underworld. Over the years, much of the money the car dealership earned had found its way into this man's hands. And this man had helped him out of many troubles. Many times when the dealership faced commercial disputes with clients, it was he who helped keep things under control. As soon as the call connected, Sun Yan hurriedly said, "Director Zhao, I'm here." Before Sun Yan could finish speaking, Director Zhao interrupted him. "Sun Yan, I know why you called, but I can tell you clearly, I can't help you with this matter." "Not only can I not help you, you might even drag me into it. You should be aware of how serious the things we've done over the years are, and the dealership's matters involve more than just me, so you should know what to do. We can't protect you, but you must protect us. If there's a problem, it won't just be your issue, it will involve your entire family. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Clang. Sun Yan dropped his phone to the ground after hearing this. He understood Director Zhao's meaning. He was being told to bear the entire burden himself. To bear this burden, he couldn't just hold back when recorded, he would need to die before being caught. Sun Yan was a smart man. Director Zhao's words made the final implication clear to him. If he died, all investigations would cease. Furthermore, the threat from Director Zhao was very evident. If he didn't bear the full weight of this, his family wouldn't have a good outcome either. Snapping back to reality, Sun Yan quickly picked up his phone. Director Zhao, listen to me, we still have a chance. When we first established this dealership, it wasn't just my investment, there was also the young lady from the Gu family, Gu Shiran. I believe Gu Shiran won't just sit back and watch the dealership get into trouble. She will definitely step in to help us. After all, she invested quite a bit of money, and the dealership's issues wouldn't benefit her either. Hearing Sun Yan's words, Director Zhao in his office sneered, "Sun Yan, at this point, you still can't see the reality. Let me make it clear to you, the person investigating your dealership this time is a big shot, and that big shot has even called the city mayor's office." The order came directly from the mayor. "Do you think the Gu family has the power to protect you? Alright, I estimate that the investigation into you will reach its peak by tonight. There will definitely be law enforcement officials looking for you, so be prepared. Once you're caught, there won't be any room for negotiation, it will come down to whether you die alone or your family dies with you.
It's your choice. After finishing his words, Director Zhao hung up the phone. After hanging up, Director Zhao still felt a bit insecure, so he took out another phone from his drawer and dialed a number from his contact list. As soon as the call connected, a cold male voice came from the other end. Hello. Sun Yan from the Brilliant Car Dealership. After saying these brief words, Director Zhao hung up the phone, then tore the phone card in half and threw it away. Xiao Dong. Director Zhao called out to the door. Soon, a young male secretary in his 20s walked in. Director, you called for me? Director Zhao replied indifferently, clean up the office. I'm a bit unwell today and need to go home to rest. Okay, Director Zhao. After Director Zhao finished speaking, he stood up and left, and the secretary named Xiao Dong hurriedly tidied up the office. After leaving the office, Director Zhao did not go home, but instead made a series of phone calls. All the contacts were senior government officials. When those people received Director Zhao's call and heard that Sun Yan was in trouble, they all became a bit flustered. Director Zhao, is what you said true? Sun Yan has no chance to turn things around this time? On the other end of the line, a man asked worriedly. Director Zhao sat in his Audi A6L car and said in a deep voice, it's true. This time, the person Sun Yan has offended is someone we can't mess with. This person directly called the mayor's office, and it was the mayor who personally gave the order. Hiss. A gasp was heard from the other end of the phone. Director Zhao, you must handle this well. If you don't, we could all be finished. In these years, Sun Yan has delivered many things, and he must have kept evidence. Once he gets in trouble, we won't be able to escape. Don't worry, Director Li, Sun Yan is undoubtedly going to die. I will definitely handle it before he gets caught. Call old Chan and the others out. Let's meet at Juxian Zhuang. After hanging up the phone, Zhao directly asked the driver to take him to Juxian Zhuang. Juxian Zhuang is one of the top clubs in the Magic City. Those who can come here are either wealthy or noble, with a net worth of millions just to enter the club. Only those with a net worth of over 100 million have the qualification to go to the second floor. Juxian Zhuang has a total of 7 floors, and each floor requires a certain status to access. The higher the floor, the more distinguished the people who can go up. People like Director Zhao can only go up to the 6th floor of Juxian Zhuang, they don't even have the qualification for the top 7th floor. As for who can go up to the 7th floor, Director Zhao and the others are not very clear. The owner of Juxian Zhuang is the son of the former secretary of the Magic City Committee. The former secretary has already entered the power center, but his son has been managing Juxian Zhuang. Although the former secretary is no longer in the Magic City, his influence remains. Anyone who comes to this club must be respectful. The reason why Director Zhao and the others can go to Juxian Zhuang for a meeting is because of the strong background and good privacy of the club, which is why they chose it. Of course, they were also part of the former secretary's faction and wanted to maintain their relationship with that old leader. Although that old leader is no longer in the Magic City, his son is still here. They can no longer curry favor with the old leader but can still do so with his son. On the other side, after hanging up the phone with Director Zhao, Sun Yan slumped helplessly to the ground. Looking at the family photo on the coffee table, Sun Yan's face darkened. The family photo shows him with his wife and 2 sons. His eldest son is already 16 years old, and his younger son is also 7. Recalling what Director Zhao had told him, he painfully shut his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a look of determination appeared on Sun Yan's face. The Gu family is his last hope. If the Gu family can't save him, then he can only go down with those people. He doesn't want to die, and his family can't die either. Since those heartless people want him dead, then he will take them down with him. Chapter 65 Gu Family, Gu Shiran. After firming up his thoughts, Sun Yan picked up his phone and made another call. In a luxurious car club that was well decorated. A stunning woman with a strong aura of a mature goddess was sitting in the office looking over the car information. The more she looked, the tighter her brows furrowed. These cars are good, but they are simply not enough. I absolutely cannot lose this bet with Du Jianxiang this time. If I lose, then... Not only does the club have to hand over everything to Du Jianxiang, but I also have to show myself. Du Jianxiang is the eldest of the younger generation of the Du family, and the Du family has already proposed marriage to the Gu family several times. As the top of the 4 great families in Magic City, the Du family's strength is naturally much greater than that of the Gu family, able to dominate the other 3 families in any field. Especially with their control over half of the underground forces in Magic City, the Du family's power makes the other 3 families very wary. Not only does the Du family dominate half of Magic City, but they also have considerable influence in the Yangtze River Delta. Although the other 3 families also have some connections with the underworld, they simply cannot compare with the Du family. Du Jianxiang has already proposed marriage to the Gu family 3 times. The Gu family is very clear about the principle of 3 times as a charm. If the Du family proposes again and the Gu family refuses, the Du family surely won't be so polite anymore. They might resort to both commercial and covert pressure. With the strength of the Du family, the Gu family definitely won't be able to withstand it. The Gu family naturally has their trump cards, but once they play them, they no longer have those cards in hand, and at that point, they will become completely transparent among the four great families. Gu Shiran understands this logic, so she directly made a bet with Du Jinxiang. The two of them agreed to compete in a luxury car club to determine the winner. The rules of the competition are very simple, with 3 events in total. The first is the value of the luxury cars, whoever has more expensive cars in the club wins. The second is a comparison of the wealth of the club members. Whoever has wealthier members wins. The third is a car race, the person who finishes first wins. Right now, Gu Shiran's biggest headache is the first 2 events. She is very confident about the third event. Because her club has a top-notch racer, she can just let that racer participate and winning the race will not be a problem. But this bet is a best-of-3 system. Just winning the last match won't decide the outcome. She needs to win another match without a doubt. And in order to win another match, she has to put effort into the first 2 events. For the second event regarding the wealth comparison of members, she has no confidence. The Du family is at the top of the Magic City elite circle, and the people trying to curry favor are countless. The members of Du Jinxiang's luxury car club will surely outnumber her own. So to win the bet, it all comes down to the first event. Fortunately, there is still an opportunity. She remembers her younger sister Gu Baiyue mentioning that she met someone who drives a Bugatti Chiron in school. As long as she can bring that person into the club, winning the first event should be nearly guaranteed. Thinking of this, Gu Shiran felt a bit dissatisfied with her unreliable younger sister. This dead girl, I wonder how she's doing with the task I gave her. My happiness relies entirely on her. If she can't bring that Bugatti owner into the club, I'll have no chance at all. Just as Gu Shiran was about to pick up her phone to call Gu Baiyue, Sun Yan's call came in. Seeing Sun Yan's caller ID, Gu Shiran frowned and answered the call. Although she has shares in the splendid car dealership, she usually does not participate in the management of the dealership. After all, the money she invested is not much, only about 500 million. She doesn't really mind whether the dealership makes a profit or loss. Why is Sun Yan calling her today? Her relationship with Sun Yan isn't very deep, they only met by chance, and Sun Yan had an idea to open a car dealership, showcasing his personal abilities to her, so she invested out of boredom. Casually picking up the phone, Gu Shiran said lightly, "Hello, Miss Gu." On the other side of the phone, Sun Yan's polite voice came through. "Boss Sun, is there something you need?" Sitting there, Gu Shiran gently crossed her long legs, her short dress highlighting endless allure. But this kind of allure was something no one could enjoy. Gu Shiran and Gu Baiyue were two extremes. One was a top-tier elegant woman, the other was a pure and innocent beauty. One radiated charm, while the other embodied sweetness, creating a strong contrast. "Miss Gu, something happened at the car dealership, only you can save it this time." Hearing Sun Yan's words, Gu Shiran frowned. Sun Yan said with a bitter smile, "Miss Gu, Wu Peipei, that foolish woman, offended someone, and now that person wants the government to investigate the dealership. If we can't appease that person, I'm afraid the dealership won't survive." "Oh, I see. If the dealership closes, then let it close, this little money doesn't matter anyway. I have other things to attend to. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now," Gu Shiran said nonchalantly. "Ha?" On the other end of the line, Sun Yan was stunned to hear Gu Shiran's nonchalance about the dealership's bankruptcy. He thought that mentioning the dealership's downfall would make Gu Shiran anxious, but unexpectedly, she didn't care at all. "Miss Gu, please don't hang up, listen to me. You must help me this time. Actually, I used many illegal methods to run this dealership, otherwise, it wouldn't make this much money. The bankruptcy isn't a big deal, but I can't handle the investigation from the joint law enforcement agencies. If any problems are found, I will get into serious trouble. Miss Gu, you have a significant status in the Magic City. I'm hoping you can help me talk to that person so that he calms down and doesn't make things difficult for someone like me. If that person can cool down, I'd be willing to do anything, even kneeling to apologize or becoming a servant." After hearing Sun Yan's words, Gu Shiran coldly said, "Boss Sun, when I invested in the dealership, I don't recall allowing you to do anything illegal, right? Now that you're in trouble, how can I help you? Besides, someone who can mobilize the entire government's law enforcement agencies, my Gu family might not even offend him, let alone the little money I invested. Even if I invested billions, I wouldn't offend such a person for you. Boss Sun, you should figure it out yourself, I really don't have time to deal with your mess." After saying this, Gu Shiran hung up the phone without any hesitation. Then she found her contact list and dialed Gu Baiyue's number directly. Gu Baiyue, just out of class, picked up the call from her older sister casually. "Hello, elder sister, what's going on? Did you call because you missed your adorable little sister?"
Then I'd better think about what to eat for dinner tonight.
I haven't had anything good to eat these past couple of days, I'm just craving it.
Eat, 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 that's all you think about. You don't know that your older sister is like an ant on a hot pan right now.
If I can't win the luxury car club competition against Du Jianxiang, I will have to marry him.
Can you bear to see your older sister's happiness ruined for a lifetime? Gu Shiran said, not in a good mood. She really couldn't do anything about her silly sister.
Her sister had a seemingly obedient and sensible face, but in reality, she had the personality of a little demon. Hearing Gu Shiran's words, Gu Baiyue suddenly remembered this matter and quickly said, "Elder sister, I remember that now. But you might be disappointed that Lin Feng seems to have fallen into big trouble.
Whether he can come back to school in his lifetime is uncertain. What's going on?" Gu Shiran's expression was puzzled. Wasn't Lin Feng just a fresh college student? How did he suddenly stop coming to school? If he didn't come to school, then where would she find Lin Feng?
How to get him to join his club and help himself win the competition?
What else could it be? Isn't it that guy Wang Haiyang?
Last time I ran into Lin Feng in the parking lot, you asked me to add him on contact, wanting to rope him into your luxury car club. Maybe we were a bit too close, and then someone with ill intentions saw us and posted it on the school forum.
Wang Haiyang found out about this. Wang Haiyang has been pursuing me.
This person is petty and thought I had something with Lin Feng, so during military training, he deliberately targeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know which nerve he hit and ended up clashing with the military training instructor, injuring 9 instructors in one go. When this incident escalated, the military got involved and took Lin Feng away. Now Lin Feng hasn't returned to school.
It seems like things are looking grim for him. If he gets sentenced, he probably won't have the chance to come back to school. Even if he comes out, the school won't admit him anymore. Is there really such a thing? Gu Shiran looked astonished.
She never expected that in just 2 days since school started, Lin Feng would be so unfortunate, targeted by Wang Haiyang.
Gu Shiran and Gu Baiyue both knew Wang Haiyang's background.
He was from a prestigious family in the capital, with a father holding a ministerial position, an absolutely powerful family. Lin Feng offended Wang Haiyang, and it would be impossible for him to turn his life around.
Then Gu Shiran sighed and said, "Alas, maybe it's just my fate. Forget it, since Lin Feng has no chance, I'll think of other methods. By the way, sis, I've driven this car enough. Can you ask the car dealership to send me another car? I want to switch to a different ride." After discussing Lin Feng's matter, Gu Baiyue continued, "Sister, the dealership has gone bankrupt. You should go to another dealership to buy a car." Bankrupted? Sister, you aren't kidding me, are you? Isn't your dealership the biggest in Magic City right now? How did it suddenly go bankrupt? You're not trying to make excuses not to get me a new car, are you? Gu Baiyue said in disbelief. It just went bankrupt. The dealership offended someone we can't mess with, and now they're being jointly enforced by the government departments. It seems impossible for them to reopen. So serious? On the other end, Gu Baiyue gasped while holding the phone, her big eyes filled with shock. Very serious, you know the connections of the dealership. If they can be jointly enforced by the government like this, you should imagine how powerful the offended person is. Luckily, I only put in money and didn't participate in the management and development of the dealership, otherwise, I would also be dealing with some trouble. Gu Shiran said in relief. Gu Baiyue frowned and asked, "So, sister, do you know who the dealership offended? Such a powerful person can be worth getting to know. After all, this incident has nothing to do with you, so why not take the opportunity to meet that big shot? More friends mean more paths. Who knows if our family might need them in the future?" After hearing Gu Baiyue's words, Gu Shiran felt there was some reasoning in it. She had only been thinking of how to escape the marriage with Du Jianxiang and hadn't considered this aspect. Now, after Gu Baiyue's reminder, she felt it was indeed a good idea to get to know someone worthy of friendship at her level. Such opportunities were rare. Alright, I'll call Sun Yan and ask if we can set up a meeting with that person to talk. Okay, sister, I'll wait for your news. If that big shot can meet up, don't forget your little sister. I would love to tag along for a meal. After finishing the conversation, the two sisters hung up the phone. Gu Shiran called Sun Yan again. On the other end, Sun Yan, who couldn't get help from Gu Shiran, was in a panic, unsure of what to do. Suddenly seeing Gu Shiran's call, he hurriedly answered. Hello, Miss Gu. Sun Yan, tell me the information about the powerful person you offended at the car dealership. I want to see who this person is, who has such great power, and see if I can help mediate. Gu Shiran said calmly. Seeing that Gu Shiran wanted to help him, Sun Yan seemed to have found a lifeline, and excitedly said, Okay, Miss Gu. Then, Sun Yan explained Lin Feng's situation to Gu Shiran. Wait a minute, you said the powerful person you offended is the one who once ordered a Bugatti Veyron from the dealership? After hearing Sun Yan's account, Gu Shiran suddenly asked loudly.
Sun Yan didn't know why Gu Shiran reacted so strongly but still cautiously replied, "Yes, Miss Gu, this powerful person did buy a Bugatti Veyron from our dealership."
Is his name Lin Feng? Gu Shiran immediately stood up from her chair and asked anxiously. It seems to be Lin Feng. Do you know this big shot, Miss Gu?
Sun Yan also seemed to see hope and hurriedly asked.
If there is not a second Bugatti Veyron in the world, then I should know him. Alright, I'll talk to this person and see if your problem can be solved. After saying this, Gu Shiran hung up and immediately called Gu Baiyue. Sis, what's going on? Am I going to get a free meal?
Gu Baiyue rushed to ask about the meal as soon as she picked up the phone.
All you think about is eating. Send me Lin Feng's contact information right now. Sis, why do you want Lin Feng's contact?
He should be inside now, and even if you want to contact him, you can't. Once inside, phones are confiscated, he can't turn it on.
Sis, don't act in a hurry. It's unlikely that Lin Feng can get out this time. He offended the Wang family and the military.
Even if he has a strong background, it won't be resolved so quickly.
Chapter 67, Power is a good thing. Stop talking nonsense, quickly send me Lin Feng's contact information.
Thinking about how Lin Feng managed to come out unscathed from the targeting of the Wang family and the military, and now could single-handedly prompt the government to jointly seal the dealership, Gu Shiran was shocked by this terrifying power. If this is really the Lin Feng that Gu Baiyue mentioned, then no matter what, she must get to know this Lin Feng. This Lin Feng could not only help her solve her current predicament but in the future, the Gu family might also lean on this big shot Lin Feng. Gu Baiyue was confused, but seeing her sister's strong demand, she still pushed Lin Feng's WeChat to Gu Shiran.
You only have WeChat, no phone? Gu Shiran frowned and asked upon seeing the message notification on her phone. No phone, but I can get a phone number. Lin Feng's roommate should have his number.
Okay, you ask around for the phone number now, and I'll wait for your news. It was incredibly easy for Gu Baiyue to ask Gao Lu and the others for Lin Feng's contact information. With her status as one of the 4 campus beauties, Gao Lu and the others were eager to perform well in front of Gu Baiyue and directly sold out Lin Feng. If they didn't know Lin Feng well yet, they probably would even tell Gu Baiyue the color of Lin Feng's underwear line. Seeing Lin Feng walk out of the auto dealership, the leaders of the Joint Law Enforcement Department hurriedly stepped forward, warmly greeting Lin Feng. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Although Lin Feng directly called the mayor's office, these officials managed to investigate him through many channels. They had memorized Lin Feng's appearance deeply before coming. Hello, Director Lin, I am Xia Changhai from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Can, the captain of the fire brigade. It's great to meet you, Director Lin. Wang Can saluted directly. Lin Feng smiled and shook hands with each of those department leaders.
Thank you, comrades, for your efforts.
This auto dealership has some serious issues, and I hope you can conduct a strict investigation to ensure that no lawbreakers escape legal punishment. Although Lin Feng's words seemed like polite formalities, the implied meaning was very clear: you must strictly investigate, and no one can play tricks or shelter wrongdoers. In the eyes of these leaders, Lin Feng was a figure of significant authority, someone who could easily change their fate with a single word. The leaders all understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words and quickly thumped their chests to assure him they would investigate thoroughly. Alright, thank you comrades for your hard work. Seeing the leader's assurances, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Okay, comrades, please get back to work.
I have other matters to attend to.
All the department leaders respectfully saw him off.
Zhang Ling, following behind Lin Feng, was utterly shocked by the scene he just witnessed.
He never imagined that his new boss's power was so terrifying. Those once high and mighty figures, who seemed unattainable in his eyes, were so polite in front of his boss. This attitude was comparable to subordinates greeting their boss in a company. Reaching the car, Lin Feng turned to Zhang Ling and said, Zhang Ling, keep an eye on the situation at the dealership.
If the government wants to handle the dealership's assets, let me know. I will invest in buying it.
I see you have plenty of experience in managing the dealership, so I'll leave it to you.
Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Ling's face displayed a hint of excitement.
Lin Feng was going to entrust the entire dealership to him. He felt truly blessed by fortune.
Okay, boss, I will keep an eye on this matter.
Lin Feng nodded. Alright, that's all I have for you. Since the dealership's affairs are not settled yet, you can go home and rest well. Come back to work when it reopens. For businesses like this dealership, the government would definitely handle things after sealing it off. After all, it would also bring some revenue to the government, and once he bought the dealership, it could become his own property. Indeed, power is always a good thing. No matter how much money you have, it may not always be useful, but when you have power, getting what you want is as simple as a word. Just as he sat in the dealership, he noticed an unknown call coming through on his phone. As Lin Feng started the car, he answered the call. Hello, who is this?
A voice from the other end said, "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?" Lin Feng replied calmly, "Yes, this is Lin Feng."
"Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Gu Shiran, an investor in the Brilliant dealership, and I'm also Gu Baiyue's sister. I heard that Sun Yen offended you, and I'm calling to apologize." Upon hearing that she was Gu Baiyue's sister, the young lady of the Gu family, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He didn't expect Gu Shiran to be the hidden big boss behind the Brilliant dealership, so he smirked and said, "Miss Gu, your call today isn't just to let the matter with your dealership go, is it?" Gu Shiran hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. Let's not talk about a small business like the car dealership. Even if it were very important to me, I wouldn't let Mr. Lin do such a thing. Mr. Lin is such a person, I can't afford to make you angry. I wouldn't dare say such things. I just want to get to know Mr. Lin. I'm just an investor in the car dealership and have never been involved in management. Any problems with the dealership have little to do with me. I wonder if Mr. Lin has time. I would like to treat you to a meal and get acquainted." After hearing Gu Shiran's words, Lin Feng became somewhat interested in this woman, Gu Shiran. She was quite skilled in dealing with people, and her words were quite pleasant to hear.
"Alright, I don't have anything going on today. You can choose the place and let me know when it's time. Then shall we go to the Peace Hotel? I wonder if Mr. Lin feels my sincerity." "The Peace Hotel, okay. Let's go there." Lin Feng agreed. "Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll meet at the Peace Hotel." Just after Gu Shiran finished the call with Lin Feng, Gu Baiyue's phone rang. "Sister, did you really get through to Lin Feng? The line has been busy when I called you just now. You aren't actually on the phone with Lin Feng, are you?" Gu Baiyue was very curious. While Gu Shiran was on the phone with Lin Feng, she called over 10 times, just wanting to know if Gu Shiran managed to get in touch with Lin Feng. Gu Shiran rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, "Can you please put away your curiosity? I was on the phone for just a moment, and you called me over 10 times. Oh, sister, I'm just too curious. I want to know what the situation with Lin Feng is. Did he really have something to do with the Wang family and the military?" Gu Baiyue said in a spoiled tone. Gu Shiran didn't feel like wasting more time. She said lightly, "I got in touch. Lin Feng is doing well outside, and the boss of the car dealership is Lin Feng. Just wait to enjoy the show. I guess when Lin Feng returns to school, he won't let Wang Haiyang off." "What? Sister, you aren't lying to me, are you? Lin Feng is really out there?" Gu Baiyue exclaimed. "Why are you so surprised? You almost deafened me with your yelling. Can you please speak normally?" Gu Shiran was startled by Gu Baiyue's sudden scream and quickly moved the phone away from her ear. "Sister, I was just too excited and accidentally raised my voice a little," Gu Baiyue said with a pitiful tone on the phone. If she didn't know Gu Baiyue's personality, she would have definitely been tricked by this pitiful demeanor. Holding the phone, Gu Shiran couldn't help but roll her eyes. Gu Baiyue had always been like this since childhood, and she was already immune to it. "Alright, if you have any questions, ask him yourself when you see him. I've set our meeting place at the Peace Hotel. Make sure you don't mess around tonight. This time, Lin Feng is my savior. Whether I can win my bet with Du Jianxiang depends entirely on him." On the other side, Gu Baiyue quickly put away her joking tone and became serious. "Sister, don't worry, how could I joke about your lifelong affairs? I'll just go there to eat and not talk, alright? Fine, if you can act like a mute, even better." After leaving the car dealership, Lin Feng drove directly to the Peace Hotel. He initially planned to visit the Huangpu Bay sales office, but since Gu Shiran had called him, he would meet this young lady from the Gu family first. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the Peace Hotel. As soon as his car parked in the lot, he saw the general manager, Li Feng, running over to greet him. "Boss, you're here." As he approached, General Manager Li Feng said respectfully. Lin Feng looked at Li Feng in surprise. "Manager Li, how did you know I was coming?" He remembered very clearly that he definitely hadn't informed Li Feng before he arrived. How could Li Feng come to greet him right after he got here? Li Feng hurriedly said, "Boss, after your last visit, I had the staff note down your appearance and the car you drive. As soon as you arrive, they will notify me immediately." Hearing Li Feng's reply, Lin Feng nodded slightly, "You're thoughtful." After complimenting Li Feng, Lin Feng stepped into the hotel. "How has business been at the hotel lately?" Lin Feng asked casually while walking in front. "Boss, this is the peak tourist season, and the income is higher than before." Li Feng quickly replied from behind. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Well done. If you can manage the hotel this well, I'll give you a raise at the end of the year." Hearing the word raise, Li Feng's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't short on money right now, who wouldn't want more? He was doing this to earn some extra cash. He would never miss out on a chance to make money. "Boss, you can rest assured, I will manage the hotel well and won't let you down." As the two spoke, they arrived at the hotel. Lin Feng casually asked, what room did Gu Shiran book? The young lady from the Gu family?
Hearing Lin Feng's question, Li Feng quickly responded, Boss, Gu Shiran's room is in the Supreme Room 7.
Okay, take me there. Upon hearing it was the Supreme Room, Lin Feng nodded slightly. It seemed Gu Shiran was quite sincere.
The Supreme Room was the best private dining room in the Peace Hotel, with a minimum spending of 6 figures. No matter how much you eat, your bill had to reach 6 figures, otherwise, they wouldn't serve you. This rule was to prevent people from deliberately occupying the Supreme Room, affecting the hotel's revenue. Although the Peace Hotel remained a top hotel, it had completely turned to profit, prioritizing earning revenue. After arriving at the Supreme Room, Lin Feng sat down in the private room and waited. Although guests who were invited usually arrived last, that would give them more face. But Lin Feng never cared about such details. Whether he made an entrance or not was irrelevant, he just went according to his mood. If he felt good, he would arrive early. If he felt bad, he'd come a bit late, or not come at all. After all, no one dared to say anything to him. If he didn't show up, those who needed him wouldn't dare complain. Of course, he wouldn't easily stand someone up either, as that would seem lacking in character. Usually, he would directly refuse those he didn't want to meet and wouldn't give them the chance to wait for him. Not long after waiting in the room, they heard the sound of high heels clacking against the floor outside the door. Then the door to the private room was pushed open, and a service staff stood respectfully beside the door as a beautiful woman walked in behind her. Upon seeing Gu Shiran, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrow. This woman was very beautiful, exuding an aura of a dominant woman, instilling an irresistible urge to conquer in anyone who saw her. Among all the women he had seen, the one with the strongest dominant woman aura was this young lady from the Gu family. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't be compared. She didn't fall into the category of a dominant woman. In front of Yi Xian, one could only feel her nobility and strength. If it weren't for Lin Feng having the system and enough confidence to face Yi Xian, anyone else probably wouldn't even have the courage to talk beside her. This was the kind of person cultivated by top noble families. That kind of dominance and nobility couldn't be achieved by ordinary people. Although Gu Shiran's aura couldn't compare to Yi Xian's, it was definitely much stronger than that of Lin Yar, Jiang Yan, Chen Qingya, and other women. After all, Gu Shiran was the young lady of one of the 4 major noble families in Magic City. Living in a wealthy family since childhood, there was no need for her to deliberately cultivate herself. Her inherent nobility was enough to support her aura. As Gu Shiran walked in, she also saw Lin Feng, and the moment she laid eyes on him, she froze for a moment. Lin Feng's appearance was, without a doubt, flawless, having reached the peak of what an Eastern man could look like. Coupled with his confidence and calm demeanor, no woman could remain unshaken after meeting Lin Feng. This man. Gu Shiran thought silently in her heart. Although she was stunned by Lin Feng's handsome looks, Gu Shiran quickly recovered and smiled as she approached him. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Gu Shiran. It's a pleasure to meet you. As she spoke, Gu Shiran extended her jade-like hand. Lin Feng also stood up with a smile, extending his hand to gently shake hers. I have heard of Miss Gu's name. Lin Feng said polite words. After they withdrew their hands, Gu Shiran gestured with her arm and said, Mr. Lin, please take a seat. It is truly an honor to have you here today amid your busy schedule. But Mr. Lin, rest assured, my invite has nothing to do with the car dealership. Sun Yan's situation is entirely his own fault. I simply want to get to know you. Hearing Gu Shiran's words, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, his smile carrying a deep meaning. Did Miss Gu really invite me just to get to know me so simply? Let's just say what's on our minds directly, without all the roundabout ways. Seeing Lin Feng so straightforward, Gu Shiran coughed awkwardly. Mr. Lin's character is truly refreshing. Then I won't beat around the bush. Actually, the reason for inviting Mr. Lin here is to ask you to join my luxury car club. Hearing Gu Shiran's words, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow lightly. Oh? Miss Gu, it's not that I have many thoughts, but I want to know, you went through so much trouble to invite me out just for this little matter? I know about the luxury car club, isn't it just a place for gatherings of luxury cars? Though I drive a nice car, there's no need for you to make such an effort. Gu Shiran knew Lin Feng wasn't easily deceived, so she smiled and said, Mr. Lin, thinking too much is no problem. Actually, I invited you to join my luxury car club just as I said when I walked in. I sincerely just want to be friends with you. Lin Feng glanced at Gu Shiran lightly, shaking his head slightly. Miss Gu, you are very insincere. I don't like this kind of friend, so I think we should just forget about this matter. After saying this, Lin Feng directly stood up and walked towards the door. He didn't give Gu Shiran any chance to speak. This Gu Shiran had made such a grand effort to invite him, yet it was just to make a friend. He didn't believe this woman's nonsense. Since this woman wouldn't say, he couldn't be bothered to waste time here. It was still early anyway, and he wanted to check out his newly acquired property in Huangpu Bay. After all, this would be the place he would arrange for his future woman, and being one of the top luxury apartments in Magic City, he wanted to see it for himself. Just as Lin Feng reached the door, Gu Shiran, in a hurry to call out to him, stood up, and a graceful figure also appeared at the entrance. With a white headband, a white dress, and white flats, though she wore light makeup, her pure appearance was incredibly stunning.
This beautiful figure was Gu Shiran's sister, also one of the 4 school beauties from the finance university, known as the Moonlight Goddess, Gu Baiyue.
Oh! Gu Baiyue did not expect someone to walk out of the private room and collided directly into Lin Feng's arms. With Lin Feng's physical strength, Gu Baiyue was naturally sent tumbling backwards. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng acted like lightning and directly pulled her back. Using the inertia, Gu Baiyue felt as if she were on a roller coaster, first leaning back, then suddenly lunging forward, crashing back into Lin Feng's embrace. Warm and soft jade, this was the first feeling of holding Gu Baiyue in his arms. Gu Baiyue and Gu Shiran were 2 extremes, one a mature and charming woman, the other pure and innocent, giving a strong desire for love at first sight. Lying in Lin Feng's arms, Gu Baiyue's face flushed red, beautifully resembling a girl in love. Gu Baiyue's fair moonlight face was not something an ordinary man could resist, and combined with her shyness, it stirred in Lin Feng a strong impulse to press her down and tease her.
Are you all right?
Looking at Gu Baiyue in his arms, Lin Feng smiled and asked with a lowered head.
Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gu Baiyue finally came back to reality. I'm fine, thank you, Lin Feng. Otherwise, I would have definitely fallen hard today. As she spoke, Gu Baiyue reluctantly left Lin Feng's warm embrace filled with a sense of security.
When she was lying in Lin Feng's arms a moment ago, that feeling of being filled with safety made her a bit infatuated. Though it was her first time in the arms of a man other than her father, this feeling was so comfortable for her. After replying, Gu Baiyue seemed to remember something, her eyes, as clear as water, fixed tightly on Lin Feng, full of curiosity.
By the way, Lin Feng, are you okay?
Lin Feng, puzzled, replied, I'm fine.
What could happen to me? Why do you suddenly ask that? Gu Baiyue couldn't help but say, weren't you caught by the police?
Your courageous act on the playground is known throughout the school, so I just wanted to check if you're alright. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, it's fine. The police have investigated clearly, I was not at fault. I acted in self-defense, and they released me after taking my statement.
Self-defense? Is it really that simple? Gu Baiyue did not believe Lin Feng's words at all. Was this a joke?
Not to mention the scheming Wang Haiyang, even those military instructors would not just let such a scandal go easily. If there wasn't a powerful background, even if the police determined it was self-defense, you would be taken away for a cleanup by the military once you walked out, so how could they let you go so lightly?
Moreover, that little man Wang Haiyang wouldn't let Lin Feng off easily. If the police wanted to release him, Wang Haiyang would definitely object and secretly keep an eye on it.
It wouldn't be as easy as Lin Feng said. She completely did not believe what Lin Feng said. Seeing Gu Baiyue's doubtful gaze, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said no more, directly stepping towards the exit. Seeing Lin Feng's apparent intention to leave, Gu Baiyue couldn't help but look into the room, her eyes filled with questions, wanting to ask Gu Shiran what was going on and why Lin Feng was leaving so soon after just arriving. Standing there, Gu Shiran thought that since Gu Baiyue had come, relying on their acquaintance in school, Lin Feng would change his mind about leaving. Even Gu Shiran thought that if she could use Gu Baiyue to catch Lin Feng's attention, it would be worth it. But unexpectedly, Gu Baiyue's presence didn't have any effect, and Lin Feng's determination to leave didn't weaken at all. The bond between these sisters could be said to be quite weak. One was unconcerned about her sister's well-being, only caring about watching the fun. Gu Baiyue naturally knew about Du Jianxiang and Gu Shiran's situation, but she had no intention of helping at all. Instead, she had an attitude of a bystander, wanting to see her sister's joke. However, Gu Shiran was thinking about selling her sister's beauty, letting Gu Baiyue seduce Lin Feng to help her through a tough time. Seeing the powerless expression of her sister, Gu Baiyue couldn't help but glare at her with disappointment, then turned around and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, please don't go, I just arrived and you want to leave, are you purposely avoiding me? At least, I'm the school beauty, you should give me some face. How about this, if you stay for a meal today, I'll promise you one request in the future. Hearing Gu Baiyue's words, Lin Feng turned around in surprise. What was going on with Gu Baiyue? Seeing the astonished look in Lin Feng's eyes, Gu Baiyue's face flushed again with red. The shyness of a girl is always so hard to resist. Miss Gu, you're not joking with me, right? You'll agree to any of my requests? Lin Feng looked at Gu Baiyue with a strange expression. Gu Baiyue stood there looking pitiful. I promise you. By the end of her sentence, Gu Baiyue's voice had become as soft as a whisper. If it weren't for Lin Feng's good hearing, he wouldn't even be able to catch what she was saying. Chapter 70, I want half of the Gu family's shares in your hands. Looking at Gu Baiyue's pitiful appearance, Lin Feng really couldn't stand it. He really wanted to pin Gu Baiyue down and ravage her fiercely. Feeling Lin Feng's scorching gaze, Gu Baiyue lowered her head even more. Her shy appearance could melt even the hardest-hearted man. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. Alright, since Miss Gu said so, if I refuse, that would be too insensitive.
You agreed?
Gu Baiwei lifted her head in joy, saying excitedly.
Watching Gu Baiwei's performance, Gu Shiran couldn't help but pull at the corner of her mouth.
Her sister definitely had a talent for acting, she could win an Oscar by now, right? I knew you were the best, Lin Feng.
Let's go inside.
As she spoke, Gu Baiwei even took Lin Feng's arm, looking proudly at Gu Shiran, like a little princess full of pride. Gu Shiran glanced at her faintly, although she didn't show anything on her face, she admired her sister in her heart. Even though she usually felt a bit put off by her sister's little devilish nature, today she had to give her a thumbs up. Lin Feng, who was being held by Gu Baiwei, had already seen through her little act but continued to pretend he didn't notice. Since a beautiful girl was throwing herself at him, especially a school beauty like Gu Baiwei, he of course couldn't refuse. After returning to the private room, Lin Feng slowly sat down in a chair and said, Miss Gu, please tell me, why are you so insistent on having me join your luxury car club? Gu Shiran knew she couldn't hide it any longer, it was better to be honest with someone like Lin Feng. Because she didn't have any capital in front of Lin Feng. Neither her background nor her wealth had any advantages. Then, Gu Shiran directly revealed the true situation to him. After hearing her story, Lin Feng slowly said, so that's how it is, but what does this have to do with me? If I help you win the competition, wouldn't that indirectly offend the Du family? I have no grievances with the Du family, getting entangled with them because of your matter doesn't seem very worthwhile. Sitting nearby, Gu Baiwei felt a bit anxious. Without waiting for Gu Shiran to speak, she directly said, hey, sis, just quickly say what benefits you can offer, don't drag it on. Lin Feng is right, you don't have any benefits for him, so why should he help you? Gu Shiran naturally knew what Lin Feng meant. She simply didn't want to give anything and expected Lin Feng to help her without any benefits. Now Gu Baiwei had made her point clear, she knew she could no longer remain indifferent. Mr. Lin, how about this? I'm willing to offer you 100 million as a reward. What do you think? Lin Feng shook his head, you should know the situation with the Du family better than I do. Offending the Du family for just 100 million is truly not worth the trouble. It seems Miss Gu still lacks sincerity, so let's drop this matter. Saying this, Lin Feng stood up again, ready to leave. This made Gu Baiwei anxious, and in anger, she directly said, Sister, why don't you just marry Lin Feng? You're really making me speechless with all this hesitating. Ah. As soon as Gu Baiwei spoke, Lin Feng and Gu Shiran were both stunned. Their gazes automatically turned to Gu Baiwei, as if asking, you can't be serious, right? The awkward atmosphere instantly turned ambiguous after Gu Baiwei's words. Gu Baiwei, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Shiran, regaining her senses, couldn't help but grind her teeth and say. What is going on? How did it turn into her marrying Lin Feng out of nowhere? Although Lin Feng was very handsome and the first man to make her feel something, she couldn't just marry him like that. One must nurture feelings first. Pa. What kind of messy thoughts was she having? Gu Shiran couldn't help but silently scold herself for being shameless and lacking restraint. Cultivating feelings? She simply couldn't marry Lin Feng at all. Seeing the atmosphere ease, Gu Baiwei couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Alright, I was just joking. I saw both of you so tense, I thought I'd lighten the mood a bit. Now, everyone should not rush to make a decision. No matter the matter, there is always something to discuss. Let's sit down and talk. If Lin Feng isn't satisfied with what my sister is asking for, we can research it further. Thanks to Gu Baiwei's playful interruption, the atmosphere had indeed calmed down. Soon, the dishes were brought to the table. The three then began to eat and chat in the private room. Gu Baiwei said, Lin Feng, you can state your requirements. As long as my sister can agree, it won't be a problem. You don't know about Du Jianxiang. If my sister marries him, it would definitely be like falling into a fire pit. Du Jianxiang is the eldest son of the Du family, but he has some character defects and is said to have violent tendencies. If my sister marries over, who knows how much suffering she will endure. Moreover, the Du family has long harbored ambitions to swallow our three major families. Although my sister is not the primary heir of the Gu family, she still holds shares of the Gu family. If the Du family reaches into our Gu family's industry, big troubles will surely arise in the future. If my sister has to choose to marry, it would really be better to marry Lin Feng. At least if Lin Feng marries my sister, he won't covet our Gu family's assets like the Du family. After saying this, Gu Baiwei didn't give Lin Feng and Gu Shiran a chance to speak and turned to look at Gu Shiran. Sister, you too. You say you aren't sincere. Lin Feng has helped you so much, and you only offer 100 million as a reward. Does Lin Feng really need that 100 million? You should show some sincerity. If you don't, I won't care anymore. If Lin Feng leaves, let's see who can help you then. Under Gu Baiwei's mediation, Gu Shiran thought for a moment and slowly said, Lin Feng, tell me, what do you want?
As long as I can agree, it won't be a problem.
Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the table, looked at Gu Shiran with a faint smile and said, "My request is very simple. I want half of the shares of the Gu family in your hand."
What? This is impossible.
I hold 10% of the Gu family's shares in my hands.
If I were to give you half, wouldn't that mean you would have 5% of the Gu family shares? That's impossible, I disagree.
Gu Baiyue was also surprised when she heard Lin Feng's request. She never expected Lin Feng to be so demanding.
5% of the Gu family's shares represents something significant. It represents assets worth hundreds of billions. Chapter 71, Huangpu Bay Sales Office.
Seeing that Gu Shiran did not agree, Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders. "Well, since you don't agree, I can only say I'm sorry.
I can't help you with this. Miss Gu, think it over carefully when you go home. If you come to a conclusion, you can find me anytime. Miss Gu should understand that my request is not excessive at all.
Giving me 5% of the Gu family's shares is definitely better than having the Du family take over the entire Gu family." After standing up and saying a sentence, Lin Feng walked straight out. Just outside, he saw the manager, Li Feng, waiting at the door, ready to serve him.
Boss.
Seeing Lin Feng, Li Feng immediately said respectfully. Lin Feng slightly nodded. "All right, I've finished my business here, and you can get back to work."
Okay, boss.
Li Feng respectfully escorted Lin Feng to the outside of the hotel, watching him drive away before turning back to the hotel. After Lin Feng left, only the Gu sisters remained in the private room.
Sister, I think Lin Feng's request is not unreasonable. Compared to the Du family, I feel Lin Feng is much stronger. In the entire Magic City, there's no one else who can help you besides Lin Feng.
Although Lin Feng's request is a bit high, it's still within an acceptable range.
Gu Shiran frowned slightly. "Xiaoye, do you know why I have been holding onto this 10% stake? You should know what it means.
Our eldest brother is completely useless. If the Gu family's business is handed to him, the Gu family is doomed. So I want to use this 10% of the shares to fight for control over the Gu family. But now Lin Feng wants half of my shares. If I don't agree, no one can help me resist the Du family. If I agree, I might lose the chance to control the Gu family."
Thinking of her useless older brother, Gu Baiyue couldn't help but frown. Since childhood, she has looked down on her big brother.
He has no ability, only knows how to squander, yet he is the only male heir of this generation of the Gu family. The future industry of the Gu family will surely be handed over to him. With her brother's worthless character, the Gu family is bound to be finished. Just thinking about it gives her a headache, so Gu Baiyue stops thinking further.
"Sister, I feel you should consider Lin Feng's request more.
I believe agreeing to Lin Feng is much better than marrying Du Jianxiang. Moreover, with 5% of the Gu family's shares, Lin Feng might be able to help us in competing for control of our family.
Swapping 5% of the shares for Lin Feng's help is not a loss. And it's not like you have to sleep with Lin Feng. What is there to struggle with?"
After saying this, Gu Shiran felt like she could smash Gu Baiyue's idea into pieces.
"You little girl, what are you always thinking about? With your kind of character, how did you become the moonlight goddess at school?
If those people knew you like this, your goddess image would probably be ruined."
Gu Baiyue, however, looked indifferent. "In my life, Gu Baiyue acts on my own. I don't need others to comment.
Those people are just a bunch of lickspittles. Whether I am their goddess or not makes no difference.
I won't have any intersection with them." What if Lin Feng finds out? Gu Shiran saw Gu Baiyue's arrogant appearance and couldn't help but want to bring her down a notch. Sister, why don't you keep your mouth shut? If you keep talking like this, I might have to kill you to keep quiet." Hearing that Gu Shiran might tell Lin Feng, Gu Baiyue felt a bit nervous.
She couldn't say whether she liked or disliked Lin Feng, but when Gu Shiran said she would tell Lin Feng about her less than glorious image, she felt a bit flustered. After the two sisters joked around for a while, Gu Shiran's mood improved a bit, and she said, "Xiaoye, what you said is not wrong. It's better to suffer a small harm than a greater one. Rather than let the ambitious Du family harm us, it's better to agree to Lin Feng's request. But I also need to investigate Lin Feng's strength. If he can help me win this bet against Du Jianxiang and also withstand the pressure from the Du family, then agreeing to his request is fine."
"Alright, big sister, you finally came to your senses. Now, just give Lin Feng a call and tell him early to avoid any long dreams at night," Gu Baiyue said slowly. Gu Shiran nodded and directly took out her phone to call Lin Feng.
On the other side, Lin Feng had already driven to the Huangpu Bay sales office. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Gu Shiran's call, and his lips couldn't help but curve into a smile as he answered the call while walking into the sales office. As soon as he entered the sales office, a good-looking female salesperson came up to him.
"Welcome to the Huangpu Bay sales office. May I ask if you are looking to buy a house?"
Lin Feng smiled and gestured to the phone in his hand. The female salesperson understood and nodded. "All right, sir, this way please."
"You can rest for a moment."
In the rest area, Lin Feng directly sat down on the sofa.
Hello, Miss Gu, did you call to come to a decision?
On the other end, Gu Shiran spoke, Mr. Lin, I've made up my mind.
I agree to your request, but I need you to help me win the bet against Du Jianxiang first. If you can win, I can hand over my shares in the Gu family to you.
Lin Feng said lightly, it seems that Miss Gu still doesn't fully trust me.
I never force others. If Miss Gu has sincerity, let's sign a contract directly. If not, then forget it. I do not like others to question me. As long as you give me the shares, I will help you handle everything regarding the bet with Du Jianxiang. I can't guarantee 100% win against Du Jianxiang, but even if I don't win, I have ways to make the Du family behave themselves. So confident?
Gu Shiran was surprised by Lin Feng's words.
A man should never lack confidence.
Lin Feng smiled.
Alright, then I will believe you this time, Mr. Lin.
I will have someone draft the contract and find someone to notarize it, and we will sign the share transfer contract. You can go about your business, and I will contact you later.
Gu Shiran also made up her mind to take a gamble. Alright, I will wait for good news from Miss Gu.
From the moment Lin Feng picked up the phone until the call ended, the female salesperson who was attending him had been standing silently by his side.
Noticing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel very satisfied. Huangpu Bay truly deserves to be one of the top luxury residences in the Magic City.
Leaving aside what the community looks like, even the quality of the staff in the sales office is very impressive. Just when Lin Feng was pleased with the female salesperson, a graceful and beautiful woman walked out of the sales office manager's office. Behind her followed a somewhat plump middle-aged man.
Chapter 72, The Top-Tier Femme Fatale, Xiaowen.
Sitting in the rest area, Lin Feng was completely unaware of the two people who had just walked out of the office. After finishing the call, Lin Feng was preparing to ask the female salesperson to call the manager over. Before he could speak, he saw the woman walking out of the office with a look of surprise on her face.
Lin Feng? After confirming that she wasn't mistaken, a cold smile appeared on the woman's face. Then, the woman in high heels stepped forward towards Lin Feng. Who is this? I can't be mistaken, right?
The woman who walked over started to speak in a sarcastic tone after seeing Lin Feng. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng finally noticed her, and after he recognized her, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This woman was none other than his first love from high school. They had been friends for 3 years during high school, and it was this woman who helped him activate the system. At first, he didn't understand relationships very well and thought that as long as he treated his girlfriend well, he could earn her sincere love in return. Until the day they graduated from high school, he accidentally saw Xiaomin leaving in a BMW, and only then did he realize that his meticulous care for Xiaomin over the past 3 years had not earned him any so-called sincerity. It was from that moment that Lin Feng understood that all genuine feelings were just illusions. To have a woman genuinely follow you, it came down to money, just money. During those 3 years of high school, he not only took care of Xiaomin, but he also spent a lot of money. His family was fairly well off, running a building materials store, and they made several $100,000 in profit each year. In the 3 years he was with Xiaomin, he spent over $100,000 each year. But despite all this, he ultimately couldn't keep Xiaomin, who left with a rich second-generation heir. The last time he heard about Xiaomin was from a high school buddy who told him she went to university in Hangzhou, and then he lost track of her. He never expected that today, they would meet again in the bustling city, and in a high-end property sales office at Huangpu Bay, no less. The female sales representative who was about to attend to Lin Feng, upon seeing Xiaomin approach and hearing her sarcastic remarks, had to swallow back the words she was about to say. This Xiaomin she knew was a new employee who had arrived more than a month ago. However, Xiaomin didn't have a good reputation among the staff at the sales office. It was said that she got in through connections. When she first came to the sales office, Xiaomin acted arrogantly, causing a lot of unpleasantness among her colleagues. Because all of Xiaomin's behavior showed contempt for them. Of course, not everyone was good-tempered. One female sales representative couldn't stand it and ended up arguing with Xiaomin. But before long, that female sales representative was fired. After hearing about this incident, although the other female sales representatives looked down on Xiaomin, nobody dared to offend her anymore. Instead, this behavior made Xiaomin even more arrogant. Though they were all just ordinary salespeople, Xiaomin acted like a leader every day, barking orders at them. Now, the Huangpu Bay sales office was in a chaotic state because of Xiaomin. And the female sales representative realized that Xiaomin and this handsome young man seemed to have a connection. Looking up at Xiaomin, Lin Feng smiled and said, "You weren't mistaken. It's such a coincidence that we meet here." Seeing Lin Feng's handsome face, Xiaomin felt even more flustered inside. "Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Do you know where this place is?" "This is the top luxury property sales office in Magic City. Buying a house here requires financial verification. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, you should leave quickly and not make a fool of yourself here," Xiaomin said with a frown. Lin Feng felt no discomfort from Xiaomen's words. He was not the person he used to be. When he first saw Xiaomen leaving in a BMW, he was almost driven to anger, but now he felt completely calm inside towards Xiaowen. This woman was just a passerby in his memory. Lin Feng nodded. Oh, I see.
If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known this is a top luxury home in Magic City.
I didn't realize that showing a house also requires verifying funds. I really am quite ignorant.
It's not too late to know now. Someone like you will never be able to afford a house here in your lifetime.
I know why you are here, you just want to show off, but you're overthinking it. When it comes time to verify your funds and you can't produce any, that would truly be embarrassing.
Xiaowen said disdainfully.
Just as Xiaowen was speaking, Lin Feng's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Feng answered casually.
Hello Lin Feng, I heard from Gao Lu and the others that you are okay now?
The caller was Jiang Yan. Ever since Lin Feng had an accident during military training, she had been very worried about him. But she was just an ordinary person, there was nothing she could do about Lin Feng's situation even if she wanted to. She could only silently pray that Lin Feng was alright. Hearing that Lin Feng was fine now, she felt a huge relief and quickly called him.
Yeah, I'm fine.
It was just a small matter, I went inside to give a statement and came back out. Lin Feng didn't want Jiang Yan to know too much. Knowing about his issues with the Wang family and the military wouldn't do her any good, it would only make her worry more.
Jiang Yan could be considered his second woman.
As for Xiaowen in front of him, she could barely be counted as his first woman. While talking with Jiang Yan, Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Xiaowen. Though things ended between him and Xiaowen not very well, he didn't feel he had lost too much, at most, he had spent a little money. After all, when Xiaowen was with him, she was still a virgin. And in these 3 years, he had found plenty of joy with Xiaowen. Even though he felt somewhat unwilling and uncomfortable during their breakup, looking back now, he actually felt he had gained rather than lost. Seeing Lin Feng staring at her, Xiaowen frowned.
Lin Feng, I know what you're thinking.
Let me tell you, it's impossible for us now, so you should give up your thoughts.
You are not worthy of me now. Do you know who my current boyfriend is?
His wealth is countless times more than yours, you will never earn even 1/10 of his total assets in your life.
So how do you feel now? Especially uncomfortable and regretful?
It doesn't matter, no matter how much you regret, you will never have me again. Xiaowen stood there talking nonstop, but Lin Feng didn't listen to a word because he was still on the phone with Jiang Yan.
Do you have time now? Lin Feng asked Jiang Yan, holding his phone.
I'm done with classes.
Jiang Yan replied. Okay, since you're done, come find me.
I'm at the Green City Huangpu Bay sales office, we can talk more when you get here.
Chapter 73, Xiaowen's sense of superiority. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked up and said, by the way, what were you saying just now? I was on the phone with my friend and didn't hear you clearly.
Lin Feng's words made the saleswoman standing next to him unable to hold back a laugh.
Xiaowen's face turned pale with anger, and she shot a fierce glare at the saleswoman.
The saleswoman realized that her slip could have offended Xiaowen, but she didn't care, she only had one thought, to let off some steam. She also understood the relationship between Lin Feng and Xiaowen. They were once a couple, but they had broken up. As for what happened in between, based on her understanding of Xiaowen, it was clear that Xiaowen had found a new love and dumped this young man. She could only feel sorry for the young man for 3 seconds. But she also thought that Xiaowen was being too ungrateful. This handsome young man looked so good, and his clothing doesn't seem like that of someone without money.
What is wrong with Xiaowen? How could she possibly dump such a good-looking guy?
A man like him is exactly what she wants but struggles to find. Besides, she noticed that before Lin Feng came in, it seemed like he had arrived in a sports car. That sports car had a Bugatti logo, although she didn't know the model, she knew every Bugatti car is worth a lot. Lin Feng, stop trying to find your so-called sense of existence in front of me. I know you're saying this on purpose, just looking for a bit of self-respect. Let me tell you, you will never have any self-respect in front of me. As for your so-called weak presence, forget it. My boyfriend will come to pick me up from work soon, then you'll see what a real rich person looks like. As Xiaowen was talking to Lin Feng, outside the sales office, a Lamborghini worth tens of millions slowly came to a stop. As soon as the car stopped, the person inside pushed the door open and got out.
Coincidentally, the Lamborghini parked right next to Lin Feng's car. The rich second-generation man, upon seeing Lin Feng's Bugatti Chiron, couldn't help but let out a scream. Wow, is that a Bugatti Chiron? This car is amazing. If I could drive this car, I'd dare to walk sideways in Magic City.
The rich second-generation man walked around Lin Feng's car, and on noticing it was still a new car without a license plate, he felt even more envious.
The person driving it must be very powerful.
Although he was driving a Lamborghini that costs millions, which is more than 99.99% of people in China, someone who can drive a Bugatti Chiron is part of the 0.01% he can't surpass. $1 million car compared to $100 million car isn't just a simple 10 times difference. It's very likely that the other person's fortune is dozens or even hundreds of times greater than his. Because in China, there are many Lamborghinis, but only one Bugatti Chiron. How great would it be if I could get to know such a big shot? Maybe my family could grow even bigger. After being envious for a while, the rich second-generation man reluctantly left. As he left, he took a photo with his phone and sent it directly to the luxury car club group he joined. The luxury car club he joined was actually founded by Gu Shiran. As soon as the man's photo was sent to the group, it caused an instant uproar. This car is incredible, it's the Bugatti Chiron, right? Where did Chen Xiao see this? When did anyone in Magic City buy a Bugatti Chiron? Yeah, isn't the Bugatti Chiron with the Bugatti president? Who has such a great influence to forcibly buy it from the president? Ha, Li Xiao, you're right on the mark. This car indeed matches what you're saying, you'd need some force to acquire it. The Bugatti president doesn't lack money, even offering more won't make him sell it to you. The only way to buy it from him is to have extraordinary strength. I guess the owner of this car must be some powerful third-generation wealthy person in our country, someone from the P class. If it were not for that kind of third-generation young master, no one would have such strength, right? In no time, discussions in the luxury car club group were non-stop. And in the group, Gu Shiran and her sister naturally saw the discussions. Sister, is this Lin Feng's car? Gu Baiyue, sitting on the sofa in Gu Shiran's office, asked while holding her phone. Hearing Gu Baiyue's words, Gu Shiran, who was handling documents, looked up. He couldn't help but pick up his phone to look. After seeing the messages in the group, he nodded and said, "It's Lin Feng's car." In the Magic City and even the whole of Huaxia, Lin Feng's car is unique. What is Lin Feng doing at the Green City Huangpu Bay sales office? Gu Baiyue began to show her cleverness. Sis, I think Lin Feng must be going to buy a house, right? He wouldn't be without a house in the Magic City, would he? Should I give him a call? I can let him stay in my house for a while? Gu Shiran raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Baiyue. He lives in your house, and where do you live? Gu Baiyue said, I also live in my own house. My house has many rooms. I can reluctantly let him stay for a while. Gu Shiran saw right through Gu Baiyue's thoughts. Gu Baiyue, it seems you're truly getting out of line. You are the young lady of the Gu family. What does it mean to let a man live in your home? Do you even have any shame left? Seeing her sister's grim expression, Gu Baiyue felt quite pleased. Sis, you misunderstood. I want Lin Feng to stay at my house, not to get closer to him, but to improve our relationship with Lin Feng in the future. Gu Shiran said coldly, don't try to argue here. I will never let you do that. I have a vacant apartment in Tangcheniping, which should be suitable for Lin Feng's status. Let him stay there. This matter is settled, and don't give me any more nonsense. Ha? Gu Baiyue was completely stunned, then looked at Gu Shiran suspiciously. Sis, are you serious? I remember you usually go there to stay, right? What kind of look is that? Do you think your sister is as dirty-minded as you? I'm much more reserved than you. Just as the two sisters were discussing who would let Lin Feng stay with them in the office, the rich second generation who drove the Lamborghini also walked into the sales office. As soon as he entered the sales office, he immediately spotted Xiaowen standing in front of Lin Feng. And Xiaowen seemed to sense something, her gaze turned towards the entrance of the sales office. Honey, you're here. Hearing Xiaowen call out, Chen Kai walked over with a smile. Wife, what are you doing here? At this time, the middle-aged man who had walked out of the office with Xiaowen noticed Chen Kai and couldn't help but greet him. Young Master Chen is here. In response to the middle-aged man's greeting, Chen Kai nodded. Manager Su, not busy today? Has young Master Wang not come? The young Master Wang mentioned by Chen Kai was the son of the director of the Huaxia Company, which developed the Green City Huangpu Bay project. Since young Master Wang's family also came from the wealthy business community in Hangzhou, Chen Kai, a rich second generation from Hangzhou, was acquainted with him. Coincidentally, since Xiaowen was dating Chen Kai, he had asked young Master Wang to help arrange a job for her at Green City Huangpu Bay. Thanks to young Master Wang's connections, once Xiaowen arrived at the sales office, she was very high profile, treating herself like a leader despite being an ordinary salesperson. Her reputation at the entire Huangpu Bay sales office was quite poor. But Xiaowen didn't care at all. After all, she had someone backing her, so what was there to fear? The middle-aged man was the manager of the Huangpu Bay sales office. Hearing Chen Kai's words, he slowly said, there aren't many clients looking at houses today, not too busy. Young Master Chen, are you here to pick up your girlfriend? Chen Kai nodded, yes, it's almost time to get off work. Young Master Wang is having a small gathering with friends, and he called me, so I thought I would take Xiaowen along. Young Master Wang is treating to a meal? Xiaowen's eyes lit up at the thought of attending young Master Wang's gathering. Young Master Wang's circle is all upper-class people. If she could be part of that circle, she would also be considered part of the upper society in the future. Thinking of this, Xiaowen couldn't help but turn her head and look disdainfully at Lin Feng. Fortunately, she didn't continue to be with Lin Feng back then. How could she have such an opportunity if she had stayed with him? Chen Kai also saw the disdain in Xiaowen's eyes and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Wife, who is this person? Do you know him?" Xiaowen replied lightly, "A high school classmate. We ran into each other today and just said a couple of words." "Oh, a high school classmate." Chen Kai stepped forward, looking down from above, and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Chen Kai." Lin Feng looked at Chen Kai's outstretched hand without moving, instead smiling lightly at him and asking, "Are you Xiaowen's boyfriend?" Seeing that Lin Feng didn't acknowledge him, Chen Kai's face turned a bit ugly. "Yes, I am Xiaowen's boyfriend." "What do you mean by that?" "I am giving you face, yet it seems you are not giving me face at all." Chen Kai was used to being high and mighty. Although he couldn't tell what brand Lin Feng was wearing, he guessed it wasn't something high-end. After all, he had some knowledge of those luxury brands. If Lin Feng were wearing designer clothes, he would have recognized them at first glance. So when facing Lin Feng, a sense of superiority naturally rose in him, and he spoke somewhat rudely. Lin Feng shook his head. "It's not that I am not giving you face, but rather that you do not have the qualification to make me give you face. If you want to get to know me, your status isn't enough." "Ha!" When Chen Kai heard Lin Feng's words, he felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Kid, are you joking with me? I don't have the qualification to know you? What are you even? Do you really think just because I give you some face, you can act all high and mighty?" Seeing Lin Feng disrespecting Chen Kai like this, Xiaowen also jumped in to criticize. "Lin Feng, what do you mean by that? Just because I dumped you back then, you feel uncomfortable and want to embarrass me today? You are really a petty man. My decision to leave you was the right one. If I had stayed with someone as small-minded as you, I could never have achieved what I have today. Do you know where Chen Kai has taken me since we got together? Do you know how much the things he bought for me cost? Do you know how much this bag I have is worth? It's worth more than your family's income for 2 years. You better apologize to Chen Xiao, or you will have a hard time today." Xiaowen stood protectively in front of Chen Kai, scolding Lin Feng like a hen protecting her chicks. Lin Feng gave Xiaowen a faint glance. "I truly don't know how much your bag costs because I've never had a notion of money. And now that you are like this, I feel a bit sad for you. I thought you were doing well, but it turns out you have just moved from ordinary to a slightly bigger circle. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were thriving. To be honest, I haven't had feelings for you for a long time. If you hadn't appeared in front of me today, I wouldn't even remember who you are. As for deliberately causing trouble for you too, how idle do you think I would have to be to do that? We are from 2 different worlds, speaking to you is a waste of breath. Since you have to shove your face close for me to hit it, I can only fulfill your wish." "Ah, that's really too funny. What do you think you are? Do you really think you have the qualification to slap us in the face? Even a bit of my pocket money can break your legs. Kid, if you apologize to me now, it will still be not too late, otherwise, I can't guarantee what the consequences will be." Chen Kai crossed his arms and stood there, laughing coldly. Lin Feng nodded. "All right, I will wait here for you to break my legs. I want to see if you have the strength to do it. Kid, I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Okay, just you wait." After saying this, "Bring the brothers over here, I'm in a bit of trouble, help me solve this." On the phone, a sinister-faced middle-aged man said, "Chen Kai, what happened? Something's going on?" "Okay, I'll bring my people over now, just wait for me a moment." "Alright, second brother, I'll be waiting for you at the Huangpu Bay sales office in Green City." After hanging up the phone, Chen Kai wore a mocking expression. "Kid, if you have guts, wait here for me, just watch how I deal with you today. You worthless Pan Jun really think you're something? Do you know there are some people you can't mess with? If something happens today, don't blame me." Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with these people anymore, talking to them was just a waste of breath. Just as Lin Feng and the others were in a standoff, a graceful figure walked in from outside the sales office. Zhang Yan walked in, first glancing around, and after spotting Lin Feng in the rest area, she hurried over with a worried look. "Lin Feng, are you okay?" Zhang Yan was still worried about what happened during the military training at school. Seeing Lin Feng, her first question was whether he was alright. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, a smile returned to Lin Feng's face. "You're here." Zhang Yan walked over, completely ignoring everyone else, and sat close to Lin Feng with a concerned expression. "Are you really fine? Last time, the situation got pretty serious, and people at school said you might not get to return. Why didn't you tell me when you came out? I was so worried." Seeing Zhang Yan's genuine concern, Lin Feng secretly nodded in approval. His trust in Zhang Yan increased a bit. He was with Zhang Yan mainly because of her beauty. As for feelings, he had never really had any. However, after this incident, he did develop some feelings for her.
Don't worry, I'm fine, I just got a bit busy and didn't have time to tell you.
Since Jiang Yan came in, everyone's gaze had been on her. It wasn't that Jiang Yan was anything special, it was just that she was stunningly beautiful. Xiaowen could barely be counted as a beauty, with some dressing up, she could score around 85 points.
But Jiang Yan could easily score 90 points without any makeup.
And today, she had put in some effort to dress up, definitely surpassing 90. Though Xiaowen and Jiang Yan were only about 10 points apart in looks, they were worlds apart.
Women who scored over 90 were basically goddess level.
85 points was at best considered a beauty, far from goddess status.
Seeing Jiang Yan, Xiaowen couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Heh, where did this little girl come from? Did she dress up as a rich second generation?
I know your family situation, how could such a woman be fooled into falling for him?
You don't know how much effort it took.
Beauty, let me tell you, you better stay away from him, he's no rich man. Don't end up with nothing in the end.
Hearing Xiaowen's words, Jiang Yan frowned. Who are you? When did my affairs require your management? I know Lin Feng a lot better than you do. You say he's a scammer, go ahead and try to scam me. See that Bugatti Divo outside?
That car is worth 120 million, if you don't know, you can check online. Tell me, how can someone who drives a car worth over 100 million be a scammer?
Even if you're rich, you couldn't rent such a car, right? Would you rent out a car worth 100 million?
When Jiang Yan was with Lin Feng, she was gentle. But when it came to others, she was not gentle at all. If she didn't have a bit of character, how could she possibly be the vice president of the student council? Standing there with a cold smile was Chen Kai. After hearing Jiang Yan's words, his face immediately turned ugly. At the same time, a sense of foreboding began to rise in his heart.
Wait a minute, what did you say? You said that Bugatti Black Knight is his car? Chen Kai suddenly spoke, asking Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan calmly replied, if it's not Lin Feng's car, then could it be yours? Impossible, this is impossible. How could he afford a Bugatti Black Knight? There is only one in the whole world.
Chen Kai mumbled to himself, as if he had lost his mind.
Honey, what's wrong with you? What kind of car is the Black Knight? Is this car really that impressive? Xiaowen didn't understand cars.
She only knew women's brands and had no knowledge about cars, so she didn't know what Bugatti Black Knight represented.
Chen Kai looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. We might be finished.
I just received news today. Our club's owner said a supreme member is joining, and they drive a Bugatti Black Knight. If there's no second Bugatti Black Knight in the world, then this supreme member must be him.
This is the supreme member.
Our club is one of the 2 top luxury car clubs in Magic City, and those who can become members are either rich or noble.
Even if I drive a Lamborghini Aventador, I'm just a diamond member in the club.
There are still gold diamond members and supreme members above me. Gold diamond members not only need to have luxury cars but also must have enough background. As for the supreme member, there is only one in the entire club. The supreme member's status is even higher than our boss's.
Do you know who our club's boss is? She's the eldest daughter of the Gu family, one of the 4 major families in Magic City. Higher than the Gu family's status, I can't even imagine it.
At this point, Chen Kai immediately apologized to Lin Feng without hesitation. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the supreme member of our club.
Please, don't hold it against me. Can you forgive me this time?
Seeing Chen Kai immediately back down, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. He had expected that someone like Chen Kai, a second-generation rich kid, wouldn't easily admit his mistakes. Even if he knew he was wrong, he would still persist. But unexpectedly, Chen Kai was so quick to give in. Lin Feng calmly said, it seems a bit late for you to realize your mistake, doesn't it? Your people are already here. While Lin Feng was speaking, the second brother called by Chen Kai had already brought 7 or 8 little brothers into the sales office.
Seeing the second brother entering, Chen Kai quickly went to greet him. Second brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm really sorry for troubling you to come here. Everything is fine now, you can go back. How much is it? I'll send the money over. Damn, are you messing with me? Now that I'm here, you tell me everything is fine?
The man called second brother couldn't help but curse and then said coldly, fine, since you're saying that, I'll save some trouble.
It's 50,000, send me the money. If it's even 1 cent short, you'd better watch out.
Okay, second brother, don't worry.
I wouldn't dare owe anyone, especially not you. Hearing Chen Kai's words, second brother turned and left with his men.
After sending second brother away, Chen Kai walked back, looking as humble as possible. Although he was a bit spoiled, he wasn't a fool. He couldn't afford to offend someone like Lin Feng.
If he did, not only would he suffer, but even his family would be dragged into it. People like Lin Feng could shake the whole of Magic City with a stump.
Even though his family had some power, it was nothing compared to Lin Feng's. Seeing how humble Chen Kai was, Xiaowen still didn't understand what was going on. It wasn't that she didn't get it, but she just couldn't bring herself to believe it. She naturally knew Lin Feng. Wasn't his family just running a small construction materials store? The annual income is only a few $100,000, which is considered a bit of money locally, but it's nothing compared to Chen Kai. Chen Kai's family owns an industry worth billions, and their liquid assets are in the hundreds of millions. After hearing that Lin Feng drove a car, Chen Kai was so shocked he could hardly believe it. If Chen Kai clenched his teeth, he could probably afford that car of Lin Feng's, right? Why was he so scared?
Chapter 76, Xiaowen's Little Thoughts. Husband, why are you begging him? What's so scary about him? Even if he has money now, he's just a nouveau riche. How powerful could he possibly be?
Xiaowen didn't believe that Lin Feng could change this much in less than a year. It must be an act, that car was probably borrowed from somewhere. Hearing Xiaowen's words, Chen Kai's face turned ashen, and without hesitation, he slapped her across the face.
Damn it, shut up.
If you dare speak out of turn again, I'll tear your mouth apart.
You dare hit me?
Xiaowen covered her half-red face where Chen Kai had slapped her, with disbelief on her face. Her eyes were filled with tears, looking as pitiful as possible. Chen Kai showed no sympathy, but instead glared at her fiercely. He didn't look away until Xiaowen dared not meet his gaze. After turning his head, Chen Kai no longer looked fierce, instead, a cautious expression returned to his face.
Mr. Lin, my wife is ignorant. I've already taught her a lesson.
Please, for the sake of your kindness, don't take this to heart. Looking at Chen Kai, Lin Feng said indifferently, actually, you're quite reasonable.
You just found yourself an unreasonable woman. Here's some advice, keep your distance from her. Otherwise, she might drag you down in the future. Alright, I'm in a good mood today. You can go now.
By the way, don't let this woman show up here again, or don't blame me for being rude.
Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll leave right now.
After saying this, Chen Kai thanked him and quickly dragged Xiaowen away. It wasn't until they left the sales office that Chen Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Xiaowen and coldly said, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get in the car." After speaking, Chen Kai walked directly to his Lamborghini. After being slapped by Chen Kai, Xiaowen was a bit scared and didn't dare hesitate. She quickly followed him into the car. As soon as they sat in the car, Chen Kai's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Kai quickly answered.
Hello, Xiao Kai, what are you doing? Qin is about to arrive.
If you don't come soon, there's no point in coming.
The caller was Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, I'm sorry, something unexpected happened here. I'll be there right away. Unexpected? What kind of unexpected thing? Wang Xiao asked in confusion.
Chen Kai explained what had happened in the sales office.
After listening, Wang Xiao said, "Did you say that person's name was Lin Feng?"
While starting the car, Chen Kai replied, "Yes, Wang Xiao, my girlfriend Xiaowen is classmates with him. She said his name is Lin Feng."
Wang Xiao said in a deep voice, "Looks like you're lucky. Do you know who Lin Feng is?"
I forgot to tell you, I just received news that the Green City Huangpu Bay project developed by our company has been bought outright by him.
What? Huangpu Bay was bought outright by him?
Hearing this news, Chen Kai, who was driving, was so shocked that he slammed on the brakes. Wang Xiao's news almost scared him to death. The Green City Huangpu Bay is an area where each house can easily be worth over 100 million top-tier luxury homes.
In fact, in the luxury rankings of Magic City, it's even above Thompson.
To take over the entire Huangpu Bay project, you need at least tens of billions, or it's impossible. At this moment, Chen Kai's back was soaked in cold sweat, and he secretly felt relieved that he had admitted his mistake early.
If I were a little later, I might have serious trouble. Alright, people like this are not someone we can provoke.
It's nothing to suffer a little grievance, but if we offend them deeply, it's no longer just a small matter of grievance.
It could lead to your whole family going bankrupt.
Chen Kai strongly resonated with Wang Xiao's words. Indeed, he should be thankful that he hadn't offended Lin Feng too deeply. Otherwise, with the power to take over the entire Huangpu Bay project, he could easily take his life.
Okay, Wang Xiao, I understand.
Lin Feng hasn't made things difficult for me.
He probably won't come looking for trouble in the future. Good, then hurry over. I'll introduce you to Brother Qin. Isn't your family planning to develop in Magic City? Although Brother Qin's family isn't as good as the four major families, they are still the top tier below them. If you can build a good relationship with Brother Qin, your family's plans to develop in Magic City will definitely go smoothly. Alright, thank you, Wang Xiao. Chen Kai said gratefully. Why are you so polite with me? We grew up together. Of course I'll help you.
After Wang Xiao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chen Kai restarted the car and rushed towards the restaurant. At this time, Xia Min, who had been sitting silently in the passenger seat, was completely lost in thought. She never expected that less than a year after parting ways with Lin Feng, he would have such a tremendous change. She didn't believe Lin Feng could have developed like this only after they separated. He must have been hiding his true identity all along. His family must have had such power while he was with her. Xia Min felt secretly angry. Lin Feng, you heartless person. Your family is so wealthy, yet you still want to pretend to be poor in front of me. If you had told me sooner, how could I have possibly broken up with you? Then she started to plot. She couldn't just let Lin Feng go like this. Even if they had broken up, she had to get something from him. Her family was from the same place as Lin Feng's, and when she had the chance, she could just call her family and send them to Lin Feng's house to cause a scene. She didn't believe Lin Feng's family could withstand her family's disturbance. Surely they would compensate to keep the peace. Thinking of this, Xia Min began to calculate how much money would be appropriate. From what she heard in Chen Kai's conversation with Wang Xiao, Lin Feng actually had the ability to take over the Green City Huangpu Bay, worth hundreds of billions. At that time, asking for 1 billion or 800 million wouldn't be excessive, right? What are you thinking about? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Chen Kai, who was driving, frowned when he noticed no one was responding to him. Snapped out of her reverie, Xia Min hurriedly said, "Hubby, what did you say? I didn't hear you just now." Chen Kai's face showed displeasure. "I said when we arrive at the restaurant, don't say anything reckless. Today, Wang Xiao invited important people, and it's about whether my family can develop in Magic City. Don't ruin it for me." Hearing Chen Kai's words, Xia Min felt unhappy. She was still bitter about the slap Chen Kai gave her earlier at the sales office. However, she wasn't ready to confront Chen Kai yet, so she suppressed her discontent and nodded, saying, "Okay, hubby, I won't say anything reckless." After speaking, Xia Min secretly thought that once she got the money from Lin Feng, she would definitely dump that worthless man. Chapter 77, This is a top-notch mansion. On the other side, after Xia Min and Chen Kai left, Lin Feng calmly said to the sales manager, "You can quit now. Take your things and leave here immediately." The sales manager, who was the middle-aged man who greeted Chen Kai earlier, was so scared by Lin Feng's words that his legs went weak. "Boss, I was wrong. Give me one more chance, I promise I will never make the same mistake again." The middle-aged man begged. Lin Feng shook his head faintly, "You don't have a chance anymore. If you don't leave now, I'll have someone send you away." Seeing that Lin Feng had made up his mind, the middle-aged man dared not say anything more. After packing up his personal belongings in the office, he left the sales office in disgrace. At this moment, all the staff in the sales office looked at Lin Feng with shock. They never expected that Lin Feng was the owner of Green City Huangpu Bay. Immediately, their gazes were filled with awe. Lin Feng turned his head and pointed at the female sales representative who had greeted him earlier. "From now on, you will be the manager of the sales office. I think you did a good job." The female sales representative, who had been following Lin Feng since he entered, was stunned when she heard that Lin Feng wanted her to be the sales office manager. She never expected that the pie falling from the sky would land right on her head. Being the sales office manager of Green City Huangpu Bay meant an annual salary of $1 million. After coming to her senses, the female sales representative excitedly said, "Boss, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will work hard and not let you down." Lin Feng nodded, "Yes, I'll see your performance. As long as you manage the sales office well, I'll increase your salary." Lin Feng was different from other company bosses. Other bosses would try all kinds of ways to exploit their employees' labor, but would not want to give much salary. But Lin Feng didn't care about how much the salary was. As long as the employees could make money for him, paying more salary was not a problem. The ability of employees was more important than their salary. As long as the employees had the ability, the money earned would far exceed the salary paid. This was his consistent principle. As for how others did things, he didn't care. He just did things according to his own way. After handling everything, Lin Feng took Jiang Yan to the property model. He smiled and said to Jiang Yan, "Senior, take a look. Is there a place you like? I'll give it to you." "Huh? Give it to me?" Jiang Yan didn't expect that Lin Feng was actually going to give her a house in Green City Huangpu Bay. Although she wasn't from Magic City, she had heard of the luxurious reputation of Green City Huangpu Bay. Each of these houses costs over 100 million, and Lin Feng was actually going to give her one directly. At that moment, Jiang Yan was deeply moved. What good deeds had she done in her past life to meet a man like Lin Feng in this life? Lin Feng smiled and nodded, "Yes, I'm giving it to you. As my woman, you should wear good clothes and live in a good place. When I have time, I will also get you a car."
You won't need to live at school anymore. You can move here and just drive back and forth to school. Actually, it didn't matter who Jiang Yan was. He had plenty of money anyway. As long as Jiang Yan followed him wholeheartedly, he wouldn't be stingy with the money.
Whether she was a gold digger or a green tea, it didn't matter. As long as she didn't do anything to betray him, he would provide her with a car and a house. He didn't care if women liked his money. The simpler the better, so he could save some trouble. Jiang Yan had put a lot of effort into climbing into Lin Feng's bed, but she was, in fact, after the money.
She couldn't deny this. There was nothing shameful about it. She could confidently say that 90% of women in the world liked money. As for those women who always said they only wanted love and didn't like money, it was because they had never met a rich man, or perhaps their looks weren't good enough to find one. They said they didn't like money only because of this. When a woman is pursued by a rich, handsome man and a poor, unattractive man, she can be sure that the woman will choose the rich, handsome one. Jiang Yan was not pretentious, because she knew that being pretentious would only make Lin Feng feel disgusted. Soon, Jiang Yan chose a house in a good location. Lin Feng straightforwardly asked the salesperson to bring the house keys. The two of them directly left the sales office and headed to the Green City Huangpu Bay community. The houses in Huangpu Bay were mostly one lift per household. The privacy was excellent, also due to this privacy, many stars and CEOs chose to live here. After driving to the entrance of the community, Lin Feng showed the owners information. The community security quickly opened the gate and helped Lin Feng register the license plate. Lin Feng not only bought a house for Jiang Yan but also arranged 2 parking spaces for her. In such top luxury residences, purchasing parking spaces is usually limited, mostly 1 parking space per house. However, Lin Feng was the owner of Huangpu Bay, so how many parking spaces he wanted depended entirely on his mood. Buying 2 parking spaces for Jiang Yan should be enough, so he didn't ask for too many spaces. After parking the car, the two entered the elevator and made their way upstairs. When they arrived upstairs, the elevator door opened to a huge elevator hall. Then there was an impressive entrance door. Being called a top luxury residence means not only the house is high, but the decoration is also top-notch. Just this entrance door alone is worth millions. As the entrance door opened, there was a beautifully decorated foyer, with a cloakroom and storage room on either side. The cloakroom and storage room were no smaller than the bedroom. The cloakroom had cabinets for clothes and shelves for placing luxury items. A whole wall was transformed into a luxury goods cabinet. Filling this cabinet would take at least tens of millions. This is the world of the rich. The life of the rich is beyond your imagination. Placing luxury goods worth millions is just ordinary for rich people. Based on Lin Feng's scale, if he were to fill the cabinet for Jiang Yan, those luxury items would definitely not be just 10 to 8 million. These things could be decided when they go shopping together later. Luxury limited editions from Hermes and women's bags worth over $1 million are things he surely wanted to prepare for Jiang Yan. After leaving the foyer, there was a spacious and bright living room. The furniture in the living room was all world-famous brands. Bulgari sofa. Tea table jointly released by Hermes. And $1 million TV released by Samsung, the same model used by that principal wine before. On either side of the living room were the dining room and bedroom. The dining table and chairs were all custom made by Armani. Each table and chair was worth tens of thousands each. After Lin Feng and Jiang Yan finished touring the entire house, Jiang Yan was completely shocked. The world of the rich is truly something you can't even imagine. Chapter 78, Driving a Sports Car, Eating Street Food. Looking at the luxurious house, Jiang Yan never thought she would live in such a mansion one day. At the same time, she realized how lucky she was to meet Lin Feng. Now, Jiang Yan was already so deeply in love with Lin Feng that she couldn't help herself. Perhaps if Lin Feng asked her to die, she wouldn't hesitate at all. Lin Feng, I love you. After admiring the mansion, Jiang Yan suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Feng with deep affection in her eyes. Lin Feng smiled and immediately picked Jiang Yan up around the waist. How do you want to love me? Lying in Lin Feng's arms, a blush appeared on Jiang Yan's face. More than an hour later, the perfectly built Lin Feng stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the river view outside. The scenery along both sides of the Huangpu River is the most beautiful place in the night view of Magic City. Just across the river is Lujiazui, a prosperous gathering place for the rich. Although he had seen the prosperity of the Huangpu River countless times online. But at the moment he truly saw this in reality, he was still incredibly shocked. However, for him now, it was just shock. As for any ambition or aspiration, he no longer needed it. Because he was already standing at the pinnacle of the magical city, and the ambitions of ordinary people were already at his fingertips. Footsteps came from behind, and after regaining her composure, Jiang Yan got out of bed and hugged Lin Feng from behind. In this moment, Jiang Yan was overwhelmed with happiness. Are you hungry? Lin Feng said softly. After being with you, I can no longer feel hunger. Jiang Yan said with her eyes squinted in enjoyment. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Meals should be eaten on time, otherwise, how can your body be good? You've already struggled just in this little time, how will you accompany me in the future? Hearing this, Jiang Yan's face was instantly filled with shyness. You naughty, what kind of wolfish words are you saying? Alright, let's go eat. Let's call Gao Lu and the others, and go out to hang out together. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around to pick up the phone on the bedside and called Gao Lu. As soon as the call connected, Gao Li's voice came through. Boss, you finally remembered me. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Stop joking, come out to eat. Okay, boss, we've been training for military exercises these past 2 days, our mouths are almost going dry. Boss, tell us what to eat, we'll be there right away. Gao Lu said quickly. I remember there's a snack street behind our school, let's go eat there. If we always go to high-end restaurants, there's no atmosphere. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He recalled hearing about the snack street when he first came to school. After night classes, the students from the school would go to the snack street to eat. Alright, boss, we'll wait for you there. After the two hung up, Lin Feng and Jiang Yan put on their clothes and drove to the snack street. The business school wasn't independent, there were many other schools nearby. So this snack street was also very popular, with many students from various schools coming here to eat. It was already evening, and the snack street had reached its peak period. The big stalls on both sides of the snack street were already filled with many people. The trio of Gao Lu, who arrived first, finally found a spot at a barbecue restaurant. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived in his car with Jiang Yan. With the arrival of the Bugatti Divo, countless gazes were drawn. Wow, isn't that the Bugatti Divo? Someone recognized Lin Feng's car and exclaimed. Amazing, that's a big shot right there. This car is worth over 100 million online, being able to drive this kind of car, no doubt he's a big shot. I think I know the owner of this car, he's a freshman at our business college, Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Some students from other schools didn't know Lin Feng. Hearing the comment from the business college student, they looked puzzled. The business college student felt proud to know Lin Feng and began to introduce his exploits. On the first day of school, he flew in by helicopter and even jumped down from 5 meters high. Just this explosive news was enough to shock countless people speechless. Then there was the matter of him receiving a luxury car worth over 100 million right at the school gate. And then the rumors with one of the 4 school beauties, the moonlight goddess Gubayue. Lastly, the incident of him beating up 9 instructors during military training. Once the business college student finished sharing Lin Feng's exploits, everyone was left dumbfounded. Wow, that's just too impressive. He beat up 9 instructors and nothing happened, his background must be incredibly strong. This is just the beginning. Although Lin Feng just started school, I predict that Lin Feng will become the top figure in our school, and discussions about whether Lin Feng is the campus heartthrob have already begun on our school forum. Lin Feng's votes to become the school prince were dozens of times more than the opposing votes. It seemed that becoming our school's prince was a sure thing. Doesn't your school already have a prince? I heard the prince is the student council president, LVE? Now that Lin Feng has become the prince, what will happen to LVE? Will they take away LVE's title of prince? Hearing some news from the finance school, other students could not help but ask their doubts. The finance student shook his head. That shouldn't be the case, but I estimate they will probably name 2 princes. Someone proposed that the princes be divided into one black and one white. The white prince is LVE and the black prince is Lin Feng. Ah. That name is too cheesy, right? The white and black combination feels a bit like a gang, you know? Some people felt that this title was not very nice, frowning as they spoke. Actually, it's quite fitting. Senior LV, he is gentle and cultured, and he's a model student in our school. In every major school exam, Senior LV he always gets first place, he's simply a top student. And Lin Feng is called black because he is too violent. I heard Lin Feng's temper is not that good, and he is very aloof. I think these 2 titles suit them. While everyone was discussing, Lin Feng got out of the car with Jiang Yan. Wherever he passed, there were gazes everywhere. Lin Feng's handsomeness had reached the limit of Eastern men. And Jiang Yan's beauty, though not top tier, was also goddess level. Together, they were a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was a scene wherever they went. This young man is so handsome. If I could have a boyfriend like that, I would be willing to give him my ribs to make soup. Yeah, even though I already have a partner, I wouldn't mind having one more. If the young man is willing, then being faithful in marriage is nothing. Chapter 79, This is a snack street, not an ovulation street. Puff. A group of women's lewd words made the surrounding men almost spit out what they were about to eat. Hey, I say, ladies, could you be a bit more reserved? This is a snack street, not an ovulation street. Can we enjoy our meal in peace? Facing the curious gazes around, Lin Feng didn't care at all, leading Jiang Yan to the meeting place with Gao Lu and the others. Boss, over here. Seeing Lin Feng and Jiang Yan coming over, Gao Lu quickly stood up, waving and calling out. Seeing Gao Lu, Lin Feng and Jiang Yan walked over. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Jiang Yan together, Gao Li's roommates showed ambiguous expressions. Boss, Senior Jiang, are you official now?
Lin Feng smiled lightly. You know too much, it's easy to get silenced.
Ha ha.
Lin Feng's words made everyone laugh out loud.
Then Gao Li shouted loudly for the waiter.
Soon, a beautiful waitress in a work uniform with an apron tied around her waist walked over. The waitress was very pretty, and in terms of looks, she didn't fall short of Jiang Yan at all.
Seeing this woman, Jiang Yan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Gao Li's three companions also showed strange expressions on their faces.
Seeing this scene, Lin Feng curiously asked, "What's wrong with you all? Why that expression?"
The most talkative among them, Gao Lu, began to explain. Boss, you haven't been at school lately, so you don't quite understand.
Do you know who this waitress is?
Lin Feng shook his head. Stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me.
She is Xiao Weiwei. Gao Lu said. Xiao Weiwei? Who is Xiao Weiwei?
Lin Feng looked puzzled.
She's the student council president and the girlfriend of the prince, LV He. Gao Lu explained. So it's her. If Gao Lu hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have recognized Xiao Weiwei. He had heard of LV He's name. After all, with Gao Lu in the dorm, he had learned about some of the prominent figures at school on his first day. I have also told him about Lu He's story. He is the former campus superstar who once drove a Lamborghini Poison to school.
Of course, the current superstar has long changed, and this person is naturally Lin Feng. Soon, amidst the busyness, Xiao Weiwei came over with the menu and an order pad.
Hello, may I ask what you would like to eat?
Xiao Weiwei very politely handed the menu to Lin Feng and the others, holding the order pad and a pen as she asked.
Xiao Weiwei also saw Jiang Yan, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face.
Weiwei, hello. As two beauties under the four great school flowers, they naturally knew each other. Now, Jiang Yan was no longer the same as before. The clothes she wore were all brand names, worth hundreds of thousands altogether. Naturally, this was a gift from Lin Feng. Although the clothes were not directly given by Lin Feng, the money to buy them was given by him. Last time at the Peace Hotel, Lin Feng had gifted Jiang Yan a necklace worth 50 million and 100 million in cash. This outfit was purchased by Jiang Yan with the 100 million pocket money Lin Feng had given her.
Sister Yan, hello.
Xiao Weiwei also politely greeted her.
Jiang Yan asked in confusion, Weiwei, why are you working here? Aren't you dating Lu He? He surely wouldn't let you work, right?
Xiao Weiwei shook her head and said, I don't like relying on others, and coming out to work makes life more meaningful, so I found a job. Usually, after school in the evening, I come here to do part-time work.
Waitress. Just as Xiao Weiwei was talking to Jiang Yan, someone called for the waitress from afar. Xiao Weiwei quickly responded, then placed the order pad and pen on the table.
Sorry, please order here yourself, I need to attend to someone else, I'll be back shortly. Seeing Xiao Weiwei so busy, Lin Feng and the others didn't mind, and they kindly let her go.
After Xiao Weiwei left, Gao Lu nodded and said, this Xiao Weiwei is truly a good girl, self-reliant.
I don't know what Lu He thinks, having such a good girlfriend but still letting her work. Jiang Yan shook her head. Do you think Lu He is a good person? Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Gao Li's gossip instincts rose instantly, and he guessed there must be some insider information he didn't know about. Thinking about it, Jiang Yan was the vice president of the student council, while Lu He was the president. They must have a lot of interactions in their work and know more than he did.
Senior, tell me, is there any gossip about Lu He?
Jiang Yan nodded and said, as far as I know, Lu He has been involved with so many women behind the scenes, he just hasn't been exposed yet. In the council, Lu He has secretly had flings with many girls. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him, which is why I didn't say anything. Upon hearing this, Gao Lu couldn't help but say, Lu He really is worthless. Having such a beautiful girlfriend like Weiwei, yet still being greedy for other women, he's a total scumbag. If I had a girlfriend as beautiful as Weiwei, I wouldn't even look at another girl for my whole life. Sitting nearby, Sun Hao, however, did not indulge Gao Lu at all.
Don't be so full of yourself.
You've never had her. If you did, you'd probably end up just like Lu He after a while. Just as Lin Feng and the others were chatting, a sudden commotion arose from afar.
Xiao Weiwei shouted loudly, what are you doing? If you lay a hand on me, I will call the police.
Over at a distant table sat several young men with a heavy social vibe. All of them were covered in tattoos. One of the young men, slender and probably weighing just over 100 pounds, had a half-completed shoulder dragon tattoo, making it look like a broken dragon, probably due to the pain he stopped getting it finished. The skinny young man was wearing tight pants and a pair of flat shoes. Among the crowd, he was the most capable of causing trouble. The skinny young man, emboldened by drink, stood up and said, "Damn, acting all high and mighty, my boss likes you, sitting down to drink with him is your honor."
Do you know who my boss is?
Just ask around the streets north and south of this school area, who doesn't know my boss?
You drink this cup with my boss, and everything will be fine, but if you don't drink, don't blame me for being rude.
At this moment, the barbecue shop owner, hearing the commotion, came out and directly blocked the two of them, saying kindly, "Little brother, don't be angry, how about I treat you all to this meal?"
Damn, who do you think you are? You think we can't afford to eat? Get the hell out of here.
As he spoke, the skinny young man pushed the barbecue shop owner, still boasting with arrogant words.
Chapter 80, The Bloodiness of Students.
Seeing the young thug so arrogant instantly angered the students watching the commotion. This snack street was basically a gathering place for students from various colleges. Although the group of students was young, they had territorial awareness. After all, it was their longtime hangout, and they had taken it as their own territory. Seeing an outsider acting so rampant, they all stood up, their faces showing anger. Moreover, some students directly walked over to the shop owner, their angry eyes closely fixed on the young thug.
With leaders, there are naturally followers.
Soon, dozens of students left their seats and surrounded the few young thugs in the middle.
What are you doing? Are you going to turn the sky upside down? Do you know who my boss is? Just you bunch of kids, do you believe I will kill you?
The arrogant young thug felt a little scared at this scene, but still gritted his teeth and threatened them. At this time, the leader of the thugs, who had been sitting there, finally spoke.
Chang, sit down.
Hearing the boss's words, the young thug still wanted to show off, but seeing the boss's serious face, he eventually obediently sat back down. Then the boss said, "It's my brother who doesn't know how to behave," making everyone laugh. "Well, let me apologize on his behalf."
How do you young brothers see it?
The group of students didn't want to escalate the situation, since the other side had backed down, they had their face back, so of course, they didn't want to continue arguing. Soon, the students snorted and returned to their seats. As the students dispersed, the leader of the young thugs, with cold eyes, scanned every face he could see and directly picked up the wine glass in front of him, downing the alcohol in one gulp. Seeing the situation calm down, Gao Lu and the others turned their heads reluctantly. Others didn't notice, but Lin Feng noticed the leader's expression. He knew this leader wouldn't just let it go, but he didn't care to get involved since it hadn't provoked him. Quickly, with a face still full of lingering fear, Xiao Weiwei returned, forcing a smile on her face.
Sister Yan, have you finished ordering?
Looking at Xiao Weiwei, Zhang Yan said with concern, "Weiwei, you should come to places like this less often. There are all kinds of people here, it's easy for a girl like you to get hurt."
Xiao Weiwei forced a smile. Sister Yan, it's fine.
I will take care of myself.
Thank you for your concern. I just want to work a little during school to ease some pressure at home.
Hearing Xiao Weiwei's words, everyone had nothing more to say. Xiao Weiwei's family situation wasn't good. Being with Lu He was not because she was after Lu He's money but because she was moved by his sweet words and appearance. When Lu He pursued Xiao Weiwei, it can be said that he moved the entire school.
After a whole semester of pursuit, rain or shine.
Even when it was pouring outside, Lu He would brave the rain to bring Xiao Weiwei meals. This is why Lu He was able to win Xiao Weiwei's heart. However, after a year together, Lu He lost his previous enthusiasm. In the past, he would occasionally deliver a meal and check in on her from time to time. Now, his concern for Xiao Weiwei had faded, and he would sometimes go 3 to 5 days without contacting her.
Although Xiao Weiwei did not come from a wealthy family, she was no fool.
In fact, being able to get into a top 211 school like the University of Finance and Economics showed her intelligence was far above average. Xiao Weiwei had already guessed Lu He's intentions and was becoming aware that she had maintained her boundaries. She did not let Lu He take advantage of her. Even if they broke up, she wouldn't suffer much, at most wasting 2 or 3 years on a relationship. Moreover, she was a very strong-willed girl. Since Lu He's attitude had changed, she wouldn't beg for his attention, but would instead focus on self-reliance. After school, she often took on part-time jobs to earn some pocket money, which also helped alleviate her family's financial pressure.
Okay, here's the menu, you go ahead and order.
Lin Feng smiled as he handed the menu to Xiao Weiwei. Seeing Lin Feng made Xiao Weiwei momentarily dazed. Previously, she had been too busy to pay much attention. Now, after a careful look, she realized Lin Feng was surprisingly handsome.
Is this the charismatic Lin Feng of the freshman class? He's so good-looking.
Xiao Weiwei was not a love-struck girl, but Lin Feng's handsome appearance still shocked her. Knowing Lin Feng sat with Zhang Yan must mean their relationship was not simple. Xiao Weiwei dared not stare too long, fearing it might be misunderstood.
After taking the menu from Lin Feng, she quickly turned and left.
Soon, the skewers everyone ordered were served one by one, and the waiter also brought several boxes of beer. Everyone dug in, drinking straight from the beer boxes. They had dinner at around 7 in the evening, and by the time the meal ended, it was already midnight. At this time, only Lin Feng was sober while Gao Lu and the others had drunk a bit too much. Fortunately, it was the freshman's military training period, so there were no formal classes. The school closed at 2.
By midnight, everyone could still return to school.
They swayed as they walked back to campus, with Lin Feng supporting Jiang Yan. Once inside the campus, Lin Feng walked Jiang Yan to her dorm. Make sure to rest well when you get back. You've worked hard today and had some drinks, you must be tired by now, right? Jiang Yan, leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder, cheeks flushed from the alcohol, said softly, I'm not tired, I always feel energetic when I'm with you. Looking at Jiang Yan, Lin Feng smiled slightly, alright, don't force it, go back and get a good night's sleep.
We'll see each other tomorrow. I know. You should rest early too, see you tomorrow. After arriving at the girls' dormitory, Lin Feng watched Jiang Yan enter the building before turning to leave.
Since school started, he hadn't properly gotten to know this campus yet. Not in a hurry to return to his dorm, he wandered around the campus. The University of Finance and Economics is very large. The front half is filled with classrooms, office buildings, and cafeterias. The back half is dormitories, libraries, and gardens. After exploring the dormitories and library, Lin Feng arrived at the garden. This garden was specially designed by the school for students. Its main purpose was to help students refine their character and relieve stress. The environment in the garden was peaceful. Some students who felt overwhelmed by their studies would sit here for a while, allowing their minds to empty and easing their pressures. Walking along the quiet path, Lin Feng felt a rare sense of tranquility rise within him. Since graduating from high school, after obtaining the system, he felt a change in his mentality. That change included both restlessness and emptiness. Perhaps it was the mindset of an ordinary person suddenly becoming wealthy. Chapter 81, The Sneaky Villain Lu He. While Lin Feng was sitting on a path in the woods, he suddenly sensed a movement in his ears and looked over to see several sneaky figures hiding in the distance. Lin Feng did not approach but instead found a spot to sit down. It was already past midnight, and the sky was very dark. Although there were some dim streetlights, Lin Feng's position happened to be in the shadows of the light. Moreover, his vision and hearing were several times better than an ordinary person's, so when he noticed those people, they had no idea he was there. Standing there, Lin Feng observed carefully for a while and confirmed that these people were the small gangsters who had caused trouble for Xiao Weiwei at the snack street before. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. How did these gangsters get into the school? There were security guards on duty at the school gate. Non-students simply couldn't enter the campus. If it were daytime during peak school hours, these gangsters might have mixed in with a crowd of students. But now, at such a late hour, with no student ID, they couldn't possibly sneak in. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt that the appearance of these gangsters bothering Xiao Weiwei was probably not a coincidence. Before long, footsteps could be heard approaching from a distance. Lin Feng, hidden in the shadows, focused his gaze and was surprised to see it was Xiao Weiwei. Oh! Seeing the scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment on his face. He glanced again at the place where the gangsters were hiding. Could this really be such a coincidence? Just earlier that night, these gangsters caused trouble for Xiao Weiwei. At first, he thought these gangsters were just drunken fools bothering Xiao Weiwei because they thought she was pretty. But now it seemed these gangsters were specifically targeting Xiao Weiwei. What's even more interesting is that why is Xiao Weiwei alone in such a place this late? Even if the school is safe, she should at least have some awareness of danger, right? Lin Feng was not anxious but simply stood there, quietly watching how things would unfold. Xiao Weiwei, walking closer, was unaware of the small gangsters hiding in the dark and took out her phone to call Lu He. Hello, Weiwei. Lu He's voice came from the phone. Xiao Weiwei frowned and said, Lu He, where are you? I've arrived at the agreed place, let's settle everything today. Weiwei, can't you give me one more chance? Do you know how much I love you? Just forgive me this once, and I'll give you anything you want, okay? Lu He's voice on the phone was filled with desperate pleading. Xiao Weiwei coldly replied, forget it, you really think I don't know about those things you did? Last time we had dinner, a woman called you, and you quickly said you needed to go to the bathroom. Weren't you just afraid I would find out something? And your phone, when we were together, always had messages coming in. You always said it was from the student council group. Do you really think I don't know its messages from other women? Let me tell you, Louis, I haven't mentioned breaking up for so long just to give you some face. Now that you don't care about your face, I have to fulfill that for you. Come out, let's talk it through, and end this. Okay, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being rude. You just wait. After this, Lu He hung up the phone. Hearing Louis's angry voice on the phone, Xiao Weiwei felt that it was a bit impulsive of her to come out alone to meet him this late. If Lu He were to act impulsively and do something, how could a woman possibly withstand this? Thinking of this, even the strong-willed Xiao Weiwei began to hesitate. She still understood that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. After putting away her phone, she turned and prepared to leave. At that moment, several small hoodlums, who had been hiding in the shadows, seemed to receive some news and rushed out from the woods.
Hey, beauty, where are you going? It was still the skinny little hoodlum who spoke first.
Behind him, the leader of the hoodlums and a group of small hoodlums all wore malicious smiles on their faces.
Is it you guys?
Seeing their faces, Xiao Weiwei's expression changed.
Ha, let me tell you the truth, it was young Master Lu who asked us to come. You little girl really don't know your place.
Young Master Lu has been with you for 3 years, and you still don't understand the rules.
Do you know who young Master Lu is?
He is the young master of the Lu Group, with a fortune of over 100 billion.
You say, if you followed young Master Lu, how much wealth and glory would you enjoy?
Hearing the words of the little hoodlum, Xiao Weiwei frowned.
Shut up. I know better than you what kind of person Louis is. How blind was I to have fallen for him in the first place?
You all get out of my way, or I will call for help.
Ha, today young Master Lu was able to call you out, he didn't plan to let you go back at all.
You should be more honest, or don't blame us brothers for being rude.
Don't worry, we won't do anything to you for now.
Young Master Lu paid us so much money to catch you, we must wait until he finishes his business first. The leader of the little hoodlums sneered as he spoke.
Upon hearing the words of the little hoodlum leader, fear flashed across Xiao Weiwei's face.
She never expected that the seemingly elegant Lu he was actually such a despicable and shameless person in secret.
Help!
Seeing no way to escape, just as Xiao Weiwei was about to cry out for help, a little hoodlum covered her mouth. Feeling the charming fragrance from Xiao Weiwei, the little hoodlum who acted first directly felt a surge of desire.
Woo woo woo!
With her mouth covered, Xiao Weiwei turned pale with fright, her eyes filled with terror. Although she had a strong personality, she was still a woman. When faced with such a situation, even the most assertive personality would feel angry and scared.
So fragrant.
The little hoodlum who acted looked intoxicated, even unable to help reaching out his dirty hands.
Even if he couldn't do anything, he could still enjoy the thrill of the moment, right? Sensing the little hoodlum's intentions, the captured Xiao Weiwei's eyes showed even more fear. In that instant, she even felt a desire to die. If this dirty hand touched her, she would live in a nightmare for the rest of her life. At that moment, a scream erupted.
Unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng could no longer bear to watch and had stepped out from the shadows. He directly grabbed the little hoodlum's dirty hand, applying slight force, and the sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed through the empty woods. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly heard. Before the little hoodlum's scream died down, the other hand that restrained Xiao Weiwei was also crushed by Lin. Thank goodness you are here, otherwise something really might have happened. But thinking about the 6 or 7 people across from them, Lin Feng was alone, and Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but feel worried again.
But after all, she was a woman.
Although she had a strong personality, she was still very scared in this situation. Even though Lin Feng was alone, she placed all her hopes on him. She quietly hid behind Lin Feng, treating him as her only lifeline. Perhaps because of fear, Xiao Weiwei subconsciously reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. In her tense state, she held onto him tightly, as if afraid he would abandon her. Lin Feng spoke gently, "Don't worry, since I am here, I will not leave you behind." After speaking, Lin Feng looked at the group of punks in front of him. "I don't care who you are, you better get out of here quickly. This is school, not a place for you. If you don't leave, you will have to face the consequences." The few punks were initially startled by Lin Feng's fierce attitude, but they soon calmed down. Realizing that Lin Feng was alone, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At this hour and in this place, they didn't need to worry about any unexpected occurrences. Then the leader of the punks, his face suddenly cold, remembered how scared he was earlier in the snack street, and anger surged within him, turning into violence. He pulled out a dagger from his pocket and waved it in front of Lin Feng. "Kid, I advise you to know your place and not meddle in other people's affairs, or you will be the one to suffer." Lin Feng looked at the punk leader with a playful expression, half smiling.
"Is that so? I happen to like meddling. I want to see what you can do. Damn, I see you're looking for death."
The punk leader felt embarrassed.
Campus Prince Lin Feng heroically saved the beauty, bravely fighting 7 gangsters alone.
Clicking into the title, below is the detailed account of the events. The person posting seems to describe everything as if witnessing it firsthand. The next morning, before Lin Feng woke from his sleep, he was stirred awake by the intense discussion of Gao Lu and others.
"What are you all doing so early in the morning?"
Awakened, Lin Feng leaned against the headboard and frowned as he asked.
"Whoa, boss, you're amazing. Now the campus forum is full of posts about you. Boss, you don't know, this morning, Louis was taken away by the police for investigation. It seems the thugs caught last night exposed that Louis hired them to kidnap Xiao Weiwei. Louis is in big trouble, even though it was an attempted kidnapping, he still has to face legal consequences." "Louis was taken away?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "Isn't that great? People like him should learn a lesson.
If we don't teach them, who knows how many more people they might harm in the future."
Gao Lu and the others did not continue discussing Lu Yi's arrest. Instead, they looked at Lin Feng with ambiguous expressions. Gao Lu spoke meaningfully. Boss, how does it feel to be a hero saving a beauty? You're so handsome and wealthy, do you think Xiao Weiwei would offer herself to you? Lin Feng glared at him with annoyance. Do you think this is ancient times? Offering oneself? Besides, I don't seek any reward. If I can help when I see someone in trouble, how can I just stand by and watch a girl being bullied? At this moment, Sun Hao curiously asked Gao Lu, why must Xiao Weiwei offer herself? Isn't there something like repaying in the next life? Gao Lu rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Don't you know?
Generally, when a handsome and capable guy rescues a girl, she will say she can repay with her body.
But if the rescuer isn't to her liking, she would say she will repay in the next life. Don't you understand this? How did you go to school? Ha?
Cao Li's words left Sun Hao stunned.
Is there such a saying? Now he understood.
At this moment, Lin Feng's phone pinged with a WeChat message.
The first message came from Jiang Yan. Are you okay? Did you get hurt fighting those thugs last night?
Lin Feng typed back, I'm fine, they were just a few thugs.
They got scared after a little intimidation. Great, as long as you're okay. I'm going to class now, let's talk after school. Just after finishing chatting with Jiang Yan, Gu Baiyue's message followed. Hey, great hero, are you up? My sister agreed to your terms. When can we go and sign the contract? Seeing this message, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Anytime. Chapter 83, Xiao Weiwei's Past.
The third message was a friend request. The person adding him was a woman with the nickname Late Star. Curious, Lin Feng accepted the friend request, and the first message from the other side introduced herself.
Lin Feng, I am Xiao Weiwei. Thank you for saving me yesterday.
Seeing it was Xiao Weiwei, Lin Feng replied, no need to be polite, anyone would have done the same last night. You don't have to feel indebted, I don't take this little thing to heart.
Though you don't take it to heart, I must remember it. This counts as a life-saving grace, I will remember your kindness for life. In the future, I will repay you.
Seeing Xiao Weiwei say this, Lin Feng did not insist. Although he had not interacted much with her, he understood that she was a stubborn person. Since she said so, she would certainly not change her mind easily.
Alright, if you want to repay, then do as you wish.
At this moment, in the dormitory, Gao Lu and the others had already changed into their military training uniforms.
Boss, do you know how much we envy you? You don't have to go to military training,
We must persist, it really makes people envy and feel bad. After what happened last time, Lin Feng was directly exempted from the military training process. He would just wait until the military training ended and then he could officially start classes. By the way, boss, our school has a welcome party, it should start after military training ends. Then we can appreciate the seniors' grace.
Okay, I know.
Lin Feng didn't care at all about the welcome party and just casually responded. Soon, Gao Lu left the dormitory for the military training ground, leaving Lin Feng all alone in the room.
At this moment, Xiao Weiwei sent another message, have you eaten yet?
Lin Feng replied, I just got up, haven't eaten yet.
Then let me treat you to breakfast, it's really bad for your health not to eat in the morning. Xiao Weiwei messaged.
Lin Feng thought for a moment, he also needed to go to sign a contract with Gu Shiran soon, so it wouldn't hurt to grab breakfast.
Okay, let's go have breakfast. Where should I wait for you? Xiao Weiwei replied, you wait for me downstairs at your dormitory, I'll be there soon.
After they finished chatting, Lin Feng got up and found a new set of clothes to wear. As for the outfit he wore yesterday, he directly threw it into the trash can. His clothes were all customized from the last time at the Guijin Center. The first batch delivered 3 sets. Each set was worth over 1 million. He couldn't be bothered to wash them, he just threw them in the trash and wore new clothes. Fortunately, no one knew the value of Lin Feng's clothes. If they did, seeing him waste them like this would probably make them furious. Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this, right? Others' thoughts didn't matter to Lin Feng, he just needed to do things his way. 1 million might be a fortune in others' eyes, but to him, it was no different from $1. One could even say it was more like a dime. The industries he owned could bring him benefits in the billions every day. This mere million was nothing at all. When he arrived downstairs, it wasn't long before Xiao Weiwei appeared, wearing denim shorts, white shoes, and a casual t-shirt. Xiao Weiwei's outfit was all ordinary clothes, costing maybe 200 at most. But in her, such ordinary clothes looked stunning. Her long, straight, white legs seemed to shimmer with a glow. Xiao Weiwei's figure was not particularly great, only considered average. Her chest was not very prominent, one could say it was just enough to hold in a hand, easily graspable by Lin Feng's palm, with plenty of space remaining. With her hair tied up in a high ponytail, she radiated a pure and bright aura. Lin Feng, sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing the handsome Lin Feng standing there, a reddish hue flashed across Xiao Weiwei's face. Yesterday might have been too late, she didn't observe Lin Feng that closely. But today in the daytime, just one look, and Lin Feng's handsome appearance rose a level in her impression. If girls were to rate boys with a perfect score of 100, Lin Feng would definitely score 99. With Lin Feng's looks, even without knowing him, just his appearance alone could make women feel attracted. After admiring Xiao Weiwei, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod internally. Xiao Weiwei was indeed exceptional, her innocence surpassed that of Gu Baiyue. It seemed that the people at school didn't really know Gu Baiyue, or they wouldn't have given her the title of Moonlight Goddess. If they knew that Gu Baiyue had a typical little devil-like personality, they surely wouldn't give her that title. According to Lin Feng's assessment, Xiao Weiwei was actually the most suitable for the title of Moonlight Goddess.
It's just a pity that Xiao Weiwei's appearance is indeed slightly inferior to Gu Baiyue, and the title of Moonlight Goddess can only be out of her reach.
Let's go to the cafeteria. Xiao Weiwei collected her emotions, which felt like a little deer bumping into each other in her heart, and raised her head with a bright smile as she spoke.
Lin Feng nodded. Let's go.
The two walked side by side on the way to the cafeteria, and some passing students couldn't help but glance over. Lin Feng was tall and handsome, while Xiao Weiwei was pure and beautiful, making them a match made in heaven.
Some recognized the identities of the two and couldn't help but feel a surge of gossiping curiosity.
They wondered if the two might have a relationship. Since Lin Feng started school, the time hasn't been long, but he has already had rumors with 3 beauties from the school.
The first is the Moonlight Goddess Gu Baiyue, one of the 4 campus flowers. The second is the Student Council Vice President Jiang Yan.
The third is Xiao Weiwei. All 3 are beauties among beauties, and thinking of this made a group of people secretly curse Lin Feng for being a beast, really not wanting to leave them a drop of soup. Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei did not pay attention to the strange gazes of the people around them. In a way, they share a somewhat similar character. Both are the type who do not care about what others think, just doing what they want freely. Upon entering the cafeteria, Xiao Weiwei ordered 2 breakfasts and found a place to sit down with Lin Feng. Xiao Weiwei's demeanor was very elegant, and when eating, she chewed slowly, with every action revealing that she had received professional training. One could hardly see that she came from an ordinary family.
Lin Feng curiously asked, "Senior, why do I feel like you don't look like you come from an ordinary family? Could you be a hidden wealthy young lady?"
Xiao Weiwei was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then said, "Once, perhaps, but now I am truly an ordinary person."
"What do you mean?"
Lin Feng looked puzzled. "My family did have some money before, but later my father mismanaged it, and our family fell into decline. Even my father got sick from the stress of bankruptcy. Now my family might not even be as good as an ordinary family. Not only is there little money, but there are also many debts."
Chapter 84, The Arrival of Wang Haiyang.
After chatting with Xiao Weiwei for a while, Lin Feng had some understanding of her. It turns out that Xiao Weiwei really was born into a relatively wealthy family. She had lived a life of luxury and abundance since childhood, but in her first year of high school, a sudden change struck her family, causing their fortunes to plummet, ultimately leaving them heavily in debt. The reason for this downfall was her father's failed investments, leading to a broken funding chain and bankruptcy. Xiao Weiwei's father was quite capable, and his strategic vision in business was excellent, but he struggled with understanding people's hearts and trusted the wrong people, resulting in such an outcome. The Xia family had only one child, Xiao Weiwei, and due to the lack of trustworthy people in the company, they had always nurtured their nephew, Xiao Weiwei's cousin. Many important matters in the company were entrusted to Xiao Weiwei's cousin to handle. Xiao Weiwei's father originally engaged in the real economy, but after 2018, the real economy began to decline, making it difficult for both big companies and small ones. Xiao Weiwei's father decided to switch industries, preparing to enter the technology sector. At that time, AI was considered an emerging industry, and Xiao Weiwei's father quickly saw the potential of AI for the future, immediately investing all of his tens of billions of liquid assets into AI research and development. Naturally, after investing this money, there were some gains, resulting in a smart AI system that could be used in search engines.
But just after the successful R&D, Xiao Weiwei's cousin ran off with the research results.
He directly sold the research achievements to a giant in the technology industry. In the hands of Hengxiang Technology Company, profits soared over billions. Xiao Weiwei's father not only lost his research achievements but also failed to recover the capital he invested. The company, operating without funds, directly led to bankruptcy.
Xiao Weiwei's father once sued his cousin, accusing him of stealing trade secrets.
However, during the lawsuit, he lost. The reason for the loss was that Xiao Weiwei's father had too much trust in his cousin, and his accusation of stealing trade secrets did not succeed. This was because during the development of the AI program, Xiao Weiwei's cousin was fully involved, while Xiao Weiwei's father was outsmarted, ultimately ending with insufficient evidence. After listening to Xiao Weiwei's recount, Lin Feng also felt sorry for the Xiao family. It is indeed quite distressing to be betrayed by the closest people. It's like being stabbed in the back, and that feeling is truly terrible. Now, the Xiao family has fallen, but Xiao Weiwei's cousin has suddenly become a new rich person in the business world. Relying on cooperation with Hengxian Technology, he started his own company, mixing with Hengxian Technology and thriving. Lin Feng also knew something about Hengxian Technology. It could definitely rank among the top 3 tech companies in all of Huaxia, considered a giant company. Many AI programs in daily life have the shadow of Hengxian Technology.
Even some game terminal engines are provided by Hengxian Technology.
Those game developers lease engines from Hengxian Technology and then develop various new games, sharing 30% of the game's income with Hengxian Technology as rent for the engine. In recent years, Huaxia's economy has soared. Although common people don't have much savings, every family can still make ends meet. Moreover, young people have ideas about marrying late or not marrying at all, causing many of today's young people to squander their money after earning it. And they don't care how much they recharge while playing games.
This has allowed game manufacturers to earn a lot of money,
and indirectly contributed to Hengxian Technology's trillion-dollar market value. If it weren't for Xiao Weiwei's cousin's betrayal, perhaps the Xiao family could have risen too. Not to say they would become a giant company like Hengxian Technology, but they would at least have a market value of hundreds of billions.
It's a pity that a small mistake in thinking led to a complete loss.
Now the Xiao family still has a few hundred million in debt, but they are completely unable to repay it and can only live a frugal life. Just as the two were talking, 2 people walked in from outside the cafeteria. One of them had a rebellious expression and exuded an air of arrogance. This person was Wang Haiyang, the one who had plotted against Lin Feng during military training. Beside Wang Haiyang was his follower, whose face showed a flattering expression and walked one step behind Wang Haiyang.
Young Master Wang, I'll go get you food.
After speaking, the follower hurried to the food window and returned shortly with 2 servings of sumptuous breakfast. As Wang Haiyang looked for a seat, he happened to spot Lin Feng, and a flash of cold mockery crossed his face, though it quickly disappeared behind a mask of elegance.
Wang Haiyang stepped over to Lin Feng's side, pretending to be surprised, and said, "Oh, you are Lin Feng?"
Lin Feng looked up and, upon seeing Wang Haiyang, his eyes flashed with a glimmer. He naturally recognized Wang Haiyang. After the previous incident, he remembered this person as soon as he learned that Wang Haiyang was behind the troubles.
Wang Haiyang was also a well-known figure at school, and his status as the young master of the Wang family in the capital made him even more prominent than LVE.
At the financial university, there were the 3 young masters, and Wang Haiyang was one of them. The 3 young masters were all extremely prestigious figures, with the other 2 not being any less significant than Wang Haiyang.
Wang Haiyang's identity and background are always a focus wherever he goes. When people saw Wang Haiyang meet Lin Feng, everyone was agitated. The school's #1 figure clashed with the young master Wang, who knew what sparks would fly. Of course, many did not know that Wang Haiyang had once plotted against Lin Feng. They all thought it was their first meeting, just a handshake to get to know each other, and nothing would happen. Wang Haiyang believed that what he did was very secret and that Lin Feng would not know, so he didn't think much, smiling and saying, "Hello Lin Feng, I am Wang Haiyang, very pleased to meet you." At that moment, Wang Haiyang appeared humble and polite, and everyone was captivated by his demeanor. Men admired him, and women were infatuated. When Xiao Weiwei saw that it was Wang Haiyang, she was also taken aback. Wang Haiyang was a big shot, not to mention her family was now down and out. Even at her family's peak, they could not compare with Wang Haiyang. Just because of his top-tier family in the capital, 10 Xiao families would not match up. Even a single word from him could erase her family's existence. Lin Feng showed no change in expression. Instead, he smiled, stood up, and shook hands with Wang Haiyang. Lin Feng.
He smiled while speaking. But when their hands clasped together, Lin Feng suddenly increased his grip. Creak! Those nearby all heard the sound like bones cracking. Then came Wang Haiyang's scream of pain. After crushing Wang Haiyang's hand bones, Lin Feng calmly said, "This is just a small interest on your hand. Don't worry, we will settle our matters soon." Chapter 85, After hitting him, don't hit us. The sudden change shocked everyone. Just now, the 2 were still courteous, how did they suddenly flip? Others didn't hear what Lin Feng said to Wang Haiyang, but Xiao Weiwei heard it very clearly. Although Xiao Weiwei didn't know what Lin Feng meant by that, after thinking it over, she guessed something. Initially, there was a huge uproar when Lin Feng clashed with those instructors during military training. The whole finance university knew about it. Yesterday, news spread that the instructors who clashed with Lin Feng were all expelled from military service, with the reason being misconduct affecting military image. Once this news came out, everyone knew that Lin Feng was someone not to be messed with. Xiao Weiwei initially thought the clash during military training was just an accident, but now she realized it was likely more complicated, probably involving Wang Haiyang's shadow. What Xiao Weiwei didn't expect was how violent Lin Feng would be, showing no need to hide it as he attacked Wang Haiyang in public. Looking at Wang Haiyang's distorted hand, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but grimace. With a hand like that, it must hurt so much. As Wang Haiyang's lackey hurried over with food, seeing Wang Haiyang shaking in pain, he quickly put down the tray and rushed to support him. "Young Master Wang, are you all right?"
The lackey spoke while glaring fiercely at Lin Feng. But before the lackey could react, he heard Wang Haiyang gasp and curse, "Do you think I'm fine? Hurry up and take me to the hospital." The lackey didn't dare to hold his angry stare at Lin Feng for even a second, quickly aiding Wang Haiyang toward the infirmary. This finance university, a top 211 school, has a very good infirmary on campus. But with Wang Haiyang's injuries, the infirmary could likely only provide basic treatment. He would still need to go to the hospital. As they left, Wang Haiyang looked at Lin Feng with intense hatred. It seems that Lin Feng has already held a grudge. What's going on? Why did Lin Feng suddenly attack Wang Haiyang? Did they have a feud before? Lin Feng can't be crazy, can he? He seems to have violent tendencies. I guess I'd better keep my distance from him, so I won't suffer like Wang Haiyang. Yeah, after hitting Wang Haiyang, he shouldn't target them. Staying far away is the key. Do you think Lin Feng hitting Wang Haiyang is because of Gu Baiwei? I seem to remember that on the first day Lin Feng came, there were rumors about him and Gu Baiwei. Could it be that they are fighting over jealousy? That's hard to say. Gu Baiwei is the moonlight goddess. Even looking at Gu Baiwei gives me a sense of love. It could make sense if they clashed over this. Not long after the incident between Lin Feng and Wang Haiyang, a post appeared on the school forum about the two clashing over Gu Baiwei. As soon as this post appeared, it was instantly pinned, and its popularity can be said to be extremely high. And below this post, everything was about Lin Feng, from his arrival on the first day by helicopter to today's incident of crushing Wang Haiyang's palm. It can be said that the entire campus forum was dominated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, won't you get into trouble being so impulsive? I heard Wang Haiyang's family is a big family in the capital, and there's a high-ranking elder in his family. What will you do if they come after you? Xiao Weiwei said worriedly. Lin Feng shook his head with a faint smile. If they come after me, then so be it. I dared to hit him, so I'm not afraid of his family. Even if his family doesn't come for me, I will settle the score with them sooner or later. That Wang Haiyang is just a small person. You probably guessed something already. He was the one doing mischief behind the scenes during military training. I've been a bit busy recently and didn't have time to settle accounts with him, and today he just ran into the gunpoint. Having heard Lin Feng's confident words, Xiao Weiwei looked at him deeply. This man is so impressive, facing a big family in the capital without a hint of fear. This feeling made Xiao Weiwei's heart race for a moment. They were almost done with their meal, and with the incident involving Wang Haiyang, they had no desire to keep eating, so they stepped out of the cafeteria. Are you going back to the dorm or to class? After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Feng smiled and asked Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei shook her head. I have no classes today and want to go out for a walk. Lin Feng, you can go about your business, I'll walk by myself. Lin Feng said, that's a coincidence, I have nothing to do either, so let's walk together. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Weiwei looked at him in surprise. An unusual feeling rose in her heart. Is Lin Feng intentionally wanting to accompany her? But Xiao Weiwei didn't mind at all. Instead, she felt a bit secretly delighted. Though they had interacted for a short time, Xiao Weiwei always had an impulse to want to understand Lin Feng. The longer she spent with Lin Feng, the stronger the feeling of wanting to get closer became. As this thought emerged, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but be startled. When did she become like this? Why was she so unaware of holding back? In her entire life, she had never felt this way towards the opposite sex. When Lua pursued her for a whole year, trying hard every day, she only had a slight feeling about it. But even after breaking up with Luha, that little feeling never really grew. Yet now, just over an hour with Lin Feng had given her a stronger fondness than the 2 years she spent with Luha. I'm fine. If you are busy, you can go ahead, I can walk on my own. Xiao Weiwei was afraid that Lin Feng was choosing to stay with her because she was in a bad mood. When she chatted with Lin Feng earlier, after talking about things at home, her mood was indeed a bit low. Lin Feng should be able to see that she didn't want to delay him because of herself. Lin Feng shook his head. It's fine, I'm not busy with anything, let's go. Where do you want to go? Xiao Weiwei thought for a moment but couldn't think of anywhere to go. She had never forgotten the changes that happened at home years ago. Right now, she just wanted to find a place to wander and put her unhappiness aside. Seeing that Xiao Weiwei had nowhere in mind, Lin Feng spoke up. Since you don't have a place in mind, I'll take you. Where to? Before Xiao Weiwei could react, Lin Feng directly grabbed Xiao Weiwei's hand and walked towards the parking lot. Feeling his warm big hand holding hers, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but blush. With Lin Feng holding her hand, Xiao Weiwei felt a strange sense of security, which made her forget to pull away, just letting Lin Feng lead her to the parking lot. Chapter 86, Xiao Weiwei's Psychological Changes. Pulling Xiao Weiwei all the way to the parking lot, Xiao Weiwei still hadn't recovered from her daze once they sat in the car. It wasn't until the roar of the Bugatti Chiron's engine filled the air that Xiao Weiwei snapped back to reality.
When she saw Lin Feng's sports car, a flash of surprise crossed Xiao Weiwei's eyes.
Is this the Bugatti Chiron that has been hyped up online for a sky-high price?
Lin Feng owning a car worth over 100 million had long been a topic of gossip at the finance university. Xiao Weiwei had naturally heard about it. Even though she wasn't very into cars, her curiosity about a car worth over 100 million was unstoppable. She remembered that before breaking up with Lu He, they would talk about Lin Feng's sports car after class while having dinner. Of course, Lu He had also gloated about it, because that was right when Lin Feng got arrested for hitting the instructor. Now seeing this car worth over 100 million, Xiao Weiwei nodded secretly, realizing that expensive things indeed have their benefits.
Just looking at this car gave off an extraordinary value.
While starting the car, Lin Feng took out his phone and began to order tickets for Disney online. It was almost time for Disney to open.
The tickets Lin Feng ordered were not ordinary tickets, but the most expensive VIP tickets, priced at 25,000 a day.
This Disney ticket was the highest tier available. When entering the amusement park, not only do you not have to wait in line, but there's also a dedicated butler providing service the whole time. All the entrance matters are handled by the butler, you just need to enjoy, nothing else to worry about. After buying the tickets, Lin Feng directly drove Xiao Weiwei there. Once the car hit the road, it immediately became a sight to behold. Sitting in the car, Xiao Weiwei felt what it meant to be part of a hierarchy. Wherever Lin Feng's car went, whether it was wealthy people or ordinary folks, anyone who saw his car couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Even the executives in their Rolls-Royce, those in the upper echelons of society, would take a glance when they saw Lin Feng's car. Indeed, luxury cars and feelings of inferiority cannot coexist. Confidence has its worth, but so does a full wallet, this saying holds true. If you have no money, no matter how confident you are, you won't be able to stand tall. But if your balance is sufficient, even if you've been bowing for a long time, you can stand tall in an instant. Those wealthy individuals, even if they are rich, it doesn't mean they can afford Lin Feng's car. They too have their envy. And now, Lin Feng is one of those whom they admire. As the engine roared on the long street, countless envious gazes were directed at the two of them. And sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Weiwei instantly regained the confidence that was crushed by her family's bankruptcy. She was not originally a vain woman, but now she has come to like this feeling.
People change with their environment. Although Xiao Weiwei was strong-willed and determined, she could not resist the temptation of living in a world of the elite.
Although the traffic in the Magic City was very congested, Lin Feng felt no congestion at all. Whenever he arrived at a traffic light, the cars in front and behind would create a large space for him.
In fact, many car owners, upon seeing Lin Feng's car in their rearview mirror, would kindly give way.
This scene made Xiao Weiwei rethink her worldview and gave her a new understanding of this world. It turned out that when one has enough money, they really can do whatever they want. Just the fact that cars would actively make way for Lin Feng during peak hours was something a poor person could not achieve. The two of them drove all the way to the entrance of the Disney park. Because Lin Feng had purchased a prestigious VIP ticket, he qualified for this privilege. The Disney butler, who had been waiting at the door, rushed over upon seeing Lin Feng and the others.
"Hello, are you Mr. Lin?"
Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Yes, I am Lin Feng."
"Hello, Mr. Lin, I am your private Disney butler. Is there anything personal you need me to get for you?"
Lin Feng shook his head. "No."
"All right, sir, please follow me."
As he spoke, the private butler led Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei towards the entrance of the park. At this moment, at the nearby ordinary entrance, there was already a long queue, with countless people coming to enjoy Disney every day.
Although the park had not yet opened, there was already an unending line at the ordinary ticket entrance.
Those people were still waiting for the park to open, while he and Xiao Weiwei had already entered the park. Along the way, the private butler introduced the attractions and important notes to Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei.
"Mr. Lin, shall we start from the beginning, or would you and the young lady like to play your favorite attractions first?" Lin Feng turned to look at Xiao Weiwei. "Weiwei, which attraction do you want to play first?"
Xiao Weiwei shook her head, forgetting her earlier unhappiness as she was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of Disney. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Weiwei beamed a sweet smile and said, "Lin Feng, I'll follow your lead." Seeing Xiao Weiwei's beautiful smile, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, "All right, then let's start from the beginning." After coming to an agreement, Lin Feng asked the butler to let them start from the beginning. The first was the Thunder Mountain River Rapid, the attraction closest to the entrance. The private butler brought the two to the entrance of the Thunder Mountain River Rapid and handed them the prepared VIP raincoats.
"Sir, miss, I wish you a pleasant time. I will wait for you at the exit."
Since they were esteemed members, they did not need to take the ordinary path and directly cut through to the front of the River Rapids boat. At this moment, some others, like Lin Feng, had also arrived early in the park. The staff at the Thunder Mountain attraction orderly arranged for Lin Feng and the others to board the river raft, explained the safety precautions, and then started the ride. The people sitting with Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei on the same raft were all young couples. And judging from their attire, they all appeared to be wealthy individuals.
It made sense, those without money would not spend on VIP tickets. Ordinary people generally bought regular tickets for a few hundred yuan.
With Lin Feng's stunning looks and Xiao Weiwei's extraordinary beauty, as soon as they arrived on the raft, they became the center of attention.
The men and women on the boat couldn't help but sneak glances at Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei.
Fortunately, everyone was somewhat respectable, having grown up seeing many things. Even though they were stunned by Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei's looks, they did not act too rudely. After the shock, everyone collected their feelings and experienced the thrill brought by the rafting. At the beginning of the project, everyone didn't feel much, but as they entered the mid-stage and arrived at the Thunder Mountain Cave, the thrill finally rose. The rushing water, combined with the mystery of the cave and that lifelike, roaring 3D dragon. It really felt like a real dragon was roaring above their heads. In this tense atmosphere, all the girls couldn't help but scream.
Chapter 87, Lin Feng's courage is too great.
Although Xiao Weiwei's personality is strong, she is still a woman, and especially under the influence of this atmosphere, she also couldn't help but scream. Feeling Xiao Weiwei's tension beside him, Lin Feng naturally reached out his hand to hold her in his arms. In the midst of her nervousness, Xiao Weiwei did not notice anything wrong, even feeling a bit sweet. After being held by Lin Feng, Xiao Weiwei inexplicably felt a sense of safety she had never experienced before. The originally tense and thrilling feeling dissipated a lot with Lin Feng's embrace. After passing through the Thunder Mountain Cave, there was the waterfall pouring down.
With screams echoing, the rafting boat finally slowed down.
As the raft came to a stop, everyone felt the project was completed. Getting off the boat, everyone took off their raincoats, and they were all somewhat wet. After all, no matter how good the raincoat is, it can't stop the water from soaking through, especially since there are small gaps. But no one cared about such minor things, people came here to have fun. If someone got upset just because their clothes got a little wet, they probably had some mental issues. Seeing Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei walk out from the exit, the steward, who had been waiting, hurriedly greeted them. With great respect, he asked if they had fun.
The two expressed their satisfaction with Disneyland, and the steward began to lead them to the second project. Pirates of the Caribbean.
After passing through the priority passage, the two boarded the Pirates of the Caribbean boat and began their voyage. The Pirates of the Caribbean project wasn't as thrilling as Thunder Mountain rafting, but the 3D effects of Pirates of the Caribbean were truly shocking. Once the project started, those 3D images gave a feeling of truly being there. The pirates fighting over treasure and the various giant creatures of the underwater world gave a total mental satisfaction. After boarding the ship, Lin Feng naturally took Xiao Weiwei's delicate hand in his. Xiao Weiwei seemed not to notice or perhaps didn't want to resist. In short, she showed no reaction to being held by Lin Feng, her expression very natural, as if they were meant to be this way. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Xiao Weiwei was indeed a good girl. When they first met in the snack street, Lin Feng already had a strong liking for her. From Xiao Weiwei, he could see self-reliance, strength, and resilience. As he got to know Xiao Weiwei better, he felt an impulse to always protect this girl. He was originally supposed to go sign a share transfer agreement with the Gu sisters. But that matter could wait. No one could affect his big event of meeting beautiful women. Of course, Lin Feng also informed the Gu sisters that he had something to do and would be a bit late for the signing. This matter made Gu Baiyue so angry that she was grinding her teeth. In the club's office, Gu Baiyue sat there, furious. "Sister, look at this Lin Feng, he must have gone out with some other woman, even putting aside such an important thing like signing with us. It's really shameless, a total scoundrel." Gu Shiran asked with confusion, "How are you so sure that Lin Feng went out with another woman, and not that he was delayed by something important?" Gu Baiyue gritted her teeth and said, "That's because I heard others say so. Before I came here, someone at school saw Lin Feng leaving the school with Xiao Weiwei in his car. Xiao Weiwei only met him yesterday, so what serious business could they possibly have? Lin Feng even staged a hero saving the beauty scene. I bet he's interested in Xiao Weiwei." Gu Shiran furrowed her brows slightly. "I see. In that case, Lin Feng really did go too far." But although the two sisters were unhappy with Lin Feng, they were helpless. Now, it was them who were begging Lin Feng, not the other way around. But the two sisters had never been humiliated like this. The Gu family had always had others rushing to beg them. When had they ever begged someone else? But they had no choice. After all, if it weren't for Lin Feng, Gu Shiran wouldn't be able to escape the pressure from the Du family. So even though they were unhappy, the two of them could only wait patiently. "Sis, I swear, if Lin Feng ever falls into my hands, I'll make him pay." Sitting on the sofa, Gu Baiyue said with a serious face. Gu Shiran looked at her little sister and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. When Gu Baiyue saw the change on Gu Shiran's face, she became even more angry. "Sis, what is that expression? You don't believe me, do you?" Gu Shiran, not having anything else to do, decided to tease her little sister to pass the time. Her long waves of hair casually draped over her shoulders, her arms crossed out in front, and her delicate chin resting on her hands, she said with interest, "Believe me, how could I not believe my lovely little sister? But I'm curious, if Lin Feng falls into your hands, how do you plan to deal with him?" Hearing Gu Shiran's question, Gu Baiwei was stunned for a moment, but in order to save face, she still tried to imagine what it would be like to deal with Lin Feng. "If that bastard falls into my hands, I'll whip him with a whip, I'll bite him, I'll starve him for 3 days." Hearing Gu Baiwei's words, Gu Shiran couldn't help but laugh. Her little sister, although a bit mischievous, didn't have any bad intentions. At most, she liked playing pranks a little, but she had nothing to do with those malicious women. At that moment, Gu Baiwei's phone suddenly rang. After reading the message on her phone, she couldn't help but jump up from the sofa with a startled exclamation. Gu Shiran, seeing Gu Baiwei's huge reaction, couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong? Can you be a little more composed? You're the young lady of the Gu family. If others see this, they'll think you lack manners." "Sis, it's not that I'm not composed, but this message is explosive." "Guess what happened?" Gu Shiran shook her head upon hearing this. "Do I get to know what happened? Stop teasing me and hurry up and say it." Gu Baiwei walked up to Gu Shiran and showed her the message her roommate sent. "Sis, Wang Haiyang is in the hospital, haha." After saying this, Gu Baiwei couldn't help but laugh with joy, completely abandoning any semblance of a lady's image. Gu Shiran also carefully looked at the message content. When she saw that it was Lin Feng who, in front of everyone's eyes, broke Wang Haiyang's hand, she was stunned. After coming back to her senses, Gu Shiran gasped and said, "Lin Feng is so bold, he actually did that to Wang Haiyang in public?" Both Gu sisters knew about Wang Haiyang's identity. After all, they both knew that Wang Haiyang was pursuing Gu Baiwei. Wang Haiyang came from a prominent family in the capital, not the top tier, but still a family with a strong reputation in the country. Even the Du family couldn't compare to the Wang family. If the Wang family wanted to deal with the Du family, it would be as easy as saying a word. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng did not hold back at all, directly sending Wang Haiyang to the hospital in front of everyone. This incident was definitely not smaller than the event where someone hit the instructor during military training. The Wang family, suffering such humiliation, would definitely not let it go easily. Chapter 88, Wang Duoyu illustrates the charm brought by money. Just as the Gu sisters worried endlessly, amazed by Lin Feng's boldness, fearing that he would get into trouble with the Wang family. On the other side, Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei were having a great time at Disneyland. The two finished the pirate ship ride, took a short break, and went to the next attraction. As they passed by a little Disney shop, the two would also go in to browse. Many Disney souvenirs were on sale inside. Backpacks of various animals from Zootopia, as well as figurines and toys, etc. Xiao Weiwei's mood had also improved a lot, happy as a butterfly. As they wandered around the store, Xiao Weiwei often glanced at this and that, no longer showing even a trace of sadness. The personal butler followed behind them, introducing the origins of the souvenirs. Xiao Weiwei tilted her head cutely and asked Lin Feng, "Have you seen Zootopia?" Lin Feng shook his head. He never liked cartoons as a child, let alone overseas animations, and smiled back with a question, "Have you seen it?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Weiwei nodded and reminisced. "When I was a child, my favorite was Zootopia. My father would occasionally watch it with me, and those days were very happy. Sigh, if it weren't for the incident at home, I believe my father could still occasionally watch with me now." Seeing Xiao Weiwei mention the sad past again, Lin Feng gently lifted her hand and said softly, "Don't think too much, maybe your life will be better than before." Upon hearing Lin Feng's comfort, Xiao Weiwei nodded. "Yes, I believe the future will definitely be better. My parents took care of me when I was young, now it will be my turn to take care of them." Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right, one shouldn't always live in the past, you have to look forward." "Yes, you must look forward." With Lin Feng's encouragement, a determined look rose on Xiao Weiwei's face. "Pack these things up for me." After finishing his conversation with Xiao Weiwei, Lin Feng spoke to the salesperson beside him. "Sir, are you referring to these?" The salesperson was initially taken aback, then pointed at the shelf in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded, "Yes, one of each of these." The salesperson, coming back to her senses, quickly said, "All right, sir." Actually, although it seemed like Lin Feng was buying a lot, these Disney souvenirs were not very expensive. The cheapest ones were over 100, and the more expensive ones were just a few hundred. Even if he emptied the entire store, it wouldn't cost much. Xiao Weiwei knew about Lin Feng's financial power, so she didn't hold back. Moreover, the things Lin Feng bought for her were all things she really liked. As a child, she loved watching Zootopia, which made her fond of Zootopia souvenirs now. If Lin Feng had directly taken her to buy luxury items, Xiao Weiwei might not have accepted them. But Lin Feng brought her to Disneyland, which made her very happy. Watching Lin Feng handsomely pay for her purchases made a sense of happiness rise in Xiao Weiwei's heart. Disneyland is every girl's dream. In fact, many people have not seen Zootopia and do not know the origin of Disneyland, but having a beloved man take them there always brings a sense of happiness.
After all, this is an emotional value. In today's society, it is actually not very difficult to win over a woman.
As long as you have a little financial power and cater to someone's preferences, even a goddess can be won over in no time. And this idea was well demonstrated by Wang Duoyu back in the day.
Xia Zhu doesn't like money, she is not materialistic or gold digging.
However, every moment Wang Duoyu moved Xia Zhu was actually lit up by the birding of money. For an ordinary person, even if they have the thought, they might not have the financial means to support it. And Lin Feng's method of flirting actually relies on his ample financial resources. Don't underestimate these Disney souvenirs, they may not be very expensive, but buying them like Lin Feng does require significant wealth. Although each item's value is low, it adds up, especially with Lin Feng's tendency to buy in bulk. Every time they walked out of a Disney store, they would spend tens of thousands. In the entire Disneyland, there are not just one or two small stores, walking around could easily spend enough to pay a bride price for an ordinary man. At such times, the role of a personal butler becomes apparent. The personal butler summoned staff to help Lin Feng transport their purchases. When Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei left, there would be someone to help with the delivery. Unknowingly, noon had already arrived.
Playing all the rides can also feel tiring, and it was time for the parade.
As special VIPs, the Disney staff had already reserved the best viewing spots for them. Staff members set up barriers to mark off the prime viewing area. When Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei arrived, they were directly escorted to their seats. Disneyland never has an off-season, every day many people visit. Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei sat in the VIP area, seeming relaxed and comfortable, but outside their spot, it was packed with people. Those who bought regular tickets rushed in early, eager to secure the best front row spots before the parade began. Some had been here before, while others had done their homework before coming. As the opening song of Zootopia played, a group of staff members dressed as characters from the movie appeared.
Of course, not all performers on the float were characters from Zootopia. Disneyland was themed around Zootopia but also mixed in many other cartoon elements.
The staff on the float danced to the music while interacting with the guests on both sides. Those with regular tickets stood on their toes to get a better view, while others squeezed into the crowd, stretching their phones out to record. On Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei's side, there were only the two of them in the entire viewing area. Xiao Weiwei got out of her seat, walked to the barrier, her face beaming with joy, waving to the performers.
Nick Wilde.
Standing at the barrier, Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but get swept up by the atmosphere, loudly calling out to her favorite character.
Among the entire Zootopia series, Xiao Weiwei was particularly fond of the duo Nick Wilde and Judy.
In the whole movie, Nick Wilde displayed his cleverness, while Judy showcased her determination. Both were very popular characters.
Seeing Xiao Weiwei waving, the performers paused for a moment as they passed by, recognizing her as a VIP member.
And Xiao Weiwei had already taken out her phone to snap some pictures.
Nick Wilde even posed for a picture with Xiao Weiwei. Chapter 89, Gu Baiyue's Major Weakness. After the float show, Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei enjoyed a lavish lunch inside Disneyland.
In the morning, they had practically experienced all the rides, and in the afternoon, they had nothing planned, just as the Goose sisters were waiting for them to sign the contract. Lin Feng took Xiao Weiwei out of Disneyland. Of course, there were fireworks in the evening, and they could come back to watch them later. The private butler escorted them all the way to the park's exit. "Mr. Lin, if you come back tonight, please notify me in advance." Lin Feng was a distinguished member, the highest level of member at Disneyland, so as a private butler, he naturally had to provide the best service. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Okay, I will notify you then."
"Just deliver the things I bought to the finance university."
"Sure, sir, have a good trip." As the roar of the sports car's engine sounded, the happy time they had that morning came to an end.
"You go back to school and wait for me. I will come to pick you up at night."
Until Lin Feng had something important to do, Xiao Weiwei did not say anything, just obediently nodded.
"Mei Cheng, I will wait for you."
After saying this, Xiao Weiwei did not expect that one day she would become like this. This was her first time being so obedient and sensible to a guy other than her father. After speaking, even she could hardly believe she would become like this. Then a blush flashed across Xiao Weiwei's face, and she didn't even dare to look at Lin Feng, shyly lowering her head. Lin Feng smiled slightly and started the car heading to the school. When they arrived at the school gate, Xiao Weiwei was still lost in her shyness. The car had just stopped, and she quickly pushed open the car door to get out. After waving goodbye to Lin Feng, she ran into the school. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile and then drove to Gu Shiran's luxury car club.
Before going, Gu Shiran had already sent over the location. Following the navigation, Lin Feng drove to the club.
As soon as he arrived at the club entrance, he saw two graceful figures waiting for him under the blazing sun. Screech!
The Bugatti Chiron smoothly stopped in front of the two. "Hello, ladies, sorry to keep you waiting."
Seeing Lin Feng's smiling face, Gu Baiyue couldn't help but want to punch him hard on that handsome face. As a young lady from one of the 4 prominent families in the magical city, she had never waited for anyone like this before. In such harsh sunlight, she was even afraid she might get tanned. Seeing Gu Baiyue's angry expression, Lin Feng didn't mind at all and directly opened the car door to get out.
Come on, it's too sunny here. Let's go inside and talk. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Gu Baiyue couldn't help but bite her teeth and said, you know, right? Do you know how long my sister and I waited for you? Yet you are in the mood to take a beautiful girl out to play instead of dealing with proper matters first?
Lin Feng smiled and replied, that's not possible, my life creed is that beauties must come first. Of course, if it were Miss Gu, I would do the same.
I wouldn't. You big scumbag.
Gu Baiyue shook her head, expressing her disdain.
How many beauty parties are waiting for me? If you don't want to go, there are plenty of people who do.
Lin Feng pouted.
Stop bragging, I don't believe you. Seeing Lin Feng and Gu Baiyue banter back and forth, Gu Xiran couldn't help but feel a headache.
Lin Feng clearly looked high and cold, why did he act like a child?
Okay, let's hurry in and talk business.
Seeing the two of them unable to finish, Gu Xiran stood up to interrupt.
After Gu Xiran finished speaking, Lin Feng glanced at Gu Baiyue, who was sulking, and nodded, Mechem, let's go, there's no need to quarrel with a child.
Child?
You, me. Gu Baiyue was so angry she couldn't say anything back. Wasn't she Lin Feng's senior? Wasn't she older than Lin Feng? How did she become a child? Hey, Lin Feng, you stop. Clarify your words. Who is the child? Are you older than me?
Seeing Lin Feng follow Gu Xiran into the club, Gu Baiyue quickly chased after him, demanding an explanation.
Lin Feng, you clarify to me, how did you grow up? Seeing Gu Baiyue relentless, Lin Feng said while walking, why am I not grown up? Why don't you take a look at how big I am? Then he glanced at Gu Baiyue's small hill in front of her chest.
And you are indeed quite small. Lin Feng's gaze was unabashed, so Gu Baiyue clearly knew where he was looking.
In an instant, a blush covered Gu Baiyue's face, but thinking of Lin Feng's insult,
Gu Baiyue turned embarrassment into anger, gritting her teeth and said, Lin Feng, say it again if you have the guts. Lin Feng found it amusing to tease Gu Baiyue, walked into the elevator, turned around and smiled, saying it 1,000 times is the same, you are really small.
Put.
Gu Xiran, who was standing with Lin Feng in the elevator, could no longer hold it and burst out laughing. At home, Gu Baiyue was always called the little witch by them, seemingly well-behaved and understanding, but very contradictory. Outside, Gu Baiyue relied on her pure appearance, not knowing how many people she confused. Only those who truly knew Gu Baiyue understood how mischievous her character was. Lin Feng, go die. Gu Baiyue was directly angered to the point of breaking down by Lin Feng. Her sharp voice startled everyone passing through the hall. Unfortunately, Lin Feng and Gu Xiran had already taken the elevator upstairs, and could not see her powerless rage. At this time, a passing young man saw Gu Baiyue standing there trembling with anger, and couldn't help but tidy his clothes and walked over.
Miss, do you need help?
Get lost, hurry up and call a cab and roll away.
Gu Baiyue was now in a fit of rage, and upon hearing the man's flirting voice, she exploded.
The man was stunned by her scolding. He didn't expect that he had been so refined, yet this beauty gave him no face at all. But being scolded like this in public was something the man couldn't endure.
Try saying that again.
The man said with a cold face.
Gu Baiyue couldn't do anything to Lin Feng, but that didn't mean she couldn't handle others.
Hearing the man asking her to repeat her insult, Gu Baiyue had never encountered such a request. You listen carefully, I told you to roll, if you don't roll, believe it or not, I'll break your legs.
Seeing that Gu Baiyue dared to scold him back, the man couldn't help but burst into laughter from anger. You bitch, do you know who I am? Do you believe I can make you unable to survive in the Magic City?
The man was a rich second generation, his family had assets worth hundreds of billions. He had just joined as a member today, introduced by a friend. After his friend brought him here, he went to handle the procedures. Coincidentally, he saw Gu Baiyue, who was in a bad mood, and thought to use his huge financial power and exceptional appearance to score a textbook-worthy pickup, taking Gu Baiyue to bed. But he never expected that Gu Baiyue wouldn't give him any face at all and even scolded him in public.
Chapter 90, let's see if the police catch me or you. Hearing the man's words, Gu Baiyue was even more enraged, and combined with the man's vulgar language, she exploded. In the empty hall, a crisp slap sound suddenly echoed. At this moment, it was seen that there was a slap mark on the man's left cheek. You keep your mouth clean, what do you think you are? Do you even know who I am? I tell you, today I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. After speaking, Gu Baiyue directly called the front desk to summon security. Gu Baiyue was the boss's younger sister, and the front desk naturally knew this. Hearing Gu Baiyue's words, the front desk hesitated not for a moment and picked up the intercom to call for security. The man was momentarily stunned by Gu Baiyue's slap. He didn't expect Gu Baiwe would actually hit him.
When he finally came to his senses and wanted to fight back, Gu Baiwe had already retreated to a safe distance.
Damn!
The man was so frustrated that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
How shameless is this woman? You hit someone and then run away?
Although Gu Baiwe was furious, there was still a trace of rationality left, especially since she might be facing a potential beating herself, so she chose to play it safe. The man's whole body trembled with anger, pointing at Gu Baiwe in the distance but unable to say a word. Seeing the man's suffocated expression, Gu Baiwe instantly felt a little better. Her mood had improved a lot after being disrupted by Lin Feng. But Gu Baiwe was not ready to let this go. Daring to insult her, this slap was just a small interest payment. She wanted to settle all accounts.
Before long, 5 security guards walked into the club.
The leader was tall and robust, exuding a fierce aura. This man was the head of security, hired at great expense by Gu Shiran. It was said that this head of security had been a tough character on the streets, later recruited by Gu Shiran with money. In this time, it was no longer suitable to mix in society. Many tough guys had turned to legitimate jobs. Because of this, when he saw Gu Shiran offering so much money, the head of security had agreed without hesitation.
The man's name was Li Yong.
As he walked in, he quickly spotted Gu Baiwe standing in the distance and hurried over, saying, "Second miss, are you alright?"
Upon seeing Li Yong, Gu Baiwe's wariness eased a bit. Li Yong, go teach him a good lesson for me.
Gu Baiwe pointed at the man in the distance and spoke sternly. The man felt a wave of fear as he saw so many security guards. He was wealthy and his family had some power, but the problem was he was all on his own right now. These security guards did not look like nice people. If he tried to tough it out, he would definitely be at a loss. Then the man shouted loudly, "I dare you to touch me. My dad is the chairman of Shangwei Group. If you lay a finger on me, you're dead." Li Yong was aware of the Gu sisters' identities. They were one of the 4 great families of Modu. When he was on the streets, he had heard of the fame of the 4 great families. Although the Du family rose from the underworld, the other 3 families also had less than glorious beginnings. There were rumors that the Gu family was built on smuggling. If that news was true, then the Gu family was probably not to be trifled with. So, no matter who the man was, today he would firmly stand with the Gu family. Getting closer, Li Yong did not waste any words and directly threw a punch at the man's face. This punch was powerful and heavy, somewhat resembling a bear country big swing. When the punch landed, the man let out a muffled groan, then 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. Seeing Li Yong's fierce side, the man's face turned pale with fear. Before he could beg for mercy, the security guards behind Li Yong rushed in, directly punching and kicking the man. The man no longer had the strength to resist, instinctively covering his head, lying on the ground while being beaten by several security guards. At that moment, the man's friend, who was handling paperwork in the distance, rushed back and was startled when he saw his friend being beaten. At the moment of speaking, because he had lost 2 front teeth and had a bit of a lisp, after listening for a long time, Wang Ming finally understood what he was saying. At that time, the group of security guards parted, and Gu Baiwe walked out.
Call the police?
Sure, I'll wait for you to call. Let's see whether the police will arrest you or me. Wang Ming was an old member of the club, so he naturally recognized Gu Baiwe. After all, Gu Baiwe always attended the club's events, so the old members all knew who she was. This lady is the second miss of the Gu family. How could his friend be so blind as to offend her?
Miss Gu, hello. Seeing Gu Baiwe, Wang Ming could only brace himself and greet her.
He truly didn't know that the person in conflict with his friend would be Gu Baiwe. If he had known, he absolutely wouldn't have gotten involved.
Could they afford to offend the Gu family?
Let alone Wu Xian. Even if his and Wu Xian's families joined together, they still couldn't afford to offend the Gu family. Seeing that his friend treated Gu Baiwe so respectfully, Wu Xian, who was covered in blood, felt a surge of bad premonition in his heart.
Wang Ming, who is this woman?
Hearing Wu Xian's words, Wang Ming smiled bitterly. Who else could it be?
This lady is the second miss of the Gu family. Haven't you heard of the Gu family? One of the 4 great families in Magic City.
You've always said you wanted to join Gu Shiran's club to get close to the Gu family. Look at what you've caused. Let's see how you get out of this.
Wu Xian was so scared that his legs went soft, almost kneeling on the ground.
He never thought that a casual flirt would turn out to be the second miss of the Gu family.
Thinking back to what he had said earlier, Wu Xian wanted to slap himself. If he had known Gu Baiwe's identity, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared.
What kind of power does the Gu family have?
It would only take 1 word to deal with them.
Their wealth and connections are something his family can't compare to. Even without playing any tricks, just relying on their wealth, they could forcibly buy him out.
Thinking of this, Wu Xian became even more frightened and hastily apologized to Gu Baiwe.
Miss Gu, I really didn't know it was you. If I had known, not even 10 of me would dare to offend you.
Please forgive me this once. Gu Baiwe glanced at Wu Xian lightly, her anger almost spent.
Plus, seeing Wu Xian's miserable appearance, she didn't feel like talking to him anymore.
Then she coldly said, "Okay, hurry to the hospital, and don't let me see you again." Hearing Gu Baiyue's words, Wu Xian felt as if he had received a great mercy. After apologizing once more, he left with the help of his friend Wang Ming. Chapter 91, Gu Shiran's Ambition. On the other side, Lin Feng and Gu Shiran were still unaware of what was happening downstairs, as they walked out of the elevator and into the office. Gu Shiran handed a share contract to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, please take a look, this is 10% of the Gu family's shares, which is half of what I hold." Lin Feng casually glanced at the contract and took a quick look at its content. If it were before, he would not have had this capability, but after the system's enhancement, the 1,000 or so words in the contract were no difficulty at all for him. Lin Feng put down the contract without hurrying to sign, instead smiling lightly. "Miss Gu, this is 10% of the Gu family's shares. You're just giving this to me, don't you feel like you're losing out?" This time, Gu Shiran was very smart. She didn't hide it, but honestly told Lin Feng her true thoughts. "Mr. Lin, I won't hide it from you. I'm giving you these shares not only to help me get rid of my marriage with the Du family but also to let you help me take control of the Gu family." Upon hearing Gu Shiran's words, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. "As long as there's a benefit, I absolutely have no problem. I definitely support you in becoming the head of the Gu family. But it seems you have an older brother, right? With your brother around, how can a woman take charge?" Lin Feng had also inquired about the Gu family recently. There are 3 children in this generation of the Gu family, 1 boy and 2 girls. The boy is the eldest son of the Gu family and the rightful heir. As for the 2 girls, they are naturally Gu Shiran and her sister. Gu Shiran nodded. "Yes, I do have an older brother, so I thought this matter might be difficult, which is why I wanted to ask Mr. Lin for help. If it were someone else, maybe they couldn't help me, but I believe Mr. Lin has the ability." After saying this, Gu Shiran's eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Though calm on the surface, she was very nervous inside. Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, thought for a moment, and said, "Of course, I can help you, but you must think carefully. If I step in to help you, the Gu family will definitely have problems. If anything happens then, don't blame me." Gu Shiran nodded. "I was ready for this. Trying to seize power will definitely lead to issues. As long as the final result is what I want, I can accept it. I'm afraid you'll laugh, but if the Gu family falls into my brother's hands, it might be doomed. My brother is ambitious but lacks ability. If he takes over the Gu family, even if we are wealthy, it may all be squandered. So rather than let the Gu family fall into his hands, I'd rather take it over myself. Although I'm a woman and it goes against tradition, I must do it." Looking at Gu Shiran, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This woman is remarkable. Such determination is rare even among men. It's unexpected to find it in a woman. With Gu Shiran's courage, if the Gu family truly falls into her hands, it might shine even brighter. Lin Feng said slowly, "But have you considered that you are a woman? The children you will have are not destined to be part of the Gu family. Won't the Gu family's business then be passed to outsiders?" Gu Shiran shook her head. "It's fine. I've thought this through. After I take control of the Gu family, I will raise my children well, hoping that one of them will be capable enough to take over my position." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. "All right, since you've made your decision, our deal is set. If you need anything, just call me. Don't worry, since I've gained something, I will help you. 10% of the Gu family's shares is worth hundreds of billions, so how could he not act for Gu Shiran after receiving such a huge benefit?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Gu Shiran couldn't help but feel joyful and relieved. She had finally grabbed onto Lin Feng's strong support. With Lin Feng's backing, she wouldn't have to worry about becoming the head of the Gu family anymore. Just as Lin Feng and Gu Shiran finished their serious talk, the office door was pushed open, and Gu Baiyue stepped in. Though Gu Baiyue seemed a bit more cheerful, she still didn't give Lin Feng a good look. She went straight to Gu Shiran's side and plopped down beside her, shooting Lin Feng a fierce glare. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng merely smiled lightly, paid no mind to Gu Baiyue, stood up, nodded at Gu Shiran, and turned to leave with the contract. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Gu Baiyue felt a surge of anger again. "Sister, look at him. I'm like this, and he didn't even offer an apology." Gu Shiran smiled gently. "Why should Lin Feng apologize? You were the one who provoked him first." "Sister." Upon hearing this, Gu Baiyue suddenly spoke with an unfriendly tone, scanning Gu Shiran up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. "Sister, I have some doubts about you. But I can't quite say where it is, how you suddenly turned against me." Gu Shiran didn't have time to spar with Gu Baiyue in this meaningless verbal duel. Instead, she went to her desk and began to busily handle her important matters. Every day, she would check if there were any new members joining the club, and also casually learn about the identities of those new members. Setting up this club was not just about her love for cars, she wanted to use the club as a platform to build her connections. Despite the fact that the Gu family is one of the 4 major families in the Magic City and no longer needs to deliberately befriend those of lower status, Gu Shiran thought otherwise. Though her family's power was indeed strong, she still needed to build relationships. especially for someone like her who was soon to take over the Gu family. In this world, nothing is more important than benefits. She had already planned what to do after becoming the head of the Gu family. The first task was to boost the Gu family's interests. As long as she could enhance the family's benefits, others would see her strength and be able to support her better. The Gu family's industry, of course, did not belong solely to them, there were other board members as well. 40% of the Gu family's business was outside their own control. They only held a 60% absolute stake. In reality, at board meetings, they also had to consider the other board members. After all, they also had a say in matters. Moreover, fighting for control of the Gu family also required the support of those board members' votes. After Lin Feng left the club, he directly called Xiao Weiwei. The phone rang for only a short while before Xiao Weiwei picked up. "Hey, Lin Feng, are you done with your work?" Since returning to the dorm, Xiao Weiwei didn't understand what was wrong with her, sometimes getting lost in thought, and the image of Lin Feng often flashed through her mind. Chapter 92, Accompanying Xiao Weiwei Home. Xiao Weiwei had never imagined that one day she would become like this, constantly thinking about a man. But thinking of Lin Feng's handsome face, the charm he exuded, and those deep eyes that even looked compassionate towards dogs, caused her heart to race wildly like a startled deer. "Aha, I'm done. I'll come pick you up from school in a bit." Lin Feng's gentle voice came through the phone. Xiao Weiwei said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." After saying this, Xiao Weiwei's face couldn't help but flush, how strange her words sounded. After hanging up, Xiao Weiwei's face was burning red, as if she had a fever. Then she seemed to think of something and hurriedly took out some cosmetics she hadn't used in a long time, beginning to apply a delicate makeup. At that moment, a roommate walked in. Seeing Xiao Weiwei sitting at the table putting on makeup, she couldn't help but say in surprise, "Weiwei, what's going on with you today? I feel like I haven't seen you this serious about makeup in over a year." The roommate stood there pretending to think, then laughed with a knowing smile. "Weiwei, are you in love?" Hearing her roommate's words, Xiao Weiwei quickly denied, "No way. I just wanted to do my makeup today, what's wrong with that?" The roommate waved her hand, saying, Okay, of course it's fine, what's wrong with that?" After speaking, the roommate covered her mouth and laughed. Her expression showed that she didn't believe a word Xiao Weiwei said. An hour later, Xiao Weiwei's phone rang, and she saw a message from Lin Feng. Xiao Weiwei had just finished her makeup journey and said goodbye to her roommate before heading towards the school gate. At this moment, the other three roommates had already returned. Looking at Xiao Weiwei leaving in a hurry, they exchanged glances and all recognized the joy in each other's eyes. "Do you think that thing is really true?" one roommate spoke up. "I think it's quite likely, it probably is Lin Feng," another roommate added. "Lin Feng? If Sister Weiwei really ends up with Lin Feng, that is also Sister Weiwei's blessing. Now that Lu He is in trouble, our school's only heartthrob is Lin Feng. And Lin Feng is not someone Lu He can compare to. His wealth is many times higher than Lu He's, and his looks are several times better. Even if Lu He hadn't gotten into trouble, he couldn't compete with Lin Feng." While the three roommates were discussing, Xiao Weiwei had already arrived at the school gate and saw the Bugatti Chiron parked there. The Bugatti Chiron, a globally limited sports car, is very easy to recognize. Because there is nothing in the world like this car. Lin Feng felt a fragrant breeze coming, and soon, with her exquisite makeup, black long dress, black stockings, and black high heels, Xiao Weiwei appeared in the passenger seat. Today Xiao Weiwei was dressed with great elegance, this outfit was truly striking. Even Lin Feng, who had seen many beauties, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion upon seeing Xiao Weiwei. As if sensing Lin Feng's fiery gaze, Xiao Weiwei felt a secret joy in her heart. She brushed her hair and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and started the car. "It's nothing, I just feel you look really beautiful today, like a noble little princess." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Weiwei became even happier. A woman prefers to adorn herself for the one she loves. Lin Feng's generous praise made Xiao Weiwei feel that the hour she spent on makeup was not wasted at all. Glancing at the sky, it was about time, the two returned to Disney, where the private butler had been waiting for them. He led them to the best viewing spot in front of the Disney castle and even carefully prepared snacks for them. As night fell, the fireworks show at Disney officially began. The fireworks above the Disney castle constantly exploded, accompanied by 3D projections, creating a visual effect like watching an animated movie. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that the event finally ended. Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei reluctantly exited Disney, still feeling excited. "Are you hungry?" Lin Feng softly asked as they returned to the car. Xiao Weiwei nodded, a little. "Then let's go eat." Just as they were driving towards the restaurant, Xiao Weiwei's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Xiao Weiwei casually answered it. "Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you calling so late?" As soon as Xiao Weiwei finished speaking, her mother's urgent voice came from the other side. Wei Wei, hurry back, your dad is in the hospital. My dad is in the hospital? Xiao Wei Wei was taken aback and quickly asked, Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Why did he suddenly go to the hospital?
Her father's health wasn't great, but it wasn't serious, he just needed some recuperation.
How could he suddenly end up in the hospital?
Her mother spoke anxiously, it's because of your cousin. Today he came to our house with people, forcing your father to pay back the money.
He even let those debt collectors vandalize our home.
Your father had an argument with your cousin and ended up spitting blood from anger. I quickly took him to the hospital. Hearing that it was her scoundrel cousin again, Xiao Wei Wei gritted her teeth in anger. This person had harmed their family so terribly, yet he was still not satisfied and was causing trouble for them.
Now Xiao Wei Wei had the urge to drink his. Lin Feng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do.
Lin Feng nodded and softly comforted her, it's okay, you said you have me, so what is there to worry about?
Let's go back now, Uncle will definitely be fine. Xiao Wei Wei nodded, I also believe my dad will be fine.
Then Xiao Wei Wei told Lin Feng the location of her home. It turned out Xiao Wei Wei's home was in Hangzhou, which is not very far from Shanghai. Immediately, Lin Feng drove and took Xiao Wei Wei to Hangzhou. The drive from Shanghai to Hangzhou took just over 2 hours, but as soon as Lin Feng got on the highway, he completely ignored speed limits. He didn't care about how speeding could affect him, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. With his current identity, even if he committed murder, no one could convict him. This was his confidence. As long as he didn't intentionally endanger others' lives and didn't let his conscience be condemned, everything else was irrelevant.
Chapter 93, The Frightened Dean.
Lin Feng was driving and as soon as he got on the highway, his speed exceeded 200. With the accelerator pressed down, his speed nearly reached 300. At this speed, Lin Feng did not continue to press the gas pedal. According to his calculations, if he kept going, exceeding 300 would be easy. With his system's rewards giving him superior driving skills and reflexes far above average, he was not worried about any problems at such high speeds.
With his current driving skills, even the world's fastest driver would not be his opponent.
What should have taken over 2 hours of driving, was completed in an hour thanks to Lin Feng's swift driving. Then the two rushed to the Hangzhou City Hospital.
As soon as the car stopped, Xiao Wei Wei quickly got out and hurried into the hospital.
In a hospital room, this was not a high-end ward, but an ordinary one shared by several people. At this time, Xiao Wei Wei's father lay there with a pale face, surrounded by various monitoring devices. Xiao Wei Wei's mother, although in her 40s, remained incredibly beautiful, just a mature version of Xiao Wei Wei. Despite some signs of aging on her face, this mature charm was something Xiao Wei Wei couldn't compare to. At this moment, Xiao Wei Wei's mother was speaking with the doctor. Mr. Xiao's health is not good, he should have had similar issues in the past, which kept his body in a weak state without proper recovery. This time, a sudden emotional distress has triggered many hidden ailments, and he may need to stay in the hospital for a while. If he doesn't take good care of himself, Mr. Xia may be in danger of losing his life.
Hearing the doctor's words, Xiao Wei Wei's mother looked worried.
She was worried about Xia Changlian's health and also concerned about money. Ever since their family went bankrupt, they had been living quite frugally, now having a place to live and food to eat was quite fortunate. After the bankruptcy, their family's assets were insufficient to cover debts, and all they had worked for was lost. The villa and cars were all seized, and even their bank cards were frozen, with savings forcibly taken away for debts. When the three of them came out of their seized villa, they only brought some clothing and left everything valuable behind. Fortunately, Xia Guanglin still had some connections. Seeing him in such a miserable state, they helped him find a job to temporarily stabilize the family's life. Now, Xiao Wei Wei had grown up and was attending a top-tier finance university, which cost a lot in tuition and living expenses, making the family's life even worse.
While Xiao Wei Wei's mother was talking to the doctor, Xiao Wei Wei walked over. Mom, how is Dad doing?
Seeing it was Xiao Wei Wei, Xiao's mother showed a hint of bitterness on her face. The doctor said your dad's health is not optimistic. He may need to stay in the hospital for a long time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei Wei said, then let him stay.
Having treatment is better than nothing. Dad's health has not been good for so many years. This is a good opportunity for him to rest and recover. Xiao's mother smiled bitterly and pulled Xiao Wei Wei aside. Wei Wei, it's not that I don't want your father to be hospitalized, but we can't afford that much hospitalization money. The house we live in is rented. We don't even have the ability to turn it into cash. Your school fees are still your father's advanced wages.
Hearing her mother's words, Xiao Wei Wei quickly said, Mom, you don't need to worry.
I will find a way for the money. I'm working part-time now and have some savings. I will pay some medical fees first and think of a way for the rest. After saying this, Xiao Wei Wei took out her phone and checked the balance in her bank account. It was exactly 10,000 yuan, which should be enough for 2 days. At this moment, a group of doctors and nurses walked over from a distance, heading straight for the hospital room where Xiao Wei Wei's father was located. Hello, may I ask who is Xiao Weiwei?
Seeing the attending physician had a head physician tag on his badge, Xiao Weiwei respectfully said, "Hello, doctor, I am Xiao Weiwei." The head physician smiled at Xiao Weiwei and said, "Your father needs a quiet room.
We have already prepared one for him.
First, we will change his room, and then I will check on your father's condition."
Change the room? What room to change to? Xiao Weiwei asked hesitantly.
Now, they could barely afford a regular room. If they switched to a higher class room, they certainly couldn't afford that. We will switch to a special care room, which is our hospital's best room.
The environment is quiet, which will better aid your father's recovery.
This ordinary room not only has a bad environment, but also the air quality is poor.
Staying here is not beneficial for your father's health. Ah? Xiao Weiwei was stunned.
Doctor, I'm afraid my family can't afford the special care room. She might be able to scrape together money for the ordinary room, but the special care room mentioned by the doctor would surely be very expensive. She truly had no way to gather that much money. Hearing Xiao Weiwei's worry, the head physician smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about that.
Someone has already arranged everything for your father.
You just need to focus on staying in the hospital and recovering, and don't worry about anything else." Upon hearing that someone had arranged everything for them, Xiao Weiwei's heart stirred. She quickly looked around, but after not finding Lin Feng, she hurriedly took out her phone and called him. In the director's office of Hang City Hospital, Lin Feng sat leisurely in a chair, facing the slightly gray-haired director.
Director Lin is truly young and promising.
At such a young age, he has gained the trust of the leadership of the National Security Bureau.
His future is limitless.
Even though this director was over 60, he was quite flattering without hesitation.
Just as they were chatting, Lin Feng's phone rang.
Seeing it was Xiao Weiwei calling, he pointed to his phone and the director quickly nodded.
"All right, Director Lin, you go ahead. We can talk later." Hearing the director's words, Lin Feng slightly nodded and then walked out of the office with his phone.
After arriving at the hospital, Lin Feng did not go to the hospital room with Xiao Weiwei, but went directly to find the director. After revealing his identity, the director was almost scared to death, quickly running through everything he had done in his life, assuring himself that he had never betrayed the country or the people, before feeling slightly more at ease. However, knowing that Lin Feng wanted him to help change the patient's room. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that when Lin Feng opened his mouth, he would say he had done something wrong. That would mean his life was over. After hearing Lin Feng's request, the dean did not hesitate at all and directly called the department head where Xia Guanglin worked, immediately arranging for a special care ward.
Chapter 94, Some people are easy to help. Stepping out of the dean's office, Lin Feng saw a call from Xiao Weiwei and casually answered it.
As soon as the call connected, Xiao Weiwei's voice came through.
"Hello, Lin Feng, where are you?" Walking towards the elevator, Lin Feng smiled and replied, "I'm just wandering around, I'll be there soon." Upon hearing Lin Feng was just wandering, a look of doubt flashed across Xiao Weiwei's face. Could she have guessed wrong?
But if it wasn't Lin Feng who did all this, she really couldn't think of anyone else who would help her. Since her family went bankrupt, her father's former friends and relatives had all gradually distanced themselves. Only a few of her father's close friends occasionally still had contact with their family. But those friends, while maintaining a good relationship, wouldn't likely help them so much. If they wanted to help, they would have done so long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. So the first person Xiao Weiwei thought of was Lin Feng. "Did a doctor come to say they want to transfer my father to a special care ward? Did you arrange that?" Xiao Weiwei asked. Even though she couldn't be sure it was Lin Feng, she couldn't help but ask. "Guess." Just before stepping into the elevator, Lin Feng casually said 2 words. "I." On the other end of the phone, Xiao Weiwei hadn't finished speaking when the call was already hung up. Soon, the elevator that Lin Feng was on arrived at the floor where Xiao Weiwei's family was staying. After entering the inpatient department, Xiao Weiwei spotted Lin Feng at a glance and quickly rushed over. "Lin Feng, you're finally here. We don't know who helped us with all of this, and we're afraid to decide whether to move to the special care ward. The cost for the special care ward is too expensive. I'm afraid we won't be able to pay for the medical fees once we move in." Seeing Xiao Weiwei's helplessness, Lin Feng felt a surge of pity and couldn't help but gently stroke her face, softly saying, "Let's move. Didn't you ask me if I was the one who did this? I arranged it." Upon hearing Lin Feng admit it, all of Xiao Weiwei's emotions surged at once. After so many years, no one had cared for her like this. All along, she had hidden her inner weakness, forcing herself to appear strong on the outside. But everything Lin Feng did today directly shattered her facade of strength, making her into a little girl who felt wronged. Looking at Xiao Weiwei sobbing in his arms, Lin Feng gently stroked her hair, comforting her. "All right, let's first settle your father's situation. If you want to cry, wait until later, don't delay your father's treatment." Hearing Lin Feng mention her father, Xiao Weiwei calmed down a bit, looking up at Lin Feng's handsome face, nodding and saying, Then I'll cry later. You have to let me use your chest then." Lin Feng smiled gently, of course, no problem. After adjusting her mood, Xiao Weiwei seemed like a happy little princess, pulling Lin Feng's hand to her mother. From the moment Lin Feng entered the inpatient department to Xiao Weiwei running over, Xiao's mother watched every move between them. When Lin Feng approached, Xiao's mother couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Feng's incredible looks. In her life, she had never seen someone as handsome as Lin Feng before. In her family's glorious times, she had attended banquets with Xia Guanlin and met many young talents from big families and handsome male stars, but none of them could compare to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's appearance was simply perfect to the extreme, just like the male protagonist who walked out of a comic book. "Mom, this is Lin Feng, my junior. He heard about our family matters and came along with me. Lin Feng, this is my mother, Feng Hui." After Xiao Weiwei introduced the two, Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, auntie." Seeing Lin Feng's outstretched hand, Feng Hui quickly reached out to gently shake hands with him. Then, with a strange look, she scanned Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei. "So, you are Weiwei's junior, huh? I thought you were her boyfriend." As soon as Feng Hui spoke, Xiao Weiwei's face turned red with embarrassment. "Oh my, what are you saying?" Seeing Xiao Weiwei's awkwardness, Lin Feng smiled lightly, then turned to the director standing nearby and said, "Doctor, please help us handle the transfer to the new ward." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the director nodded, "All right, sir, I will start processing this right now." If it were in the past, this director would definitely not wait here. If any other patient's family dragged their feet in front of him, he would have turned and left long ago. But this time, it was a direct order from the hospital president, and being a department head naturally meant he was emotionally intelligent and knew how to navigate social situations. The president spoke personally, which was enough to indicate that this family had a significant background. Even if this family had no background, the person helping them certainly had one that wasn't easy to mess with. So, even if he was impatient inside, he didn't show it on his face. After confirming the transfer to the new ward, with the department head personally overseeing it, the transfer procedures were completed very quickly. If it were someone else, these procedures would take at least a whole morning, and maybe not even be completed before the hospital closed. Hangzhou City Hospital sees countless patients every day, with many staying in batches, and no matter what procedures you needed to process, you had to line up. So, to complete any procedure, you might have to wait a long time. But now, with the department head's personal arrangement, it took less than half an hour for Xia Changlin to be settled into the special care ward. The special care ward is the best in Hangzhou City Hospital, very spacious, and even has a family resting room. Just like some high-end apartments, all the living facilities are very complete. Of course, the daily hospitalization fee for such a special care ward is extremely expensive. But this money was nothing to Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly paid 1 million in hospitalization fees, enough for Xia Changlin to stay here for 2 months. After everything was arranged, Lin Feng and Xiao Weiwei followed the director to his office. Then the director began to explain Xia Changlin's condition. The patient's illness mainly comes from years of poor living habits, plus mental stress, which under stimulation, leads to fainting and heart issues. This illness mainly requires rest and recuperation, without further stimulation. If he can recover properly, there may still be a chance for recovery. Hearing the director's words, Lin Feng asked, "Then why is he in a coma now?" Although this director said he mainly needed careful recuperation, since Xia Changlin was unconscious, he needed to be treated first. This is not a big deal, it may just be that the patient's heart has been overexerted. We will give him some medicine, and he should recover. As for the remaining physical recuperation, it will depend on you family members. During the hospitalization, we will provide him with the necessary medication to help him recover quickly. Chapter 95, Close brothers can turn against each other more ruthlessly. At the moment when Xia Guanglin was settled into the special care ward. In a villa in Hangzhou City, two men were talking. One of the men was a middle-aged man in his 50s. One is a young man in his 30s. These two are none other than Xiao Weiwei's cousin's family. The middle-aged man is Xiao Weiwei's uncle, and the young man is her cousin. And the reason Xiao Weiwei's family has become like this is all thanks to this family. Dad, today I took people to stir up trouble at Xia Changlin's house again, and that Xia Changlin was so angered that he was hospitalized. I've heard that the situation doesn't seem good, Xia Changlin probably doesn't have much time left. Hearing his son's words, Xia Changfeng smiled slightly. It's better if he dies, as long as Xia Changlin is alive, I won't feel at ease. After all, our methods back then were quite unsavory, and his existence is always a thorn in my heart. Dad, what else is there to worry about? Back then, he didn't do anything to our family, now, we don't need to be afraid of him anymore. If you're really worried, then I'll go do something more ruthless to resolve this once and for all. Xia Wei said fiercely. Xia Changfeng nodded slightly. Alright, better to do it quickly than to prolong things. Go ahead and handle it. Xia Wei smiled lightly. Dad, you really don't have to worry. Do you know whose line I've gotten in touch with now? Even when Xia Changlin was at his peak, facing our family now, he has to be honest with me.
Xiao Changfeng asked, puzzled. Who? Zhao Dajian, Mr. Zhao.
Xiao Wei slowly spoke those words.
Zhao Dajian? Hearing this name, Xiao Changfeng couldn't help but become excited and stand up from the sofa. Son, are you serious? You really got in touch with Zhao Dajiang? This Zhao Dajiang is no ordinary person, he is the young master of the powerful Zhao family in Hangzhou.
The old man of the Zhao family was once the president of Huaxia Bank in Hangzhou, and both of his sons are currently in high positions. One is the deputy head of the tax bureau, and the other is the head of the personnel department. Both sons are major leaders in powerful departments. The old man's eldest son is named Zhao Tian, the deputy head of the tax bureau, overseeing township fund approvals. This power is enormous. All township fund applications within Hangzhou are at Zhao Tian's discretion, making him a strongman in the tax bureau. It has been reported that Zhao Tian may soon be promoted to the head of the bureau, truly becoming its top leader. As for the second son, his abilities surpassed those of Zhao Tian and he became the head of the personnel department quite early, managing personnel changes and official promotions. There are only two powerful departments in the government, and the Zhao family occupies both, indicating how great their influence is. Now that our Xia family has connected with the Zhao family, we are on the rise. Dad, I understand Zhao Dajiang's character, he is madly obsessed with women. At first, I had no idea how long I had to prepare to connect with Zhao Dajiang. I even spent tens of millions to get 2 stars just to gain his recognition. Father Xia Changfeng nodded slightly. Money is not a problem, our family doesn't lack money, but we lack connections like the Zhao family. If we can secure a strong connection with the Zhao family, doubling our assets is a piece of cake. Hangzhou is one of the economic centers of the Yangtze River Delta, and now that we have the Zhao family as support, it is only a matter of their word for our family to rise. Since you've connected with Zhao Dajiang, you must maintain this relationship well and not mess it up. Whether our family can create brilliance again depends on this chance. Hearing his father's words, Xiao Wei smiled slightly. Dad, don't worry, I've already planned everything. I just received news that Xiao Weiwei has returned from the magic capital. You must understand the level of my cousin. If I send Xiao Weiwei to Mr. Zhao, do you think Mr. Zhao will take better care of us? Hearing this, Xiao Changfeng's eyes lit up. His niece is undoubtedly a beauty among beauties, even rivaling those female stars. There are not many who are more beautiful than her. Moreover, she is a university student. They found out that Xiao Weiwei keeps herself pure at school. Although she is dating someone, it seems they haven't had any intimate contact. With such a clean girl and a beauty surpassing that of a star, how could someone like Zhao Dajian possibly resist? The father and son exchanged smiles, both revealing sinister expressions. Alright, I'll deal with this now. I'll let you know when it's done. Okay, go ahead. If you need any help, just let your dad know. Got it, Dad. After leaving the villa, Xiao Wei waved his arm, and instantly 6 bodyguards in black suits and strong builds approached. Let little Chang call some people over, and let's go to the hospital in Hangcheng. The little Chang Xiao Wei mentioned is a social idol, and his underlings are all little hoodlums. This time, Xiao Wei wants to cause a commotion at the hospital. These little hoodlums are all professionals, perfect for the job. Xia Changlin is already seriously ill, causing a ruckus might worsen his condition. Additionally, Xia Changlin's family has no money, so all Xiao Wei needs to do is apply a bit of pressure, and Xiao Weiwei will obediently yield to him, agreeing to all terms to get money for her father's treatment. Once Xiao Weiwei is presented in front of Zhao Dajiang, she will have to behave, ensuring Zhao Dajiang doesn't lose interest. Xiao Wei's plan is undoubtedly malicious. Without Lin Feng's help, Xiao Weiwei would truly be caught in Xiao Wei's scheme. On one side is her father's life, and on the other is her own innocence. With Xiao Weiwei's character, she would definitely choose the former. If losing her innocence could save her father's life, she would do it without hesitation. After all, Xiao Weiwei cannot bear to watch her father die. Sitting in his Ferrari, Xiao Wei sped towards the hospital with a few bodyguards. Upon arriving at the city hospital's entrance, the little hoodlums he called had already been waiting there. Seeing their leader, Xiao Wei approached and said, Zhangzi, this time you are the debt collectors. Remember to make a big fuss, don't worry about anything else. If anything happens, I'll handle it. Hearing Xiao Wei's words, the leader of the little hoodlums nodded and said, Young Master Xia, don't worry, this is what I'm good at. Your previous words are enough, just watch me perform. Alright, let's go. Xiao Wei took the lead and went directly to inquire about Xia Changlin's hospital room. Upon learning that Xia Changlin was in the intensive care unit, Xiao Wei was taken aback. Xia Changlin can afford to stay in the ICU? Xiao Wei knows the family's situation well. Over the years he hasn't stopped keeping an eye on Xia Changlin's family. The daily cost of staying in the ICU reaches 5 digits, not to mention that Xia Changlin's family earns only tens of thousands a year.